Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Chapter 743, Create a Quasi-Immortal in an Instant. Chapter 743, Create a Quasi-Immortal in an Instant. These soul fires, I will pass on to the Lord. Whether you live or die is only a matter of the Lord's thoughts, but I estimate that you have escaped with your life. No, not just escaped with a life, but got a great opportunity. Your choice will make your future smooth. Li Shenyang looked down at the 10 quasi-immortals below and said lightly, "Yes, Master Shenyang, I will serve the Lord wholeheartedly, crush my bones, and do whatever I can." The quasi-immortals hurriedly patted their hearts and assured. In fact, from the changes in the Biu clan, they had long seen that submitting to that mysterious Su Gongzi would gain great benefits. After all, it is a character who can reward a set of 3 tribulations immortal array at will. Thereupon, Su Lang, who was refining a super-humanoid weapon, soon received the soul fire transmitted back by Li Shenyang. This time, there were a total of 136 soul fires. Among them, there are 13 quasi-immortal levels, which are 10 quasi-immortals of the Autumn Water Narcissus clan, and one of the 3 neighboring saint families of the Autumn Water Narcissus clan. In addition, all of them are martial saint levels, from 1-star martial saints to 9-star martial saints. It's all veteran martial saints, and there are many great sage levels among them, and one is comparable to dozens of new young martial saints. Not bad, this time the harvest is very good. Su Lang showed a satisfied smile on his face, and then put all these soul heart fires into the sea of knowledge. Immediately afterwards, he collected the furnace and materials in front of him and stood up. In this day, Su Lang refined more than 500 immortal level materials. At the same time, he has accumulated countless cultivations. 1 day's time is equivalent to a 9-star great saint meditating for more than 10 million years without auxiliary means. If you are not restricted by the rules, you can be promoted to a martial immortal. Su Lang estimated that he might not only be able to reach the martial immortal level, but also break through several levels in succession and reach the peak of the primary martial immortal, the 3 tribulations martial immortal. With so much cultivation, it is estimated that many quasi-immortals can be created. The corners of Su Lang's mouth were slightly hooked, and he immediately took out the transmission jade card and gave the order, allowing Wang Fuqin, Yao Qianfa, Qiri Muju, and Tianyanji to enter the immortal palace. Wait to meet the Lord. Wang Fuqin and the other 4 knelt on the ground, respectfully kowtowing and saluting, their eyes full of fanaticism. You are the servants who have followed me the longest, although it really hasn't been long. Su Lang smiled lightly. Today, I intend to give you the opportunity so that you can quickly improve your cultivation realm without much effort. What? The Lord will give the servants and other opportunities. This time, what a mysterious means is this to directly improve the cultivation realm for the servants and others? Wang Fuqin, Yao Qianfa and the other 4 had thoughts flowing in their hearts, and they couldn't help themselves. Moreover, in their hearts, they never doubted whether Su Lang's means had any side effects, and they completely trusted and worshipped 100%. Wang Fuqin, Su Lang smiled and said, as my first soul fire servant, you come first. Yes, Lord. Wang Fuqin knelt on the ground and moved his knees to Su Lang. Close your eyes and calm down. Su Lang said. Wang Fuqin immediately complied. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang put a hand on Wang Fuqin's heavenly spirit and used the cultivation empowerment function. Suddenly, like a dam discharging, terrifying cultivation directly poured into Wang Fuqin's meridians and dantian. These cultivations naturally became Wang Fuqin's cultivation, and there was no need for any refining process at all. As a result, Wang Fuqin's cultivation realm began to skyrocket. He was originally just a 1-star martial saint, not much better than the new and Nenian martial saint. But at this time, the realm of cultivation soared wildly, and the 2-star, 3-star, and 4-star directly reached the quasi-immortal. With such a scene, Yao Qianfa, Qiri Muju, and Tianyanji on the side were stunned, and their jaws were about to fall. Only then did they understand how terrifying the opportunity the Lord was about to give this time. A 1-star martial saint turned into a quasi-immortal in an instant, which was really too exaggerated. However, the opportunity given by Su Lang is not over. Chapter 744, Wushan's chance to give away. This is a regular fairy crystal. When Wushan sits down, it is a fairy-level treasure with a small probability of being able to condense. With this rule fairy crystal, you must be more likely to make up for your lack of rules. Wangfukan, I hope you can arrive at Wushan soon and do things for me. While talking, Su Lang threw the rule fairy crystal down. Master Wu, sir, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and be promoted to Wushan as soon as possible. Wangfukan burst into gratitude, and his whole person was almost crazy with excitement. He was originally an enemy of Su Lang, but was later coerced and had to become a servant. But now, he has been a blessing in disguise, not only reaching the level of a quasi-immortal, but also having the opportunity to break through to a martial immortal. This is no longer being promoted in the slightest, but an even more unspeakable gift. If possible, Wangfukan almost wanted to give Su Lang his soul first to show his loyalty. Simultaneously, Yaoqian and others on one side also looked stupid. What they are about to get is the chance to become a fairy. Achieving Wushan was originally an unattainable goal in his whole life, but now because of the Lord's gift, an unimaginable opportunity can be obtained so easily. This is simply the blessing of not knowing how many years of cultivation have come. Don't froze. Su Lang waved his hand faintly. Wangfukan, you go to consolidate your cultivation, and then you can go back to Fengaling clan to take a look. Yes, Lord. Wangfukan held the rule immortal crystal and retreated respectfully. Yao Kai Yan Fa, you will come next. Su Lang turned his eyes and looked at Yaoqi Yan Fa. To upgrade Wangfu Qin from a 1-star martial sage to a quasi-immortal level, the realm span is indeed very large, and the installation efficiency is only 40%, but it only consumes a quarter of Su Lang's cultivation. This quarter of the cultivation base is equivalent to the 9-star martial sage meditating for more than 2 million years. Even if it is half, it will have more than 1 million years, which is completely enough to raise Wangfukan's cultivation base. At this time, Su Lang still had 3/4 of his cultivation left. The remaining Yaoqi Yan Fa and others are 6-star martial sages and 7-star martial sages, and these cultivation skills can't even be used up. At this time, Yao Kai Yan Fa stepped forward and knelt down with a fanatical expression. Use the same method. Su Lang gave Yaoqi Yan Fa a cultivation base initiation and directly raised him to the quasi-celestial level. Subsequently, another piece of regular fairy crystal was dropped. Next, Chiri Muju and Tianyanji also had to go straight to the quasi-celestial level to obtain regular fairy crystals. Immediately, Su Lang had 4 quasi-celestial confidants. As for the quasi-immortals who have just surrendered to the Chu Shui tribe, they can't simply reward them. A certain contribution must be made to be rewarded. Raising all the 4 of them to the quasi-immortal level, Su Lang's accumulated cultivation is still about 1/5. Today's count runs out, save it. Su Lang stood up, ready to go to the Biu clan. The purpose here is to harvest the wealth of the 9 saints in the Colchicum. And what Su Lang valued most was the fairy level formation of the Colchicum tribe. With this celestial formation, my sky phantom and immortal formation can be improved. Su Lang smiled and looked forward to it. And at this moment, system prompts came one after another. Ding! Sacred Sword of Sky Fire and Breeze has reached the founding level. Ding! Shaoying Sword Record has reached the founding level. Ding! Ferocious Demon Sword Array has reached the founding level. Ding! Qingyan Point Star Sword Art has reached the founding level. Ding! Shuangguang Chenghong Sword Picture has reached the founding level. Okay. Has the 5 sacred sword arts reached the founding level? Su Lang looked happy, and immediately felt the 5 warmths flowing out of his body, blending into his limbs. A kind of hot spring-like comfort comes, which makes the pores relax and the mood is refreshing. At the same time, the unnamed Wanfa integrating cultivation technique was once again integrated into the 5 saint-level cultivation techniques, and the rank was improved a lot. But the unnamed exercises still haven't reached the immortal level. Although I haven't reached the immortal level, I will definitely be promoted to the immortal level next time. Su Lang thought to himself, and then opened his property panel. Chapter 745, Across the Sky, The Power of Martial Arts. Properties panel. Name: Su Lang Race. Human Qualification Level. Turbidity Realm Level. Juxing Wusheng Attack Level. 2 Tribulations Wushan Defense Level. 1 Tribulation Wushan plus Shenfa Level. 1 Tribulation Wushan plus Endurance Level. 1 Tribulation Wushan plus Spirit Level. Realm of Sunshine Mastering the Exercises. The Infinite Heart Sutra. 10,000 Laws into 1. Unnamed, Holy Level, Founding Activated System Functions. 1 key practice function, level 25, 1 key martial arts function, level 25, clone dispatch function, level 25, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 25, 1 key alchemy function, level 15, 1 key mixer function, level 15, 1 key refining array function, level 15, 1 key synthesis function, level 15, 1 key initiation function, level 4, 1 key decomposition function, no level. In the realm of the 9-star martial sage, across the sky, has it reached the attack realm of the second tribulation Wuxian. The corners of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, quite satisfied. The gap between Wusheng and Wuxian is really too big. On the Kanglan continent, from ancient times to the present, it is estimated that no one can have the real combat power of the Wuxian level at the Wusheng level, even those Tianzhao who have only shocked the ages. Next, first choose 6 exercises to practice. This time, I don't see whether the exercise is strong or not, but whether it can make me understand the new rules. Su Lang whispered, and immediately selected a holy level technique from the storage space. At this time, Su Lang possessed a large number of holy level exercises, and the combined number of natural exercises and combined success methods reached about 500. Among them, there are many new techniques from the Colchicum tribe. Su Lang's gaze first fell on these newly acquired techniques. The first is a fairy level exercise method, called Tian's Lumming Immortal Ju, which is a relatively low-level fairy level exercise method. Although low-level, it is a fairy level exercise method after all, and it is a natural exercise method, which can be used as a material for synthesizing low-level exercise methods, which is very precious. In addition to this immortal level exercise method, there are a total of 50 natural saint level exercise methods. From these exercises, Su Lang found several holy level exercises he needed. The first book, titled The Forbidden Book of Bliss in the Sky, is a rare space-based exercise technique, a type that Su Lang urgently needs. The second book, titled Sacred Ju of Illusion Yang Aspires the Ding, is a special Yang attribute rule that interacts with the Yin attribute. The third book, titled Mingyuan Tianji True Method, is a mysterious technique of the Fate attribute, which is very rare. The fourth book, titled Sacred Scroll of Deluo Mountain and Sea, is the main rule of heaven and earth, the attribute of gravity, which can be regarded as one of the basic structural rules. The fifth book, titled The True Book of the Dead and Cold Years, can make Su Lang comprehend the mysterious rules of death. Except for this, I didn't find any special attributes. Most of the remaining exercises are derived from the main attribute, allowing Su Lang to comprehend the derived rules. Derivative rules are of course also very important. Each additional one will make the inner boundary more perfect. The first 5 books are all main attributes. The 6th book, please choose one at random. Su Lang turned his eyes and chose a rock system exercise method, one of the main derived attributes of the Earth system. System, immediately place these 6 exercises. Ding! The exercise is successfully placed, and it has started to practice automatically. The system prompt came. The 6 martial arts villains in the mysterious black space immediately moved. After completing these exercises, you can continue to comprehend the rules. Su Lang muttered silently, a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. Soon, he moved his body, replaced it with a clone, and came to the holy nest of the Biu clan. Chapter 746. Go to see the Colchicum. As soon as he appeared, Li Shenyang immediately felt something and came to see him. Of course, Bai Yulin and the others also immediately followed, for fear that they were a step slower. In addition to them, there are the main members of the 9 saints in the Colchicum. Because Li Shenyang knew that Su Lang would definitely summon these people, so he simply left them behind. Servants wait to see the Lord. Headed by Li Shenyang, a group of quasi-celestial martial sages knelt on the ground, their heads crushed in black. These are all strong men standing on the upper level of the Kanglan continent pyramid, but they are as humble as a bug. The quasi-celestial warriors of the Colchicum and the 9 great sages tremble, for fear that they will make a little mistake and cause dissatisfaction with the new master. Therefore, not only did they dare not even look at Su Lang, but they did not even dare to breathe. They were all tense as tight as a rubber band. Of course, they could still feel the fluctuations in the cultivation base of the 9-star martial saint on Su Lang. I couldn't help but feel a little strange. The master I'm waiting for, the realm of cultivation, is only 9-star martial saint level. Could it be? What kind of person is the Lord? Is it the direct blood of the ancient immortal tribe, or simply the direct blood of the emperor tribe? Everyone thought in their hearts, and felt more and more that an extremely terrifying force was standing behind Su Lang. When they were frightened in their hearts, there was a contradiction in joy. The power of the Lord is strong, so of course they have a lot of benefits. All get up. Su Lang sat on the head and waved his hand faintly. Immediately after a glance, Su Lang's attribute panel of the strong men was called out, and everyone's information was immediately clear. You made the right choice. Su Lang said to the newly surrendered quasi-martial sages, as long as I do things with my heart, I will ignore the predecessors and reuse your weight. Yes, thank you Lord Longan. The Lord is the master of virtue and virtue. The servants will do their best to do things for the Lord, even if they give their lives, they will not hesitate. Quote. The 13 newly surrendered quasi-immortals took the other martial sages and bowed their heads one after another. Don't talk nonsense. I want to see your actions. Now, young level immortal, you will lead the way. I'm going to see you Chushui clan. Su Lang pointed a finger and hit a glamorous female quasi-fairy. Yes, Lord. Zan Jushan was flattered at once, suppressing his ecstasy, showing a charming smile, instantly showing a variety of amorous feelings. Seeing this scene, the other quasi-immortals were immediately envious. It is a great honor to be ignorant by the Lord, and the future is boundless. But they didn't even know that Su Lang was not interested in the appearance of Zan Lianxian, just because her cultivation base was the highest among the people. This Zan level immortal has almost half-footed into the realm of Wushan, and he is considered a talent. Let's go. Su Lang got up and said lightly. Yes, everyone got up one after another. Li Shenyang and Zan Shaoshan led the way, while the others followed behind. A large group of people surrounded Su Lang, passing through the teleportation array one by one, across the 3 saint race areas, and came to the territory of the Chushui tribe. The territory of the Kolchakam tribe is very large, almost the total area of the 10 holy tribes including the Biu tribe. And the aura here is stronger and more abundant. 4 cities stand, the strong are like clouds, and the overall strength is a realm higher than the saints. But Su Lang is not interested in this. He directly asked Hyoshui Wushan to join him to the headquarters of the Kolchakam tribe. The headquarters of the Kolchakam tribe is a huge lake named Kolchakam. This lake occupies a large area, and the edge is not visible at a glance, just like a sea. But Su Lang's spiritual power was so majestic, it instantly enveloped it. I saw Chushan Lake like a bright moon falling down on the ground, with autumn waves rippling and fairy aura overflowing. The headquarters building is built on the bottom of the lake, and it is white all over, and it is natural at first sight. It has to be said that although the Kolchakam clan is a Shinin clan, after 2 million years of accumulation and precipitation, the foundation is still much deeper than that of the Holy Clan. Chapter 747. Waving and arranging the 5 tribulations immortal array, Su Lang stopped on the edge of Chushan Lake. Everyone behind him also stopped, bowed their heads, and dared not make noise. In the distance, a large number of martial artists of the Kolchakam tribe formed a guard of honor and formed a welcoming team, but they did not dare to move forward, and could only greet them silently with an uneasy mood. Su Lang was not interested in these people either, and directly began to observe the fairy formation. The fairy array of the Kolchakam tribe is the mist that evaporates around the lake. These mists condense the rules of the water system and some derived rules of the water system, and the defense is strong and endless. It also has the ability to counterattack in the dark, which can consume the body and soul of the enemy, erode its intelligence, and is extremely insidious. But this immortal formation was vulnerable to Su Lang's eyes. Even if you don't need the ability to control the formation, you can get rid of it directly. Is this the 3 tribulations immortal array of your immortal clan? Su Lang smiled and shook his head. The flaws are continuous, you can break it with 1 finger. This statement came out. Zan Shaoshan and the others were at a loss and were afraid to speak. Immediately afterwards, they saw Su Lang stretch out a finger, and with a single tap, a group of terrifying force of rules condensed and fell into the formation. It's a Wushan level attack. And it's not just a Wushan. The master seems to have only a 9-star martial sage in the realm of cultivation, but it is incredible to be able to perform a Wushan level attack at will. Look, under the Lord's attack, the fairy array started to collapse in an instant. Our immortal formation has gone through millions of years of perfection, and we think it has no flaws, but it has been found out by the Lord. 1 finger can break through the 3 tribulations immortal array, the master is also superb in the formation of the second generation of attainments. Maybe the Bu clan immortal array was refined by the master. Strong combat power and extraordinary formations. The lord I waited for must be the most talented genius for thousands of years. If there are no accidents, I will be the throne. When everyone was discussing, they saw that the immortal array collapsed under Su Lang's fingers, and finally vanished into ashes. This scene directly saw the guard of honor warriors in the distance dumbfounded. A good fairy formation, which has been standing in Xianxia Lake for millions of years, was broken by a finger of the new master. God, what a powerful lord this is! Some warriors could not help kneeling on the ground, buckling their heads frantically. At this time, Su Lang stretched out his hand, and a large amount of material was taken out from the Cultivation lake and fell into his hands. When Su Lang destroyed the formation, he deliberately did not destroy these formation materials, otherwise it would be too wasteful. Most of these immortal array materials are immortal. It can be said that most of the accumulation of 2 million years of the Cultivation tribe has been used in this fairy formation. Therefore, Su Lang has gained a lot. However, after seeing Su Lang destroying the immortal formation, the Shu Shaoshan and others of the Chushan tribe directly collected the materials and sighed in their hearts. The formation of the immortal clan's 2 million years of accumulation only at night, is that just destroyed? After the Chushui tribe, is there no fairy formation for protection? After all, he was forced to surrender, and he was not treated by the Lord. The Cultivation and others were a little depressed. But at this moment, Su Lang suddenly waved his hand, and an overwhelming array landed from the sky, directly covering the entire Xianxia lake. This formation is gleaming, with faintly inky colors, sometimes turning into illusory mist, sometimes condensing into a silky thin barrier. This immortal formation, called the Phantom Sky Lingbo United Immortal Formation, on the basis of its original defensive power, illusion concealment and concealment capabilities, and counterattack capabilities have reached a very terrifying level. Even if a martial immortal of the 4 tribulations came, he would be trapped in it. If it were the Wushan of the 5 tribulations, it would not be able to break free gradually, but it would not be possible to break the formation at all, unless some powerful external force was used. After seeing the 3 tribulations immortal array of the Chushan clan, Su Lang immediately grasped it, and merged with the former and Kangkong phantasmal immortal array to create this more powerful 5 tribulations immortal array. Chapter 748. Otherwise I will not forgive you. The original 2-3 tribulations immortal array could not become a 5 tribulations immortal array no matter how they were made. But Su Lang's formation skills had reached the supreme level. The 3 tribulations immortal array of the Chushan clan is a combined formation of 5 celestial formations in a large number of quasi-celestial formations. Therefore, after Su Lang perfected the flaws in these formations, he used each immortal formation as the skeleton, using the quasi-immortal formation and the powerful holy formation as flesh and blood, to construct this powerful 5 tribulations immortal formation. This is the fairy formation is a stronger fairy formation. Oh my god, I have seen this kind of heavy aura and vision in ancient books. I'm afraid this immortal formation already possesses the defensive ability of the 5 tribulations martial immortal. The Lord demolished our immortal formation, and then gave us a 5 tribulations immortal formation. From the beginning to the end, the Lord is rewarding us, not beating. The new master I'm waiting for, really don't care about the predecessors. The master, I will kill the stubborn people in the clan and take refuge in the master. This is the most correct choice. The Lord has set up a 5 tribulations immortal array in an instant. On his surface, the cultivation base of the 9-star martial saint is afraid of false appearances, and the Lord is at least an ancient immortal level power. Even if it is powerful, you can't set up an immortal formation in an instant. No, even an emperor level array mage can't do it. What is the identity of the Lord? It's really mysterious. When the Chu Xian clan and others were in ecstasy, they were shocked by Su Lang's formation skills, which caused a flurry of thoughts and brain supplements. This 5 tribulations immortal array can keep your Cultivation tribe safe. Su Lang said lightly, I hope you don't let me down. Thank the Lord for the generous gift. The warriors of the Cultivation clan kowtowed one after another, doing their best to show their loyalty. The other 9 saints were envious, even their eyes were red. 5 tribulations immortal formation, a powerful formation that can only be possessed by the real ancient immortals. The Cultivation tribe has actually received such a great reward. This Cultivation lake is indeed in a good environment. From now on, the martial sages of the 10 saints can freely enter and exit the fairy formations to come and practice. Furthermore, the 9 saints can build residences in it. In times of trouble, this is a shelter for everyone. Su Lang said, Li Shenyang, next you send someone to build a teleportation array, and you must connect most of the cities of all the saints. Servant. Li Shenyang immediately knelt down and took his orders. The quasi-sage martial arts of the 9 saints were excited. This 5 tribulations immortal array is not just for the Colchicum. It is common. Although the fairy formations are here, they are basically common to all races. One more thing. Establish an exchange system in this fairy formation. Su Lang continued, you do this, Bai Yulin, and I will be rewarded after it is done. You will not shame your life. Bai Yulin knelt immediately, the joy on his face could not be concealed. He knew that once the Lord gave a reward, it would at least be a quasi-elixir of perfect quality. Yun-level immortal. Su Lang gave a soft drink. Slave. Zan Xiaopingxian came to Su Lang in surprise, and slowly knelt down, a pair of brackets trembling slightly, causing ripples. Su Lang didn't even look at it. I'm going to refine a fairy artifact recently. You go down to collect materials, down to the king rank, and up to the immortal rank. You need them all. The larger the quantity, the better. But you must remember, don't make all races mourn, otherwise I will not forgive you. 9 saints, and a Colchicum, with a vast area and countless creatures, they will surely be able to scavenge a lot of materials. Although most of them are low-level materials, Su Lang has a synthesis function, which can synthesize high-level materials in a unified manner. 100 god-level materials can be used to synthesize the lowest-level fairy-level material, which is simply beautiful. Chapter 749, You are developed. Yes, Lord, if the servant can't do it, I will apologize with death. Xian Xiaopingxian bowed his head and solemnly accepted the task. It is also necessary to collect a large amount of materials without making a wailing voice. This requires everyone to voluntarily hand over their wealth, which is a huge problem. But Zan Shenxian had no choice. This was the first order and request that Su Lang issued to them, and it was an order issued after the 5 tribulations immortal array was granted. If they can't handle it well, they will end up miserably. Of course, they also know that if it is done well, there will definitely be benefits. At the same time, everyone got a new message from Su Lang, that is, the Lord can make immortal artifacts. Immortal refining skills, another terrifying ability. Everyone couldn't help but admire and convince them more. Come here. At this time, Su Lang ordered another quasi-fairy of the Colchicum tribe. This quasi-immortal is known as Duz, and it is the strongest quasi-immortal except for the level of Zan. Servant knock on the Lord. Zunxian Duz came to Su Lang's side, knelt down cautiously and kowtow, for fear that any wrong move might arouse Su Lang's dissatisfaction. Su Lang said faintly, all the maps and forces around the Chushui area will be sorted out, and the map will be handed to me. Servant obey orders. Duz Zunxian immediately knocked on the leader's order. In fact, there is already a map that Su Lang wanted among the Colchicum tribe, but Zunxian Duz believes that the map is not accurate anymore. In order to perfectly complete the task assigned by Su Lang, Duz Zunxian intends to personally lead people to explore and draw the latest, most complete and accurate map. Ning Yuan quasi-immortal. Su Lang spoke lightly again. Here, Ning Yuan Zunxian immediately stepped forward to kneel, trembling, respectful. You go to gather all the quasi-sages and pinnacle martial gods of the 10 races, such as Chushui, Beizan, and the next time I come again, I hope you won't miss one. Su Lang's indifferent voice fell into Ning Yuan Zunxian's ears, making his heart tense. Please rest assured, the servant must complete the order. Ning Yuan Wushan also knocked on the leader's orders. He secretly said in his heart that all quasi-sages and pinnacle martial arts must be called together. Even those high-ranking warlords must be summoned and cost a price to make them break through to the peak martial god, so as not to suddenly break through to the peak martial after the summoning is completed. Isn't he bad? Simultaneously, the rest of the quasi-immortals and martial sages heard this order from Su Lang, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Especially the people of the Colchicum tribe, their martial immortal has a history of using martial arts. But everyone didn't dare to speculate about Su Lang secretly, so they could only wait for the opportunity to inquire about the members of the Biu tribe. Thinking like this, someone couldn't help but look at Bai Yulin and the others, but they met the eyes of Bai Yulin and other martial sages. That look is like saying you are developed. Quote exclamation mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. The martial sages of Chushui and other tribes were surprised, but their hearts were also relieved. They decided to find Bai Yulin and others to find out the news as soon as possible. Okay, all go away. Su Lang waved his hand, threw a large number of formation keys to Li Shenyang, and immediately disappeared from the spot. And this trick inevitably made Hyuna leveling immortal and the others horrified. The methods used by the Lord when he leaves are completely invisible. What a terrifying move, regardless of what Hyoshui Wushan and others think. Su Lang directly returned to the Sea of Sky. Recently, he has been vigilant against the counterattack of Tuantianlu, so he definitely will not stay outside for a long time. After returning to the Sea of Sky, Su Lang immediately began to improve the formation of the Sky Sea. After some operation, the formation of the Sea of Sky has been updated iteratively and has become the 5 Tribulations Immortal Formation. This layer of immortal formation was built on the body of the Sea of Sky, integrated with this immortal artifact, and almost pushed its defense force to the peak of the 5 Tribulations Martial Immortal. At this level, even the 6 Tribulations Martial Immortal could hold back a long time. After improving the formation of the Sky Sea, Su Lang thought about it and returned to the space-time crack between the Wind Spirit Race and the Blue Star. Chapter 750, Blue Star again. Changes with each passing day. The big city here has now become another larger and more refined main city. As for the original Fengaling clan main city, it was completely reduced to a secondary city. People come and go in the city, and the Fengaling and Terran warriors live in a harmonious atmosphere. In addition, the average strength of these warriors has improved a lot, and they have gained a lot of benefits from the exchange system. Su Lang didn't have the mind to play the world, and with a big wave of his hand, in the horrified eyes of countless people, he replaced the formation with the magic Sky Lingbo United Immortal Formation. With this formation, there is basically no need to worry about the cracks in time and space. After all, no Wushan from the 6 Tribulations would go to this poor country to wander around boringly. The emergence of the new formation method has caused an uproar in the new main city, but this naturally has the warriors below to calm down. Su Lang directly entered Blue Star through the time-space crack. At this time, Su Lang of the 9-star Martial Saint level stepped onto the land of Blue Star, and suddenly felt the power of rules that were extremely prominent. The power of these rules manifests from the void from time to time, and it is easy to feel and comprehend. Su Lang felt a lot of rules that he hadn't understood at the time. Of course, most of these rules were derived from the main rules. Unfortunately, if I want to comprehend these techniques now, I need to comprehend them from scratch just like ordinary martial artists. I cannot use convenient system functions unless I practice the related techniques. Su Lang shook his head regretfully, then smiled again. I don't know what benefits I can get after I get out the inner boundary and put the Blue Star in. By the way, there are also planets such as Mars and Venus. Even the Sun. Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help but feel a glimmer of anticipation in his heart. In the inner boundary of the ordinary Wushan, all the ordinary mountains and rivers on the Kanglan continent were absorbed. The Blue Star and other planets are part of the core of the infinite realm. The level is different. With a slight smile, Su Lang descended on the small island in the sea. At this time, Chu Xiaobei was taking Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian to practice here. She wants to understand the rules, and Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian need to refine the space guide from Wushan. Su Lang spread out his majestic spirit and carefully observed the 3 women, and found that they were still in retreat. However, looking at Rushui and Shenxian's breath and fluctuations, they should soon be able to break through to the level of the ***** of war. After they break through, using the cultivation base empowerment can directly promote their cultivation base to the quasi-sage. By then, the 2 sisters were initially able to protect themselves. Looking at Chu Xiaobei again, her beautiful eyes are closed, her eyelashes are slender, and her body is full of tranquility, like a jade fairy. Sister to become the emperor, come on. Su Lang smiled faintly, then cast his gaze on the tens of thousands of warriors. Since the last time Su Lang took away 200 martial sages, a long time has passed by this time. Therefore, a large number of martial arts have emerged from these tens of thousands. The number of Wu Sheng has reached 2,000 people. In addition, all have broken through to the quasi-sage level, and none of the peak martial gods has been seen. No way, Su Lang's pill is too powerful. It is a quasi-elixir of perfect quality, a holy pill, and it will be infinitely useful after digesting one. All martial sages, come up to see me. With a thought, Su Lang accurately informed every new martial artist with spiritual power, and the rest of the people who were in retreat were not disturbed. The Lord is calling me. I finally lived up to the Master's expectations and broke through the martial sage level. This is the time when the Master is serving. Everything I have is bestowed by the Lord, and I must be a useful person to the Lord. Quote. A martial sage opened his eyes, revealing extremely enthusiastic gazes. Chapter 751, Another 2,000 Martial Arts. Immediately, more than 2,000 new martial arts sages jumped into the air and flew in the direction of Su Lang's existence. In a blink of an eye, a figure appeared in the air, forming a dense black spot. Not long, 2,000 war gods knelt in front of Su Lang. Servant, wait, see the Lord. The martial sages all spoke in unison, with extremely enthusiastic emotions. However, although their voices were loud, they did not spread out. Because Su Lang was around, they did not disturb the rest. Get up all. Su Lang looked down at the crowd and waved his hand faintly. All the martial sages thanked them, and then slowly stood up. Break through wuxia, very good. But you have to know that wuxia is just the beginning. I hope you can continue to work hard in the future, and even become wuxian. And for now, I will give you some rewards to inspire you. Su Lang's expression was indifferent. I will give you a chance now to refine the holy rank weapons for you personally, bring your materials, and come up. Gifted to the sage soldiers, the previous batch of new martial sages received this benefit. These latecomers can naturally also be obtained, otherwise they will be biased. Moreover, refining the saint weapon for everyone does not require Su Lang to produce the materials himself, and can even make a fortune from it. The Lord wants to refine the holy soldiers for me. Heaven, the Lord not only grants us the opportunity to become holy, but even refines weapons for us. Such a good master is definitely the first master of the ages. There is no master higher than Master Su in this world. The noble body of the Lord, but personally refines the holy soldiers for me. Such a great kindness, I can only use my life to return. Quote. The new martial arts sages learned that Su Lang would personally refine the sage soldiers for themselves, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Regarding this, Su Lang just smiled faintly and did not speak. Soon, one of the most prestigious martial sages stepped forward boldly, came to the front, and knelt at the feet of Su Lang. Servant, Biyuhei, see the Lord. This martial saint trembled slightly, his eyes burning, like a pilgrimage. Su Lang smiled kindly. You can tell what kind of weapon you want, and then give me the materials. Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. The servant wants a long thin blade. For the rank, as long as it is a holy artifact. While talking, Biyuhei took out all his belongings. He also didn't know how much material was needed to refine such a holy artifact, so he simply took out all his wealth. Haha, not so much. Su Lang smiled lightly, took a part of the material and directly refined it into a high-level sacred artifact. As a result, this part of the ingested material was not used up. The material reduction ability is simply too easy to use. It is a good function for saving money at home. This is the long-handled thin-bladed sacrificial artifact you want, take it. Su Lang casually threw the refined high-level sacred artifacts to Biyuhei, just like something trivial. Biyuhei received the sacred artifact, thanking him for his many graces, and was extremely enthusiastic. Immediately afterwards, Biyuhei retreated, and the new martial saints from behind stepped forward. Su Lang refining weapons was very fast. He could refine a sacred weapon in an instant, and his time was completely consumed in communicating with the martial sages. After a few breaths, Su Lang was able to refine a sacred artifact. After refining the sacred artifacts of more than 2,000 people, it only took about an hour. The martial sages who had obtained the sacred artifacts were in high spirits, loyal, and almost turned into Su Lang's dead men on the spot. Chapter 752, Worship of all races, just need loyal people. More than 2,000 people, or one of the future masters of superhumanoid weapons. A deep light flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately afterwards, he led these martial sages to leave the blue star and return to the Sea of Sky. There are more than 2,000 martial sages, Yaoqi, Chiri Tianyan, and Biu clan. This return has caused another boiling. In just a few days, there were hundreds of martial sages in each race at once, which is simply shocking. Countless people looked up at Su Lang's figure and worshipped with excitement. Everyone enters the Sea of Sky to guard. Su Lang issued an order and immediately turned and disappeared. More than 2,000 martial sages were ordered to join the Sea of Sky. The Sea of Sky is made up of more than 3,000 parts. At this time, 4/5 of the parts are guarded by wuxia. So many martial sages not only uplifted the defensive ability of the Sky Sea, but also made it tougher. Under the hand of Wushan's 6 tribulations, you can resist even longer. This force filled the 4 clans with self-confidence, and made the Colchicum tribe and the messengers who had newly joined the Saint clans dumbfounded. These messengers were all sent by Bai Yulin and Li Shenyang. Before coming here, I saw Su Lang leading the 2,000 martial sages to return. They had never seen such a spectacular scene. You know, even the Colchicum tribe plus all the martial sages of the 9 tribes, the number has only reached more than 200. More than 2,000, it's unimaginable. And, judging from the fluctuations in these martial sages, they are all newly promoted martial sages. Reminiscent of the order issued by Su Lang to gather all the peak martial gods and quasi-sages of the Colchicum tribe and the 9 great sages, you can guess Su Lang's purpose at once. This is to make those younger generations, like the 2,000 people, promoted to martial saint. The warriors of the tribes were instantly excited. This is a real chance. Therefore, they quickly contacted their clan, so that the clan must not disobey the order, and take the initiative to hand over the quasi-sage and the pinnacle warrior. Not only that, but also in a short period of time to use the treasures of heaven, material and earth, to crazily spawn the pinnacle **** of war, so that they can get the opportunity to be promoted to the martial arts. News came back one by one, and immediately caused an uproar among the senior leaders of all ethnic groups, and the waves were raging. Before I waited, I was worried that the Lord would use these quasi-sages and the pinnacle martial gods to do crooked ways. I waited. It's ridiculous. Yeah, everything is good for the Lord. We can get such a huge opportunity without giving anything, but we don't understand in our hearts, but instead question the Lord. What a damn. Master Su is the world's first master. From now on, the master's command will be my life. Let's pass the order down, shape the Lord with a golden body, worship every day. Quote. The 10 races newly joined by Su Lang completely cast aside their doubts and became loyal fans like the Biu tribe. Immediately afterwards, the major races did their best to cultivate the pinnacle **** of war and quasi-sage. One by one, geniuses beheaded their heads and showed up, and they were promoted one after another, just like a baby waiting to be fed by Su Lang to receive them and bring them to be promoted to martial saint. And all of this is actually in the eyes of Su Lang. His treasure-hunting flying gliders and clones are scattered all over the place, acting as eyes. Naturally, the Colchicum and the 9 saints will not miss them. It seems that this group of new subordinates is not bad and can be cultivated vigorously. Su Lang nodded silently, and then continued to refine the parts of the super-humanoid weapon. In an instant, the night passed. Dawn comes. At the same time, there was Du's Zunxian. Chapter 753, Map of Wushan Du's, Gu. This is a fairy tool, the Lord lives in the fairy palace. Wushan Du's came to the Sea of Sky, looked at the fairy palace standing in the clouds, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Then, he walked carefully to the fairy palace, holding a crystal-clear jade slip in his hand. After receiving Su Lang's order yesterday, he immediately used the power of the entire Colchicum and even the 9 saints to survey and map new maps, power distribution, and recent anecdotes. 10 races, at least hundreds of millions of warriors participated in this mission. Among them are Du's Zunxian and many martial sages, with a vast spiritual coverage and extremely fast footwork. Therefore, Du's Zunxian can survey and map a new map in such a short period of time. Servant, Du's, please see the Lord. When Du's Zunxian came outside the fairy palace, he dared not take a step, fearing offense, so he could only tremblingly ask to see him. Su Lang's figure did not appear, instead a crystal bun appeared. This crystal bun is the spirit of the fairy palace. Xian Gong Qi Ling is very quiet, but it seems to be smarter than Xiao Pao Xiao Hai. At this time, after some time, it has learned a lot of languages, and it has been able to achieve initial communication. Of course, it is far worse than Xiaoyu. The master let you in. Xian Gongqi Ling looked at Dui Zi Zunxian and said softly, "You are not familiar with it, I will take you there." Yes. Zunxian Du's bowed deeply at the crystal bun, and then carefully followed the fairy palace spirit to outside the room where Su Lang was. "The master is inside," the immortal palace tool said. "Wait first." With that said, the spirit of the fairy palace tool disappeared. Zunxian Du stood there, trembling, not daring to move. About a few minutes later, the door opened. Zunxian Du's looked up, and suddenly saw countless treasures. "I saw the Lord sitting in the room, with a huge cauldron in front of him, and pieces of immortal artifacts lying on the ground like debris, exuding horrible waves. This is, fairy. The cauldron is a fairy artifact, and the ground around the Lord is also a fairy artifact." Du's quasi-Xian thunderously thundered, shaking his whole body. He felt that his worldview was about to be subverted. A mortal weapon. It took the Colchicum tribe 2 million years to refine the 2 lowest-level fairy artifacts with evil methods. But on the Lord's side, it was thrown around like debris. Are fairy artifacts so cheap? Du's Zunxian almost doubted whether this world was fake. "What are you doing?" Su Lang's faint words came, "Come in." Yes. Zunxian Du's came back to his senses and entered the room with an unconcealable shock. After entering the room, Zunxian Du's could feel the breath of those fairy artifacts on the ground more and more. It's nothing more than the lowest level fairy artifacts, nothing to look at. "You came to me, you should have completed the task I told you. What about the map?" Su Lang waved his hand and put hundreds of fairy artifact parts on the ground into the storage space. "The map is here." Zunxian Du's bowed humbly, knelt on the ground, and offered a map jade slip with both hands. With a thought, Su Lang picked up the jade slips with mental power and directly began to read them. Suddenly, a vast world appeared in front of Su Lang. This is not a traditional map, but a 3D, sandbox-like miniature world. The mountains and rivers above, Kyoho Lake, and even some special plants and animals are displayed. At a glance, it was like a ***** overlooking a small world. Chapter 754, This is interesting, well done. Su Lang smiled slightly. Zunxian Du's didn't dare to speak, crawling on the ground, even more humble. Su Lang began to check the map. The map is marked with the southeast and northwest, and the distance is in 100 million li. It covers 10 Saint tribe areas including Colchicum and Biu. And not only that, but also the relatively deserted and remote places around La. For example, there are many small forces at the Valkyrie level that survive outside of the holy races, and even weak tribes at the Wuzun level. Some of the more famous places are not left behind. For example, the Sea of Vines and Tortoises at the Far East is a real ocean with a vast area. There are countless islands surrounded by stars and various strange races. At the far south, there is a huge rift valley. Legend has it that it was formed by the battle of the continent in the ancient times. It is still a dead place with almost no living things. At the far north, it is also a deadly area, called the Dead Zone of the Emperor. Next to this map, there is also a corresponding introduction. The Emperor's Death Domain is the outer area of the Emperor's Forbidden Area, very vast. Its area is almost equal to the sum of the Colchicum and the other 10 saints. It is also the Death Zone of the Emperor, which separates the Colchicum from the fairy-level race further north. The Emperor's Death Domain surrounds the Emperor's Forbidden Area, which is gloomy and dark all year round, and there is no sky. Inside are densely packed with various powerful and strange monsters, and even the 2 martial immortals before the Chu Shui tribe cannot go deep. The Emperor's Forbidden Area is the core area where the head of Emperor Wudi of the 9 ranks is buried, which contains the important inheritance of Emperor Wudi, which is very attractive. At the same time, below this introduction, there are also the encounters of Du's Zunxian and others when mapping maps. When surveying and mapping the Emperor's Death Domain, everyone tried their best to go deep, but instead of encountering the expected monster, they encountered a group of powerful warriors. It is suspected that the 2 forces are facing each other, and both sides have quasi-immortals. Du's Zunxian noticed his lack of combat power and immediately retreated. Emperor's Death Domain, Emperor's Forbidden Land, Emperor Wu's head, an important inheritance of Emperor Wu, and where are the warriors confronting? Hey, this is interesting. Su Lang raised his brows, and thought to himself, the Emperor's Death Realm is close to the Colchicum tribe, it's a place next to me, so you can check it out first. As for the Toki East Sea and the Great Southern Rift Valley, there is nothing for the time being, so I will go there later. Thinking of this, Su Lang was about to send a clone to Chushuixian Lake, and then all the way north. Why don't you need to do things like Pathfinder yourself? Of course, you have to hand it over to the clone. Du's Zunxian. After Su Lang dispatched the clone, he looked at Zunxian Du's. Here, Zunxian Du's thought that Su Lang had some dissatisfaction, and was immediately extremely frightened. I think the time for you to reach the quasi-Shang realm is not short, right? Su Lang said lightly. The servant has been suffering for 300,000 years since he broke through the quasi-immortal. Zunxian Du's replied, with a slight bitterness in his heart, in terms of rules, I have almost understood the main rules and reached the breakthrough standard, but I lack a lot of mental power. Basically, it was the shackles in the spirit, which made him stuck at the quasi-centennial level for hundreds of thousands of years. It's just that the mental power is somewhat weak, so that's it. Su Lang smiled faintly, and threw a bottle of pill. There is the immortal soul pill, the spirit of the three tribulations, I have bestowed it on you. What? When Zunxian Du's couldn't believe it, he hurriedly caught the pill bottle, almost thinking that he had heard it wrong. Chapter 755. To the death zone of the Emperor. The elixir of three tribulations is still spiritual. This kind of pill, even their previous martial arts, have not eaten it. Don't make a fuss. Su Lang's expression was indifferent. By the way, this regular fairy crystal is also given to you, it should be very suitable for you. After speaking, he gave a regular fairy crystal to Du's Zunxian. Rule fairy crystal. Du's Zunxian caught the rule Shanjing with a dull face, and didn't know what to say. Rule's fairy crystal. It must be when Wushan is facing sitting, he condenses by himself, and his power is extremely low. Even dozens of martial immortals may not be able to condense a regular immortal crystal. What a rare baby this is. I just surrendered, the Lord actually rewarded me with a regular fairy crystal. Zunxian Du's was moved. This was the most precious treasure he had obtained in his nearly million-year life. Isn't it? The rule fairy crystal basically represents the road to becoming a fairy. As long as you are willing to spend energy to refine and understand, there is a high probability that you can become a fairy. And Du's Zunxian could feel that this regular immortal crystal in his hand is very suitable for him, almost tailored for him. This is even more valuable. Its value is simply incalculable. Master. Zunxian Du's voice trembled, not knowing how to thank Su Lang for his generous gift. Get out. Su Lang waved his hand faintly. I hope that when I see you next time, you can break through to the level of martial immortal. Yes, Lord. Du's Zunxian's voice was sonorous and powerful. He understood that in front of the immortal soul pill and rule immortal crystal, any words of gratitude were pale. Only action can prove your loyalty and determination. Immediately, Du's Zunxian left the fairy palace with the pill and rule immortal crystal. He didn't know that the rule immortal crystal in his hand was actually Dingbo Wushan. Because the main cultivation technique and the immortal level cultivation technique and various holy level cultivation techniques are almost the same, the rule immortal crystal is very suitable for Du's Zunxian. However, even if Su Lang told Zunxian Du's the truth, he probably wouldn't believe it. Because the conditions for the appearance of the rule fairy crystal are too harsh, and Dingbo Wushan was killed, how can it leave the rule fairy crystal? And Su Lang gave him this regular immortal crystal, and it was regarded as a certain kind of thing returned to the original owner, and the real reward was the bottle of immortal soul pill. It feels really good to have another loyal brother. There was a smile at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he felt the worship and fanaticism from the souls in the sea of knowledge all the time. It was really refreshing. Soon, Su Lang continued to refine parts of super-humanoid weapons. Cultivation and construction are in full swing in various places. On the Blue Star, there are still nearly 10,000 warriors trying to break through the martial arts. Chu Xiaobei and Ru Shui Shenxian are also working hard to cultivate. Bai Yulin led a large number of people to build an exchange system in Chushan Lake. Zan Xiaopingxian summoned the quasi-sage and the pinnacle warrior from all around, and did his best to complete Su Lang's order. In addition, the Kulchikum tribe and other tribes have made great efforts in civil engineering and built teleportation formations everywhere, closely linking the huge territories. In such an orderly development, Su Lang's clone flew all the way, caught the teleportation array, and finally reached the periphery of the Emperor's forbidden land, the Emperor's death realm. Perception sharing. Su Lang used the system function to receive the perception of the clone. With one mind and two purposes, he refines the parts of the super-humanoid weapon while making the clone expand its mental power and explore the surrounding environment. Chapter 756, Emperor level is equal to the creation god. As the outer area of the Emperor's forbidden area, the Emperor's death domain is really too huge. Even with the terrifying mental power of Su Lang's avatar Shiri level, enough to cover a radius of billions of miles, only the tip of the iceberg can be detected. In the dead zone of the Emperor, there are no plants, the ground is dark and dry, and it turns into gravel with a light step. The sky is dark, the sun and the moon are not light, but there is no dark cloud covering it, which seems to be some kind of regular phenomenon. Su Lang saw some strange creatures. These creatures resemble human figures, with rough and thick skin, red eyes, and a height of 10 meters, just like little giants. They are jumping and running, fighting, and multiplying on the earth, but they have no wisdom, only instinct. These creatures are generally very powerful, and the number is not small. Their average level has reached the 3-star martial arts level. There are also many monsters of the Great Sage level, and a few quasi-Shang level creatures sometimes exude aura, which are noticed by Su Lang's clone. The fairy level monster Su Lang hasn't found it yet, but since Dingbo Wushan and Wanyu Wushan can't go deep, there should be monsters who want to come to the fairy level. These creatures are weird. Su Lang frowned slightly. It always feels like man-made. With a hint of doubt, Su Lang controlled this clone and grabbed a monster of the Great Sage level. With Su Lang's combat power at this time, using only the basic ability of Spirit Imperial Item, can make a Great Sage unable to resist. Dragging this Great Sage level humanoid monster closer, Su Lang carefully observed it. Ho ho ho! The humanoid monster roared with fine fangs in its mouth. This tooth is a good refining material. Su Lang smiled dumbly, continued to observe, and then found a lot of disharmony. This humanoid monster seems to be pieced together by many kinds of creatures. This is a creative creature in a sense. Wu Xian has an inner world. When he is promoted to Emperor Wu, he will be ascended into the universe of life, which can breed life in the inner world and form a world. To some extent, to achieve the Emperor rank is to achieve the creation god. These creatures are very powerful and they are created creatures. I'm afraid they are the creatures created by Emperor Wudi of rank 9. But why do I always feel that these creatures are so crude? They are not refined at all. If it were me, I would definitely start the creation of creatures from the genetic level, instead of using secret techniques to cast the limbs of various creatures together. This approach is too fishy. However, Kanglan continent is a pure martial arts civilization, without the concept of genes, and spiritual power cannot observe the existence of molecular levels such as genes. It is understandable when such a situation occurs. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately squeezed the Great Sage level monster in his hand. The poor Emperor Wudi had never expected that after more than 10 million years of death, he would be despised by others. After squeezing the monster, Su Lang shook his hand in disgust and continued to move deeper. Before long, Su Lang flew billions of miles. A group of warriors appeared within the range covered by the spiritual power. To be precise, it should be 2 groups. Because they are divided into 2 sides, they are very clear, and each is on guard. The cultivation base of these people is not low. There are 5 quasi-immortals on each side, besides there are 15 great saint-level warriors. Moreover, everyone is flying, not fast, and seems to be observing and monitoring something during the action. At the same time, the 2 parties seem to be cooperating, constantly detecting their surroundings to prevent anyone from prying eyes. These guys should be the ones mentioned by Du Zunxian. I don't know what they are doing. Su Lang pondered silently, and suddenly his expression moved, and he discovered that when the monsters encountered these warriors, they turned a blind eye. Interesting. Su Lang's thoughts turned, his body gradually became transparent, and finally his breath disappeared completely. Chapter 757, The Game of Quasi-Emperor. Just when Su Lang detected the strange relationship between the 2 teams through the perception of the clone. In the middle of the Kanglan continent, Li Tianlu was still fighting for the key with the immortal clan of Emperor Zun. I saw a bizarre jade with brilliant red light hovering above the sky, and 2 huge illusory arms each held a corner, struggling to compete. 2 illusory giant arms, one black and white, exuded a terrifying fairy-level atmosphere, and even a hint of suppressing the world. These 2 illusory giant arms are the terrifying supernatural powers displayed by the poster of the Lanshan Tower, Emperor Lanshan Zun and the patriarch of the immortal clan Wu Wei Zun. At this time, the 2 powerful quasi-emperors did not fight, but sat on opposite sides of a table, drinking tea and chatting with a smile. Everything looks like an old friend recounting the past. But under them, there are a large number of Wushan, Zunxian and Wusheng fighting frantically. The power of the rules is falling, manifesting all kinds of anomalies. From time to time there is the fall of Wusheng, and the blood spills into the sky. The quasi-immortal roared bitterly, like a madman, and kept fighting. The Wushans found their opponents accurately and kept blasting, and from time to time people were seriously injured. This is an extremely **** battle. The Great Sage level is the lowest threshold for participation. You must know that the Great Sage rank is already the superior combat power of Kanglan continent, but there are countless casualties here, and it is extremely cheap. Suddenly, Emperor Leontian said, "What xianxia, if this continues, both of us will suffer heavy losses." Haha, when they can't tell the victory or defeat, it's the time when the two of us really do it. What xianxia smiled faintly, at that time, you and I will not be able to care about those who secretly covet. At that time, you and I are afraid that there will be a high probability that the snipe and the clam will fight for the fisherman's profit and kill the sky. Are you really going to let that situation happen? Otherwise, what can I do? But I believe that my subordinates will not fail. The Lord Slaughter Sky was indifferent, each of them was killed out of the sea of blood in the corpse mountain, but you are not the one who has the honor and the superiority of the immortal clan. Are you a patronizing and superior person, don't you know? At present, it seems that you and I are equally matched, but in fact, you are already weak. Wuxia smiled, if you have tried your best now, it's better to give me the key. If you give me the key, I won't let you suffer. A 9 Tribulations immortal artifact is infinitely close to the quasi-emperor soldier, how? The 9 Tribulations immortal weapon that is close to the quasi-emperor soldier is indeed tempting. Unfortunately, how can an immortal tool be compared with the inheritance of Emperor Wudi of rank 9? That is an opportunity for Emperor Chang. What xianxia, you want me to withdraw from the competition, it's completely idiotic. Besides, I haven't done my best yet in Slaughter Tower. There was a slight sneer on the face of Zhundi, and his sharp eyes kept looking at What xianxia. But in his heart, he was very anxious. Because he knew that his Slaughter Tower would no longer have helpers. On the scabbard of Slaughter the Sky, the souls belonging to Duanqing Wushan and others have disappeared, which means that they are dead. The 5 martial arts who stayed behind at the headquarters, and even the souls of more than 200 great saints and quasi-Xian level martial artists, all disappeared. At this time, at the headquarters of Tuantian Tower, as long as a few weak warriors like ants, how can they talk about support? Damn it, who on earth dared to kill the martial immortal who killed me? When things are done here, I will find you out, so that you will suffer all the torture. Life is better than death, until the end of your life. For the murderer who killed Duanqing Wushan and others, Tuan Tianlu was deeply hated. Although the 5 martial arts are not strong, they are only junior martial arts, but in the current battle, they are indeed extremely important bargaining chips. They were the last few logs that overwhelmed the elephant, but they died at this time. The result of this is that the balance of victory is gradually tilting towards the Wuxia clan. The camp of Tuantianlu is about to lose. At that time, he can only take action personally to fight for the chance of becoming emperor. This requires a great risk, and may even fall. The difficult situation made the Emperor Zudian almost want to go crazy. Of course, Zhundi would not show a trace of clues. On the surface, it still looks like a Jirju in his hand, confident. At the same time, the Emperor's death domain. Su Lang temporarily stopped refining the weapon, using the perfect possession to control the clone to hide, and gradually approached the 2 strange pairs of people. Chapter 758. It's really from Tushinlu. Su Lang's concealment methods are good, and his true combat power has reached the level of Wushan. Therefore, even if the 2 groups of quasi-immortals kept observing the surroundings, they couldn't find the existence of Su Lang at all. Look at their property panel. Su Lang hid in the dark, just followed behind everyone, and then called up all his attribute panels. Suddenly, everyone's information is clear. Okay, there are people from the 1,000 pupils. Moreover, the techniques he cultivated are very similar to the dead Kai Liao. Besides, there are several other races of Zunxian and Wusheng who are exactly the same as Qian Zaiho and others. They will not be the people of Tushinlu. While thinking about it, Su Lang looked at the other group of people, only to find that all of them were Wu Wei. I'm afraid they are really from Slaughter Tower. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he smiled in his heart, I didn't expect that by such a coincidence, I would meet my old friend on a trip. I don't know what they are doing here, no one goes to my sea of sky to trouble me. I am such a hospitable person who has been waiting for you, but you have made me wait for the flowers to thank you. Fortunately, people who found you today, let me see what you are doing. Thinking in his heart, Su Lang moved closer and closer to the two teams. The distance gets closer. Su Lang suddenly felt that the void surrounded by the two pairs of people seemed to fluctuate in formation. An extremely hidden formation, even I am about to hide it. These guys just keep moving with this formation. No wonder, even I can't find it easily. If they dare to leave for a while, they will definitely not find the formation. Su Lang murmured in his heart, and was about to control the formation immediately. But at this moment, there was a sudden roar in the distance. This roar is very terrifying, the sound seems to penetrate the world. It turned out to be the sound of a fairy-level giant. Moreover, his roar turned out to be in the direction of Su Lang. Okay, is this, discovered me? Su Lang was slightly surprised. It seems that the creature created by Emperor Wu is still a little capable. Simultaneously, the inexhaustible family flying ahead, a giant of the Wuxian level. A man, the giant. Why do people yell at us? Could it be that it found something we couldn't find? Is someone spying on us in secret? No way, people with ghosts secretly spying on such things, it might happen a few years ago. However, after we joined forces to suppress the Emperor Zudian Juntian and Zhenwu Wuk, and annihilated them, no one dared to watch. But that Wuxian level giant. Stop it, maybe it just happened to yell at this side. Just in case, let's explore the surroundings. Quote. It turns out that the creature created by Emperor Wu is called giant human. Su Lang watched this group of people talk, and saw them take out a disc. Guantianjian. Su Lang looked at the disc, the weapon recognition function was working, and he recognized it immediately. The so-called Guantianjian is a kind of strange exploration-type treasure, a big treasure at the level of immortality. Once this thing is activated, the observation ability is more terrifying than mental power, but it consumes a lot of money and cannot be opened frequently. Oh, you really are from Tushinlu. Tisk tusk, I will be discovered now. Su Lang smiled blankly, but didn't make any movements. Because he is not afraid at all, these people are just quasi-sages, one punch, afraid of wool. At this time, the people from Tushinlu and Wuk clan worked together to urge Guantianjian. I saw a layer of invisible and colorless waves emanating from the Guantianjian, instantly sweeping across billions of miles. Its observation range is actually equal to the spiritual power of the sunshine level. Su Lang was also difficult to hide in this ripple, and was directly discovered. Chapter 759. You all have to die today, someone. Someone is actually following us. Who is so bold that he dares to covet the entrance of the Emperor's forbidden land? Quote. People from the Tuantianlu and Wuk clan looked at Su Lang one after another, looking frightened. When they saw Su Lang clearly, the anger on their faces suddenly turned into disdain. This person turned out to be just a 9-star saint. I originally thought it was a Wuxian, but I didn't expect that it was just the great sage of the 9 stars. Perhaps it was a weird method used to prevent our spiritual power from discovering him. The mere 9-star great sage, dare to come and spy on us, it's just looking for death. Quote. The quasi-immortals and the great sages looked at Su Lang contemptuously, as if looking at an ant. The entrance to the Emperor's forbidden land. It turns out that this is what you have been guarding. If Su Lang didn't see the contempt of everyone, he would be interested in the entrance to the forbidden area. Smuggler, who are you? A quasi-immortal in the Tuantian tower shouted angrily. Immediately kneel and beg for mercy and tell the forces behind you, otherwise I will kill you now. Yes, knelt down and kowtow. Otherwise I will let you ******* great stick. A quasi-immortal of the Wuk clan took out a sacred artifact that looked like a stick and said arrogantly. Tisk tut, I haven't let you kneel, but did you let me kneel? Su Lang smiled disdainfully, and immediately his eyes condensed, and a fairy-level aura shrouded fiercely. In an instant, all the quasi-sage martial arts felt like the sky was falling, the whole person was overwhelmed with breath, and the spine gradually bends down. Thump thump, all the quasi-Shanwu sages were directly pressed on the ground, unable to climb like mud. The gap between Wu Sheng and Wu Xian is too big. Just the power emanating from Su Lang, those quasi-immortals and martial sages couldn't bear it. He turned out to be a Wuxian. Damn, who are you and what forces are you sent here? Don't you know that the end of the shot against us is that the Slaughter Tower and the Wook Immortal clan will act together to destroy the family and the clan? Do you know the Slaughter Tower? Do you know the Wu Wei Xian clan? We are all members of the Zun Emperor organization. If you are acquainted, you will immediately let us go. Let us go immediately, and apologize. The entrance of the Emperor's forbidden land is flying far away. Let us go quickly, otherwise even if you don't kill us and lose the entrance, you will be tortured to death by the people above us. Don't think that you are a martial immortal, you can stand high, you are nothing in front of Emperor Zun. Quote. Everyone yelled violently, and their hearts were panic and worry. Tisk Tut, Lutianlu, I naturally know. Diqing, Hidden Kill, Feishu, Tengtian, and Qian Zaiho are all dead in my hands. You people who slaughtered the sky building have not shared the sky with me, and the hatred is as deep as the sea. I am still afraid of offending you. Really ridiculous. Su Lang smiled faintly, if I meet you today, then you will definitely die. What? He actually said that he killed Duanqing and other Wushan adults. What's the joke? Although you are a martial immortal, but the aura on your body is far worse than that of an adult, how can you kill him? Quick mouth for a while. You will pay a terrible price for this. Quote. The quasi-celestial and martial sages of Tuantianlu had stormy waves in their hearts. Although they kept retorting and threatening verbally, the fear in their hearts almost reached the extreme. It turns out to be the enemy of Tushinlu. Senior, we are members of the immortal clan Wu Wei. We and the Slaughter Tower are hostile forces. Don't kill us. Yes, you want to kill the people who kill the Tianlu. Please don't kill us, and don't worry about the entrance of the Emperor's forbidden land, we will not trouble you. Quote. The warriors of Wu Wei Shanzu spoke one after another, with a hint of warning in their pleading, leading Su Lang to sneer again and again. Sorry, for this Emperor forbidden land, I am bound to win. So, you all have to die today, ha 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 ha. Su Lang laughed, raised a hand, murderous. But at this moment, chapter 760, who is it, so bold? Roar. A crazy roar came, and it was approaching quickly. Is it the Wushan level giant that roared before? It seemed to feel the murderous aura on Su Lang, think it was provoked, so it was furious. I still plan to kill these little things, and then kill you. I didn't expect you to come through the door so impatiently. Su Lang raised his brows, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a slight smile. For this Wushan-level giant, Su Lang originally planned to kill, because after killing, the soul of Wushan will be available. And there are fairy-level materials. Because when I killed that great saint-level giant before, he obtained the soul of martial sage and some materials. Just when Su Lang whispered, that Wushan-level giant has already rushed to the front. The opportunity is here. When they fight, we will withdraw first. Maybe that young Wushan is not a giant's opponent, he will be killed. It depends on the situation. Anyway, we have the amulet left by Emperor Wudi of rank 9 for future generations. That giant will not attack us. Quote. All the quasi-immortal martial sages secretly communicated, staying in place one by one to observe, and are ready to retreat at any time. But the scene that shocked their eyes appeared. I saw a long sword with a black pattern on a white background appeared in the young Wushan's hand, and with a light wave, he directly divided the Wushan-level giant into two. Roar. The Wushan-level giant roared before death, and then died completely. Spike. Kill the Wushan level with one sword. The warriors of Tuantianlu and Wook clan are completely sluggish. They originally wanted to see that young warrior be killed by that giant, but they never expected that a giant of martial arts level would be killed like this. So horrible. What realm is that young Wushan? What kind of weapon is the long sword in his hand? Everyone was sluggish in thinking, and immediately the whole mind was filled with fear and despair. Escape. Without even thinking about it, this word appeared in everyone's mind. But, under Su Lang's hands, where can they escape? Cut. Su Lang waved his hand lightly and cut without fancy. A sword light containing the power of terrifying rules fell on everyone and cut them off. In an instant, these 30-odd saints and quasi-Xian level warriors completely died. Ding. You get the soul of high-level martial sage 1, the guide of space 1, the intermediate sage soldier cuts the river and the mountains 1, the top-grade spiritual jade 925,633, the high-grade spiritual jade 5,363,682, the middle grade spiritual jade 4,863,684, the low grade spiritual jade asterisk 16,895,686, the materials for the holy refining. Ding. You get, after a sword, tens of millions of superb spirit jade were accounted for, besides a large number of high-level martial sage souls. A lot of gains. Su Lang smiled. My super-humanoid weapon can add 36 celestial parts. At the same moment, in that terrifying battlefield of the Quasi-Emperor organization, the faces of the confronting Quasi-Emperor and wuxia suddenly changed greatly. The person guarding the entrance of the Emperor's forbidden land was killed. The two Quasi-District Emperors even said in unison, "Who is it? So bold, isn't there not enough lessons for them?" Xianxia was furious, and the terrifying Quasi-Emperor's might was unintentionally distributed, and the people fighting underneath suddenly became sluggish. Armistice. Emperor Zudian sipped in a low voice, then waved his big hand, tearing a terrifying space crack. At the same time, he was a little happy in his heart. Because of this sudden change, it relieved him. If it keeps on dragging on, his men will be defeated, and the worst situation will be shown to her. But at this time, if someone makes trouble, Wukongzi will unite with him to fight against foreign enemies. Say it too late. The space cracks ripped apart. Xiao Lanshan and Li Feilu held the Emperor's forbidden land key together and disappeared directly into the space crack. The Wushan and Wusheng who were fighting below reacted, and then quickly flew into the space channel, following the two Quasi-Emperors. How fast the Quasi-Emperor class moves. Su Lang had just finished sorting out the spoils. Suddenly, if he felt something, he looked up and saw that the space crack had already formed. Chapter 761. Yes, I killed it. Oh, someone came so soon. It should be these Quasi-Shanwu saints who have been marked with spatial coordinates. Look at the aura in the cracks in the space. The person here is extraordinary and powerful, you have to take it seriously. While thinking, Su Lang silently used the clone replacement. The deity descended. At this time, two figures walked out of the space crack at the same time. A person was covered in black robe, his eyes were blood red, his long hair was cape, and there was a crack-like pattern on the center of his eyebrows, and his blood seemed to condense into some strange rules. The other person is handsome, full of immortality, but with a trace of deep indifference, with a perfect circle of energy suspended behind him. They were separated by dozens of feet, and there was a fiery red jade floating in the middle. At any moment, the two Quasi-Emperors are fighting for the key. And the moment the two appeared, Su Lang suddenly shrank his pupils and expanded his attribute panel. The first is the blood-eyed man in the black robe. Name: Xiao Lushan race. Emperor burning qualification level. Unparalleled realm level. Zhundi attack level. Zhundi plus defensive level. Zhundi plus Shenfa level. Zhundi plus endurance level. Zhundi plus spirit level. Realm of Sunshine master the exercises. Fenshin Ju. Fenshin Emperor Jing Emperor level. Introduction Burning Soul Ji Yu Deng Ju Xian level. Consummation Fen Tian Ju Xian level. Consummation, this person turns out to be an unparalleled qualification. Furthermore, the race is named Emperor Fen, and it also masters the Emperor level technique. Su Lang was stunned in his heart, looking noisy, it looks so scary. Look at the other person, named Li Feilu, Wu Wei clan, who is also a Quasi-Emperor realm and a Quasi-Emperor plus ranked combat power in all aspects. As for the exercise method that Li Feilu mastered, the main exercise method is called Wukong Jing, and there is no Emperor level exercise method, but a full 6 perfect level immortal level exercise methods. Tisk Tusk, Zhundi, Big Brother. It seems that these two are the landlords of Tuantian Tower and the helm of Wuk clan. What is that thing among them? It seems to be the formation key. Su Lang thought in his heart, with a calm appearance on the surface. At the same time, the two Quasi-Emperors were also looking at Su Lang. 9-star martial saint. Xiao Lushan's eyes flickered, but the aura on his body has reached the immortal level, and my talent and fighting talent are even stronger than I was back then. Li Feilu said, there is an aura of a fairy-level giant around him. He has been killed. It should be this young man who killed him. This person is really good. At this time, among the space cracks in the sky, a statue of Zun Zunxian and Wu Sheng appeared, and they came to Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu respectively. The number is increasing, and in the end there are dozens of martial immortals, thousands of quasi-immortals and great saints. Among them, the 6 Tribulations martial immortal and Zhu Xian who had estimated Su Lang was also among them. However, although she had counted Su Lang by special means, she had never seen Su Lang's appearance, so she didn't know Su Lang. This person killed the person who guarded the entrance to the Emperor's head. He is looking for death, and soon, he will be tortured and killed by Lord Slaughter. Quote. These quasi-immortals and martial sages looked at Su Lang coldly, as if they were looking at a dead person. Everyone's reactions and thoughts were just a moment after they met. At this time, it was only a breath or two from the two sides meeting. You killed my subordinate Zunxian and Wusheng. Xiao Lushan spoke, his voice indifferent, but he was rarely murderous. This shocked those quasi-immortals and martial sages. That young man is so offended. Master Tushan has no intention of killing. What exactly is going on? When everyone was discussing, Su Lang smiled faintly. Yes, I killed it. As soon as these words were made, Zunxian and Wusheng couldn't help looking at each other, and finally turned their eyes to the two Zun emperors Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu, wanting to see how they would react. However, everyone felt that the two quasi-emperors should be angry. Because the young man was so defiant, killing so many quasi-immortals and martial sages, he still looked indifferent. Those who kill me will have to pay a price. If it were an ordinary person, I would just pinch to death. Xiao Lushan said, but you are very good, are you willing to join me and accept my cultivation? As soon as Xiao Lushan's words fell, dozens of martial immortals and the quasi-immortal great sages behind him were stunned. Chapter 762. Would you like to be my disciple? At this moment, everyone felt that their ears were broken and hallucinations appeared. Am I wrong? This young martial saint killed our man, and Lord Zhundi still wants to recruit him. No, not just to solicit, but to cultivate him, just like collecting disciples. My God, Lord Zhundi has never accepted a disciple before, and now he has moved to accept disciples. This child's combat power is indeed strong, and only with the 9-star Great Sage level, it has reached the fairy level combat power. However, this son still killed our Zunxian and Wusheng after all, and there are still so many people. The Lord Zhundi is broad-minded, he has taken a fancy to this person's potential, and he is lucky to accept him. Yeah. Quote. A group of martial arts and quasi-immortal great sages in Tuantian Tower secretly communicated, showing incredible colors one after another. The martial immortals of the wuxian clan are also unbelievable, never expecting that Emperor Tuantian Zhundi was not angry, but ignorant of that person. At the same time, everyone thought that Su Lang would agree to the Emperor's slaughter in the next moment. After all, Su Lang had killed so many people and had already offended two huge quasi-emperor organizations. Without protection, he would definitely die. At this time, if the Emperor Tushan wanted to accept him, he would be able to protect him and get him out of danger, then join the organization of the Emperor, get trained, and soar. But at this moment, Li Fei stepped upstairs. Zhundi Wuweizi has action. Do you want to prevent Emperor Zudian from accepting that person? It's very possible. After all, that person not only killed the people of Tushanlu, but also killed a lot of quasi-immortal powers of our Wu Wei Xian clan. Yeah, he killed so many people from our wuxian clan, how could Wuxia Zhundi let him go so easily? Not bad, not to mention that our Wu Wei immortal clan had already beaten you to death with Slaughter Tower. Lord Wu Wei Zhundi won't let it go. At this time, one person wants to protect and the other person wants to kill. The fate of that young great sage is really confusing. Look at it, watch it, there will be results soon. Quote. In the field, there was silence on the surface, but in the dark, everyone was talking and noisy. Everyone thought that the two quasi-emperors were about to fight around the young sage in addition to the emperor's forbidden key. But something unexpected happened to everyone. Young people. Zhundi Li Feilu smiled. I am the patriarch of the wuxian clan, my name is Wuxia, and I am only a little short of the realm of Emperor Wu. Would you like to be my disciple? The voice did not fall. Dozens of martial immortals and more than 2,000 quasi-immortal great sages, complexion changed drastically, demented. What the hell? Wuxia Zhundi, unexpectedly, also accept that young Wusheng is a disciple. Moreover, it is straightforward to choose to be a disciple. Once you agree, it will immediately become a master-disciple relationship. There is a quasi-emperor who is a teacher, doesn't he instantly become a distinguished figure that few people on the Kanglan continent dare to provoke? Oh my god, this person is so lucky to be confidant of two quasi-emperors. I thought that the two quasi-emperors would have another dispute because of the disagreement between the two quasi-emperors, but I didn't expect that the dispute would still exist, but it was to compete for this person as a disciple. This guy, how many years of cultivation is the blessing? Quote. Hundreds of powerful people looked at each other, dumbfounded, and their faces were full of incredible colors. At the same time, a strong envy and jealousy rose from the hearts of everyone. They can't wait to immediately take the position of the young martial sage and become the object of the two quasi-emperors. But they also know that this is impossible. The young martial saint is indeed very talented, and the fighting talent is even against the sky, which is absolutely incomparable at the level of the great saint. Even among the martial arts, there are many people who are not as powerful as the young man. Speaking of which, it is really speechless. After living for so long, he has become an immortal, but he can't compare to a young great sage. Chapter 763, The Alluring Conditions of the Quasi-Emperor. The reaction of everyone was just an instant. At this time, Li Feilu's voice had just landed. Su Lang was also a little stunned. The two quasi-emperors in front of him didn't come to trouble him, and they even accepted himself as disciples. Tisk tut, it seems that I am really the kind of super genius who is unparalleled in the world, even the Emperor Zun would be tempted. It's a pity, I don't want to be a disciple for anyone. I just pressed a master on my head. Su Lang disdain, he has a system in his body, and it is inevitable to achieve Emperor Wu, why should he worship Emperor Zun as his teacher? Thinking of this, Su Lang wanted to refuse. But at this time, Emperor Liantian Zhundi spoke. Li Feilu, Emperor Zudian smiled, everything must be first come last come. For this child, I'm the first invitation. You have to accept this person as a disciple, unless he rejects me first, otherwise you have no chance. When the words were spoken, everyone felt a trace of determination and a strong will to fight. Zudian Zhundi, who paid so much attention to that young man? Everyone felt horrified. When the quasi-emperor Xiaotushan finished speaking, regardless of Li Feilu, he turned to look at Su Lang, and he wanted to continue to say something, perhaps it was Chengruo, or it was a threat. But the words didn't speak. Li Feilu spoke again. This kind of thing depends only on the wishes of the person involved, and what is the first thing to do? You and I like this person, and you should let him choose between us, instead of being threatened and intimidated by you and forced to yield. These two guys are really fighting. Tisk tusk, this is a good drama. Su Lang smiled secretly in his heart and decided not to refuse them for the time being. As his thoughts flowed, Emperor Zudian glanced at Li Feilu and spoke lightly. Humph, you said I would threaten to intimidate him. I dignified Xiaotushan, would you do such a thing? After Zudian Zhundi finished speaking, he paused, and then said to Su Lang, originally, I planned to make you become a confidant like me. But now I have changed my mind, I also want to accept you as a disciple, close the door to pass on to the disciple. As long as you agree, I can now teach you 2 immortal level exercises, and give you a lot of immortal jade and an immortal artifact. These are all meeting gifts, and there will be more benefits in the future. As soon as these words came out, the Wushan and the quasi-immortal great sages behind them all stared. The Emperor Zun wanted to accept his disciples. Just a word was enough. At this time, he even promised to send 2 immortal level techniques, as well as immortal jade and immortal artifacts. Goo, a Wushan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Immortal level exercises are extremely cherished, and the immortal level exercises from the quasi-emperor are the top one among all the immortal level exercises. Immortal jade is also extremely cherished, a treasure with a wide range of uses. With the handwriting of Emperor Zun, the amount of immortal jade given is absolutely staggering. In addition, there are fairy artifacts, which are also extremely attractive conditions. You know, even if the quasi-imperial forces on both sides add up to dozens of martial arts, only 1/3 of them have immortals. And the above 3 are just a meeting ceremony, there will be more benefits in the future. The conditions given by Emperor Li Tianzun were really tempting. If it were any of them, I'm afraid it would immediately kneel and kowtow, gratitude. Everyone looked at Su Lang, their eyes burning, wanting to see his choice. However, Su Lang glanced at everyone, twitched the corner of his mouth, and looked at Li Feilu. God, this person is so unmoved. No, he wanted to see what bargaining chip Li Feilu gave, he was too courageous, and he really dared to choose from the 2 quasi-emperors. This boy is courageous and terrifying, for this alone, I can't compare to him. Yes, It's no wonder that the two quasi-emperors would like him. Quote. Those dozens of martial immortals and more than 2,000 quasi-immortal great sages, the color of shock on their faces became stronger, and the stormy waves in their hearts became stronger. This one is really good. Not only is the fighting talent against the sky, but the courage is amazing. The Emperor Zudian looked at Su Lang, nodded silently in his heart, and then turned his head to look at Li Feilu. Ha ha ha. Li Feilu looked at Su Lang with a smile. I really like you more. Chapter 764, Speak Your Choice. Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he secretly said, everyone is a man, don't like me. Li Feilu didn't know what Su Lang was thinking, and said, Xiao Lushan gave you very good conditions, but I gave you even better conditions. After a pause, Li Feilu continued, as long as you promise to be my disciple, I will give you all those promised by Xiao Lushan. Moreover, if it is not for fear that you will be too greedy and not chew, I can give you 4 immortal level exercises at once. In addition, my wuxian clan has always been a blood descent named Hongshou. This woman is of unparalleled aptitude, and is a yin and yang immortal body. She has a superb effect in Xuanshou, and has never had a Taoist companion. I will betroth her to you, let you go hand in hand in the martial arts and fight for the road to emperor. Everyone was shocked when Li Feilu's words came out. Obviously, Li Feilu's conditions are even more attractive. Not only does it have more immortal level techniques, it also directly matches a martial level Taoist companion, and it is also a Taoist companion of special physique. Amidst the shock, everyone couldn't help but look at a martial asterisk among the crowd. This Wushan has a slender figure and a beautiful face. It is the red-sleeved Wushan. At this time, Hongshu Wushan's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze at Su Lang flickered slightly, and there was no resistance, and there was a hint of goodwill. Yes, there is a hint of favor. After all, Su Lang was the one who received the contest between two quasi-emperors. Moreover, Li Feilu personally said that this person has the hope of conquering the road of Emperor Wu. This is a true resource for becoming an emperor. As long as there are no accidents, the weakest achievement is the rank of quasi-emperor. With such a good match, she is naturally willing to agree to this marriage. After Li Feilu put forward the conditions, Zun Tian suddenly frowned and thought to himself, I didn't expect the marriage strategy to not only increase the bargaining chips, but also to win the relationship, and to monitor when necessary. Li Feilu, the human being, thought of this. Xiao Lushan smiled and looked at Su Lang. I also have a daughter named Zhu Xian, who is a martial immortal of the 6 tribulations. She is only a trace away from the realm of ancient immortals and can step into it at any time. You kid, if you promised me, Zhu Xian would make you cheaper. In addition, immortal level exercises are nothing. When you have a sufficient level of cultivation, the emperor level exercises I have cultivated will also be passed on to you. As soon as this remark came out, everyone couldn't help but an uproar. Sir Zhundi unexpectedly wants to marry Lord Zhu Xian to him. Master, Zhu Xian's aptitude is also extraordinary. Although he does not have a special physique, he is already the 6 tribulations martial immortal at this time, and his cultivation is crushing the red-sleeved martial immortal. Yes, it is said that Zhu Xian is also good at deduction, and even comprehend a little bit of Tianyan rules. Compared to Zhu Xian, the emperor-level exercises are the real heavy bargaining chips. The emperor-level exercises, we currently know about the entire Kanglan continent, are only 37. Obtaining an emperor-level technique, plus having the resources to become an emperor, the winning rate of conquering the emperor road is much higher. Master Zudian Zhundi has really lost his blood this time. It is estimated that the young martial saint will choose Slaughter Heaven Zun Emperor. It's really enviable. Quote. Everyone whispered in secret, and some people looked at Zhu Xian, who was also a beautiful beauty in Fanghua. Zhu Xian was looking at Su Lang. She always felt that this young man seemed to have known each other before, and coupled with his excellence, she also had a good impression. Immediately afterwards, countless envious eyes looked at Su Lang, who had been silent. Simultaneously, Li Feilu sighed secretly. He couldn't come up with the emperor rank technique, and this time he could only watch the peerless genius fall into the hands of Emperor Tuantian. Emperor Luntian glanced at the ugly face of Li Feilu, and nodded at Su Lang with a smile. Humph, the conditions are too small. In the end it depends on the wishes of the parties. Li Feilu thought in his heart, and said to Su Lang, Junior, tell me your choice. Chapter 765, Of course I know. Should I speak? Su Lang's expression was indifferent, his eyes swept across the two quasi-emperors, and then he glanced at Hong Shu and Zhu Xian. After some action, Su Lang smiled slightly and said, I'm sorry, I can't accept both of the conditions, I choose, but I refuse. Emperor-level exercises or something. Su Lang already had one at this time, and as long as the natural immortal level exercises were enough, he could continue to synthesize. In the Taoist couple, double repair or something, it is useless. Su Lang's cultivation base can advance by leaps and bounds, so he still needs to use double cultivation tricks. In addition, there is one more person on the head, how uncomfortable. In short, it is impossible for Su Lang to choose to be anyone's apprentice. And Su Lang's choice directly made the scene silent, as if the entire world had fallen into a silent abyss. Almost all of them were dull and unbelievable. Even the Zhentian Emperor and Li Feilu Zhendi were stunned by Su Lang's choice. Everything seems to be frozen. Immediately after, just like throwing a lot of fry into the stagnant water, this world has come alive again. A group of martial arts and quasi-martial arts have their mouths open. You look at me and I look at you. It is incredible that they can't speak. He refused. He actually refused. That is, the two quasi-emperors put down their bodies to let him choose. What an opportunity is this? Countless people were envious and jealous, but he actually refused. The delay in thinking caused by the unbelievable gradually disappeared, and everyone began to discuss. It's so fake. I have fallen into illusion. He actually rejected such a great opportunity. Emperor-level exercises, immortal-level exercises, Wuxian Taoists, countless celestial jade. Furthermore, he is still in an extremely critical situation. Does he know that he is seeking death by making such a choice? As long as he chooses either side, he can fly into the sky, but he actually refused both sides. This person is crazy, this person must be crazy to make such a crazy decision. He is a fool. Yes, he is a fool. Quote. All the Wuxians were too lazy to communicate in secret, and they all talked loudly. Even the two sides who had been tit for tat and beaten their heads had a sense of resentment of the same enemy, which seemed strange. Shut up. Suddenly the voice of Emperor Lun Tianzun spread throughout the audience. The faint voice did not have a trace of murderous intent, and there was not a trace of fireworks, but the Wuxians felt a strong terror. Those great sages shut up immediately, and did not dare to breathe. Everyone stopped talking, and the gaze that looked at Su Lang returned to the original one as if looking at a dead person, and even more intense. He is dead. This is what everyone thinks. Boy, Li Feilu's eyes were slightly cold. Do you know who you rejected? This questioning immediately made the atmosphere extremely tense. Of course I know, haha. Su Lang laughed. Facing the power of the two quasi-emperors, he was also calm. The laughter did not fall. Su Lang looked at the Emperor Luntian. You, Xiao Luntian, a member of the Burning Emperor tribe, the Lord Luntian, the Zhendi Great Power, majoring in Burning Heaven Ju, practicing the Emperor-level cultivation method Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, and 2 Consummation Immortals 1-level exercises and several Holy-level exercises. This statement came out. Xiao Lucian's expression suddenly changed slightly, as if a strong earthquake had occurred in his heart. This person actually knows me so much. This is clearly the first time I have met. There are not many people who know my race and my techniques. Even the Wuxian in the building does not know how he knew it. Could it be that he heard it from others? So, what is his identity? When Xiao Lucian's thoughts flowed, his thoughts collided. Su Lang looked at Li Feilu again. You, Li Feilu, the name Wuxianzi, Zunwangmang, majoring in Wuxianjing, and 6 Consummation Immortal level exercises. Li Feilu also had a sigh of relief. Ordinary people only know that I have practiced 5 immortal level exercises, and very few know that I have practiced 6 exercises. And those are the people of the Emperor. Is this person the son of which Emperor is traveling abroad? But it's not right, I've never heard of such a brilliant junior. The rest of Wuxian and quasi-Shanwu sages all showed horror. The young man actually knows his poster and patriarch better than they do. Chapter 766. You are willing to be my slaves. This is a big man. I'm afraid he is still a great figure in the imperial family. Only with this kind of status can he act so boldly and refuse the invitation of the 2 quasi-emperors. Everyone replenished their brains, and Su Lang in their eyes suddenly put on the halo of Emperor Tianzhao. Who are you? Xiao Luntian squinted his eyes. Which emperor clans hid in Tianzhao? Are you really an Emperor Tianzhao? Li Feilu frowned slightly. If so, Please contact the adults in your Emperor clan to solve the matter of killing our warriors. So far, including the two quasi-emperors Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu, everyone thought that Su Lang was the arrogant emperor. The attitude of the two quasi-emperors has also changed, and it is no longer the attitude of your life is in our hands. But then, Su Lang's words once again made everyone stunned. I am not an emperor Tianzhao. Su Lang shook his head and said with a smile, the reason why I reject you is because you are not qualified to be my masters. In addition, another reason why I reject you is that I want to ask you one thing: you are willing to be my slaves. The words came out, everyone suddenly thundered, their eyes widened, and the expressions on their faces were wonderful. And Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu were also dumbfounded and unbelievable, not the emperor's Tianzhao. Then he said that Emperor Zun was not qualified to be his master. Finally, he must recruit two quasi-emperors to be his servants. This young man is really crazy. I'm afraid it's not because of practicing to get into troubles and hallucinations. You said that you want the two of us to be your servants. It's not the Emperor Tianzhao, then, where do you get the courage and courage? Li Feilu opened his mouth, and his words gradually became cold as ice from incredible. I thought you were a piece of jade against the sky, but I didn't expect you to be so crazy, stupid, and hopeless. The quasi-emperor Tushan burst into murderous aura, humiliate a quasi-emperor. Haha, you will pay the price of your life for your arrogance. 2. I'm serious, as long as you are my servant, you will get extremely attractive and generous treatment. What kind of immortal weapon? I waved thousands of them. What perfect elixir? My clothes are tens of thousands. What immortal level exercises? I open my mouth, and I have dozens of them. I also have emperor level exercises, even emperor level. Pill, emperor soldier, I want it, and I can have it. Su Lang laughed, come on, become my servant, you will get all of this. Crazy, this person is really crazy. Thousands of immortal weapons, tens of thousands of perfect elixir, dozens of immortal level exercises, and emperor level exercises pill weapons. Idiot people say dreams, fools say dreams. This kid is simply mentally ill, he is hopeless. Next, is when he has no place to bury him. Quote. All the martial immortals and the quasi-immortal martial sages screamed. Hongshu Wushan and Zhu Xian were even more angry. They actually had a good impression of that kid before, which is simply a shame. Xiao Luntian and Li Feilu shook their heads, revealing a trace of self-deprecation. They both looked away. He actually opened up a huge bargaining chip to compete for a fool that God couldn't save. Hey, don't believe me. At this time, Su Lang's faint voice continued, if you don't believe it, I will show you first. As soon as this word was said, everyone's eyes turned white. How crazy is this person? Actually want to show us those things. I see, this person hurt his brain and became a lunatic when he was practicing. The two quasi-emperors will soon tear his mouth. Not only the mouth, but the body, but also the soul, completely torn apart. Quote. One by one Wushan and quasi-Xian Wusheng showed mockery, as well as a trace of coldness and indifference. What a fool, it's a pity that he has a talent for fighting against the sky. Xiao Lucian shook his head helplessly, then looked at Li Feilu, who nodded. This was the same opinion, and he was going to kill Su Lang. The scene suddenly fell silent, and a series of cold eyes fell on Su Lang, all thinking that he was a person undoubtedly deaf. Chapter 767, Shocking and Dizzy. Immediately after, Xiao Luntian stepped forward and took a deep look at Su Lang again. This person's fighting talent is really against the sky, and his cultivation aptitude is extremely high. He really doesn't want to kill. But no matter what, this young man has a brain disease and dares to humiliate them. As a quasi-emperor, he is also the landlord of Tuantian, his majesty cannot be lost, he must be killed. Dead. A cold word popped out of Xiao Lucian's mouth, and he squeezed Su Lang to death with his big hand, like he was about to squeeze a bug. But just when Xiao Lucian started, there was one more thing in Su Lang's hand, no, not one, but an innumerable treasure. The first is the pill. Countless elixirs emerged densely, and the visions formed by the power of the rules of the elixirs took up a large area of the surrounding space. A more dense pill fragrance spread out, flooding into everyone's perception. This is. Xiao Lucian trembled all over, and stopped his hands in an instant. An amazing splendor appeared in his eyes. The elixir, and it's all the elixir of perfect quality. Li Feilu opened his mouth, stared, and said in disbelief. As for the martial arts and quasi-martial sages behind them, the sneer and indifferent expression instantly solidified on their faces. At this moment everyone seemed to have been pressed the pause button, dumbfounded, motionless. After a few breaths, those dozens of quasi-immortals and many quasi-celestial sages reacted. Seeing the endless vision of pill medicine and smelling the coveted and alluring pill fragrance, everyone was shocked. Am I wrong? The elixir of perfect quality around him. I feel that it is the spiritual pill that I need most, and there are other pill for cultivation and healing. I was injured in the previous battle. After smelling the pill incense, the injury showed signs of healing. Oh my god, this person actually took out so many elixir. Quote. These people are not hillbillies, but gangsters of the quasi-emperor organization. In Kanglan continent, there are not many people who are more knowledgeable than them. But even so, they were still shocked by the pill that Su Lang took out, even for the two quasi-emperors. No way, they eat a lot of elixir, but the perfect quality of elixir still takes out so much at one time. This is completely what they have seen in their lives. Here, who is it? He said he is not the Emperor's Tianzhao, but I don't believe it. If it weren't for the Emperor Tianzhao, how could he come up with so many perfect quality pills? No, even the real Emperor Tianzhao can't do such a thing. They can take out the elixir, but it will never be a perfect quality pill. Quote. Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu looked at each other, their eyes were full of shock, and the rest of the meaning gleamed. They hesitated again about the killer. Let's see, these are my elixir, but I am afraid that the elixir will not work for you, so if you want you to be my slaves, you have to use the Emperor grade pill. Su Lang was at the center of everyone's shocking gaze, taking it calmly, and calmly said something more shocking and dizzying. Emperor-level medicine. These 4 words fell in the ears of Zhuntian Zhundi and Li Feilu, which directly aggravated their breathing. Before, they absolutely did not believe what Su Lang said. What is the concept of Emperor-level medicine? This is the only super treasure possessed by Emperor Wu on the Kanglan continent. But at this time, Su Lang had already produced countless elixir of perfect quality, and he had a very high degree of credibility with regard to the Emperor-level pill. And they were only one step away from entering the Emperor Wu level. An Emperor-level pill, it might be their opportunity to enter the Emperor level. How does this make them unmoved? Even the two quasi-emperors are like this, and the Wushan and the quasi-Shanwu sages behind them directly held their breath, staring like light bulbs. Chapter 768. I'm afraid it's not Emperor Wu's son. Everyone stared at Su Lang, watching his movements. Su Lang smiled faintly in the eyes of everyone, took out a bottle of pill, and opened it. In an instant, a pill flew out of the bottle, seemingly spiritual and wanting to escape. Humph! Su Lang grabbed it lightly and pinched it in his hand. The pill struggled for a while, and did not move anymore, and immediately an extremely lifelike vision emerged from the pill. It was a verdant world, mountains and rivers, and even the sky, all green. It's like a real green world has come, as if everything is real. This green pill was an Emperor-level pill that Su Lang synthesized with the elixir. It was called Theorborn Emperor Pill. It was a terrifying healing pill that could extend the life of Emperor Wu and was extremely valuable. But the cost of synthesizing this Emperor-grade pill is also super terrifying. This can't be synthesized by 10 elixir. This reincarnation Emperor pill cost Su Lang a full 10,000 primary elixir. At this moment, this treasure appeared on the world and instantly attracted everyone's eyes. This kind of vision, this kind of power of rules. It's really an emperor. Unexpectedly, when I was in the realm of quasi-emperor, I would encounter an emperor-level pill. Xiao Luntian and Li Feilu opened their mouths directly, and the stormy waves in their hearts kept beating their hearts, one heart beating like it was about to explode. Emperor pill. I can actually see an emperor-grade pill in my lifetime. Apart from this far, I feel that the power of my rules is improving. Its effect is too terrifying. It is simply a treasure that is rarer than any fairy artifact. That kid, he was able to take out the Emperor pill, his identity, it is extremely scary to think carefully. Yeah, is he not the son of Emperor Wu? The only way to explain it, otherwise, who can take out the Emperor pill? Quote. All the martial arts and the quasi-immortals secretly talked, and their gazes at Su Lang changed again. It was a kind of extreme fear, like seeing an absolutely irresistible existence in the world. Even Xiao Luntian and Li Feilu tried their best to suppress their desires, not allowing themselves to **** naughty pill. They really want naughty Dan. But they are afraid of death. The opponent is likely to be Emperor Wu's own son. It is almost the same as Emperor Wu's visit. The word difference between Emperor Zun and Emperor Wu is a huge difference. One Emperor Wu can easily squeeze countless Emperor Zhu. If they dared to ****** that young man's Emperor pill, they would definitely end up horribly, and even destroy the race. I have said that I have the Emperor pill, you still don't believe it. Now that I see it clearly, I should believe what I said. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a smile, as long as you are my servants, I can reward you with these pills. Gu. The two quasi-emperors swallowed at the same time. Compared to the inheritance in the emperor's forbidden land, which needs to go through all kinds of difficulties to obtain, this emperor pill is close at hand. And becoming the other's servant is not a shame. After all, he is the son of Emperor Wu. Moreover, once they truly achieved Emperor Wu, they would immediately be at the pinnacle of the Kanglan continent, and no one would talk about any servants, and no one would mention it. Of course, the premise is that you must never give up your soul. How about it? Tell me your choice. Seeing that the two of them were about to flow out, Su Lang couldn't help but smile again. Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu looked at each other, a little caught off guard. Before, they let the young man make a choice, but now it's the young man's turn to let them make a choice. The changes in the world are really impermanent. And those Wushan and quasi-Shanwu sages trembled even more. The two quasi-emperors who were strong enough to make them worship at this time actually faced a choice at this time, and they still chose whether to become servants of others. Quasi-emperor, servant, what a difference in identity. All this is as unreal as a dream. But this really happened in front of them. At this time, Li Fei stepped upstairs, but he bowed his hand before saying, "Dare to ask your excellency, that emperor-level technique." Chapter 769, Hurry up and make your choice as soon as this remark came out, all the martial immortals raised their ears. Xiao Lushan's eyes were also scorching, and his spirits aroused. The emperor-level exercises, including the entire Kanglan continent, are pitiful. Xiao Lushan's emperor-level exercises were inherited from his ancestors, and his ancestors had also passed through Emperor Wu, but that was a long time ago. The value of an emperor-level exercise is really incalculable. If the opponent can come up with an emperor-level technique, it will be another extremely important bargaining chip. Besides, this request is still a test, or a side attack. There are so many emperor-level exercises in the Kanglan continent, and the emperor-level exercises taken out by the opponent can tell the power of the young man. This is also a way to verify the identity of the young man. At this time, Su Lang smiled slightly. Emperor-level exercises are naturally available. Since you want to see it, I will show it to you. With that said, Su Lang took the emperor-level pill that was green to the alarmingly green in his hand and took out a pitch-black disc. The black disc is the size of the bottom of a bowl, and it is covered with golden lines like annual rings. At a glance, there are only a dozen golden patterns, but a closer look reveals that the golden patterns are so dense that they are countless. Even if you use mental energy to observe, you don't know the number at all. This exercise is the first emperor-level exercise, Emperor Hard Reincarnation Record, synthesized by Su Lang. This kind of exercise can hardly be copied, cannot be sealed, and it is very difficult even to pass on. All its essence and meaning are condensed on the black disc. That disc is the main body of the emperor-level exercise technique. At this time, there was no noise and exclamation in the court. Because the first time they saw the black disc, everyone immediately confirmed that this is definitely an emperor-level technique that cannot be faked. And it is also the most cherished emperor-level cultivation technique body. Everyone is staring at the main body of reincarnation of the emperor's heart, paying attention and keeping their eyes on. Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu even wanted to put it under their eyes or between their eyebrows, using all their mental power to perceive them. Everyone is fully peeping at the emperor-level exercises in that disc. This is a great opportunity that will never be encountered in 10 lifetimes. But at this moment, enough to see. Su Lang smiled slightly, flipped his wrist, and put the golden pattern black disc away. Everyone immediately found that the treasure had disappeared, and they were suddenly lost and anxious. Li Feilu returned to his senses and trembled fiercely, and couldn't help but want to stamp his feet. Do not. Xiao Lushan was even more awakened by a nightmare as an ordinary person, and he yelled divinely. He has practiced the emperor-level exercises himself, and has a lot of experience in the practice of emperor-level exercises. Among all the people, it was his Xiao Lushan who saw the most. Just now, he had tasted 1/10,000th of the golden patterned black plate exercise, and he was just addicted to it, and he couldn't extricate himself, but suddenly found that the exercise was gone. How could he not worry? Hey, I've also seen the Emperor-level exercises, so confirm it. I have never been so troublesome in taking slaves, so hurry up and make your choice. Su Lang looked at the two quasi-emperors and smiled slightly. This, Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu couldn't help but look at each other again. Then they began to communicate. Lord Tushan, can you see what cultivation technique it is? I haven't seen it, I can only see a trace of fur. It can be determined that it is a spiritual emperor-level exercise. It is really an incomparably mysterious exercise. My Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra can't match it. Spiritual emperor-level exercises. That's really rare. In addition, the 37 emperor-level exercises currently known in Kanglan continent are not spiritual. Yeah, just thinking about that exercise, don't you say that I haven't paid attention yet. That exercise is not any known emperor-level exercises, that is to say, he is not the heir of a certain Wudi. It's possible, but it's not certain. On the Kanglan continent, there are only 37 emperor-level techniques on the surface, but we don't know if the Emperor Wu will hide and leave behind. Anyone will do it. We have never heard of the exercises he took out. The mystery of his identity is still unexplorable, and he can only continue to be treated as the heir of Emperor Wu. Yes, yeah, it can only be so. Besides, Wukongzi, what are your plans for that choice? Chapter 770. Do I look like a liar? The two exchanged. The topic returned to the choice given by Su Lang. Whether to become the other servant. Lord Tushan, to tell you, I am a little moved. Wuxianzi Li Fei said in the corridor, I have practiced a lot of exercises, but there is no emperor-level exercises. I have a hunch that I will become Emperor Wu after I get that exercise. Who isn't hearted? Xiao Lucian licked his lips. The emperor-grade pill alone is about to make me involuntarily. I feel that is the opportunity for me to become an emperor. The two continued to communicate. But regarding his identity, I still have some worries, and I dare not make a decision just like that. Me too, why don't you ask? By the way, let me mention the soul fire thing. That is the bottom line and you can't cross it. Also, quote. Two powerful quasi-emperors whispered, and then looked at Su Lang at the same time. How? Su Lang asked with a noncommittal smile, did you make a decision? The conditions given by the sun are indeed generous. Li Feilu communicated with Su Lang by means of divine intent and sound transmission, but I don't know the name of the sun, who is the heir of Emperor Wu. In addition, if you become a servant of the sun, your soul cannot be surrendered. This is the consensus between me and Tushan. But we accept other forms of restraint to reassure the sun. Only Su Lang and Xiao Lucian could hear Li Feilu's words, and none of the others could hear it. Therefore, everyone is secretly guessing. It seems that the two quasi-emperors are discussing with that person. Oh my god, when the Emperor Zun was faced with the choice to become a servant, he was moved. HMPH, if I wait to face that choice, I'm afraid I won't even have a discussion, so I just kneel down. I don't know what the final result will be. Quote. Everyone talked in secret. However, one person frowned slightly, that was Zhu Xian. She had calculated the identity of Su Lang, and she felt familiar with it. At this time, Su Lang's cultivation had reached the point where she could not deduct it, but she tried her best to make the familiarity even stronger. When and where did I have an intersection with this person? Zhu Shensho frowned and whispered silently in her heart, but she just couldn't remember that when she returned to the waterfall headquarters, she deduced a little-known little character in the backcountry. At the same time, Su Lang listened to Li Feilu's words and scorned his lips with disdain. Being my servant, taking so many benefits, but not giving up the soul, how can there be such good things? There was no concealment at all, and even spoke very loudly. Then, Li Feilu and Xiao Lucian were embarrassed instantly, and the martial immortals and quasi-immortals were even more stunned and filled with emotion. In the end, the two quasi-emperors actually agreed to become someone else's servants, even though they were unwilling to surrender their souls. All this is incredible. At the same time, after a moment of embarrassment, Li Feilu and Xiao Lucian both felt very humiliated, and their faces were blue and red. Becoming someone else's slave is a shameful thing, and being exposed to the public at this time will push the shame to the peak. If it is other time, they are already furious at the moment, they are killing others and vent their anger. But facing the unidentified Su Lang, even though they were extremely upset, they could only endure with gritted teeth. However, the question of whether to become a servant is obviously broken. How important is the soul fire? We don't know the details of each other, how can we dare to believe you? Xiaolun was in a hurry, so he stopped calling any other sons, and asked angrily. Haha, so you are worried about being deceived. I look like that kind of liar. Su Lang rolled his eyes silently, paused, and continued, if you agree, we will establish a master-servant relationship first. Then, without any restraint, I can first give you the Emperor-level pill, and even give you the Emperor-level exercises. After you have taken the pill, practice the Emperor-level exercises, and then hand it over your soul fire. Chapter 771, Can you just be a bit more? This was still spoken without any cover, and everyone present heard it. And such conditions immediately made everyone look dull. This condition, this wife is too loose. Yeah, without any restraint methods, just in the name of master and servant, so many benefits can be brought out. Emperor-level exercises, Emperor-level pill, that is a treasure that Emperor Wu will fight for, but now he can get it almost without any effort. My God, who is that young great sage, who can be so generous? Yes, and isn't he afraid that the two quasi-emperors will run away after taking things? Quote. Everyone talked a lot, and they didn't care about hiding their voices, and they all spoke with their mouths to vent their shock. The scene also seemed noisy. Simultaneously, Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu were also shocked. The other party actually put forward such a loose condition, and they are not afraid that they will turn their faces immediately after taking things. Why is this? Looking at Su Lang, who was smiling and not speaking, Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu gradually calmed down and thought of the reasons. There is only one reason. That is, the other party is not afraid that they will run away with something. Yes, they are not afraid. The meaning of laughter and silence is that if you run to the ends of the world, to the broken continent outside the territory, you can be pulled back and brutally killed. What kind of confidence is this, and what a terrifying force is behind it? Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu couldn't help but frightened. They wondered, what kind of force is able to achieve this level in Kanglan continent? We must know that the Kanglan continent is very large, and the Emperor clan has various parties, and it is impossible for the whole world to hunt one person. Well, not a single Wudi force. Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu looked at each other, a noun appeared in their minds: Wudi Palace. The so-called Wudi Palace is a super-organization founded by the gathering of Kanglan continent in the supreme ancient times. The extremely ancient era was the first time that Kanglan continent and Jingtian continent went to war. At that time, almost all Wudi on the mainland joined the Wudi Palace and participated in the war against the Jingtian continent. After the war ended, Wudi Palace also passed down. However, in the long years, the dominance of Wudi Palace gradually weakened. Up to now, there are only 12 Wudi in Wudi Palace, and the other Wudi are scattered around, or formed into small groups, or independent parties. But even so, Wudi Palace is also the most terrifying organization on the Kanglan continent. Its power is everywhere, its warriors are omnipresent, its territory is the most expansive, and it even holds a lot of fragments of continents outside the territory. Even in places that are not under control, there are a lot of eyeliners, which can be called omniscience. At this time, what are you still waiting for? Taking your soul fire, you refuse to accept your soul fire, but you are stunned again. Su Lang said impatiently, I just want to take in servants, can you just be a little bit more? As soon as this statement was made, everyone looked stagnant and choked silently. In this case, you dare to say it. Dare to ask the young man, is he from the Emperor Wu Palace? Li Feilu asked with his hands. Although it was an inquiry, there was already an expression of, I know you are, don't deny it, on his face. Look at Xiao Lushan again, the same is true. When the other Wushans heard the name Wudi Palace, they immediately felt all over their bodies standing upside down. It turns out that he is from the Emperor Wu Palace. Yes, only then can we explain everything before. Oh my God, people from the Emperor Wu Palace, and a distinguished person, are they the heirs of the Lord Wu Emperor? It's very possible. The Emperor-level medicine, the Emperor-level cultivation technique, and his talent for fighting against the sky, I don't believe that he is not from the Emperor Wu Palace. Quote. Everyone's lips trembled, their voices trembled, and they even went out of tune. They looked at Su Lang, waiting for his answer. Chapter 772, Can you take it back and watch it slowly? Wu Emperor Palace. Su Lang's mouth twitched slightly and smiled noncommittal. This action immediately made Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu sure, you guessed it. But they didn't know what Su Lang was thinking. Oh, Woody Palace. What a powerful force it sounds like. Remember, should I pretend it? Forget it, I don't know about Woody Palace, and it's easy to reveal things, so let them make up for it. At this time, Li Fei went upstairs and stopped talking. My identity, don't guess at all. With a faint smile on his face, Su Lang said, do you accept the conditions I gave before? This is the third time I have asked you, and I don't want to ask for the fourth time. Dare to say such a thing, you deserve it. Those Wushan and quasi-Shanwu sages thought so. Faced with the choice, Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu looked at each other and made a decision. I am willing to be a servant of the sun. Please give me the Emperor pill from the sun. I am also willing to be a servant of the sun. Please give me an Emperor-level technique. The two terrifying quasi-emperors just bent down and bowed to Su Lang deeply. And their decision immediately caused an uproar among the martial arts. Although everyone had guessed the result a long time ago, they couldn't help but sigh when they really witnessed this scene. Two quasi-emperors. That is an invincible existence under Emperor Wu, who can destroy trillions of living beings and control sentient beings in a single thought. Who dares not accept it? But such a great existence has also surrendered to the young great sage of Woody Palace. Okay, I'll give you things first. When you are willing, give me your soul and heart. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately threw out the Emperor-grade pill and the Black Disc Emperor-grade technique, and the two treasures accurately fell into the hands of Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu. Su Lang did not fear that the two of them would run away after taking things. Because although he is not a member of Woody Palace, he himself is more terrifying than Woody Palace. In a short period of time, perhaps 7 or 8 months, perhaps 5 or 6 months, or perhaps a shorter time, Su Lang will be sure to become a real martial emperor with unparalleled combat power. And where can the two quasi-emperors go in such a short time? I'm afraid I can't even digest the pills and read the exercises. Dare to run, that's death. At this time, Emperor-level pill, Xiao Luntian held the bottle of Chinese medicine pills in his hand, his eyes protruding with excitement, his pupils kept dilating and shrinking, as if a shocking tsunami had occurred in his heart. Emperor-level exercises. Li Feilu was holding a gold-patterned disc in his hand, and he was shaking all over, unable to control himself. This was the most exciting time in his life. Okay, take it back and watch it slowly. Su Lang couldn't help but smile as he watched the reaction of the two. Yes, master. Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu noticed that they were in a state of failure, and when they were reminded, they immediately put away the appearance of a hillbilly, and bowed deeply to Su Lang. Soon, Xiao Lushan looked respectful, and asked cautiously, Next servant, I don't know the name of the son yet. Li Feilu also looked at Su Lang eagerly, becoming a slave and not knowing the name of the master, which was miserable. Tisk tisk, these people from the slaughter tower, even this Juntian emperor, actually knew me. Is it because I killed all the fighters who knew me? Su Lang looked at Xiao Lushan in front of him, then looked at the more than 2,000 people behind them, a little funny in his heart. Poor Xiao Luntian only learned from the soul fire of the soul sealed on the laddering scabbard that Weqing and others had been killed, but he didn't know that the murderer was in front of him and became his own master. Since the son doesn't want to tell me the name taboo, let's call the son the young master in the future. Seeing that Su Lang did not answer, Li Feilu thought that Su Lang was worried, so he said cautiously. Okay, call me master. Su Lang grinned, showing a smile. Master. Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu bowed respectfully and shouted. At this time, the relationship between master and servant is completely established. But this time, Zhu Xian in the crowd suddenly trembled like thunder, and then stretched out a hand and shouted, Wait a minute, Chapter 773, The Subordinates Know Who He Is. Zhu Xian is a martial immortal of the 6 tribulations, and it is also the top one among the martial immortals. Even the quasi-emperor Xiao Lushan valued him very much. She shouted, immediately attracted everyone's attention. A pair of eyes focused on the main line. Zhu Xian, what are you shouting for? Be careful to disturb the young master. Xiao Lushan turned to look at Zhu Xian, and suddenly smiled. Could it be that you want to sit on the young master and Taoist couple? This statement came out. Everyone was stunned. Yes, the young master exists, and I don't know how honorable his identity is. It is normal for Zhu Sheni to move. Well, but in my opinion, Taoist couples are no longer good. Lord Zhundi is a servant, but Zhu Xian wants to be a Taoist couple. Isn't that reasonable? It's true, maybe being a concubine is about the same, exactly. Quote. There was a lot of discussion, and they all thought that Zhu Xian wanted to climb the thigh off a young master. When Zhu Xian heard this, he was a little panicked. Do not. No. Zhu Xian quickly denied it, then glanced at Su Lang, gritted his teeth and said to Xiao Lucian, the subordinate remembered. The subordinate knows who he is. Not bad, she remembered it after all. The familiar smell comes from a person named Su Lang. Her words fell on everyone's ears, and it was like thunder that shook everyone's eyes. What? Zhu Xian knows who the young master is. No, if she knows, why didn't she say it earlier? She must say it at this time. What she said was remembering. Does she know the young master before? What is the status of the young master? That is the existence of the Emperor Wu Palace. Although Zhu Xian has a higher cultivation base than mine, it is impossible to get to know the young master. In other words, Zhu Xian is sensationalizing. No, she's not a fool, how could she find death? Could it be said that Zhu Xian thinks that young master is not from the Emperor Wu Palace, so he shouts and waits? Ah, the young master is not from the Emperor Wu Palace, who can he be? Just ask you, who can take out the Emperor level pill, the Emperor level technique, and can give it out casually? Everyone talked a lot, and kept guessing, the light in their eyes flickered, and the scene suddenly became confusing. Branches. Seeing this scene, Su Lang raised his brows, revealing a noncommittal smile. At this time, Xiao Luntian and Li Feilu looked at Su Lang's expressions, then looked at each other, their thoughts continued, and they stopped talking. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Lucian couldn't help asking, Zhu Xian, did you admit the wrong person? How do you know the name of the young master? The original poster, I have deduced him, his name is Su Lang, he is a warrior of the Yaoqi Saint clan. At that time, Kai Lao's subordinate force was destroyed. He went to check it, and only met this Su Lang. He thought he was a direct bloodline of the imperial clan and was scared back. At that time, I happened to go back to the headquarters, and I did some deductions, and found that Su Lang was not directly of the imperial family. Later, Kai Liao went to seek revenge and died, but I had already left the headquarters at that time, so I didn't care about it. After all, there are still Xuanqing and others in the headquarters, more than enough to deal with the Yaoqi clan. Later things, because I participated in the war, so I didn't know. Quote. Zhu Xian bit his scalp and said everything he knew. Everyone heard what she said, and they all looked dull like a clay statue, standing still on the spot. This is true even for Emperor Lun Tianzun and Li Feilu. Everyone caught the point in Zhu Xian's words. The young master's name is Su Lang, he comes from a small clan, not a direct bloodline of the imperial clan. This is completely different from everyone's guess brain supplement. Before this, everyone thought that the young master came from the Emperor Wu Palace and was a direct heir of Emperor Wu. But now, this guess has been overturned. Why Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu agreed to become Su Lang's servants? Reward is the most critical point, and identity is also the most critical point. If they hadn't thought that Su Lang came from Wudi Palace and the forces behind him were terrifying, they would never agree to be servants. Chapter 774. You don't have to guess, but now, they have agreed and have become servants, but the other party is not the direct bloodline of the Emperor Wu Palace. This is so embarrassing and shameful. The faces of Xiao Luntian and Li Feilu were blue and red, as colorful as they had opened a dyeing workshop. Zhu Xian's words are really amazing. But she has no reason to lie. Zhu Xian, did you make a mistake? Xiao Lucian took a deep breath and asked, how can the young master be a member of a small clan if he can reward the emperor-level pill and exercises at will? Subordinate. Zhu Xian looked nervous and opened his mouth and said, but you know, my deduction has never gone wrong. Okay, don't say anything. Zhu Xian is right, I am Su Lang. Su Lang's faint voice came, in addition, I have never said that I am a direct bloodline of the Emperor clan, let alone that I am a member of the Emperor Wu Palace. The identity matter will be revealed one day, so it is better to say it now. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was in an uproar. Admit it, he actually admitted it, it is not the blood of Emperor Wu, and he is not from the Emperor Wu Palace, so how dare he be so arrogant and let two quasi-emperors be servants? Where did he get the emperor-level exercises and the emperor-level pill? Did he get it by chance, by luck? Without a strong backing, Why would he dare to let two Zun Emperors serve as servants and offer such generous terms? He is not afraid of the Lord Zun Emperor turning his face. When everyone was horrified, they felt even more confused. But Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu's expressions flickered and they were about to move. They are quasi-emperors, super powerful people who have been overlooking sentient beings for a long time. How can people like them be willing to be other servants without a special reason? The background of Emperor Wu Palace, and the temptation of Emperor-level pills and Emperor-level cultivation techniques, made them agree to be Su Lang's servants. At this time, the same as before is missing. The other party does not have a strong background, just a small clan. With such a lowly status, how can he be qualified to be their young master? It is an unprecedented shame to become a servant of a humble person. At this moment, the urge to turn face in Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu's hearts became stronger. Anyway, now that things are in hand, the other party does not have the background of the Emperor Wu Palace, and there is no ability to restrain them, so why bother to bow and be that servant? But after all, the two still had a trace of concern. In other words, he was still a bit bluffed by Su Lang. People who can come up with the Emperor-level pill and the Emperor-level exercises are freely rewarded. Maybe they are other powerful people. If this is the case, the consequences of their running away are still very serious. Maybe they will lose their lives. After Su Lang admitted that he was not a member of the Imperial Blood and Wudi Palace, the scene fell into a strange silence. One by one Wuxian looked at each other, puzzled. The two quasi-emperors struggled inwardly, thinking about whether to turn their faces. At this time, Su Lang smiled slightly and said, "You don't have to guess randomly. I will tell my identity now, and then you will decide whether to become my servant." The words came out, everyone immediately pricked their ears. At the same time, their minds began to wonder. How dare to reveal their identity? So even if you are not from the Emperor Wu Palace, you must be a big figure of a powerful force. Only in this way can I dare to speak. Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu looked at each other, only to feel that the feeling of eagerness faded a lot. If this young master Su Lang is strong, they must be careful. At this time, listen. Su Lang's slightly playful voice came. First of all, everyone knows my name, Su Lang. Secondly, I am not a member of the Emperor Wu Palace, nor the blood of Emperor Wu, but the patriarch of the Blue Star clan. At present, I have subdued the Kolchakam and more than a dozen holy clans. I am currently the great sage of the 9 stars, possessing martial arts power, and there are thousands of quasi-sages and martial sages under my command. This is who I am. These words fell in the ears of everyone, instantly, causing him to thunder like a giant thunder, his hair standing upright, his eyes open, his mouth was dumbfounded. Chapter 775. Really thought it could kill me. There is an incredible look in everyone's eyes. And Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu were also dumbfounded, their faces full of shock. Immediately after, someone came back to their senses and couldn't help but exclaimed, You are such a tiny person." Yes, his identity is so humble. I have never heard of any blue star human race. I'm afraid it's not a small race in the back country. Although he is a patriarch, and what immortal clan he has subdued, there are thousands of quasi-immortal martial sages as subordinates, but it is not enough. Yes, my forces are stronger than him, and the Wuxian we are present is not weaker than him. It's such a force, with a face full of control over everything, and dare to fool the two quasi-emperors to recognize him as the master. Oh my god, what kind of courage did this person eat, dare to do such a crazy thing? Where did he get his confidence and courage? He was a lunatic, he was from the beginning. Everyone talked loudly in disbelief, and their eyes towards Su Lang were full of incredible and contempt. However, what is strange is that in addition to these gazes, there is still a little admiration. Yes, as any one of them, I dare not fool the two quasi-emperors. To dare to do such a thing, their courage has exceeded all of them present. At the same time, Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu looked at each other, a flame ignited in their eyes. Your identity, nothing more. Xiao Lucian's expression was super complicated, shocked, joyful, doubtful, and cold. Li Feilu is similar, with mixed feelings. Shocked by Su Lang's identity, shocked by Su Lang's actions. I am happy because I can get rid of my servanthood and unconstrained. He was puzzled about why Su Lang could take out the Emperor-level treasure, and he felt ashamed because Su Lang dared to deceive himself, and his expression was cold. Not bad, my identity is nothing more. You make your own choice. Su Lang nodded and said, however, I want to remind you that sometimes, life and death are in one thought. Ha ha ha, laughable, extremely ridiculous. You are only the leader of a small and weak force, so you dare to say to us that life and death are in a single thought. Open your eyes and see clearly, we are the quasi-emperor, even if it is a subordinate behind me, picking a martial arts immortal can easily pinch you to death. Now your life is in our hands, where does your courage determine our life and death? Xianxia laughed loudly, and his plan to turn his face was settled when he got the identity of Su Lang. Su Lang, your actions are shocking, but ridiculous. You dare to expire us and trick us into being your servants. This is a great shame for us. Li Feilu looked indifferent and restored his attitude of overlooking from above, but now I can give you a chance to tell the source of these two imperial treasures, we will spare you your life. Not bad, name the source of the emperor-level treasure. Life and death are just between your thoughts. Xiao Lushan roared with a sullen face, and his terrifying murderous aura swept away, causing the Wushan quasi-immortals behind him to retreat. Simultaneously, everyone also feels that things are impermanent. At first, the quasi-emperors let Na Su Lang make a choice, and then became Na Su Lang and let the quasi-emperor choose, and now it was the turn of the quasi-emperor to let Su Lang choose. This is simply a dramatic change. Tisk tut, if you say you turn your face, you will turn your face, not only to kill me, but also to ask the source of more emperor-level treasures, it's really greedy. Unfortunately, you two poor old confused, really think you can kill me. You really treat me as a fool, thinking I will put myself in a place of death. Su Lang was not afraid of the two quasi-emperors, and even showed disdain. The brain is a good thing, but unfortunately you don't have it. It's still confusing and makes the most stupid choice. This speech fell to the ears of everyone, it was completely a madman's speech. A trivial saint actually said that Emperor Zun could not kill him. Is there anything more ridiculous in the world? Chapter 776. You can't kill me, Su Lang. I care if you are really crazy or fake. Xiao Lushan said coldly, give you one last chance to tell the source of the emperor-level treasure, otherwise it will kill you. Speak up. Li Feilu looked kind, I can promise that as long as you speak out, I will treat you kindly. Oh, these two old fools still know how to sing black-faced and white-faced drama. Hey, why don't you believe what I said? I repeat it 3 times, you can't kill me, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Su Lang shook his head helplessly, on the contrary, you chose to tear your skin and successfully pushed yourself down the abyss of death. Negative corner resist, I want to see how hard your mouth can be. Xiao Lushan laughed wildly, stretched out his big hand, and grabbed Su Lang fiercely. Don't kill him, Li Feilu reminded secretly, I know it naturally, this Su Lang is a big baby. Xiao Luntian replied to Li Feilu with his spiritual thoughts, and at the same time tightly confined Su Lang in the illusory giant palm. Catch him. Behind, dozens of martial immortals and quasi-immortal great sages stared at this scene. That daring Su Lang was caught. Next, he just put on the fish and let it be killed. Su Lang, Xiao Lushan's eyes were burning, and he stared at him, in order to avoid the disaster of skin and flesh. Let's talk about it, the source of the emperor's treasure. Li Feilu was also watching Su Lang closely, his heart was full of greed. But at this moment, Xiao Lushan, do you really think you caught me? Su Lang's slightly playful voice came. What? Xiao Lushan, Li Feilu, and thousands of people behind him instantly looked in a certain direction with shocked faces. I saw a second Su Lang unexpectedly appeared there. He was smiling faintly, as if laughing at Xiao Lushan as an incompetent person. This, what the asterisk is going on? A Wushan exclaimed in disbelief, could it be that it is a clone, but it's not right, the newly appearing Su Lang is clearly a great saint, and the aura on his body has reached the level of a Wushan. Everyone observed carefully and found that the second Su Lang was indeed exactly the same aura as the first Su Lang, both of which were Wushan-level combat power. What? The two Su Langs who are exactly the same are both at the Wushan level. Could it be that these two are clones? They are clones of a great existence. As he pondered his fear, Xiao Lushan widened his eyes and suddenly felt that Su Lang in his hand was very hot and hot. Li Feilu is also tingling scalp. They all have practiced the technique of Avatar. However, their clone only had the quasi-celestial level combat power, and only this clone reached the quasi-celestial level. More avatars, all of which are low and medium level martial arts. But the real combat power of the two Su Langs in front of them has reached the Wushan level. This means that its deity's combat power is definitely stronger than them. They are already invincible under Emperor Wu, stronger than them, are they not Emperor Wu? The two of them offended a Wudi. Do not, you can't be Emperor Wu. I killed you, I killed you. Xiao Lanshan's expression was distorted, hissing loudly, and he was about to kill Su Lang in his hand in the next moment. But at this moment, Su Lang in his hand became illusory and disappeared immediately. Gone. Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu were shocked. Because they can't detect the means used when the other party leaves. Is it really Emperor Wu? The two looked at each other in horror. At this time, a Wushan pointed in a certain direction and shouted, Su Lang has appeared, there. Everyone looked in the direction of his fingers, and saw a Su Lang with his arms folded, floating in the air and looking at everyone faintly. I said, you can't kill me. Su Lang looked at Xiao Lushan contemptuously, on the contrary, your death period is coming soon. Noisy, noisy, go to death. Xiao Tushan broke out in a murderous manner, and his mental power was swept away, and he wanted to kill Su Lang with a mental storm, but when his mental power touched Su Lang, he felt a strong resistance. Even he can't break through this resistance. Of course, after a long period of training and polishing his mental power, both quality and quantity are at the peak of the sun, so he will not be backlashed. But even so, he was extremely shocked. Chapter 777. I've said it, I can't kill it. Sunny level mental power. Xiao Lushan was stunned. A great sage level clone had the spiritual power of the sun. Xiao Lushan, you are so weak. Su Lang's disdainful ridicule came. What? You die for me. Xiao Luntian was furious and waved his sword scabbard fiercely. A large amount of sword energy flew out from it and fell on two Su Langs. Wow, the two Su Langs suddenly fell apart, and their spirits were all destroyed. Dead, ha 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 ha. Xiao Lushan was overjoyed. Didn't you say that you can't kill you? Pretending to be a fool. Ha ha. But Li Feilu looked ugly. Here again. What? Xiao Lushan recovered from his joy, turned his head and saw that there was another Su Lang in the sky. It's the kind of displacement that can't see the details at all. Xiao Lushan, Li Feilu. Su Lang laughed and said, there are so many clones like me, come, kill, let you enjoy yourself before you die. As soon as these words came out, everyone stood upside down and their scalp numb. There are so many powerful clones. Could it be that his deity is extremely powerful even among Emperor Wu? I do not believe. I will kill you. Xiao Lushan's voice trembled, and he waved his scabbard fiercely, and another sword aura fell on Su Lang. Click. Su Lang in the air was shot down and disappeared in midair. But before Xiao Lushan showed joy, Li Feilu's voice came again, here again. What? Xiao Luntian roared wildly, looked up at the sky, and saw another Su Lang standing in the sky, looking down at them disdainfully. Kill kill kill. Xiao Lushan fell into an unprecedented anxiety, the sword energy in his hand poured frantically, killing Na Su Lang, but appeared again. Li Feilu's lips trembled, and he couldn't help but swallow a spit. They are the strongest clones and only have the quasi-celestial level, but the opponent's clones, even the lowest level ones, have the combat power of the Wushan level. This is really scary, and how is it possible? Xiao Lushan looked at the sky, and another Su Lang stood there and shook his head contemptuously. I don't believe you have endless clones. Xiao Lushan looked at that contemptuous Su Lang, his heart was as angry as a volcano erupting. He flew up in smoke, and beat that Su Lang into meat with a fierce punch. Really relieved. Sixth, I don't believe you really have so many clones. Xiao Lushan squeezed his fist and let out a long breath. However, Li Feilu exclaimed again, also, behind you. What? Xiao Lushan turned his head and saw that there was really another Su Lang. Standing there laughing, smiling brazenly, and the flowers blooming brilliantly. Exactly, how many more? Xiao Lushan didn't act immediately, but couldn't help but glance at Li Feilu. And this glance immediately made him exclaim, Li Feilu, behind you, behind you. What? There are also behind me. Li Feilu turned around to take a look, and he really stared at Su Lang with big eyes. Not far away, those martial immortals and quasi-immortals, seeing this scene, felt cold all over, like falling into an ice cave. How much does that exist? Just the clone can play around two quasi-emperors. Some of the more timid Wushans even shuddered slightly. Soon, Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu shot at the same time, killing the two Su Langs separately, but after the killing, Su Lang appeared again. And there are more than two, exactly four. A Su Lang was in front of Xiao Lushan, a Su Lang in front of Li Feilu, a Su Lang in front of Zhu Xian, and a Su Lang in front of Hong Shu Wushan. All very close. This is the number one. Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu couldn't help being shocked. Taking advantage of their horrified moment, the four Su Langs stretched out their hands and patted the faces of the people in front of them. I have said it, I can't kill it. Su Lang's voice was simultaneously spoken from the four clones. Zhu Xian Wuxian and Hongshu Wuxian were directly frightened. They didn't even move, letting Su Lang slap their faces. However, Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu were so angry that they slapped Su Lang in front of them to death. However, Su Lang really seemed to be unable to kill. Four more appeared. Chapter 778, His deity is on the way. Ha 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 ha, come on, come and kill me. The six Su Lang laughed brazenly in front of the crowd, as if teasing a group of ants. At this time, even Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu felt terrified, and the other Wushan and Zhu were urinating frequently. Suddenly, Li Feilu's expression changed. Xiao Lushan, look, these clones don't seem to be delaying time. Procrastination, his deity is on the way. Xiao Lushan was terrified. It must be that his deity is too large to arrive in an instant. It takes time, hurry, let's run away. Su Lang's deity is the pinnacle of Emperor Wu. Once they come, they can be killed by a single finger. But how do they know that Su Lang's deity and clone strength are the same? Go. Without hesitation, Li Feilu immediately turned and flew to escape. Xiao Lushan also immediately found a direction and began to run away. Two quasi-emperors, even the Wushans under their command can't take care of them. But they stopped for less than a millisecond after flying. Because the key to the Emperor's forbidden land was in the middle, they were held by the two of them, and neither of them would let go. The two old foxes even had a small 9 when they ran away, expecting that the other party would not care about the key when they escape. Li Feilu, go left. Xiao Lushan, go right. The two yelled together, both wanting the other to escape in the direction they expected. But the two wanted to escape in the opposite direction, and they couldn't help but froze. Fortunately, the two reacted quickly and immediately unified their directions and flew north with the key to the Emperor's forbidden land. Ha ha ha, Emperor-level medicine and Emperor-level exercises have my mark. If you escape to other continents, I can also find you. So, do you think you can escape? Su Lang's voice came from behind, causing Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu to tremble fiercely. They really want to throw away the medicine and exercises immediately, but they are totally reluctant. This is an opportunity for Emperor Chang, you can't lose it. My achievements today are all made by hard work, and I will make another. Hard work today. The two quasi-emperors became fierce, and flew away with all their strength, like a pair of mandarin ducks fleeing for their lives. Oh no, two men can't be said to be mandarin ducks. Should they be said to be mandarin ducks or mandarin ducks? The two quasi-emperors disappeared into the horizon in a blink of an eye. Jia 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 Jia, escape, let's escape, I want to see if you can escape from my palm. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and immediately sent a clone to pursue the two quasi-emperors. In situ, under Su Lang's call, more than a dozen clones appeared, occupying all directions in the sky. A group of martial arts and quasi-immortals shivered, and their quasi-emperor abandoned them. It was so cruel. Tisk tisk, don't be afraid, little babies. A Su Lang chuckled, stand on the left with the soul fire, stand on the right if there is none, come, be obedient, stand well. A whole number of 10 martial immortals, and more than 2,000 quasi-immortal great sages, were all terrified. Those martial immortals can be regarded as great men, and there are many martial immortals who have 7 tribulations and 8 tribulations. Therefore, they also had the idea of running away. However, when they thought that the unknown terrifying Emperor Wudi was coming, they felt that they were all dead when they fled to the ends of the world. Therefore, when these people were in panic and despair, they couldn't move a step. Among them, Zhu Xian was even more isolated, terrified. It was because of her exclaim that the situation fell to this point. Otherwise, the two quasi-emperors should become the servants of the powerful Emperor Wu, and they can be regarded as having a greater backing. But at this time, I don't know what my future will look like. Next, at Su Lang's request, everyone was divided into 2 piles and stood there tremblingly. Hey, pretty familiar. Su Lang nodded with satisfaction. Now, those who have the fire of the soul will hand over the fire of the soul first. You will become my servants and will be rewarded with the immortal level technique and the immortal level pill. Talking, Su Lang waved his big hand, and a large number of elixir and immortal level techniques emerged. At a glance, the elixir is densely packed, and it is almost countless. There are more than 60 copies of the immortal level exercises, suspended in the air, with many visions. The expressions of more than 2,000 people in the field stagnated, and immediately the vast majority of them showed expressions of incomparable surprise. Chapter 779, The Escape Route of Emperor Liang Zun. They all thought they were dead. Unexpectedly, as long as you hand over your soul, you will be able to get the immortal pill and immortal level techniques that are extremely cherished. Moreover, the opponent is a powerful Emperor Wu. Becoming a servant of Emperor Wu is not only not a shame, but a high climb. The surprise came too suddenly, and tears filled my eyes. Soon, a Wushan rushed out of the crowd. Su Di, I am not rich, and I am willing to surrender the fire of my soul and become your servant. This Wushan knelt down on both knees respectfully, with a sincere expression full of expectation. Fuyu is a martial arts immortal of the wuxian clan, but he was very unhappy. He was suppressed everywhere in the clan, and was even more dangerous in the battle of the Emperor Zun, and almost died. Therefore, he was very angry with the wuxian clan. At this time, he was tempted to get the opportunity of Gao Pan Su Lang, the martial emperor. Su Lang smiled and said, "Okay, you choose 20 pills from these pills, and then choose 2 immortal level exercises." Yes, Fuxian Wushan excitedly spoke incoherently, and immediately stepped forward to choose medicine and exercises. The rest of Wushan and Quasi-Xian, some of them stared eagerly and eager to move, and some had no souls, regrets and worries in their hearts. There is also a small part who looked at it coldly, showing unruly eyes. In any case, Wuyu Wushan quickly selected 20 perfect quality elixir and 2 immortal level exercises. Then he handed over his soul and heart, and paid Su Lang with both hands. Well, very good. Su Lang smiled and nodded. If you have any credit in the future, I will reward you again. Just stand by. Yes, Lord Su Di. Call me Langdi. Yes, Lord Langdi. Okay. Lord Langdi, who was flying in waves, smiled, turned his eyes, and fell on the people below. Master Langdi, I am willing to be your servant. Another Wushan stepped forward with a respectful look. There were some quasi-immortals beside him who wanted to step forward, but when he saw him going, they held back for the time being. Okay, choose the pill and exercise. Su Lang smiled kindly. At the same time, Xiao Luntian and Li Feilu, their enemies, are fleeing together, fast, however. They looked terrified, and their hearts were chilling. Because no matter how fast they fly, there will be a Su Lang around them from time to time. Su Lang's clone was really like a tarsal maggot, and he couldn't get rid of it. But it is not difficult for Su Lang to do this. At this time, Su Lang's mental power reached the level of the sun, covering billions of miles. In other words, the perception range of each clone has billions of miles. The flying speed of the Emperor Zun was indeed fast, but he couldn't fly out of the perception range of a clone in 1 second. When they flew out, they had already entered the perception range of the second clone that Su Lang dispatched in advance. Therefore, Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu will always be under Su Lang's nose. As long as Su Lang is willing, he can send an avatar next to them with a thought. Faced with the avatars that couldn't be thrown away at all, Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu tried their best when they were frightened. First behead the clone. They killed more than a dozen in a row, but Su Lang still appeared, and Xiao Lushan completely gave up this move. Use concealment. Su Lang's clone directly launched a mental attack, using a radar-like method to find out their location. Flee through the teleportation formation. Their every move is under Su Lang's supervision. How can they hide from Su Lang if they want to find the teleportation formation? Therefore, often when the teleportation is over, there is already a Su Lang clone waiting for them with a smile. You can imagine how desperate they were at that time. Tear space to escape, but Su Lang's perception can already see the scene on the other side through the space channel, so he can continue to send his clone to pursue. The more Xiao Lushan and the 2 ran away, the more they felt powerless and desperate. Especially afterwards, a strange flying squirrel appeared, like ghosts everywhere, watching them all the time. The most important thing is that this flying squirrel can't even kill. Chapter 780. Throw it away. No way. The treasure-hunting flying gliders are immune to Wushan attack, and the Quasi-Emperor is also a Wushan. Of course, the treasure-hunting flying gliders can't be killed. The flying squirrel, which even the quasi-emperor could not kill, immediately made the two quasi-emperors fully ascertain that Su Lang's deity was a great wuti. And this is the last straw that crushes their psychological defense. Li Feilu, Xiao Lushan shouted hoarsely, I'm going to throw away the emperor-level pill, and I can't keep it. No, I can't bear it. Li Feilu was heartbroken, this is my opportunity to become emperor. Don't throw it away, then Emperor Wu is coming. Xiao Luntian pointed at the treasure-hunting flying gliders and said sternly, look, there are more and more strange flying mice. This is a sign that Emperor Wu is about to come. No, I really can't bear it. Li Feilu was tearful and regretful on his face, or we should admit our mistakes to Emperor Su Lang Wu, let's surrender. No way, we missed the opportunity. If we go back, the end will be terrible. Xiao Lanshan shook his head fiercely, for the sake of the present, the only way to do this is to throw away the Emperor-level technique and the Emperor-level pill, and then look for a martial Emperor-level force as a backer. Ah, I'm not reconciled. Li Feilu cried with grief and anger, I blame your subordinate Zhu Xian, I blame her. Yes, it's all her fault. Xiao Luntian's eyes were blood red, if it weren't for her exclaiming, I wouldn't have fallen here, she should die. Then you don't kill her yet. Li Feilu shouted hoarsely with hatred on his face. Their souls are all on your slaying sky sword sheath, kill her. You can't kill it. In order to show trust and show my demeanor, many of my powers have not turned in their souls. Xiao Lushan shook his head helplessly, only some newly joined members, and the weaker warriors, were my soul fired. Li Feilu cursed with great hatred. Ah, you stupid, why don't you take everyone's soul and heart? You only know to talk about me. Xiao Lushan retorted sternly, what about you? Which Wushan's soul fire have you received? Li Feilu smiled bitterly, I am a member of the clan, that is my clan member, I can't take their souls and hearts out of reason. Xiao Lushan sighed, hey, stop talking nonsense, and throw away the Emperor-level medicine and Emperor-level exercises. With that said, he took out the Emperor-grade pill, and after a while reluctantly, threw it to the ground. Xiao Lushan actually wanted to take a sip, taste it, and then smashed the pill severely and let out a breath. But he was afraid that licking a mouthful or destroying the pill would get the mark in Su Lang's mouth, so he didn't dare to do so he could only throw away the intact pill. After losing the medicine, Xiao Lishan looked at Li Feilu with a serious expression. If Li Feilu is not lost, he will help. What? With an unwilling roar, Li Feilu took out the gold-patterned Emperor-level exercise technique in his arms and threw it to the ground. Soon, they found that two flying squirrels had grabbed the pill and the Emperor-level exercises and disappeared directly from the place. Seeing this scene, the two shivered fiercely again. Xiao Lushan took a deep breath. The clone of Emperor Su Lang Wu is still there, and the flying squirrel is still there. Let's go quickly while the mark is gone. It is good. The somewhat languid Li Feilu nodded, as if he was several hundred years old. Immediately after, the two quickly flew away. However, they soon discovered that the nightmare had not gone away. Those smiling avatars, those flying squirrels that could not be harmed by various means, still surrounded them, showing no signs of dispersing. Damn it, I'm afraid the imprint has already been transferred to us. Even if we didn't throw away the pill and the exercises, he will still catch up. Li Feilu looked frightened and distraught. Xiao Lushan, I blame you, my opportunity to become an emperor. Chapter 781. Angry Zanai Wushan, damn, how did I know it would be like this? Emperor Wu's methods are beyond our conjecture. Li Feilu, don't blame me, I also lost the Emperor-grade pill. Xiao Lushan's face paled. Now that Emperor Wu is still chasing us, we can only immediately seek shelter from the Emperor-level forces. My heart hurts so much. Li Feilu clutched his heart, tears crisscrossed. You, Xiao Tushan, meeting you is really the worst thing in my life. Do not talk. I'm not the same unlucky, I blame Zhu Xian, she is the source of our unlucky. Xiao Luntian gritted his teeth, his eyes were cracking, and immediately took out his scabbard. Damn, I feel many people's hearts shake vividly, they want to betray me. Kill them, Li Feilu shouted immediately, but, they are my only team. Xiao Lushan couldn't bear it, moreover, there are still some people who are tough, how can I, at the same time? The Emperor's death domain. There are dozens of martial gods of the Lanshanlu and Wukexian clan, as well as more than 2,000 quasi-sage martial arts, divided into 3 piles, each fighting on one side. Not bad. Before, it was divided into 2 groups of people with souls and no souls. But now there is a 3rd pile, and that is the wuxians who have given their souls to Su Lang. At this moment, there is a martial ***** who is choosing the immortal level technique. This person was named Xingtai Wushan, a martial artist of Slaughter Heaven Tower, and like Duanqing Wushan, he was a martial immortal of the 4 tribulations, and he was very powerful. Moreover, although his cultivation is not as good as Zhu Xian and other first-level martial immortals, he is an old man in the Tuantian Tower, who has lived for 4 million years. Therefore, Xiao Lushan did not collect his soul to show respect for the elderly. But at this time, under the influence of life threats, material temptations, and some of his own thoughts, he immediately chose to surrender to Su Lang. Subordinates select these 2 immortal level exercises. After Xingtai Wushan chose 20 pills, after a dazzling selection, he found 2 immortal level exercises that were most suitable for him. It is good. I will give you a copy later. Su Lang nodded, because some people chose the same technique, so they couldn't give the original one, otherwise it would not be enough. Fortunately, the copy is also the same, but you must be careful when burning the exercises, and there can be no mistakes. Thank you for the reward. Xingtai Wu bowed for the first time, and soon forced out his soul and gave it to Su Lang. And at this moment, a voice with deep hatred came from the crowd. Xingtai, you old thief, you really surrendered your soul. How much the original poster trusts you. He has treated you as a grown-up for millions of years, but you are so unfaithful and unrighteous. You, an old dog, cannot die. The angry curse sounded like Lei Ting, exploding in the crowd, and spreading towards the surrounding with a powerful martial arts power. The martial artists around have resisted, but there are still many great saints injured. After a while of confusion, immediately, everyone's eyes condensed on one person. That was a Wushan standing in the soulless Heartfire camp. At this time, his eyes were splitting, with a fierce expression, staring at Su Lang and Xingtai Wushan rebelliously. It's Wushan Zanai, the strong man in the Slaughter Sky Tower, the Wushan of the 5 tribulations. Unexpectedly, he dared to come out. It was just looking for death. Yes, facing a martial emperor, this is howling before his death. He doesn't have any soul or heart, he probably felt desperate, so he broke out. Hey, my brother's soul fire is also in the hands of Emperor Tushinzun, and I don't know if he will be killed when he is. Without the soul and heart, you can't show the highest reverence for Emperor Lang, and you can't show your loyalty. At this time, those who don't have a soul and heart, haven't come forward to choose medicine and exercises. I guess they can only rise up and run away desperately. No, how can Emperor Langdi's methods be something I can predict? Maybe Langdi has other ways to save them from death. I think so too, otherwise Langdi could kill them all in the morning, so how could he stay for now? Yeah, Wushan Zanai was in a mess in despair. He didn't expect this. Now he is dead. ... Everyone talked a lot in private, looking at Wushan Zanai as if they were looking at a dead person. Chapter 782. Against Emperor Lang, can you not die? At this time, treat me as an elder. Ridiculous. Immortal Xingtai Wu turned around and stared at Wu Xian Zanhai without any fear, with a cold expression in his eyes. Although I am an older generation in Tuantian Tower, everyone respects me on the surface, but in private they laughed at me for living in vain for 4 million years. It's an old trash. I have been in Tushinlu for so many years, except for the superficial respect, I have not received any rare training resources at all. As long as some rare medicines, natural materials and treasures have been given to you younger generations who are extraordinarily talented, I am an old and immortal, so I can only meditate and cultivate. How can you deny that? I have worked hard in the Tuantian Tower for millions of years. My cultivation is stagnant, and it is inseparable from the treatment given to me by the Tushinlu. Now that Emperor Lang saves me from merciless fire and water, he has given me cultivation resources and practice techniques. Although I am a slave and a servant, I am willing. With that, Xingtai Wushan respectfully knelt down to Su Lang. As soon as he said this, Wushan Zanai was speechless, he could only open his mouth and exasperated, glaring at Xingtai Wushan. And the other warriors in Slaughter Tower were also silent. What Xingtai Wushan said is true. He did work hard, but he didn't get any rare training resources. Instead, he only got a little reputation for nothing. In the martial arts world, strength is king, and reputation is just icing on the cake. Xingtai Wushan complained about this, which was completely normal. Xingtai Wushan, in any case, you are betrayed. You traitor, I am at odds with you. Also, Emperor Lang, your deity has been reluctant to come. I'm afraid you are going to hunt down 2 quasi-emperors. With your clones, how can we stop us? Brothers, let's kill them. Wushan Zanai looked terrifying, yelled sternly, and immediately fled into the distance. But, after he flew out, he discovered that no one was running away with him at all. This is so embarrassing, but at this time the arrow had to be sent on the string, and Wushan Zanai, who was riding a tiger, could only hope that Su Lang's deity was really dragged, unable to take care of himself. He used all kinds of secret techniques together, and fleeing far away crazy. Ha 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 ha, my deity is definitely not here. But who said that my clone is the only one? Su Lang smiled faintly, with a thought, smoothly chasing and killing him with the clone dispatch and the clone replacement. In the next instant, the one who stayed in place became a clone. But dozens of Wushan and Zunxian heard Su Lang's words, they all felt their backs numb, and fluke arose in their hearts. Fortunately, I didn't wait to escape with that fool. Yes, there are countless avatars of Emperor Lang. These primary Wushan level avatars are only the lowest level, and Emperor Lang must have high level avatars. That fool is dead, ... Everyone whispered and discussed. Suddenly, they all looked in the direction where Wushan Zanai was escaping, with an expression of, it really is on their faces. I saw a huge explosion on the horizon in the distance. The violent aura of a Wushan of 6 tribulations, and a Wushan of 5 tribulations spread, making most people present panic. It's fighting. It's a clone of the 6 tribulations martial immortal level. This is certainly not the strongest clone of Langdi. Of course, I guess Langdi's strongest clone may have the rank of quasi-emperor. ... Everyone talked softly, their eyes fixed on the battle in the distance. And the battle did not last long, just a few breaths, accompanied by Wushan Zanai's dying roar. His breath gradually weakened, and finally disappeared completely. Died. If you fight against Emperor Lang, can you not die? Everyone present is just ants in front of Emperor Lang. It is already a great gift for me to surrender and grant medicinal techniques, but Wushan Zanai wants to escape, it is ridiculous. Here, Emperor Lang's 6 tribulations martial immortal clone is back. ... Everyone saw a stalwart figure flying in the distance. He held the head of Wushan Zanai in one hand and a regular fairy crystal in the other, playing with it carefully. Chapter 783. Surrender, longing just now. Su Lang used Theoswallowing Clone, and directly swallowed 15 clones, instantly raising his combat power to 6 tribulations martial immortal. Zanai Wushan was only the 5 tribulations Wushan, and the difference between 1 tribulation was the difference between heaven and earth, and was quickly killed by Su Lang. The clones that were killed before were all clone incarnations, so there were a lot of clones that could be swallowed. At this time, 15 clones were swallowed, and a full 10 clones had not been swallowed, so their strength could skyrocket. In the awe of everyone's eyes, Su Lang's figure was getting closer. They also clearly saw the things in Su Lang's hands, the head and the regular fairy crystal. This immediately horrified them. It's the head of Wushan Zanai. A generation of 5 tribulations martial immortals, a difference in thought, the direct deity is destroyed. The avatar of Emperor Lang taking his head back is meant to kill the chicken and the monkey. If I dare to imitate Zanai, the same will end. Don't pay attention to that head. Look, isn't the Rule Fairy Crystal on the right hand of Emperor Lang's clone? Rule's Immortal Crystal. That is the treasure that appears with a very small probability when Wushan voluntarily condenses before death. What does the Emperor Lang hold at this time? Could it be that it was condensed from the body of Wushan Zanai by any special means? What? Forced to condense the rules of fairy crystals? I have heard of this kind of thing, and it has never been recorded in history. What does it mean that Langdi clone holding the Rule Immortal Crystal? ... Everyone kept guessing and coveted secretly. If a quasi-immortal obtains a regular immortal crystal, the chance of becoming a martial immortal can be greatly increased. Moreover, even if a martial artist who has already achieved martial arts obtains it, he can use this to prove martial arts and speed up his cultivation. At this time, Su Lang has come to the top of everyone, looking down at them faintly. Those who dare to escape are like this person. Its voice was not loud and not cold, but it made everyone frightened. Those who are eager to move in their hearts no longer dare to have any wrong intentions, even those warriors who have no soul and heart. Suddenly, a martial immortal in the Tuantian tower gritted his teeth, walked out tremblingly, and knelt under Su Lang. Master Lang, I have no soul and heart, life and death are in the hands of Shao Tuantian, and hope that Emperor Lang can help. Hang Lian Wushan. A Wushan nearby shouted worriedly. That Hang Lian Wushan walked out to worship, and Juntian Jundi must have known it instantly. As long as the Emperor Zudian Zun had a thought, his death would disappear. Originally, it was useless for me to wait. Su Lang looked down at the people indifferently. The only effect is to kill, condense the rules of the fairy crystal, and reward my servants. This statement came out. The crowd suddenly thundered. Those warriors who did not have the soul and fire in the Heaven Slaughter Tower were chilly, and they only felt that their own time of death was coming. The others were shocked and inconceivable at Su Lang's condensed rule fairy crystal. Master Langdi really can condense the rule fairy crystals. Heaven, what a method is this, and what kind of cultivation is Langdi? Even the rule immortal crystal can forcefully condense. In the eyes of Emperor Langdi, the rule immortal crystal can only condense at will, and he can reward the objects of his servants at will. It can be seen how terrifying the Lord Langdi is. If I become a servant of Emperor Lang, I will have the opportunity to get the rule immortal crystal, and the road to becoming a martial immortal will become much smoother. This is a rare opportunity forever. ... Everyone was talking. The heart of awe, surrender, and desire rose. At this time, Su Lang's voice continued, but if you wait for your sincere return, I can try to get your souls back. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone was shocked. Those warriors whose souls are in the hands of Juntian Jundi are even more excited. Langdi deserves to be Langdi, and he can even retrieve the soul fire that he has already handed over. I don't have to die, Langdi can save us. ... Chapter 784, Let Us Go. The slaughter of the sky martial artist has no other thoughts at all. Before they had no way out, there was only a dead end in front of them. Of course they wanted to escape. Now that there is a way to survive, naturally you will not seek death. Wait, don't worry. Su Lang smiled faintly. It's time to go forward and choose the pill method. Continue. Master, I am willing to surrender. I am willing to be a slave and a servant. A quasi-immortal rushed forward hurriedly, almost flying to Su Lang on his knees, constantly kowtow. I'm going. Is this guy a mouse? He rushed out all of a sudden, and he was one step ahead of me. I want to go up too. This guy is just a quasi-immortal. He has no self-knowledge at all. I don't know if he should wait behind him. ... A group of warriors looked at the quasi-immortal who rushed out and cursed secretly. It is good. You choose. Su Lang was not despised because this person was just a quasi-immortal. His voice was still flat. Thank you, Lord. Zunxian immediately chose the immortal pill in the immortal level exercises, smirked and handed over his soul fire, and then stood in the third camp. Next. Su Lang nodded and called softly. Suddenly, several people rushed up, but they were afraid to offend Su Lang. After some hesitation, several people stopped, and only one Wushan came to Su Lang. Choose. Su Lang's voice was faint, neither indifferent nor gentle. Yes. This Wushan bowed his head respectfully, and then began to choose. When Su Lang asked everyone to choose the exercises and medicinal pills one by one, he was actually not idle. He was still scaring Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu, two old confused quasi-emperors. At this moment, far away in the middle of the Kanglan continent, Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu were flying at full strength, fleeing frantically. Their faces were full of anxiety and panic, as well as a trace of fatigue and despair. After escaping for so long, those flying squirrels have not diminished at all, and the clone of Emperor Su Langwu not only appeared, with a creepy smile. The two who were struggling with their lives almost cried under tremendous psychological pressure. Damn it, I haven't escaped Su Lang's pursuit. Quickly, the territory of the Red Lotus Emperor clan is ahead, and Emperor Wu Lian will definitely protect us. Even if we can get the blessing of Emperor Red Lotus Wudi, the two of me will have to pay a great price, and I am afraid that my immortal clan will be swallowed by Emperor Red Lotus. It's good to be able to live, but those who are still entangled. My slaughter tower is gone. My subordinates all want to betray me at this time. Then you don't kill them yet. Kill them. Damn, I thought they would rather die than surrender, but Zanai was the only one, and was killed. I will kill them. Xiao Lucian's face was full of madness, and his subordinates would be killed through the fire of soul in the next moment. But at this moment, Su Lang's voice came, "Your subordinates, I am very interested." However, it was Su Lang who controlled the avatar, blocking the path of Xiao and Li. Slow. Don't kill them. Li Feilu heard Su Lang's words, and suddenly exclaimed to stop Xiao Lushan. Do not, I'm going to kill them. Ah, Xiao Lushan roared with blood-red eyes, but stopped his murder. Because he knew that Su Lang was interested in his subordinates, this was a bargaining chip. It is precisely because of this that Li Feilu will stop him. Su Di, Li Feilu hurriedly said loudly, I don't know what use you want Xiao Lushan's subordinates to do, but we don't need to kill them. In exchange, you let us go. After speaking, he winked at Xiao Lushan. In Li Feilu's view, Su Lang is also very likely to see them entering the territory of Emperor Red Lotus, not willing to offend Emperor Red Lotus. Therefore, at this juncture, he said that he was interested in those who killed the sky. This is to take advantage of them. In other words, the Emperor Wu who claimed to be Su Lang might not intend to chase him. For them, this is a great opportunity to get away and must be seized. Not bad, Xiao Lushan said, I can let go of those traitors, but you must let us go. Chapter 785, Blackmail the two quasi-emperors, don't you consider thinking about becoming my servant? Anyway, you have to take refuge in Julian, it's better to come to me. Su Lang smiled faintly, the Emperor Pill appeared on his left hand, and the Emperor Grade Technique appeared on his right hand. Then, what about the soul? Li Feilu was shocked and asked. After all, he was still reluctant to bear the Emperor-level exercises, and this thing could not be obtained by taking refuge in Emperor Red Lotus. Of course you have to leave it to me. Su Lang grinned, somewhat evil. No, impossible, we can't give you our souls. Xiao Luntian gritted his teeth and said, even if we take refuge in Emperor Red Lotus, he won't want our souls to be angry. Yes, Lord Su Di. Li Feilu cried out, we have taken refuge in you, and our lives are between your thoughts, why bother let us give up our souls? The two of them consciously have offended Su Lang, the Emperor Wu, and worry that they will still receive revenge after surrendering, so they are not so reluctant to give up their souls. Without my soul, I can't trust you. Su Lang smiled, since you are not willing, then forget it, you can leave after paying enough. Pay the price. What price do you want us to pay? What if we don't want it? Xiao Lushan said nervously, looking in the direction of the Red Lotus Emperor from time to time. As soon as he said this, Li Feilu immediately trembled, for fear that Su Lang would become angry. No, then you will die. Su Lang smiled, don't think that Emperor Wu Lian can protect you. Even if you escape into the Emperor Red Lotus clan, I can let him hand you over automatically. If you don't believe it, you can try. Try it, try it. Xiao Luntian's expression turned ruthless. He felt that Su Lang's deity hadn't caught up for so long, and there was something strange in it. So it was a little fluke. Xiao Tushan, you really think you can escape, so let's escape. Su Lang smiled disdainfully, and immediately gave way to Xiao Lushan and showed him the way. No, there is the territory of the Red Lotus Emperor clan, go. Su Lang said that he could make friends with the Honglian Emperor, but he didn't just say that he really has such an ability. Because he has a powerful array control ability, Emperor Wulian is unwilling to hand over someone. Okay, give you control of the Guardian formation in your clan, and self-destructed, let's see where you cry. In addition, there are also methods such as treasure hunting, flying, looting all the way, robbing all the places they pass, and always tossing the Red Lotus Emperor clan to cry without tears. Master Sus forgiveness, he just spoke quickly. At this time, Li Feilu quickly stopped Xiao Lushan and apologized to Su Lang. We are willing to pay the price and redeem our lives. I wonder what Lord Wu needs us to pay. Ha 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 ha. Since it is a redemption, of course you have to pay something equivalent to yours. Su Lang smiled in his heart, you can hand over all your belongings, although I don't think there are many. Su Di, don't go too far. When Xiao Lishan heard that Su Lang asked them to surrender their possessions, he suddenly became anxious. Xiao Lushan, shut up. The ability to exchange a little property for a life is already a great gift from Lord Su, don't be dissatisfied. Li Feilu yelled at him. He was so afraid that Xiao Lushan would continue to die, and he had lost the chance to escape that he had finally obtained. Tisk tut, this Li Feilu is a good helper for me. Su Lang smiled in his heart, of course he was still indifferent on the surface. And Xiao Lushan was scolded by Li Feilu, and he was even more angry, but after all, he was not that kind of reckless man, so he stopped talking. Su Lang suddenly showed a trace of impatience. I don't have time to waste on you, so hurry up and hand over things. I'm going back. Yes, let's hand it over. Li Feilu was so scared that he stood upside down and immediately opened the Wushan inner realm. Under the witness of Su Lang, he handed over almost everything. All that is left are his personal belongings. Su Lang possesses the ability to recognize treasures and so on. With a glance, he can see that the value of those things is not high, so he left Li Feilu to keep it. For this, Li Feilu was simply grateful. Xiao Lushan, what are you still waiting for? After handing over his possessions, Li Feilu immediately began to supervise Xiao Lushan. Chapter 786. Messy and desolate in the wind. Okay, I'll pay it. Xiao Lushan hung his head, gritted his teeth and unfolded the inner boundary of Wushan. Suddenly a large number of items appeared in front of Su Lang. Immediately after, most of the contents belonged to Su Lang, including the quasi-emperor weapon slaughter sky scabbard in Xiao Lushan's hand. However, some of the things he left were very valuable, and Su Lang couldn't bear to let it go. The most important of these are the 3 exercises practiced by Xiao Tushan: Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, Burning Soul Lonely Lamp Ju, and Non-Sword Immortal Sutra. Xiao Lushan, don't you want to survive? The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, revealing a sneer. My emperor-level technique cannot be handed to you. Xiao Lushan stared with blood-red eyes, looking desperately. That is the treasure of the Emperor Burning Clan, and I will never give it to you. Xiao Lushan, you fool. Li Feilu on the side couldn't help saying, if Lord Su killed you, wouldn't he get your technique? Why are you so stupid? Fuck. Su Lang raised his brows slightly. Li Feilu, this guy really looks like my subordinate, he's helping me with everything, making me laugh. And Xiao Lushan heard Li Feilu's words, and he also felt a little irrational. Now that he has paid such a big price, he can get away with just paying more exercises, and now he is desperately late and still suffers too much. Besides, you don't have to hand it over the exercises and you won't be able to. It's still in your mind, but there are more people who know it. Hateful. If I become the emperor the day, Xiao Lushan roared wildly in his heart, and reluctantly handed over the emperor-level cultivation technique and the other 2 immortal-level cultivation techniques to Su Lang. Humph. Su Lang accepted the exercises, curled his lips, and said, as the emperor-grade material you've hidden, isn't it considered to be handed over? This Su Di, his eyes are so harsh. Xiao Lushan was horrified. He did hide an emperor-grade material and put it in the corner disguised as a holy-grade material, but he didn't expect to be recognized by Su Lang at a glance. But Li Feilu was frightened. He didn't expect Xiao Lushan to dare to die, but Su Lang saw it through. Who is Su Lang? It is Emperor Wu, and the Emperor Wu is very powerful. You are so impatient that you dared to hide things under the eyes of Emperor Wu. This is Li Feilu's idea. Xiao Lushan also regretted a little. Of course, they didn't know that Su Lang was just a 9-star great sage, and he didn't know how many great heavens he was missing from Emperor Wu. I pay it, I just forgot for a while. Xiao Lushan cried and said something that ghosts didn't believe him, and handed out the emperor-grade materials. So far, he and Li Feilu are basically bankrupt. The avatar Su Lang collected the treasures of the 2 and disappeared immediately. The treasure hunting flying around also disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this unpredictable and weird method, Li Feilu and Xiao Lushan couldn't help but fear Su Lang, the omniscient and all-powerful emperor. When all the treasure hunt flying gliders disappeared, the 2 men were relieved. Get away, my 2 finally survived. Pity my treasure for nearly tens of millions of years, all used to eliminate disasters. Quote. Suddenly, the 2 of them hated Zhu Xian again. If it weren't for Zhu Xian's voice, they were now eating the emperor-level pill and looking at the emperor-level practice. It's really a difference in thought, the difference between heaven and earth. Li Feilu and Xiao Lushan smiled bitterly, messy and desolate in the wind. Suddenly, there was a sense of sympathy. And at this moment, Xiao Lushan suddenly looked between the 2 of them like an electric shock, where a key was still floating quietly. Li Feilu noticed Xiao Lushan's strangeness and looked over, and exclaimed, my 2 have forgotten the key to the Emperor's forbidden land. Xiao Lushan's face was ecstatic, and his voice trembled with excitement. The reason why Su Di didn't take this key is probably because of the unspoken rules between Emperor Wu. He can't interfere in the inheritance of Emperor Wu Di. In other words, there is still a chance to become an emperor. Li Feilu's eyes came out like searchlights, and they met Xiao Lucian's excited eyes. Suddenly, the feeling of sympathy disappeared, and the tense atmosphere and violent fighting spirit gradually spread. Chapter 787. Take a look, what is this? Soon after. The key is mine, you let go. Fuck off, if it weren't for me to keep reminding you, you would have been killed by Emperor Su, you have to. Give me this key, it's going to you. If it wasn't for my emperor-level technique, would Su Di be so easily satisfied? I pay the most, and the key is mine. Xiao Lucian, you white-eyed wolf, I saved your life, I am your savior. I only saved your life. The Emperor Su simply didn't like it because of your possessions and cultivation techniques. I relied on my imperial cultivation techniques and treasures to redeem your life. I redeemed your life. You dog thief, you are really shameless to the extreme. My Wu Wei Xian clan has a long history of slaughter Heaven Tower, and I have more treasures than you. Even if there is no emperor treasure, it is more valuable than what you handed over. The imperial level technique and the imperial level materials are not as good as your tattered ones. Li Feilu, you are really shameless. I see if Grandpa and I can't kill you today. Fight as long as you fight, my son Xiao Tushan, die. Suddenly, the enemies fought bang bang bang. At the same time. In the dead zone of the Emperor. The deity Su Lang closed his eyes, floating in the air. All the warriors who possessed the Soul Heart Fire gave him the Soul Heart Fire, received the pill, and chose the immortal level technique. 2 groups of people became 3 groups of people, and then 2 groups of people. A group of people stood in front of and below Su Lang, all of them were the warriors who had handed over their souls and hearts. They looked at Su Lang eagerly, the whole being like an ant on a hot pot. Another group of people stood behind Su Lang, excited, stroking the elixir in their hands over and over again. Many people look at the group of people who have no soul and heart from time to time, and occasionally gloat in their eyes. Especially the warriors of Wu Wei Shanzu almost made no secrets. However, some people are full of worries. That is Zhu Xian and other high-level warriors of the original Luntian Tower. They surrendered their souls and became Su Lang's servants, half-pushing half-heartedly, benefiting from them and saving themselves from death. They were very worried about the companions who had handed their souls to Xiao Lucian, for fear that the warriors who were alive and well would all die at once. At this moment, Su Lang, who hovered above everyone's heads and was looked up to by everyone, suddenly opened his eyes. Master Langdi, seeing that Su Lang opened his eyes, everyone was in awe, and his stature could not help being slightly shorter. Take a look, what is this? Su Lang smiled faintly, waved his hand, and a scabbard appeared in the eyes of everyone. The scabbard was completely black and plain, except for a red rope tied to the opening of the scabbard, and 2 red to black beads strung on both ends of the rope. Seeing this scabbard, everyone was shocked, their eyes widened and their jaws drooping. It's Slaughter Sky sword sheath. I feel it, my soul is on the top. Heaven, the Slaughter Sky scabbard is a quasi-emperor soldier, and the quasi-emperor is great. Xiao Lucian never left his hand, but at this time it fell into the hands of Lord Langdi. Doesn't this mean that Xiao Lucian has already fallen? Xiao Lanshan disobeyed Lord Lang's order and dared to escape. He has been killed. My soul and heart are no longer in the hands of Xiao Lanshan. I don't have to worry about death in the next moment. Langdi Lord is too powerful, killing the quasi-emperor Xiao Lucian in such a short period of time, he deserves to be Emperor Wu. Yes, yeah, I am waiting to follow Lord Langdi, the future is boundless. There was a lot of discussion, especially the group of warriors who had no souls and hearts, and had been worried. At this time, they completely let go of their hearts. Of course, there are some people who are not in high mood, such as Zhu Xian and others, as well as the warriors of the Wuxian clan. Zhu Xian and the others were quite trusted by Xiao Lucian, so they didn't give up their souls. At this time, they took refuge in Langdi. Xiao Lucian fell, and their hearts were incredibly complicated. The warriors of the Wuxian clan have some concerns about Li Feilu. The old man who always helped Su Lang inadvertently did not do little to benefit his clansmen on weekdays, and the warriors of Wu Wei Shanzu respected him. Seeing that Xiao Lucian was dead, at this time, he speculated that Li Feilu must have been violent, and couldn't help feeling sad instinctively. Chapter 788, turned out to be a gourd baby at this time. I am not a murderer. Su Lang suddenly smiled and said, although Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu offended me, I did not kill them. Both of them have paid a sufficient price and gained freedom. This word fell in the ears of everyone, and those who were worried would not worry immediately. Su Lang also became benevolent in their hearts, not the kind of fierce and brutal tyrant. Such as Zhu Xian and other high-rise buildings in the original Lanshan Tower, as well as the warriors of the Wuxian clan, are like this. They had a much better sense of Su Lang, and since they had done so, they had better served the Lord, and they were completely at heart. Those happily Tuantianlu warriors were not worried about future revenge because Xiao Tuantian did not die. They are now under Su Lang's command, embracing bigger thighs, still afraid of Xiao Tushan. Then, everyone came forward to flatter and praise Su Lang for his broad-mindedness and noble morals. Okay, it's all quiet. Su Lang waved his hand gently, and everyone immediately closed their mouths, showing respect. Immediately, Su Lang placed the slaying sky sword scabbard in front of everyone. The soul and heart fire on this, I will take all of it into the sea of knowledge. Your treatment is the same as the rest of the people. Now you all go forward and choose the medicine and exercises. The Lord is kind. Those warriors who have no soul and heart are excited, lining up to choose the medicine. In this gap, Su Lang's gaze fell on the slaughter sky sword sheath. Come out, don't hide. Su Lang stared at the two beads on the scabbard rope, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The slaughter sky sword sheath is a quasi-emperor soldier, the king among immortal weapons, and the most advanced weapon under the emperor soldier. It certainly has its own spirit, and it is also very mature. Su Lang guessed that this scabbard was at least 10 million years old, and belonged to the quasi-imperial soldier caste in the era of Emperor Wu's 9 revolutions. In a long time, the spirit of the slaughter sky sword sheath has already been fully witty, not only not inferior to intelligent creatures, but even worse. And this spirit is now hidden in the two red to black beads. However, Su Lang's words seemed to have no effect. The beads are motionless. Dare to play dead, then I will let you really die. Su Lang curled his lips in disdain, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually became cold. An inexplicable breath descended on the slaughter sky scabbard, which was a gigabyte that was about to use the one-key decomposition function. Do not kill me, I will come out now. The two beads on the scabbard suddenly rose out of thin air, swaying like two hands, and begging for mercy. This spirit originally thought that if it was hidden, Su Lang could not use it, but he didn't expect that the other party would destroy it if he didn't agree. Moreover, it is the kind that can kill it in an instant, and it doesn't even have the power to resist. The Soviet emperor's method is too weird. My dignified and quasi-imperial soldiers have actually felt powerless and desperate. The spirit of the slaughter sky sword sheath appeared while thinking. As soon as it appeared, it not only attracted the attention of Su Lang, but also attracted the attention of most people. The appearance of this tool is very strange, like a gourd. The lower part of the gourd is a swollen belly, and the upper part is also swollen, but it has facial features that can be regarded as its head. Above the head, there is a curly dull hair, fluttering in the wind. My fork, it turned out to be a gourd baby. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and his heart said that the small appearance of this instrument was really unique. I'm not called Calabash Baby. The spirit of Slaughter Sky Scabbard cautiously retorted. I have lived so long, what kind of baby is still called? I don't want face. No, you are called Calabash Baby. Su Lang's tone was very firm, and there was no room for negotiation. The spirit of Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath still wanted to refute, but suddenly remembered the sense of crisis before, and couldn't help swallowing the words immediately. Well, it's just a code name anyway, Gourd Baby Gourd Baby. Chapter 789, The Accident Has Occurred, Calabash Baby, how old are you? Su Lang asked curiously. 1,123,000 years old. Hulua said, that cartoon-like face showed a trace of pride. Sure enough, it was from the era of Emperor Wu of the 9th Revolution. Su Lang nodded. Hulua suddenly said, I am not a thing. Okay. Su Lang looked stunned, but he didn't expect this gourd baby to scold himself. The other warriors also looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Hulua was a little scared, but still said, I am not a thing, I am a creature. Good, you are not a thing. Su Lang smiled dumbly, and smiled in his heart, this guy has lived for so long, and it doesn't look like he has become a spirit. Does it mean that the spirit of the weapon has some mental retardation attributes? Gourd Baby was affirmed by Su Lang and was very satisfied. Calabash Baby, from now on, you will follow me. Su Lang tickled the corner of his mouth and said, I will be your new master from now on, don't you know? I know. Gourd Baby blinked her eyes and looked very familiar. Seeing this, Su Lang breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this guy was very stubborn, and if he kept being disobedient, it would be annoying. Of course, it was possible to decompose it without Su Lang, and then recompose it. But in this way, the Qi Ling is not the previous one, but a new one. What Su Lang wanted was the original device spirit, because it lived long enough, and it must know more. Intelligence and information are as important as combat power, so Su Lang will not break it down unless it is impossible. Ah, very good. Su Lang smiled, as long as you obediently be my weapon, I will give you good food and promote you to the Imperial Soldier. Emperor Soldier. Calabash Baby asked in horror, really? You can promote me to the Imperial Soldier? Of course. You know, I am an Emperor-level refiner. Su Lang smiled faintly. Don't talk about Imperial Soldiers, even at a higher level, you have the opportunity to be promoted. Of course, the premise is to be obedient. Yes, I must be obedient, Hulua said hurriedly, I will do whatever you ask me to do. It thought that this new master was much better than Xiao Lucian. That Xiao Lucian only knew to fight with it. After the fight, it was damaged. Xiao Lucian couldn't repair it. He could only wait for it to heal. But this new master is different, this is an Emperor-level refiner. For the weapons that have opened their minds, advanced refiners are their eager presence. Therefore, senior craftsmen can repair them and even help them advance. At this time, Su Lang said, let's talk about it. Since you opened up Lingzi, how many times has the Kanglan continent have experienced battles of the ages, and what are the victories? Well, I went through the battle of the fall of Emperor Wudi 10 million years ago. 7 million years ago, the Jingtian continent colluded with the 79 continent fragments outside our Kanglan continent to attack our continent together. 5 million years ago, I experienced another mainland battle. In that battle, my first master, Emperor Fen, fell, the Emperor's Sword of Heaven was destroyed, and Emperor Fen clan fell apart. After that, there were 4 more battles on the mainland. I went through 3 masters and passed it to Xiao Lucian. So far, only Xiao Lucian is left in the Fen Emperor clan. In the first war, our Kanglan continent and Jingtian continent were both injured. It was a draw. In the subsequent wars, the balance of victory and defeat gradually tended to Jingtian continent. In the battle 1 million years ago, Jingtian continent even broke into the Kanglan continent. Finally, Wudi Palace used the trump cards to kill 3 Wudi and drove them back. However, those 3 Emperor Wu are only the lowest level Emperor Wu, and Jingtian continent is not considered a painful one. Instead, Emperor Wudi's whole cards seem to be exhausted. The next war is not far away. If there is no accident, the Kanglan continent should be defeated and merged by the Jingtian continent. As the gourd baby was talking, she even sighed a little, and she seemed to have a sense of belonging to Kanglan continent. If there is no accident, will Kanglan continent fail? A sneer appeared on Su Lang's face. Unfortunately, the accident has already occurred, that's me. His tone was sonorous and powerful, and he seemed to have seen the day when Kanglan continent won. Chapter 790. Su Lang is the gangster who has just awakened. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Wuxians were full of thoughts. First of all, they became interested in Su Lang's problems. In the Kanglan continent, everyone at the Wuxian level knows almost the history of thousands of years. But Langdi didn't even know. Why does Langdi not know this history? Is it because he is too short? This is impossible. Emperor Lang is a powerful Emperor Wu, the best among them, and he is definitely not a short year old. Then, why would Emperor Lang ask such a question? Perhaps on the contrary, the age of Emperor Lang is too long. He has fallen asleep in the long river of time, and it is today after waking up. It makes sense, Emperor Lang must be a great emperor who has lived forever. After he awakens, the original subordinates around him have long since disappeared, so he will look for new servants. Not bad, it must be like this. Quote. Everyone kept replenishing their brains, and Su Lang's image became taller and more mysterious, becoming an old monster sleeping behind every age. Su Lang also faintly heard everyone's discussion, and his heart was very funny. To be honest, it has only been about 2 months since he was reborn in Red Maple City, plus his previous life, he is less than 25 years old. There is no such thing as an old monster sleeping in the long river of time. I believe these new subordinates will soon discover that Su Lang is not the old monster in imagination. Su Lang was not interested in what they would think and react after they knew the truth. Anyway, the soul's heart is held in his hand, and their life and death can be determined with a single thought, and what is there to worry about? Asked about the battle of the mainland for thousands of years, Su Lang asked for information about the various forces on the Kanglan continent. This time not only the gourd baby was answering, but there were also a few diligent Wuxians around to add. It turns out that there are currently 29 Emperor Wu in the Kanglan continent, and 9 of them are in the Emperor Wu Palace, making it the largest Emperor Wu force. In addition, there are Xuandaotai and Qingyu Emperor Realm. There are 4 Wudi, and their races are behind them. Then there are the 11 Emperor Clan, Honglian, Baiyu, Ziming and so on. Among them, the Baiyu Emperor Clan is a twin emperor, and they are twins, which are extremely rare. All the imperial clans are basically in the middle and north of Kanglan continent. Because of the distribution of resources in the Kanglan continent, the south is too barren, and the Red Lotus Emperor clan is considered the most southern emperor. On the other side of the Tengui East China Sea, there is also an emperor that depends on the south, namely Ziming. But the Ziming emperor's sense of existence is very weak, so he came back to cooperate with the emperors to fight against the Jingtian continent during the Battle of the Continent, and would never leave the house like a dead house. This is very strange. It is estimated that only the Wudi-level big boss will know the reason. At this moment, in Su Lang's mind, there was already a map of Kanglan continent's power. Taking the emperor's death domain as the dividing line, the most advanced force in the south is the Fairy clan. The land occupied by Su Lang was only 1% of the total area of the south. Going further south is the Great Rift Valley in the south. To the north of the death domain of the emperor is the central part of Kanglan continent, with a large number of immortals and several emperors, and further north is the most prosperous place. The west of the emperor's death domain is the icy world, almost a desert with no creatures, and the east is the Tengui Donghai, and the mysterious Ziming emperor family. In addition to the territories on the Kanglan continent, the various emperor clans also have extraterritorial continent fragments, which have various characteristic resources. Moreover, because the rules on the mainland fragments are easier to comprehend, although they are not as good as 1,000th of the Blue Star, they are also the cultivation base for Wusheng and Wushan. Of course, the distribution of these forces mentioned by the people is all on the surface. No one can be sure. There will be no more martial emperors, more forces on the Kanglan continent. In the eyes of everyone, isn't Su Lang just a super boss who just awakened? After asking about the power distribution, Su Lang put away the Slaughter Sky sword sheath. Because everyone has already chosen the medicine and exercises, the two groups of people completely merged into one group, and they all became Su Lang's servants. Tisk Tusk, 36 Wuxians, 2,800 Zunxian and Great Sage. Seeing the dark group of servants, Su Lang couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly. He also didn't expect that on a whim, he would have such a reward if he visited this emperor's death zone. Moreover, these people are only part of the harvest. Chapter 791, 10 Level 1 Key Empowerment. In addition to people, I want your money. Su Lang smiled secretly in his heart, with a slight smile on the surface. Now everyone gives me all of their wealth. I will use it to refine pills and immortals, and then return it to you. Yes, Emperor Lang is going to personally refine pills and weapons for us. This is another generous gift. Yeah, although I am required to wait until I surrender all my wealth, but how much of our possessions we have, Langdi simply looks down on it. All this is not for our good, not bad, quote. Everyone talked about it and handed over all their belongings. Not only the spirit jade, the fairy jade, all the materials, but also all the exercises were handed over at Su Lang's request. Like Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu, they only left some personal belongings. But there are some beautiful martial artists who gave Su Lang their underwear together, not knowing what they were thinking. All the belongings of everyone were collected. Su Lang's storage space suddenly piled up into hills. The variety of refining materials, alchemy materials, and various exercises are dazzling and dazzling. Among them, there are the most items from Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu, and even emperor-level materials. In addition to this, the things that made Su Lang most concerned were the fairy jade and the spirit jade system. Su Lang ordered, deposit all spirit jade and fairy jade. Ding. All spirit jade and fairy jade have been deposited in the system. Ding. The amount of funds is too large, and the current unit has been changed to the best immortal jade. In the mysterious black space, the currency unit became the best immortal jade, and the subsequent amount became 2,456,867,208. Although in terms of numbers, it is more than 200 million. However, its unit is the best immortal jade. 1 million lower grade fairy jade is equal to a top grade fairy jade. 1 billion inferior jade is worth only 1,000 top grade jade. It can be seen that Su Lang is so rich now, his net worth has increased hundreds of thousands of times. System, first upgrade me the 1 key empowerment function. With sufficient funds, Su Lang immediately began to upgrade system functions. Ding. Consumption of 1000 best immortal jade, the 1 key empowerment function has been increased to 5, the current empowerment efficiency has been increased to 50%, and the number of initiations per day has been increased to 5. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the 1 key empowerment function to level 5, and you have obtained the new bonus function, Gongfa Empowerment. Gong Method Empowerment. You can choose any exercise method to empower the specified target, and the current efficiency is 50%, which can make the target obtain a small level proficiency. The number of exercises initiation and the number of cultivation base initiations are not related to each other. The system prompt disappears. Su Lang's expression was stunned, and he was immediately delighted. Unexpectedly, the second function of 1 key empowerment turned out to be Gongfa initiation. I'm going farther and farther on the road of passing the Gong grandfather. After a while of joy, Su Lang continued to upgrade the 1 key empowerment function. Ding. Consumption of 10,000 supreme immortal jade, the 1 key empowerment function has been increased to 6 levels, the current empowerment efficiency has been increased to 60%, and the number of initiations per day has been increased to 6 times. Ding. Consuming 100,000 best immortal jade. Ding. Consume 10 million of the best immortal jade, the 1 key empowerment function has been upgraded to 9 levels, the current empowerment efficiency has been increased to 90%, and the number of daily empowerments has increased to 9 times. Next, it will consume 100 million of the best immortal jade. Su Lang took a deep breath and gave the order to continue upgrading, because at level 10, there will be a new bonus feature. Ding. Consume 100 million of the best immortal jade, the 1 key empowerment function has been upgraded to 10, the current empowerment efficiency has been increased to 100%, and the number of initiations per day has been increased to 10. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the 1 key empowerment function to level 10. You have obtained the new bonus function, Rule Empowerment. Rule Empowerment. You can choose a rule you have comprehended to instill on the specified target. The current empowerment efficiency is 100%, which allows the target to fully comprehend the rule. The number of regular empowerments, exercises and cultivation base empowerments are not related to each other. Chapter 792, Practice 30 levels with 1 key. Fuck, is it the rule after the exercises? Rule Empowerment. Rules are something more difficult to understand than exercises. They are the mode for sanctification and the difficulties and obstacles of the road to immortality. But now I can actually empower others with the rules. Doesn't this mean that I can train Wu Sheng and Wu Xian in batches? Well, it's a pity that I only have 10 initiations now, so I can only make a quasi-sage a real martial sage every day. This efficiency is still too slow, let the quasi-sages go to Blue Star to understand it by themselves. My 10 times of empowerment will be used on key candidates, such as Chu Xiaobei and others. While thinking about it, Su Lang turned his attention to other system functions. There are more than 100 million top-quality fairy jade left. These top-quality jade are completely enough to raise 1 key training and 1 key martial arts to level 30. We must have 2 new bonus functions later, I don't know what it will be. A gleam of light flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately began to upgrade his 1 key practice. Ding. Consume 100 best immortal jade, the 1 key training function is upgraded to level 26, and the training speed is increased to 8.95 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Ding. Consuming 1000 best immortal jade, upgraded to level 27. Ding. Consume 10,000 best immortal jade. Ding. Consume 1 million of the best immortal jade, upgrade the 1 key training function to level 30, and increase the training speed to 143.2 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualifications. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the 1 key training function to level 30. You have obtained the new bonus function, Shifang Inner World. 10 Fang Inner Boundaries. When the host reaches the level of Martial Immortal, it consumes a certain amount of cultivation base to expand more martial immortal inner boundaries. The maximum number is 10. The system prompt fell to Su Lang's ears, making him smile. Sure enough, it's another extremely powerful feature. Generally, wuxian has only one inner realm. Once it is deployed, it is the peak of combat power. However, I can have up to 10 inner realms. How much combat power can be increased after deployment? Ordinary martial arts use the inner world as a whole card, so they dare not use it easily. Once they are destroyed, they will die. But I have 10 inner realms, which can be used casually. If they are destroyed, they can consume the cultivation base and condense them again. In addition, there is something more against the sky. After the inner boundary of wuxian reaches the realm of Emperor Wu, it can be upgraded to the universe of life. I have 10 inner realms, and then I will have 10 universes of life. What a pervert is this? Although I don't know what bonus the life universe has to Emperor Wu, it is not difficult to predict that I have 10 life universes, and the combat power is absolutely outstanding. Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help laughing, causing the martial artists around him to be confused, and I wonder why Lord Langdi suddenly laughed. Of course, they didn't dare to speculate, they could only stand there obediently. Su Lang quickly put away his smile and continued to upgrade system functions. Upgrading to level 30 at this time only consumed 1 million of the best immortal jade, only a fraction. Ding! Consumed 10 million of the best immortal jade, the one key training function is upgraded to level 31, and the training speed is increased to 286.4 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualifications. It's time to upgrade to one-click martial arts. Su Lang did not continue to upgrade the one-key training, but began to improve the one-key martial arts function. Ding! Consumption of 100 best immortal jade, one-key martial arts function increased to 26, the training speed increased to 89.5 million times the basic speed. Ding! Consumption of 1000 best immortal jade, the one-key martial arts function is increased to 27, and the training speed is increased to 179 million times the basic speed. Ding! Consume 10,000 best immortal jade. Quote. After spending 11,111,100 the best immortal jade, the one-key martial arts function has also been upgraded to level 31. The bonus function did not disappoint Su Lang either. There are two bonus functions for one-click martial arts training to level 30, one of which is 7 hearts, which increases the number of simultaneous practice exercises to 7. There is nothing to say about this function. Su Lang is now looking at the information of the second bonus function. Chapter 793, The Source of Power. The 30th level bonus function of one-click martial arts is called Source of Exercises. The source of the exercise method. The integrated exercise method formed by the unity of all the methods will produce the source of the profound meaning of the exercise method, which can be used to deduct powerful moves. Seeing this system prompt, Su Lang showed joy between his eyes. This function of theosource of the practice is obviously a supplement to the function of the integration of all laws into one. The ability to integrate all methods into one is to integrate all the exercises that Su Lang has practiced into one super exercise that encompasses all aspects. But the moves of the various exercises are still the original ones. Although Su Lang was able to retreat and repair, and gradually sort out more powerful moves, it would take too much time. Moreover, it is too difficult to sort out hundreds of exercises with one person's strength, and to eliminate the waste. So from the integration of the exercises to the present, Su Lang has not deduced and sorted out his own moves. Those original moves that come with the exercises are usually used to make a living, but once faced with a strong enemy, they appear to be stretched. Therefore, in this aspect of the move, Su Lang's shortcomings. Now, the source of the exercise method integrates all the techniques of the exercises to form a unique source, from which various powerful moves can be performed. This is really dozing off and sending pillows. The corners of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, appearing very satisfied. However, he did not immediately choose to perform the moves, because inside the mysterious black space, the 6 martial arts villains were about to complete the 6 exercises. Yes, it is so fast. Originally a holy level technique, it would take a day to complete the practice. But now the one-click martial arts function has been upgraded to level 31, and the training speed is 64 times faster than at level 25. In just half an hour, you can practice a holy technique to the founding level. Anyway, I still have a lot of top-quality jade. Take advantage of this time to upgrade other system functions. While thinking about it, Su Lang issued an order to upgrade the clone dispatch. Ding. Consuming 1000 of the best immortal jade, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 26, the number of clones is +1, and the current number of clones is 26. Ding. Consumption of 10,000 supreme immortal jade, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to 27, the number of clones is +1, and the current number of clones is 27. Ding. Consuming 100,000 best immortal jade. Ding. Consume 1 million best immortal jade. Ding. Consume 10 million of the best fairy jade, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to 30, the number of clones is +1, and the current number of clones is 30. Ding. Congratulations on raising the clone dispatch function to level 30. You have obtained the new bonus function, Higher Spiritual Intelligence. Higher Spiritual Intelligence. The spiritual intelligence level of the clone will be raised to the average level of a wise creature, no different from ordinary people. Higher Spiritual Wisdom. This bonus feature finally appeared. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. When he acquired the function of medium psychic intelligence, he knew that there would be a function of advanced psychic intelligence. Now, this feature has finally appeared. Su Lang is looking forward to this feature. Because, no matter how many subordinates there are, no matter how loyal those warriors are, there will be people who have a heartless day. However, the clone can be completely trusted and never betrayed. It is Su Lang's true confidant. At this time, the clones have a high level of spiritual wisdom, which is very convenient in many things. For example, Su Lang has always been thinking of the super-humanoid weapon. This heavy treasure needs a large number of warriors to control at the same time. If the clone can participate in it, it will be very beneficial to Su Lang's overall management. In addition, there are numerous benefits. At this moment, Su Lang looked at several avatars around him. I saw the light of wisdom flashing in their eyes, which seemed a lot more agile. After the two avatars looked at each other, they even winked at each other, and there was a feeling of flying brows, which was very strange. Oh, even winks, not bad. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and temporarily put the clone dispatch function aside. Next, it's the one-click treasure hunting function. Su Lang ordered, System, upgrade me the one-click treasure hunting function to level 30. Ding. Consume. Quote. Ding. Consume 10 million of the best immortal jade, the one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 30, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 2.86 billion. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the one-click treasure hunting function to level 30. You have obtained the new bonus function, Soul. Chapter 794. Treasure hunting flying soul. After a series of system prompts, the one-click treasure hunt function was finally upgraded to level 30. Su Lang was a little excited to check the information about the new bonus function Suohen. Treasure hunt flying gliders gain super tracking ability, even Emperor Wu cannot escape their tracking. I didn't expect it to be such a feature. If this function was available when I was hunting down and scaring Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu before, I wouldn't have to bother to send the clones. The emergence of this feature also means that these little flying squirrels have a real ability to scout. Su Lang thought silently, and was also satisfied with this function. With this function, even in the vast Kanglan continent, it is very simple for Su Lang to find someone. Try to see how it works. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he took out a piece of material from the storage space. This material is exactly the Emperor-grade material obtained from Xiao Lucian, with the aura of Xiao Lucian on it. Immediately after, a treasure-hunting flying fly appeared in Su Lang's hands. Their appearance hasn't changed in any way, and they still have the appearance of a golden-striped glider. Find the original owner of this material. Su Lang put the Emperor-level materials in front of the treasure-hunting flying gliders. The treasure-hunting flying glider sniffed, and squeaked twice, indicating that he already knew what he was looking for. Su Lang smiled faintly, and dispatched the treasure-hunting flying glider to the last place where he and Xiao Lucian met, which was the edge of the Honglian Emperor clan. Moreover, Su Lang did not only dispatch this treasure-hunting flying glider, but several thousand. It is worth mentioning that although there is only one treasure-hunting flying glider who has sniffed Xiao Lan's breath, the remaining treasure-hunting flying gliders seem to share information and all know what they are looking for. As soon as they appeared, Xiao Lucian's breath was immediately felt. However, because Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu were fighting before, the scope of the aura was very wide, so the treasure-hunting flying strays immediately dispersed and searched around in an organized and orderly manner. Soon, they started flying to the west based on Xiao Lucian's breath. On the way, there were pits and potholes everywhere in the battle. It can be seen that Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu were both lingering on the way. Not long, the treasure hunt flying gliders finally found Xiao Lucian. Two people. They have been fighting, how far can they go? At this moment, Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu were fighting fiercely, and they continued to scold each other. Li Feilu, you shameless old man, you don't even have an emperor-level technique. What qualifications do you have to inherit the inheritance of Emperor Wudi? Xiao Luntian, the emperor-level inheritance of virtue is inhabited, you are a killer leader, and you don't know how many geniuses of Kanglan continent have been harmed, you are not qualified to inherit the inheritance of Emperor Wu. Humph, in the world of warriors, everything speaks with strength. Waiting for me to beat you half dead, let's see if you can say what virtuous people live in. Ha 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 ha, who do you think you are? You have heard me Avelis after playing for so long. Huh, stop talking nonsense, look at the trick. Quote. The two of them fought while scolding, and they had completely lost the tolerance of the emperor. But soon, the two found the treasure hunting flying around, and they were shocked. They both stopped in a tacit understanding, and they also moved closer to each other, quite meaning to join hands. Seeing their proficient movements, Su Lang almost laughed. It's the flying squirrel raised by Emperor Su. What's the matter? Why are they looking for it again? Doesn't Su Di plan to let us go? Damn it, as long as we surrender all the net worth, we will be let go. This Su Di, is it the idea of an inheritance key? Xiao Lucian, you idiot, do you dare to speak ill of Su Di? You don't want to kill me. Quote. The two leaned together, shivering at the treasure hunting flying around. Li Feilu was brewing for a while, and he handed over to one of the treasure hunting flying gliders. I wonder what the Lord Su is looking for us. Chapter 795. No need to pass on the key or something. The treasure hunting flying glider couldn't speak, just staring at Xiao Lucian so firmly. Li Feilu was slightly pleased to see this. Xiao Lucian, these treasure hunting flying gliders are all staring at you. Obviously they are here to find you. It has nothing to do with me, so you can do it yourself. With that said, Li Feilu stopped talking. Xiao Lanshan shivered fiercely, gritted his teeth, and showed humiliation to the treasure hunting flying glider. Grandpa, please let me go. We will give you the key to the Emperor's forbidden land. Xiao Lucian, seeing that Xiao Lucian was about to hand over the inheritance key, Li Feilu's mouth twitched. Didn't you say it has nothing to do with you? Humph. Xiao Lucian glanced at Li Feilu and snorted bitterly. Don't let go, let me hand over the key to the Emperor's forbidden land to Lord Su. You. Li Feilu's face flushed, but he was unable to refute. But he doesn't want to let go. Once the key is let go, it really has nothing to do with him. Let go, Xiao Lucian said. You dead old man, do you want to kill me? Li Feilu rolled his eyes and said coldly, why didn't you let go and let me dedicate to Lord Su Di? Su Di is clearly here to find me, I must come. Xiao Lucian looked like he took it for granted. Hurry up, don't let Master Su wait for a long time. Li Feilu looked struggling and hesitated. Seeing this, Su Lang burst into laughter. He didn't care at all about the key to the Emperor's forbidden land. Because the guard guarding the entrance was a very high-level Imperial Seal formation, but it was not at all troublesome for Su Lang. With just one hand of control of the formation, you can usurp the control of the Imperial Seal formation and open it directly. Grab the key, it's just taking off your pants and farting. Soon. With a thought, Su Lang accepted the treasure hunting flying glider. Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu, who were arguing endlessly, were taken aback when they saw that the treasure hunting flying glider had disappeared. I don't know why Emperor Osu suddenly came and left. Fortunately, he has no plans to break the unspoken rules, otherwise this only chance to become an emperor will be gone. Quote. When Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu were confused, they also breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, the two men showed fear at the same time, and they moved apart, their eyes collided, and the fighting spirit was surging. The key is mine. Fuck off, it's mine. Bah, you shameless killer boss, go to hell. Quote. Bang bang bang. The two fought again. Here, Su Lang took back the treasure hunt flying glider, and then checked his balance of the best immortal jade. 5 system functions were upgraded, and a total of more than 155 million yuan was spent on the best fairy jade. So the balance is a little over 90 million. Unfortunately, there is a difference of 10 million. Su Lang shook his head regretfully. Otherwise, I can still upgrade to 1 key training or 1 key martial arts. So far, this time upgrading system functions is over. At this time, the red-sleeved wuxian who was as beautiful as a fairy pursed his small mouth, plucked up the courage to come to Su Lang and knelt down. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Tisk tusk, the fairy red sleeve is going up. Is she asking Master Langdi to accept her as a concubine? No, as far as I know, Hongshu Wuxian is not such a person. Hehe, in front of a great existence like Emperor Lang, no matter how pure the woman is, she can't help being tempted. If it weren't for me to be a man, I would have gone up to fight with Hongshu Wuxian at this time. Puff, let me give in, I want to stay away from this guy. Quote. While discussing, everyone looked at Hongshu Wuxian with the corner of their eyes. What's the matter with you? Su Lang looked at the slender and graceful red-sleeved wuxian who was kneeling in front of him, and asked faintly. Master Langdi. Hongshu Wuxian looked earnestly. Hongshu Zai Wu Kei Xian has a younger sister who can't give up. I beg Lord Langdi to allow me to meet them. Well, then you go. Su Lang nodded and looked around at everyone. As long as you have private affairs, handle it now. If you really have relatives and friends who can't let go, you can also bring them over, but the premise is to surrender your soul. With his family tied up, this is a good way for the monarch to restrain his men. But Su Lang is not interested in this. The fire of the soul has surpassed all restraints. Therefore, whether these subordinates should bring relatives and friends over is entirely voluntary. Chapter 796, Breakthrough, Quasi-Wonderland. After Su Lang finished speaking, he used his system power to return to the Sea Fairy Palace in the sky. Dozens of martial immortals and thousands of quasi-immortal great sages kowtowed at the location where Su Lang had been before, and then scattered in groups happily. After receiving Su Lang's medicine and exercises, and tasted the sweetness, everyone planned to persuade their relatives and friends to join Su Lang. Therefore, for the time being, none of them went directly to the Yaoqi Saint clan. It can be predicted that when they return, there will be more than 2,000 to 3,000 people. After Su Lang returned to the fairy palace, he put away the cauldron in front of him and all the materials. Soon, he sees himself internally, and his mind comes to the mysterious black space. I saw that the cultivator was already all golden, and obviously the accumulated cultivation base was long enough for Su Lang to improve his realm. I am currently a 9-star wusheng. Although I didn't want to break through to the immortal level before the rules were not perfect, but breaking through to the quasi-senile level has no effect. Su Lang's heart moved, and he gave the system an order to break through. Next moment, endless liquid spiritual energy appeared in Su Lang's meridians, circling endlessly along the lines of the endless heart meridian, and gradually converged into the realm of Dantian Wusheng. But these auras didn't seem to be enough. There was a strong attraction coming from Su Lang's body, which directly attracted the Ling outside the fairy palace. I saw the surging Ling like an angry dragon passing through the fairy palace, plunged into Su Lang's body, and turned into majestic energy. Su Lang's martial sage realm is rapidly expanding with the support of endless aura. Before, when Wusheng space was at the 6-star level, it had the size of a country. At this time, the scope of Wusheng space has expanded more than dozens of times. This vast space has an area of hundreds of millions of square kilometers, which is almost equal to the surface area of the blue star. In a sense, this is already a world. However, it was just a new world, with nothing in it, empty, like a dead place. Moreover, the rules are imperfect, and no creatures can be put in, otherwise they will undoubtedly die. The reason why Li Shenyang's inheritance space was able to enter people before was completely because that space had basically been integrated into the Kanglan continent, separated by only a thin space barrier. In addition to the expansion of Wusheng space, the outer, chaotic, part has also expanded a lot. It is filled with thick platinum energy. The texture of these energy looks tighter, although it is liquid, it gives a feeling of tougher than steel. In addition to platinum energy, lightning grid-like matter of various colors has also become more. Obviously, although the cultivation realm cannot increase the types of rules, it can condense the same rules into more numbers. Quasi-Wonderland, Here it is. My world has also taken shape. Only after breaking through the peace of wuxian, a real inner boundary can be formed. At that time, even if the creatures can't thrive in it, they can still put living things in, and there will be no impact in a short time. Furthermore, with me who has the function often Fang inner realm, I can consume a certain amount of cultivation to create a full 10 inner realms. There was a glimmer of light in Su Lang's eyes, and a little joy passed away. Next, Su Lang glanced at the cultivation villain again, and found that the cultivation base above did not lose much. The speed of his cultivation is now 143.2 billion times the speed of the basic cultivation of the wuxia level genius. 1 second of cultivation is equivalent to a quasi-immortal with no lack of qualifications meditating for 4,540 years. 1 minute of cultivation is equal to 272,400 years. Under normal circumstances, a 9-star martial sage meditates, and it takes a full 1.6 million years to break through to the immortal. In less than 6 minutes, Su Lang can accumulate the cultivation base of Juxing Wusheng to break through to the quasi-immortal. This shows how terrifying his cultivation speed is. Such a fast cultivation speed, before I understand enough rules, I can definitely store endless cultivation skills. These cultivation bases are of great use whether they are forcibly elevating the realm of subordinates or keeping the inner realm of creation. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, then took out the cauldron and began to refine the parts of the super-humanoid weapon. As for using Theosaurus of the exercise, to deduct moves, you have to wait half an hour. Because there are still 6 Wusheng level exercises that will be completed soon. If the move is performed at this time, after the exercise is completed, you have to perform it again, which is not cost-effective at all. Chapter 797, Comprehend the Rules of Space. Fire. Su Lang thought. A large number of flame rules appeared under the cauldron. Seeing the rules of fire, Su Lang couldn't help but think of the strange fire obtained from the blue star. Even the fire rules cannot be derived. I don't know when this strange fire mystery will be solved. Su Lang's heart moved, and he immediately threw his distracting thoughts aside, and began to refine the tool seriously. After refining a large number of parts, his movements became more and more proficient. In the past, only about 100 parts were refined in one afternoon, but now 15 pieces were refined in less than half an hour. The refining speed has increased by 50%. That is when the 15th part is finished. The system prompt that Su Lang had been waiting for finally came. Ding! The forbidden code of Sky Trace Bliss has reached the founding level. Ding! Sacred Dew of Magic Sun Aspiration has reached the founding level. Ding! Mingyuan Tianji True Method has reached the founding level. Ding! The Deluo Mountain and Sea Sacred Scroll has reached the founding level. Ding! The True Scriptures of the Dead has reached the founding level. Ding! The Secret Book of Iwara Heaven has reached the founding level. Su Lang's expression moved, and he put down the materials in his hands. He only felt 6 strands of warmth flowing out of his body, constantly circulating, moisturizing the limbs, every cell, and finally completely integrating into the body. 6 saint-level exercises are completed. I can continue to comprehend the rules I need. Space, yang, fate, gravity, death, and rock. A hint of excitement appeared on Su Lang's face, and he immediately chose Theospace rules to comprehend. About a minute later, ding! The space rules have been understood. Do you accept it? Receive. Su Lang chose to accept without hesitation. Immediately, a large amount of the profound meaning of the space rules appeared in Su Lang's mind, and it was severely branded, making him directly grasp the space rules. Of course, it is also the main rule of space, and there are no other derivation rules. However, the master rule is the best. Although the evolving rules are wonderful, they are far less important than the master rule. After mastering the rules of space, Su Lang suddenly felt a new understanding of the surrounding space. The space is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is the surface of the space, which is the side of the world. The surface of the space is intertwined with infinitely thin, infinitely many, and infinitely long spatial grids to form a grid of spatial grids. The interweaving points are spatial coordinates. If you tear apart the grid of space, you can tear the surface of space and see the second layer space barriers. Space barriers are also composed of space metric lines, but they are not intertwined. There are no interweaving points, and no coordinates. Infinitely many, infinitely thin, and infinitely long spatial rhythm lines are parallel to form a space barrier. Because the metric lines that make up the space barrier are strictly parallel, the space barriers of the two spaces are also parallel. Unless they are broken with great power, they will never be intersected. This is the basis for the independent existence of space. Between the barriers of the two spaces is the third layer of space, where the turbulence of space is located. Because the time rules of some worlds are slightly different, the flow of time is different, which may cause some time turbulence between the two worlds. These two kinds of turbulence are very dangerous things, and the spatial turbulence will not be mentioned. As long as it cannot be resisted, it will be torn apart. The turbulence of time is even more terrifying. Once in, a martial sage is likely to die of old age in an instant, or time reverses, the cultivation base regresses, the age becomes younger, becomes a baby, becomes a fertilized egg, it's right to die. The power of time is more powerful than space, and there is absolutely no resistance to existence without the rules of time. Even if you understand some time rules, you can only resist a little in the face of the turbulence of time. Once you can't get out, you still can't escape. But time turbulence is very rare. If you really encounter it, it must be blood mold for 1,000 lifetimes. For example, there is also a slight time rule difference between Blue Star and Kanglan continent, but there has never been a time turbulence in the time and space cracks between the two. Closer to home, after Su Lang comprehended the rules of space, he had a deeper understanding of space, and the Wusheng realm immediately changed drastically. Chapter 798. The rules of yin and yang work together. This is the space grid. Its appearance did not make Su Lang's martial saint realm wider and larger, but its solidity was hundreds of times faster than before. High-rise buildings start at the very end, and the foundation is the most important. Space, as the most basic rule of the inner world, plays an unparalleled role in the structure of the inner world. The general inner world of Wuxian, without comprehending the rules of space, directly derived and expanded from space, is fragile. And I understand the rules of space. Once I break through the Wuxian, the inner boundary formed is definitely the most powerful one. In addition to having a huge effect on the inner world, the rules of space also have extremely abnormal abilities in battle. Su Lang smiled slightly, but he didn't see any movement, and a grid of space suddenly appeared around him. This layer of spatial grid appeared out of thin air, automatically opened a channel, and Su Lang suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared directly in another place. This is the teleport ability, or flash, which is achieved using the rules of space. In this blink ability can not only affect itself, but also other objects, and even enemies. Photo. Su Lang turned his eyes and stared at a wall of the room. With a move in his mind, the rules of the space flashed, and the wall moved closer in an instant. All of this takes almost no time, and the wall is as if it was there and never moved. Such a magical effect, it can be used on the Taiji meteorite thunder. Taichi meteor thunder god can be launched with the Jixian cannon, but after all, there is still a process of launching and flying. If you use a spatially regular shifting and transposition, you can put this big killer directly into the enemy's crotch. It's exciting to think about it. Su Lang grinned, revealing a bad smile. Soon, he temporarily put the rules of space aside and began to comprehend the next new rule Yang. The Yang rules are related to the fire rules, thunder rules, light rules, spiritual rules, and even life rules. It is the opposite of the rules of the yin system, which is like the relationship between wood, water, fire and earth. It also took less than a minute. The system prompt appeared again. Su Lang did not procrastinate, and immediately chose to accept the rules. Suddenly, Yang system rules were directly imprinted into the depths of Su Lang's soul, and he was directly mastered perfectly. After mastering the rule of Yang system, Su Langdun felt warm, as if even the surface of his skin was exuding a faint light. A strange force of rules circulates in his body, constantly improving Su Lang's vitality, expelling obscure and filthiness, and purifying his whole body. Compared with before comprehending the rules of the Yang system, Su Lang's vitality and energy reserves at this time at least doubled. Moreover, not only the vitality has been greatly increased, but even the spiritual power has also increased a lot. After the mental power is improved, the mental attack power becomes more powerful. This is not over yet. The rules of Yin system that had been understood before suddenly emerged, forming a hazy gray-black galaxy. The tiny rays of light formed by the rules of the Yang system also flew out from Su Lang, gathering together like fireflies, forming a hazy golden galaxy. The two galaxies are like swimming fish, like dragons, chasing each other with their tails. The two rules are combined. Maybe it can't be called a single yang system or yin system, but a complete yin and yang rule. The combination of the two rules has greatly improved each, and I can feel that my spirit has increased to a certain extent. Su Lang felt like seeing the sea of insight, and saw the perfect sun bursting out with a more brilliant light. Strands of smoky silk hanging in the air, connected to the sun, like a corona of stars. Below, the humanoid shadows formed by thousands of souls, bathed in beams of light, sitting quietly, like a devout believer. In the distance, the edge of the sea of consciousness that was dark as chaos was opened up a lot. By this time, the area of this sea of consciousness world had reached several times the wuxia space, reaching a range of 1 billion square kilometers, equivalent to the surface area of 2 blue stars. Chapter 799, Terrible Death Rule. The rules of yin and yang plus the rules of spirit make my mental power at this time far exceed 10 times that of the martial arts of the same combat power. It's also the spiritual power of the sunshine level. If it weren't the old wuxia of the ancient immortal level, I am afraid that I would not be able to resist a blow from my spiritual power. However, spiritual power involves the soul, so don't take it out to fight easily. It can only be used as a whole card. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and then began to comprehend the next rule. The third rule is called destiny. It took less than a minute for Su Lang to comprehend this profound rule. The rule of fate is very mysterious and difficult to understand, but it is a very important rule for a world. The Kanglan continent is formed by 3,600 rules to protect the Kanglan continent and maintain the operation of the world. The rules of fate play a very important role in it. The so-called son of destiny, the lucky one, is to be confided by the avenue and blessed by the rules of fate, so that it will be smooth sailing, and even if it encounters danger, it will be able to overcome danger and even get huge benefits. Of course, the rules of fate are also two-sided, which can make you lucky and unlucky. People who suffer from bad luck may be the same for the rest of their lives. Even if they encounter good things, they will suffer from good fortune and become even worse. However, the destiny rules that make up the avenue are very terrifying, but the destiny rules understood by individuals are not so powerful. After comprehending the rules of destiny, a warrior cannot directly make someone lucky or unlucky, but can only gain mysterious deduction ability. For example, Zhu Xian is one of them. Even if he only knows Su Lang's name and a small part of his deeds, he can calculate more and completely irrelevant information out of thin air. In addition to the deduction ability, the warriors can also acquire a stronger instinct of seeking for good and avoiding evil, perceiving danger and perceiving opportunity, which is a more mysterious sensory instinct than the seventh sense. An unlucky person, if he understands the rules of fate, can change his fate to a certain extent and become a lucky one. The rules of fate are pretty good. Su Lang touched his chin and thought, but to me, it is more meaningful when forming the inner world and even the universe of life. In normal times, I also give people a fortune-telling. Whatever bad luck and danger of oneself can be broken with force. Thinking of this, Su Lang closed his eyes, silently pondered Chu Xiaobei's message, and began to deduct it in his heart. Gradually, he seemed to see Chu Xiaobei's constant strength, becoming a great existence that has remained unchanged in the long river of time. Sure enough, Chu Xiaobei has a bright future. Su Lang's mouth bends slightly, but this is also normal. After all, I have a man behind her. Chu Xiaobei, who was practicing assiduously at Blue Star, suddenly frowned, couldn't help covering Cherry's mouth with her little hand, and lightly punched it. After hitting the cut, Chu Xiaobei looked confused. I'm almost in the fairyland, and I won't catch a cold, so how can I still hit the cut? Strange. Closer to home, after Su Lang deduced Chu Xiaobei, he put the rules of fate aside and began to comprehend the fourth rule of gravity. The rule of gravity is also one of the main basic rules that constitute the world. Although it is not strong in combat power, it has a great effect. Next, there is the fifth rule, the mysterious rule of death. 1 minute later, Su Lang understood and mastered it. With the acceptance of the rules, Su Langdun felt that a strange and unique rule had come to him, blending into his body and soul. The rule of death. Su Lang looked serious and stretched out his right hand. In this right hand, he saw a different, unspeakable breath. Looking along the right hand to the arm, shoulder, and whole body, there is this kind of breath. They are ubiquitous in the body and soul, neither depleted nor supplemented, very strange. This kind of breath is the breath of life, the breath of living. Su Lang whispered if he was enlightened. He looked at the wall. In the ground, there was no such aura on it. Until he took out the Yudian sword. As soon as the Yudian sword appeared, the two eyes on the top of the sword grid twitched. Soon, a line of poems came out of it. Chapter 800. All aspects improved. Master, are you going to play Xiaoyu? Or does the master use me to pierce someone's body? Xiaoyu feels itchy. I really want to chop something off, okay, with the master's head. Quote. Talking Xiaoyu kept talking about Cao, but it was innocent, which made people dumbfounding. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, but he did not forget what was going on. He squinted his eyes and looked at Yudian's sword, and found that there was a layer of breath of life attached to it mysteriously. It's just that the breath of Yudianjian's life is only richer in those two eyes, and the hilt of the sword is very thin. Sure enough, all creatures have this kind of breath of life. On the other hand, there are no dead objects such as pill medicine and materials on stone walls. Su Lang's eyes lit up slightly, and his mind immediately moved, and a clone appeared in front of him. The clone carried a ferocious and violent animal in its hands, and it seemed that there was no intelligence. There is no intelligence, only instinctive animals, but also a breath of life. Su Lang observed for a while, nodded slightly, and then tried to use the death rule to deprive the animal of the breath of life. The rule of death radiated from Su Lang, like an invisible flame, covering the struggling animal. Next moment, the breath of life was immediately extinguished, and the animal became stiff and died directly. This is the method of using the rule of death to kill people. It's really impossible to prevent. Su Lang was surprised. With the death rule, he had another powerful whole card. This whole card is not irresistible, but if there is no rule of life corresponding to the rule of death, it will be necessary to pay a completely unequal price to block the attack of the rule of death. This is a super means of leapfrog combat. Immediately after, Su Lang understood the rules of the rock system. This rule can be regarded as a derivative rule of the Earth system, but it is a big branch and very important in the composition of the world. Moreover, Su Lang also felt that after comprehending this rule, his defensive power was obviously enhanced. All 6 rules are understood. I don't know how much my combat power has reached. Su Lang showed expectation and opened his attribute panel. Properties panel. Name: Su Lang. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbidity realm level. Quasi-sense attack level: 3 tribulations Wuxian plus defensive level, 2 tribulations Wuxian plus Shenfa level, 2 tribulations Wuxian plus endurance level, 2 tribulations Wuxian plus spirit level. Realm of Sunshine. Mastering the exercises. The Infinite Heart Sutra, 10,000 Fas into 1. Unnamed, Xian level, founding activated system functions. 1 key practice function, level 31, 1 key martial arts function, level 31, clone dispatch function, level 30, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 30, 1 key alchemy function, level 15, 1 key mixer function, level 15, 1 key refinement function, level 15, 1 key synthesis function, level 15, 1 key initiation function, level 10, 1 key decomposition function, no level, a small level in all aspects. Not bad, not bad. Su Lang looked at his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. At the Wuxian level, a small gap in the realm is a huge gap, which can cause a strong crushing force. It becomes extremely difficult to leapfrog. At this time, the 4-dimensional attributes have improved to a small level in all aspects, which is already a very terrifying benefit. Next, we have to practice more exercises to continue to understand the rules. Su Lang closed the attribute panel, licked his lips, and then began to choose exercises. This time, he finally planned to practice the immortal level exercises. Because the 10,000 laws into 1 unnamed exercise method has been successfully promoted to the immortal level exercise method after integrating the newly practiced 6 holy level exercise methods. Therefore, if you practice the holy level exercises again, its effect is not great. You must use the immortal level exercises. Take out all the immortal level exercises and pile them on the ground. Chapter 801. 7 immortal level exercises sweep away at a glance, a total of 79 books. Originally, Su Lang had 62 immortal level exercises, and he even took them out for the newly reliant Tuantianlu and Wu Wei immortal martial artists. After collecting all the possessions of everyone, there are of course many exercises. Obtain 5 immortal level exercises from Li Feilu, 2 immortal level exercises from Xiao Lucian, and 1 emperor level exercise. From those dozens of martial immortals, he obtained 10 immortal level exercises. Although the number of wuxian is as many as dozens, they can be divided into 2 camps, and many of the exercises that everyone practiced overlap. Immortal level exercises are precious, and it's pretty good to get 10 books from them. However, there are so many holy level exercises, a total of 636. Needless to say, God level exercises, at this level, there are no more eggs. What made Su Lang most happy was that all of these new exercises were unsuccessful, and could be used to synthesize more advanced exercises. The first is the 17 non-synthetic immortal level exercises. Take 10 of them and you can synthesize an emperor level exercise. First, synthesize the holy level technique. Su Lang murmured, then used those holy level exercises to synthesize 64 new immortal level exercises. The reason why it was 64 instead of 63 was because Su Lang used the 4 holy level exercises he had obtained before to make up the number. So far, the total number of immortal level exercises Su Lang possessed has reached 143. This number has already surpassed 99.99% of the forces in Kanglan continent. I am afraid that only Wudi Palace, a force that has survived in the River of Time, has such a rich accumulation. But maybe not as good as Su Lang. After synthesizing 143 immortal level exercises, Su Lang did not immediately start synthesizing emperor level exercises. Instead, I chose Burning Soul and Solitary Lamp Ju, 10,000 Qi Immortal Code, Tianchu Wuk Immortal Code, Birth and Birth Immortal Ju, Bing Yushan Yuan Zhen Lu, Futian Immortal Ju, and Wish the Fairy Secret, 7 exercises to practice. These 7 exercises basically have corresponding rules. The first, Burning Soul and Solitary Lamp Ju, corresponds to the spiritual rules. Although this rule has been understood, Su Lang chose this exercise for a reason. Because this exercise involves the soul source, it can increase the soul source. Spiritual power exercises are extremely rare. Even if Su Lang has hundreds of immortal level exercises, thousands of holy level exercises, and countless god level exercises, he has never seen a second one. Therefore, Su Lang was the first one to choose this exercise. However, using this technique to increase the soul's origin requires an extremely painful process, that is, burning soul. Burning soul refers to burning spiritual power, calcining the essence of the soul, integrating into the soul's origin, and increasing it. Using the burning soul once, the spiritual power level will directly drop to a large realm, but the soul origin will increase a lot. For the remaining warriors, it takes a long time to consider, and then with great courage, to make the decision to burn the soul. Because it is too difficult for them to cultivate spiritual power. Even Xiao Luntian, the host of the Lanshan Tower, the astounding quasi-emperor, has only experienced soul burning once. After burning the soul, his soul origin was enhanced, but his spiritual power level dropped to Weiyu, and it took a long time to return to the realm of Shiri. To experience the second soul burning, I don't know how long it will take to accumulate enough spiritual power. But Su Lang is different. His current cultivation speed is 286.4 billion times the basic cultivation speed of a genius with no lack of qualifications. The cultivation of spiritual power also follows this rate. Even though spiritual power cultivation is much harder and slower than cultivation at the realm of cultivation, Su Lang's spiritual power has also grown extremely fast with the addition of nearly 300 billion times the cultivation speed. It took less than an hour from the 1-key training function to level 31. But in the mysterious black space, the halo behind the cultivator's head, which represents the spiritual power cultivation base, has already turned nearly 1/10 into gold. In other words, in about 10 hours, Su Lang would be able to accumulate the spiritual cultivation base of Shiri level breakthrough to a higher level. In a day's time, Su Lang can accumulate enough spiritual power for 2 breakthroughs. If you use Burning Soul to amplify the soul source, you can use it twice. Although I don't know what benefits the increase in soul origin can bring, there is no doubt that the benefits do exist, and they are absolutely amazing. Chapter 802. Really look forward to it. This soul-burning solitary lamp art will definitely give me a surprise. With a faint smile on Su Lang's face, he immediately looked at the other exercises. The second book, The Immortal Code of 10,000 Qis, corresponds to the rules of Qi. Between heaven and earth, Qi is everywhere. It is one of the basic structures of the world. It is very important and must exist. And to go to the rules of qi also involves various energies between heaven and earth. Aura is one of them. The third book, The Immortal Code of Immortality. At the beginning, this exercise has no corresponding rules to comprehend. But this is the immortal level technique obtained from Li Feilu, and it is the foundation of the Wu-Wei immortal clan's life. The qualifications of a warrior are destined by the sky, but the day after tomorrow can be supplemented and perfected. For example, in Dongfang City, King Jing Chenyi used living humans as raw materials to refine pills to improve the qualifications of other warriors. The Immortal Code of Immortality in the beginning is a method to improve your qualifications. Moreover, this exercise is not Jing Qianyi's evil way, but an upright cultivation method, which can make up for one's own aptitude. There are only benefits, no harm. Why is Wuxian clan called wuxia? It's because in their clan, all high-level martial artists have made up for their aptitudes to the level of wholesome. The qualifications of low-level warriors will one day be promoted to the infinite level. The reason why Su Lang chose this exercise was to try whether he could change his turbid body aptitude. Since activating various system abilities, the whole person is almost perfect, but the problem of lack of qualifications has never been solved. Although this turbid body aptitude has no effect, it looks an eye-catcher. Su Lang was also afraid that he would be promoted to a higher level in the future. This turbid body aptitude had become a lifespan, a weakness, and it would have caused irreparable losses. Don't let me down, Wuk Immortal Clan's famous immortal level practice. Su Lang took a deep breath and looked at the next exercise, Life is Immortal. This exercise corresponds to the rule of life, which was synthesized by Su Lang's luck. The rule of life is the opposite of the rule of death, and this alone shows its extraordinariness. Of course, its various wonders can only be known after comprehension. In addition to the Birth and Unbreakable Immortal Ju exercise method, the 5th and 6th books are Futian Immortal Ju and Wish of Immortal Secret, which are also made with good luck. Futianxian Ju corresponds to the radiation rule. Radiation, like light, qi, etc., is also an indispensable part of the world. It is ubiquitous, strange and mysterious. The immortal secret of wish is a more mysterious technique. It corresponds to the rules of wishing power, and is related to the incense of beings. Su Lang instinctively felt that this exercise was very important, so he picked it out and practiced it. The 7th exercise is the Ice Jade Immortal Yuan Junlu, which is Chu Xiaobei's fairy level exercise. The corresponding rule is the ice system, and Su Lang has understood it. The reason for practicing this exercise is that Su Lang intends to teach it to Chu Xiaobei with the initiation of exercises. Although this exercise is not the strongest fairy formula Su Lang possesses, it is one of the most suitable exercises for Chu Xiaobei. Even if there are more and better exercises that can be taught to Chu Xiaobei in the future, this exercise can also play a very good transitional role. After turning over all the 7 exercises, Su Lang placed it on the Wushu villain to start automatic training. Although the speed of one-key martial arts is 100 times slower than one-key training, it is also 2.864 billion times. Therefore, the practice speed is surprisingly fast. Su Lang predicted that these 7 exercises can be practiced to the founding level in 2 days at most. 7 immortal level techniques. I really look forward to it. Su Lang chuckled. Next, it's time to synthesize the Emperor level exercises. Chapter 803. Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra. Looking at the 17 non-synthetic fairy level exercises in front of him, Su Lang naturally allocated 4 of them and put them aside. The 4 unsuccessful methods that have already begun to be practiced can be put aside to avoid repetitive exercise characteristics after synthesis. Of course, these 4 immortal level exercises will still have to be synthesized into the Emperor level exercises, but they will be used first, and the rest of the immortal level exercises will be used first for synthesis. While thinking about it, Su Lang brought the rest of the immortal level exercises in front of him, and selected 10 exercises with attributes that were relatively close in the general direction. System, synthesize these 10 exercises into Emperor level exercises. Su Lang's eyes lit up slightly, and he gave instructions to the system. Next moment. Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you will obtain the Emperor level cultivation technique, Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra. A bright golden light suddenly appeared in front of Su Lang. This ray of light is like a golden thunderball, the silk threads are messy and intertwined, but it also contains mysterious meaning. Immediately after, the golden thread on the light ball gradually shrank, and the whole light ball slowly turned into a human-shaped phantom. This human figure is only 3 inches tall, has a slender figure, long hair on his back, and his face is blurred, and he can't see men and women. There are golden silk threads with special laws inside the body of the humanoid phantom. If you look closely, you can find that these densely packed golden threads are actually composed of tiny mysterious words. Although the villain's phantom is only 3 inches tall, there are countless golden threads inside, and there are even more mysterious texts, which are calculated in units of 100 million. Even with Su Lang's mental power, he couldn't distinguish them all in a short time. Is this the original text of the Emperor's Phase Without Beginning Sutra? It is as special and mysterious as the reincarnation of Emperor Heart. In this world, I am afraid that the Emperor-level techniques are originally so strange. Su Lang smiled faintly, and then carefully checked this exercise. Like the reincarnation of the Emperor's heart, Su Lang didn't see it real, and he was dizzy without even looking at it. His chest was tight and his brain was up, and he had to look away. However, Su Lang had a superficial understanding of this technique anyway. Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra is an emperor-level body-building exercise method, but also an exercise method of the Great Way of Power. As we all know, in order for Wushan to become Emperor Wu, he must understand the Supreme Way, that is, various types of avenues. This kind of avenue is different from the Heaven and Earth avenue formed by the 3600 rule. It is an avenue that belongs exclusively to Emperor Wu. The most common avenues are the gold, wood, water, fire and earth in the 5 Elements Avenue, and even the Avenue of Strength, and so on. These avenues are the easiest rules and avenues to form. Practicing the Di Shang Wu Shi Jing to the extreme, we can condense the rules off a power, form the Rod of Power, and formally step into the realm of Emperor Wu. Although the Road of Power is the most common avenue, it is not weak. On the contrary, many outstanding Wu emperors in history are the Road of Strength. This is because when power reaches a certain level, it can break through 10,000 laws and open up the world. It is one of the purest powers. Exercising Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra can not only condense the Great Way of Power, but also condense the Heaven, Earth and Law. Once the law of heaven and earth is displayed, the performer will turn into a giant in the sky, like the Pengu who opened up the world, capturing the moon with his left hand and the sun with his right. Is this a kind of body-building exercise for close combat? Well, although it is not a special type, I happen to lack a high-level exercise technique for bodybuilding. Su Lang showed a smile, and then stuffed the Emperor Without Beginning Sutra in his hand into the storage space and put it together with the golden disc of Emperor Heart Reincarnation. Immediately after, he took out another classic book made of rare materials. This classic is tall, big and thick, just like a door panel. The paper inside is made of special materials, as thin as a cicada's wings, and written on it the size of an ellipsis. This book is called Burning Heaven Emperor Jing, which is an emperor-level exercise technique obtained from Shaolushan. It originally belonged to the Emperor Burning clan and is currently one of the 37 emperor scriptures known in Kanglan continent. Chapter 804. The Scabbard Cannot Hold the Sword. Unfortunately, this classic is not the original emperor-level exercise method. Although the content of the book is refined with special materials, it is much worse than the original. I don't know what the peculiar appearance of the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture was originally. With a trace of reverie, Su Lang also stuffed the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra into the storage space and put it together with the 2 synthesized emperor-level exercises. At this point, he already has 3 emperor-level exercises. I don't know if this let the emperors know, will they bite their tongues out of horror? After putting away the emperor-level exercises, Su Lang did not take in those immortal-level exercises, but with a thought, called some clones. He distributed all the immortal-level exercises, and asked the clones to copy and paste, and burn the copies of the exercises, so as to reward those little brothers who have given their souls. At this time, the clones have the intelligence of ordinary people, and they are also reliable in doing things. They are fully capable of recording exercises. After doing all this, Su Lang turned his attention to the bonus function that one-click martial arts was upgraded to level 30, the source of the technique. Do you want to deduce the move? But I just placed the immortal level exercise method. 2 days later, the exercise method of 10,000 methods will be updated. But I really want to deduct it. Quote. Su Lang's expression fluctuated, and he fell into entanglement. Suddenly. The host. What are you doing? Are you thinking of spring? The voice of Utian Ling Xiaoyu came from the side. Fuck off. Su Lang was full of black lines, he even forgot to put these words into the storage space. Bothered by Xiaoyu, Su Lang didn't want to deduce the move anymore, so he just tolerated it a bit, and then deduced the move 2 days later. The host. Is the master really thinking about spring? Master, would you like Xiaoyu to help you? Although Xiaoyu can't be used, you can ask the owner to listen to it. Xiaoyu's voice is very good. Quote. Su Lang's mouth twitched when Xiaoyu continued to scream. It stands to reason that I didn't teach it so many sorrows, so how come it can be taught without a teacher? And at this moment, Su Lang suddenly flashed his inspiration, and took out a scabbard from the storage space. This scabbard is exactly the scabbard of Slaughter Heaven. Quote. The scabbard spirit gourd baby emerged from the beads and looked at Su Lang confusedly, wondering why he took out himself. At this time, it saw Su Lang picking up a fairy sword, and said, "Don't you like to talk poems? I'll find a companion for you, and you two will sing a cross-talk." What? Chi Ling gourd baby widened her eyes and said in her heart that she was looking for a sword to insert me. At this time, Su Lang picked up the Utian sword and inserted it toward the opening of the Slaughter Sky sword sheath. Wait a minute, Lord Su. The gourd baby yelled in a hurry, I didn't use it to carry a sword. What? Su Lang moved for a while with a strange expression, you are obviously a scabbard, why don't you use it to hold a sword? That's it, your scabbard is born to be inserted into others. The two eyes on the Utian sword rolled steadily, and another poem came out. Shut up. The corner of Su Lang's eyes twitched, and he slapped Utian's sword fiercely, if you talk nonsense, I will pick your eyes. Xiaoyu immediately said loudly, "Ah, no, you can't pick it there, no, master." Quote. Su Lang rolled his eyes and was speechless. This little you, no matter what you say, it can answer a super dirty line. Sighed, Su Lang simply put the Utian sword in the storage space first. He beckoned, and the gourd baby spirit suddenly flew over. You said you are a scabbard, why can't you carry a sword? Su Lang asked curiously. Slaughter Sky sword sheath spirit cautiously said, Master Su, among the exercises you got from Xiao Slantian, is there a book called, Sword Without Sword? Well, there is such a fairy-level technique. Su Lang nodded, could it be that you have something to do with this exercise? Chapter 805, The Secrets of Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, yes. Not only this exercise method, but also the Emperor-level exercise method, Burning Heaven Emperor Jing. The gourd baby artifact said, the predecessor of the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture is actually an Emperor-level refining classic, and it is a kind of sword refining. At that time, the first generation of Burning Heaven had no Emperor-level exercises to break through the realm of Emperor Wu, so he adapted this refining classics and forcibly transformed it into an Emperor-level exercise, successfully breaking through to the realm of Emperor Wu. Puff. So miserable, if you don't have any practice, you can only adapt the classics of refiners. Su Lang was surprised, what kind of pain is that? Alas, I can't understand it anymore. Of course he can't realize it. Now that he has 3 Emperor-level exercises before his cultivation level reaches the immortal level, how can he feel the helplessness and pain of others lacking exercises? Ah, you keep talking. After a moment of emotion, Su Lang nodded at the spirit slaughter sword sheath. Alright, because of the initial accomplishment of the exercises, there are many flaws, and the first generation of Emperor Burning will soon fall. After that, Emperor Fen Clan continued to improve this Emperor-level exercise method from generation to generation, and finally made it completely reborn and became a brand new Emperor-level exercise method. However, this exercise still has the characteristics of a refining tool. Cultivating it is like training yourself as a sword, burning yourself all the time, and this is also the origin of its name. Cultivating this technique, the cultivator will use himself as a sword to exercise, and when he reaches the level of the martial arts, he will have a magical sword heart. In this situation, it's like refining oneself into an immortal weapon and giving birth to an artifact spirit. The sword heart is an artifact spirit. With Jianxin, practitioners of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra can no longer hold a sword, because they are a sword in themselves. Jianxin will reject all other sword-like treasures. At this time, They will practice the Swordless Immortal Sutra, travel farther and farther on the Sword One Way, and eventually become swordmen. Hearing this, the corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Swordman. Slut, it's beautiful enough to cultivate yourself into a ****** abruptly. Ahaha, it's really easy to make a mistake. Slaughter Sky's scabbard struck haha, concealing his embarrassment, and said, Emperor Burning Clan people eventually become swords, so they will refine their scabbards. And I, the strongest scabbard of Emperor Fen Clan, reached the rank of Quasi-Emperor. Su Lang was a little stunned. Emperor Fen Clan has also been out of Emperor Wu, right? You are the most powerful quasi-imperial weapon, even the Emperor. The Slaughter Sky sword and the scabbard said bitterly, of course Lord Su looks down on me as a quasi-imperial soldier, but in fact, I am not bad. Well, I am asking too much, you are already very good. Su Lang smiled helplessly. Then, let's talk about why you can't put the sword in your mouth, and you have any strange abilities. The reason why I can't insert me is because only the Emperor Burning Clan with Jianshin can put their body in me for nurturing. If it is the other weapons, it will be hurt instead. Qi Ling Gourd Baby's face crumpled into a ball. I'm too special. I only work with warriors who have practiced the Fen Tian Emperor Jing and Wu Jian Xian Jing. What? Su Lang looked stunned. After talking for a long time, are you useless to me? No. Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath Spirit shook his head quickly and explained, although I can't hold a sword, I can hold sword energy. I can nurture warriors with sword hearts, and when they are out of the sheath, I can show stronger combat power. The same is true for cultivating sword chi. As long as I put sword chi into my scabbard body, it will gradually become stronger. At this point, the Slaughter Sky Sword scabbard suddenly moved, and a small white illusory sword appeared on the scabbard body. The white illusory little sword exudes a very terrifying aura, so that the entire fairy palace seems to tremble. Su Lang's expression moved, and said, this is the sword spirit that is infinitely close to Emperor Wu's blow. Chapter 806. The arrival of Hyoshui Ningyuan. Yes. I can nurture the sword energy that is infinitely close to the attack of Emperor Wu. And not just one, I can nurture thousands of sword auras at once. The weapon spirit of Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath said, besides, I can also fight. Without the Emperor Burning Clan controlling me, my combat power is equivalent to a 9 Tribulations martial immortal. That's not bad. Su Lang nodded, thinking that if this scabbard was promoted to an Emperor soldier, wouldn't it be able to nurture an Emperor's sword energy? And it can nurture thousands of sword auras. If it is in a war, it can be taken out as a peculiar, automatic rifle, fired frantically and covered with firepower. This is a weapon for group warfare. It's a pity that it takes a lot of time to grow a powerful sword chi, which is not as good as the Jie Xian cannon. As long as the energy is sufficient, the cannon can be fired at any time. The biggest function of this scabbard is to nurture the sword man. But Su Lang did not want to be a sword man. First of all, once you become a swordman, you will reject other sword weapons. Su Lang could not bear the Yudian sword. Although Yudian sword is currently only a primary fairy weapon, but its essence is really too powerful. As long as the defense is only a trace, it will be killed by it. Moreover, it itself is tough to death, even better than the defensive immortal level of the same level. Once its level is raised, it is a super killer, simple and crude, without fancy, and no disadvantages. In addition, the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture was adapted from the refining classics. Although it was claimed to be complete, no one knew whether there were any defects, and Su Lang did not dare to take any risks. Finally, how ugly is the swordman? Since you can't carry a sword, I won't force you. Su Lang curled his lips, then put the Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath into the storage space. After this episode, Su Lang put the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, originally intended for cultivation, into the Cold Palace, extinguishing the idea of cultivation. Immediately after, Su Lang took out a lot of materials and continued to refine the parts of the super-humanoid weapon. After obtaining all the wealth of 2 quasi-emperors and dozens of martial immortals and thousands of quasi-immortal great sages, Su Lang's materials are currently inexhaustible. Therefore, he changed the super-humanoid weapon composed of more than 10,000 parts to 120,000 parts. This also means that Su Lang is about to refine 120,000 immortal artifacts. A fairy artifact was already a goal pursued by junior and intermediate martial arts, but in Su Lang's plan, it was just a small part. This will be an extremely vast project, but it can be expected that when it is completed, the results will be terrifying. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang refined more than a dozen immortal parts. And at this moment, a group of people came outside the fairy palace, a large group of people. At a glance, there are densely packed warriors overwhelming the sky, and the whole world is covered in black. With more than 100,000 people, they all knelt on the ground, headed by two quasi-immortals. The next servant Zunshui, please see the Lord. Second servant Ningyuan, please see the Lord. Zan Xiaopingxian and Ningyuan Zunxian knelt in front of more than 100,000 people, with respectful expressions, and loudly begged to see Su Lang. It seems that Zan Xiaopingxian has been well dressed, has a wonderful body, a pleasant appearance, and looks very beautiful. The hundreds of thousands behind Wushan Xuanshui and Wushan Ningyuan are the quasi-sages and the pinnacle warriors gathered from the 9 great saints such as Beizan and the Xianxia clan. There are basically 5,000 people in each of the 9 great saints, and there are more people in the Colosseum clan than the 9 clans combined. Inside the room, oh, have they finally brought the quasi-sages and the peak martial gods they gathered? Su Lang gently swept the crowd with his spiritual thoughts, and did not go out. Instead, after finishing the refinement of this fairy-level part in his hand, Shi Shiren walked out of the fairy palace and appeared in front of Zan Xiaopingxian and the others. The next servant, Zunshui, pay respect to the Lord. Seeing Su Lang, Wushan Wushui once again bowed deeply. Looking down from the top, there was a holy light in the wide neckline. Second servant Ningyuan, see the Lord. Ningyuan Wushan watched his nose, and heart, and seriously bowed down to Su Langxing. Hunshui, do you really think I am a good person? Su Lang waved his hands with black lines, you two get up. Thank you, Lord. The two quasi-immortals spoke in unison, and then stood up. Seeing that Su Lang had no response, Zan Xiaopingxian couldn't help but feel a little lost. When collecting the materials of the 9 clan and the Chushan clan, she did not forget to inquire about the information of the Yaoqi Saint clan. From the Bu population, she knew that Su Lang did not have any powerful female subordinates for the time being, so she wanted to show herself, hoping to get Su Lang close. But now, Su Lang is obviously not interested in her. Chapter 807. Make them holy together. Zan Xiaopingxian and Ningyuan Zunxian stood up. But the quasi-sages and the pinnacle martial gods behind them did not dare to get up, still crawling humbly on the ground, like the ants at the feet of Su Lang. Looking at these hundreds of thousands of people, Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. Ningyuan Zunxian, doing a good job. The servant is terrified. Ningyuan Zunxian was praised, and immediately bowed to Su Lang again. There is nothing to be afraid of. Things are done beautifully. I will not only praise you, but also reward you. This is a rule immortal crystal, given to you. I hope you will break through the martial immortal as soon as possible. Su Lang smiled and threw a regular immortal crystal to Ningyuan Zhuanxian. This rule fairy crystal was obtained by killing Wanyu Wushan. Both Wanyu Wushan and Dingbo Wushan belong to the Colchicum tribe, and their regular crystals are naturally the most suitable for the quasi-sages of the Colchicum tribe. Before, Su Lang gave Dingbo Wushan's rule immortal crystal reward to Du Zunxian. Regulations, rules fairy crystal. Ningyuan Zunxian, holding the regular fairy crystal, was so excited that he couldn't help shaking. The servant will thank the Lord for his generous gift, and will be more cautious and serious in the future. He immediately knelt on the ground, his expression enthusiastically grateful for Su Lang's generous gift. Okay, get up. Su Lang nodded and smiled, approachable. Aside, Zan Xiaopingxian stared blankly. She never expected that Su Lang would have given Ningyuan a regular fairy crystal at hand, and her eyes would burst with envy. The hundreds of thousands of quasi-sage martial gods who were kneeling on the ground were also thunderous and numb. They weren't even martial saint, and of course they couldn't help being shocked when they saw the legendary treasure like Rule Shanjing. Soon, Zan Xiaoshan reacted. She also came to report on her duties, collected materials from the 9 saints and the Chushan, and came to hand in. This is also a credit. Master, the servant has collected the materials from the 10 places. Zan Xiaopingxian immediately knelt to the ground and offered a holy space ring. Please look at the Lord. Okay. Su Lang nodded, picked up the ring, glanced at it, and put it in the storage space. Although there are many things in the ring, it is just like that in Su Lang's eyes. He got the possessions of 2 quasi-emperors and dozens of martial immortals and thousands of quasi-immortals, which was more than 100 times more than the things in this ring. Well done. Su Lang glanced at Zan Xiaopingxian, still admiring him. The servant should do it. Zan Jushan's expression of joy and anticipation offset some disappointment. A reward for merit. I don't favor one or the other, I also give you a regular fairy crystal. Su Lang smiled, and handily gave the rule Shanjing obtained from Qian Ziho to Zan Xiaopingxian. Qian Zihu's immortal level practice is, Wanai Palang Xian Ju. The general direction of the rule attributes is the same as that of the Chushan tribe, and it is also very suitable for Zan level immortals. Thank you for the gift. Zan Xiaopingxian got the rule immortal crystal and was extremely happy. He knelt down on the ground again, and his loose neckline dropped again. Su Lang rolled his eyes silently. Get up. Zan Xiaopingxian and Ningyuan Zunxian both stood up and stood with their heads down respectfully, their faces filled with excitement that could not be concealed. The hundreds of thousands of quasi-sages and war gods below are also frantic. Looking at Su Lang aloft, how much they hoped to be appreciated by Su Lang and be rewarded by Su Lang. This was the first time they had seen Su Lang, but it was such a short time that made them return. The quasi-sages, the gods of war. Su Lang looked at the crowded group of people below and said, presumably you already know that this time you are called here to make you holy. Today, I will take you to cultivate secret places and collectively become holy. As soon as this remark came out, most of the warriors below suddenly became upset. Summoning them to become holy together, they did know that the news came from the Biu tribe, and the 100 Wars Saint tribe, Feishuang Saint tribe, and Lianhua Saint tribe adjacent to it. But they don't really believe it because there are really too many people. More than 100,000 people want to be holy together. What an incredible thing, not to mention the Kanglan continent, even the more powerful other continents, throughout the tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years of history, absolutely never happened. But now, this news was spoken by Su Lang himself and confirmed it. The Lord really want to make them holy together. Chapter 808. The biggest party 100,000 people are sanctified together. Thinking of these words, all the quasi-sages and the Valkyrie present trembling all over, swallowed fiercely. They didn't know what way Su Lang would make them holy. But sanctification is a very difficult thing. All of them asked sanctification to try their best, but they were still unable to cross the sky. Therefore, even if the master's method has some drawbacks, they are completely acceptable. What's more, judging from the news previously inquired, the previous batch of martial sages who guarded the Sea of Sky after becoming sacred did not have any sequelae. All of them were excited and couldn't wait. However, in front of Su Lang, they still tried their best to suppress their emotions so as not to lose their attitude and anger the great master. At this time, Su Lang's words continued to be heard. Sanctification has been a big hurdle for eternity. I don't know how many Tianzhou has risen at the end of the Wei dynasty, unstoppable, but finally stuck at this step, living and dying. However, for me, sanctification is really too simple. The 100,000 or so of you present can be easily sanctified without exception. It's just that you have to pay your own price for this opportunity to live, but all those who become holy must turn in their souls to show their loyalty. And I will try my best to train you and let you go higher and farther on the road of martial arts. These are the meeting gifts for you after turning in the soul fire. Speaking of this, Su Lang waved his big hand, and a bright Tianhe suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone couldn't help but look up, only to see a Milky Way in the sky overwhelming the sky, and the stars flickered. A series of regular visions are like waves, rising and dying in the Tianhe, endlessly reciprocating. That is, the Milky Way made up of pills. Looking at that Tianhe river, Zan Xiaopingxian and Ningyuan Zunxian instantly thundered and stunned. That is a galaxy made up of countless elixirs, and it is full of holy level elixirs, quasi-elixirs, and even elixir. And all of them are perfect quality pills. Looking at these pills, the two quasi-immortals were more shocked than when they saw the regular celestial crystal. The key is that this number is really too much, it is beyond their imagination. Even the two well-informed quasi-sages were so shocked that they were speechless, and the hundreds of thousands of quasi-sages were even more stunned, as if they had become demented clay figurines. So many pills. Who is the master, who can take out so many pills in an instant? These pills are ours, all of us. The Lord will reward us with them. Unbelievable, unimaginable, We can get such a favor. The Lord is definitely the most generous Lord since the ages. Oh my God, this is so unreal, I don't dare to do it in my dreams. Quote. Stormy waves rose in the hearts of everyone, and thoughts flashed through their minds. At this time, a loud shout came. Are you waiting to give up your soul? But it was Xianxia who screamed and awakened everyone. Hundreds of thousands of people came back to their senses, trembled fiercely, and revealed enthusiasm in their eyes, and immediately rushed out of their souls. Suddenly, more than 100,000 points of golden soul fire flew out from everyone's foreheads, and floated up like a spectacular swarm of fireflies. These souls converge in one place, flowing to Su Lang like a river. From now on, you will be my servant. Su Lang smiled slightly, his thoughts moved, the elixir in the sky suddenly turned into a great meteor shower, and it fell on the hands of everyone in the crowd. The Zon-level immortal and Ning Yuan Zunxian also have rewards. They received a dozen elixir, and they were so excited that they could not count. Immediately after, the two quasi-immortals took the lead, and hundreds of thousands of people all knelt on the ground, grateful to Su Lang for giving the pill. By this time, no words could express the gratitude in their hearts, but they had to clasp their heads under Su Lang's feet and be ready to give Su Lang his life at any time. Su Lang smiled and took a shot with his big hand, grabbing the golden river of soul and heart, and putting it all into the sea of knowledge. I saw that under the sun, more than 100,000 soul ghosts suddenly appeared on the empty ground. They sat on the ground one by one, receiving the sun's rays, like devout fanatics. Chapter 809. Welcome the return of the Patriarch. These pills can help you become holy, but they are not the only means, nor the best means. The sanctified one needs to understand a rule. I will take you to cultivate the secret land now. Keep your minds at bay and don't act rashly. Su Lang's faint voice fell in everyone's ears. Immediately, he took a step forward and stepped into the void. A strange net of illusion emerged from under Su Lang's feet, and immediately spread in all directions, covering everyone. A huge spatial fluctuation came, and Zan Shui and Ning Yuan felt the terrifying fluctuation, and couldn't help swallowing their mouths nervously. This is the space grid. It was Su Lang who used space rules to pull it out of the surface of space. The purpose, of course, is to take everyone to Fengaling Race New City. Hundreds of thousands of people. If you use the teleportation array, you don't know how much time it will take. It's better to use the space rules directly and bring everyone to move. To tear the space and move, even Wu Sheng who doesn't control the space rules can do it, such as Chu Xiaobei. But it was very difficult and dangerous. If you were not careful, you would die. If Chu Xiaobei hadn't been forced to a desperate situation, he would never risk it. The warriors of the Six Dao Immortal clan who pursued Chu Xiaobei were afraid of dying in the cracks in the space, so they did not dare to pursue them. But for the current Su Lang, tearing space transmission is like walking, simple and safe. Even with hundreds of thousands of people, it is not too difficult. Not only did he comprehend the rules of space, but his true combat power also reached the level of the Three Tribulations Martial Immortal, and it was a piece of cake to take some Valkyrie through space. The strange virtual net under Su Lang's feet among the hundreds of thousands of quasi-valley gods gradually began to twist, and finally formed a void. The next moment, the surrounding spatial grid suddenly changed and returned to normal. Everyone looked around in a daze, only to see that they had come to a strange place. Here is the sky of a big city. People come and go, but they are not found. Where is this? God, we were motionless, we moved out of thin air. This is the Lord's method, how amazing, great, and terrifying. This should be the rules of space, and the Master is the master of the rules of space forever. The Lord is so powerful, it is a great honor for me to serve him. Quote. When everyone was horrified, they couldn't help whispering, and occasionally looked at Su Lang, eyes full of awe and enthusiasm. At this time, a martial sage flew up from the city, as well as more than a dozen sages. When they came to Su Lang, they respectfully bowed, respectfully welcomed the return of the Patriarch. These are the Yangxing who has broken through the realm of martial saint and some newly promoted martial gods. At this time, the hearts of Yangxing and others were thumping wildly. No way, there are hundreds of thousands of quasi-saints below. The previously huge Fengaling clan was only Wangfukan a quasi-sage as the Patriarch, but now Su Lang actually brought over 120,000. This is equivalent to 120,000 Fengaling clan chiefs, how spectacular and terrifying. Congratulations. Seeing that Yan Hingxing had broken through to the martial sage realm, Su Lang was also very happy and congratulated him. Because Yang Xingxing is the second martial sage after the human race set foot on the martial arts civilization. After only 2,000 years, he was sanctified, and placed in the Kanglan continent. He was also a leader among Tianzhou. Yan Hingxing said modestly, "Thanks to the pill given by the patriarch, otherwise I would not be able to break through to the martial sage realm so easily." Ha 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 ha. Su Lang laughed and said, "Without my pill, you can quickly break through wuxia, but the time will be a little later." Yan Hingxing was humble again, saying that without Su Lang's medicine, he was afraid that it would be a lifelong bottleneck. Yan Hingxing has extraordinary talents. It is definitely not an ordinary, infinite-level genius. It must have other advantages. Maybe I can focus on training him. Su Lang thought, and asked Yan Hingxing, "When you broke through wuxia, what rules did you understand?" "Returning to the patriarch is a virtual rule." Yan Hingxing smiled. "The virtual rule is quite rare." Su Lang was surprised, and he also understood this rule, which was regarded as the corresponding rule of 9 stars purple rainbow fantasy. This is a very mysterious rule, much harder to comprehend than basic rules like gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It seems that Yang Xingxing is indeed a genius. Chapter 810. Goodbye Beckham Rushui and Slim, I want to take these people to Blue Star to practice. Su Lang smiled, "You will go to Blue Star with me later, and leave the defense here to your subordinates." "Yes, Patriarch." Yan Hingxing took the lead immediately. Su Lang smiled, then encouraged the dozens of war gods of the wind spirit race and human race, and rewarded them with the pill that they could use. Seeing that Su Lang had so many martial sages and quasi-sages as his subordinates, but still did not forget them, all the warriors were immediately grateful. "Next, follow me to the space-time channel." Su Lang stretched out his hand and a layer of formation barrier automatically opened, exposing the space-time cracks behind. It was the first time that the hundreds of thousands of people present saw the cracks in time and space. Time and space cracks are not the same as space cracks. It exudes a more dangerous atmosphere, and everyone can't help but feel terrified. "Go." Su Lang gave an order, and Yan Hingxing immediately rushed into the crack of time and space, followed by a large quasi-sage behind. Soon, hundreds of thousands of people disappeared in the cracks of time and space. Su Lang also walked in Shixiren. In addition to taking everyone to practice, he also went to Blue Star to see Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters, and by the way led the sanctified warriors back to Kanglan continent. Passing through the cracks of time and space is only a momentary matter. When Su Lang appeared again, he saw Yang Xingxing standing there respectfully. The tens of thousands of quasi-valley gods were looking around with excitement, as if there was something exciting in the air. Su Lang knew that they felt the rules of manifestation. Is this the secret place of cultivation that the Lord said? All the rules here are easy to manifest and comprehend. It is definitely an advanced world far beyond the Kanglan continent. Let me wait here to comprehend the rules. Taking the pill for cultivation is a great opportunity given to us by the Lord. This is an upright method of sanctification without any side effects. I feel that my bottleneck has loosened, and I will be holy soon. Quote. Hundreds of thousands of people were talking noisily, although their voices were very small, but together they were like thunder. Su Lang did not stop them, letting them discuss there. Gradually, everyone stopped talking, and then knelt down to thank Su Lang. Soon, hundreds of thousands of people knelt in front of Su Lang quietly. "Get up all." Su Lang smiled kindly, let everyone get up, and then took them to the small island specially used as a place for cultivation. The arrival of hundreds of thousands of people shocked everyone on the island. On the island, nearly 10,000 warriors looked up at the sky, only to see the dense quasi-sages descending like raindrops. Is it a new servant recruited by the Lord? There are so many, hundreds of thousands, people from the Bazan tribe. No, I also saw the Colchicum tribe. The quasi-sages of the Colchicum tribe have also become servants of the Lord. Can it be said that the Lord has already subdued the Colchicum tribe? The Chuquan clan has all worshipped, and the other 9 clans are probably already under the command of the Master. These people come from a more powerful saint race than us, and even a fairy race. We must work harder to cultivate, otherwise sooner or later we will be surpassed by these latecomers. Quote. There was a lot of discussion on the island. At this time, the hundreds of thousands also fell on the island. The originally small island suddenly became a bit crowded, and some quasi-sages simply sat on the surface of the sea and began to practice directly. Everyone was eager to cultivate, and the whole island quickly calmed down. Su Lang looked at the hundreds of thousands of warriors below, and nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, he moved his body and appeared on the top of the mountain on the highest point of the island. Yan Hingxing smiled intentionally, and did not rush to chase after him. On the top of the mountain, Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, and Murong Xianxian are all here. Brother Su Lang. As soon as Su Lang appeared, Ji Rushui ran over and plunged into Su Lang's arms. Really good. Su Lang hugged Ji Rushui, only to feel that this girl had developed a lot. Her body was soft and boneless, and she couldn't help but want to hold her for a while. On the side, Murong looked at this side with a slim face and blushing, a little eager to move, but because he was shy, he didn't dare to ask for a hug. But Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes and looked at Su Lang, looking wary of a pervert. However, the longing in her eyes is also hard to conceal, and the uprightness in her mouth is not too cute. Chapter 811, Use Rules to Empower. I haven't seen you in 3 days, like every 3 autumns, everyone come and hug. Su Lang laughed, then stepped forward and took Murong Xianxian into his arms and hugged him. When it was Chu Xiaobei's turn, she stared at Su Lang like a vigilant fold-eared cat, as if I would bite you when you came. But Su Lang ignored her fierce gaze and hugged her. Chu Xiaobei's body stiffened suddenly, then softened. It's been a long time since I hugged you. Feeling the fullness of his heart, Su Lang couldn't help but smile. When Chu Xiaobei heard these words, she suddenly thought of the period when she was picked up by Su Lang. She was seriously injured at that time, so she could only be held or carried by Su Lang, and she was together everywhere. Huh, pervert, let go, don't take advantage of me. Recovering from the memory, Chu Xiaobei snorted proudly and broke free from Su Lang's arms. With her earning, Su Lang immediately felt the magnificence. He couldn't help but look at the moon in the sky and exclaimed, "This moon is really white and big." Chu Xiaobei and Ru Shui Shenxian didn't know why Su Lang praised the moon, but women's intuition made them feel a trace of dirt. Su Lang smiled faintly, then glanced at the 3 women, and said with a smile, "Your cultivation results these days are pretty good. It's all due to brother Su Lang." Ji Rushui smiled brilliantly, and Murong Xianxian and Chu Xiaobei kept nodding their heads. I saw that Chu Xiaobei had broken through to the quasi-immortal, and Ji Rushui and Murong Xianxian had also broken through to the level of the **** of war. Su Lang smiled and said, "Since you have broken through the barrier, then I can continue to instill in you the repair." "Really? That's great." Ji Rushui had a lively temper, and suddenly jumped up happily. Of course Murong Xianxian and Chu Xiaobei were also elated. Although Chu Xiaobei had already broken through to the quasi-xian, in addition to the lack of rules, her cultivation was far from reaching the peak of the quasi-xian. You know, under normal circumstances, it takes more than 1.6 million years for a quasi-immortal to accumulate the cultivation base that can break through to the martial immortal. Even if Chu Xiaobei had a pill from Su Lang, it would take a long time to accumulate enough cultivation. Now Su Lang wants to inculcate her cultivation base, she of course is willing. Start with Rushui first. Come here and sit down and let my brother love you well. Su Lang smiled brightly, let Ji Rushui sit in front of her, and then stretched out her hand against her smooth forehead. The system, start the cultivation base initiation. With a move in Su Lang's heart, Ji Rushui's body was immediately injected into Ji Rushui's body. As before, once these cultivation bases entered Ji Rushui's body, they immediately became her own cultivation bases, not even the process of refining. The cultivation base required to go from the **** of war to the quasi-sage is also difficult for ordinary gods to accumulate, and it takes 10 to 20,000 years. But for Su Lang, it doesn't take a second to save up. His current cultivation speed is really terrifying. Of course, Su Lang wouldn't instill all that many cultivation bases into Ji Rushui all at once, but would rather slow down to avoid something wrong. At this moment, sitting in front of Su Lang, Ji Rushui's aura grew stronger with Su Lang's indoctrination, quickly. The first breakthrough came, and Ji Rushui broke through to the intermediate Valkyrie. Then, there are senior war gods, peak war gods, quasi-sage levels, and quasi-sage peaks. But this is not over yet. System, start rule empowerment, specify, space rules, for indoctrination. With a thought, Su Lang began to instill the rules of space in Ji Rushui. Not bad, he wants to raise Ji Rushui's cultivation base to the level of quasi-immortality in one go. And the reason for choosing the space rule is because when Ji Rushui's cultivation base skyrocketed, the martial saint space would definitely expand accordingly. In this process, the space rules can better stabilize the wuxia space, so that there will be no problems. If you instill the rules of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and even death, fate, etc., it will basically be of no use to the wuxia space, and it will be easy to go wrong. At this time, Ji Rushui closed her eyes tightly, and suddenly felt a mysterious power appearing in her mind, imprinted into her soul, and then integrated into her body. She felt it was the power of space. Chapter 812. Quasi-Shangji is Snow Marong Slim. This should be the rules of space that Sister Xiaobei said, and Brother Su Lang actually let me directly understand the rules of space. My martial god space has expanded. It's a huge martial god space. No, it should be called martial god space now. I have already broken through to the martial god level. In the hands of Brother Su Lang, I broke through from the martial god to the martial saint level in the blink of an eye. When Ji Rushui was horrified, she was excited. However, she still forcibly held back, fearing that it would disturb Su Lang. At the same time, Chu Xiaobei and Marong Shenxian on the side, as well as Xianxia waiting in the sky, looked dumbfounded, motionless, like sculptures. Raise the Valkyrie to the martial sage level at your fingertips. And the rules. There are no rules. You can also promote the ***** of war to martial sage. What a tactic against the sky. At this time, Ji Rushui perceives a familiar feeling. A lot of gentle power is injected into his body, and it is slightly hot, which makes people unable to help but excited. The cultivation base initiation begins again. Then, Chu Xiaobei, Marong Shenxian, and Yangxing Star blankly watched Ji Rushui's cultivation soaring. 1-star martial sage, 2-star martial sage, 3-star. 9-star martial sage, quasi-sage peak. Chu Xiaobei and Marong Shenxian had experienced cultivation base initiation, but they were also shocked. Yan Hingxing is like an ordinary person seeing a ghost. His eyes are bulging and bloodshot, and his face is covered with incredible expressions. I won't say anything from Wuxian to Wuxiang. From Wuxiang to Zhushan Pinnacle, even wuxia Tianzhao can take hundreds of thousands of years to do it with various powerful auxiliary methods. But now, Su Lang has created a quasi-immortal with his fingers. This method is completely beyond imagination. Here, Su Lang slowly retracted his right hand. But Ji Rushui still closed her eyes tightly, motionless, still trying her best to get acquainted with the new power. Suddenly upgrading from the ***** of war to the immortal, the gap is too big, it can't be described as a million times. Ji Rushui opened her eyes. I am afraid it will bring a 12-level storm. Su Lang also knew that Ji Rushui would definitely not be able to control the power of the immortal in a short time, so he immediately arranged a set of formations beside Ji Rushui. This set of formations can protect Ji Rushui. Besides, it is to prevent Ji Rushui from losing control of his power and destroying the island casually. You know, there are hundreds of thousands of quasi-saints on this island. If this is accidentally destroyed, the loss will be great. After setting up the formation, Su Lang looked at Marong Shenxian and smiled faintly. Come on Shenxian, it's your turn. Ah, am I going to be a quasi-immortal too? Marong Shenxian's voice trembled slightly. Of course. Su Lang smiled. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt. Oh, Marong Shenxian felt like she was dreaming. She was originally just a small martial artist on the Blue Star. After following Su Lang, she was promoted to the ***** of war. She already felt that her life was too fantastic. And now, Su Lang wants to make her a quasi-immortal. Marong Shenxian came to Ji Rushui and sat on the ground. Anyway, Ji Rushui is separated by a formation, and it won't bother her. Next, Su Lang put his right hand on Marong Shenxian's forehead, and began to initiate. Just like when giving Ji Rushui an initiation, first raise the Slender's cultivation base to quasi-sage, then instill the rules of space, make him holy, and then promote it to the quasi-sage peak. All this was done instantly, as fast as a sip of water. After Marong Shenxian became a quasi-fairy, Su Lang also arranged a formation to protect her. In the sky, Yangxing was shocked to numbness. He began to doubt whether the world was fake, whether he was dreaming, doubting what kind of illusion he had fallen into. Chu Xiaobei was also shocked. Although she had seen Su Lang's cultivation of the second daughter last time and had experienced it personally, she still couldn't help asking, Su Lang, Rushui and Xianxian, there will be no problem, right? Of course not. As long as there is a trace of risk or defect, I will not do this. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. Next, it's your turn. I won't favor one another, but I want you to be covered in rain and dew. Come on, just know the poor mouth. Chu Xiaobei gave Su Lang a white look, but still came to Su Lang excitedly and sat down cross-legged. Chapter 813. The most beautiful scenery in the world. Wait for Chu Xiaobei to sit down. Su Lang couldn't help lowering his eyes, and suddenly saw Chu Xiaobei's neckline. Wow, what a great light. What are you looking at? Chu Xiaobei raised her head vigilantly and stared at Su Lang fiercely. No, nothing, just saw the most beautiful scenery in the world. Su Lang laughed, sitting cross-legged, facing Chu Xiaobei, staring with big eyes. It's squinting every time, I'm so disgusted. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes and closed them. Hurry up. In this posture, people who didn't know thought she wanted Su Lang to kiss her. However, Su Lang knew that if he really dared to kiss him, he wouldn't know that this kitten would blow up its fur. I'm coming. Su Lang looked straight, stretched out his right hand and pressed Chu Xiaobei's forehead. In the next moment, he initiated the cultivation base initiation. Because Chu Xiaobei was already at the quasi-celestial level, Su Lang only needed to raise his cultivation base to the quasi-Xian peak. Therefore, the cost of cultivation is not much, and when converted into time, it is very short. Just a second or two. Su Lang stopped instilling cultivation. And Chu Xiaobei's cultivation realm has also completely reached the pinnacle of quasi-immortality. At this moment, Chu Xiaobei only needed the power of complete rules to break through to the level of Wushan. At this point, Chu Xiaobei didn't want to catch the rule immortal crystal and was imprisoned by those mediocre and martial immortals, so he could only comprehend it by himself. But this time is different. Su Lang has the ability to instill the power of rules. Bei, tell me. Su Lang's soft voice entered Chu Xiaobei's ears. What kind of power of rules do you want? I will pass it to you. Hear this. Chu Xiaobei suddenly felt that his soul was shocked. You mean magic horse? Chu Xiaobei opened his eyes and stared at Su Lang incredulously. You want to pass the rules to me? This is too fake. There are traces of the martial art history of Kanglan mainland Shanghai to instill such things as the cultivation base. Many warriors with advanced cultivation bases have the means to instill cultivation bases for the younger generations of their disciples. It's just that compared to Su Lang's method, it's completely like fireflies in the sun, and cannot be compared. But things like instilling rules never happened. From the birth of Kanglan continent to today, absolutely never happened. Comprehending the power of rules is an extremely difficult thing, and the biggest shortcut is to use the rule fairy crystal. There is no other way. But Su Lang actually said that he could instill the rules at this time. This really made Chu Xiaobei couldn't believe it, couldn't imagine it. Calm down, you still suspect me. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he asked, which one of the things I did is not earth-shattering, huh? What do you think? What you do is truly earth-shattering. Refining perfect holy level pills, immortal level pills, sacred implements, immortal implements, Naxian tribe, swordsmanship. Chu Xiaobei whispered in a low voice, suddenly feeling a little funny in his doubts. I even suspected that Su Lang was an unreasonable and unpredictable super-abnormality. It's boring to ask yourself. I believe you. Chu Xiaobei smiled bitterly. I should be like Rushui Xianxian, unconditionally trusting whatever you say. Yes, this is good. Su Lang smiled. Come on, tell me, what rules do you want? I believe you can transmit the rules to me. Chu Xiaobei supported her smooth chin and asked, but, have you understood a lot of rules? If I remember correctly, it didn't take many days for you to break through. To martial saint, I am also different in understanding the rules. I can understand a rule in about a minute. Su Lang smiled. However, transmission rules require a lot of effort. At present, with my ability, I can do things like transmission rules up to 10 times a day, and now there are only 8 times left. Chapter 814. Let you be arrogant. Oh, sure enough, everything is unreasonable. Understanding a rule in 1 minute really makes ordinary warriors desperate to doubt the speed of life. Chu Xiaobei said, in addition, you can only transmit rules 8 times now, because you have transmitted rules to Rushui and Xianxian before, so that they can successfully break through to the martial arts level, right? That's right, I did send them the rules before. Su Lang nodded. Moreover, there are still relatively rare space rules to ensure that their martial saint space will not have problems during the expansion process. Space rules. After hearing Su Lang's words, Chu Xiaobei couldn't help but his eyes lit up. You actually understand such a rare rule. Ha 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 ha, actually, the space rules are just so-so. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and his face was full of brilliant smiles. The same mysterious rules. I also comprehend death, destiny, yin and yang, spirit, light and darkness, withered glory, etc. It's incredible. Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang in front of him, only to realize that under his squint surface was really too mysterious. Su Lang smiled and said, "All right, let's talk. What rules do you need?" Well, I have now understood the 5-element rules, and even some other subsidiary rules, such as ice and rock, are all very common. I didn't understand the mystery rules you mentioned, or pass them to me. Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang with scorching eyes. This arrogant little cat actually showed a hint of flattery at this moment. Oh, no matter how arrogant you are, you can't escape my palm, ha ha ha. Since you want it all, then I will give it to you. Su Lang smiled in his heart and said immediately, "Just beg you not to look at me like a pervert in the future." Good, good. Chu Xiaobei nodded eagerly, like a kitten meowing. Okay. Su Lang did not make things difficult for Chu Xiaobei, nodded, and put his hand on Chu Xiaobei's forehead again. System, start rule empowerment. Specify, space rules, for indoctrination. Su Lang's heart moved, and he first passed the rule of space, which is the rule that is tall and the most important, to Chu Xiaobei. Coming. Chu Xiaobei could not help being surprised when he felt a strange and regular energy flow into his mind and imprinted into his soul. Immediately after, she was immersed in the mystery of the space rules. So it is. The space is divided into 3 layers, the metric line, the grid network. Chu Xiaobei murmured in a low voice. She had a certain understanding of space rules, but at this time she saw a deeper mystery, and she was suddenly even more surprised. After a while, the transmission of the space rules is complete. Next, I want to transmit the second rule. This rule is called the spiritual rule. Su Lang reminded him that when Chu Xiaobei was ready to accept the rules, he began to transmit the second rule. As Chu Xiaobei gradually understood the spiritual rules, her mental power immediately began to grow. After the transmission of the mental rules, her mental power has grown more than 10 times than before. Are you ready? I'm going to transmit the third rule. This one is called Yin Yang, quickly. Su Lang had already transmitted 8 rules to Chu Xiaobei, all of which were extremely practical and mysterious and difficult to understand. The comprehension of these 8 rules made Chu Xiaobei one step closer to the realm of Wushan. From today, the 3 of you have been by my side. Su Lang smiled and said, I can transmit rules 10 times a day. I think it won't be long before you can be promoted to the realm of Wushan. It is good. Chu Xiaobei nodded happily. Every one of Su Lang's transmission rules is perfect, but it doesn't carry side effects like regular fairy crystals. Without the side effects, Chu Xiaobei would of course be happy to accept it. You will practice more fighting skills in the future. By the way, also teach Ji Rushui and Marong Xianxian. Su Lang knew that the battle of the mainland in this era was coming soon. Although he would not let the 3 women fight easily, but in order to prevent them from happening, he still intends to let them learn the art of fighting. The most important thing is to exercise conviction and enhance self-confidence, so as not to have strength in time, but not to show it. Chapter 815. Cultivate xianxia. Okay, I know. Chu Xiaobei also knew this, and immediately readily agreed. You should also consolidate your cultivation first. I'm going to meet the genius of my clan now. Su Lang nodded, and arranged a formation for Chu Xiaobei to protect her. I don't need it. Inside the formation, Chu Xiaobei wrinkled her nose and hammered the formation fiercely. As a result, the formation was motionless and couldn't help humming sadly. The strongest defensive formation that Su Lang can deploy now has reached the level of a quasi-emperor. Because he learned the seal formation at the entrance to the emperor's forbidden area. You know, that seal formation is of Wudi level. Taking only a part of it, it merged into the previous Kangkong Phantom Immortal Array and Kolchakam Clan Immortal Array, and also advanced its defense power to quasi-emperor level. In the future, I will visit those emperors more and learn more about the formation. Having a thought to form a formation, the formation is also one of my super killer moves. Su Lang thought so, turned his head and spoke to the star Yangxing in the sky, letting him come down. Patriarch, Yangxing salutes respectfully. Seeing Su Lang's anti-sky methods, his eyes were strange at this time. He seemed to think that Su Lang was disguised by an old monster, or had taken the house. His thoughts were similar to those of the Wuxians who were newly invested in Su Lang's command, thinking that Su Lang was a great being that had awakened in the long river of time. However, thinking that Su Lang was so perverted from beginning to end, Yan Xingxing's weird thoughts quickly disappeared. Star. Presumably you have seen it too. My Rushui and Slender have been promoted to the level of quasi-immortality by me. Su Lang smiled and said, calling you to come down is also to improve your cultivation level. After all, I now have many powerful people, and my clan must also have a capable warrior. The Patriarch wants to raise my cultivation base to quasi-xian. Yan Hingxing stared, excited and unbelievable. He knew the identities of Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian, as well as the identities of Chu Xiaobei. The first two are the women who followed Su Lang since Su Lang's last days, and they were also one of the reasons why Su Lang set foot on the Kanglan continent. Chu Xiaobei seemed to have a lifelong friendship with Su Lang, and the two were almost inseparable. And he Yangxing just donated some materials and exercises to Su Lang, and in the end defeated the Fengling clan completely relying on Su Lang. If he puts a peach on Su Lang, it is also in the battle, those exercises and materials. But later, Su Lang entrusted him with an important task and presented him with more holy level exercises and even powerful sacred artifacts, which was already rewarding him, and it was 1,000 times in return. Such kindness has already made him grateful. But today, Su Lang even gave him an opportunity to use magical means to improve his cultivation level. And all this is still in the case that he has not turned in his soul. He Yangxing couldn't think of how he could repay this huge kindness. Only take fate for Li and report to Su Lang. Not bad, you are a genius of my human race, whether you are talented, resourceful, or talented in combat, you are all outstanding. Su Lang smiled, so, I won't let you bury, I want you to shine. The Patriarch's favor, the star has only one life to repay. Yan Hingxing knelt on both knees, his expression frenzied, and he began to force his soul out. Stop it, I don't need your soul, and this shouldn't be the way you and I maintain trust. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. Furthermore, handing over the soul's heart will consume some of the soul's origin, you stop. As soon as this statement came out, Yan Xingxing burst into tears. He knelt at Su Lang's feet, with his head on the ground, showing his loyalty. Su Lang raised his hand and immediately helped him up. As a real strong man, you can't kneel down at will. Xingxing only kneels for the Patriarch in this life. Yan Hingxing's voice was sonorous, and he knelt down again. Kneeling Su Lang, he came from his heart, and did not compromise his belief and backbone. Okay, I saw it. Su Lang laughed and said directly, you sit cross-legged now, I want to instill in you the repair. Chapter 816. I just skin it habitually, yes. Yan Hingxing took the lead, and then sat down properly. Su Lang put his hand against his forehead and immediately used his cultivation base to instill. Suddenly, Yan Xingxing's aura surged, suddenly rising from a one-star wusheng to a quasi-xian realm. Xingxing, thank the Patriarch. Yan Hingxing felt the powerful force, tried to control it, and squashed at Su Lang. Get up first. You are already a quasi-immortal, the next step is Wushan. In terms of the power of rules, you still lack a lot. Although I can instill the power of rules here, you can't slack off. Su Lang said solemnly, I hope that next time you come here, you won't be the same as you are now, only to understand one or two rules. Stars will never shame. Yan Xingxing nodded, his eyes full of determination. At the same time, he was extremely shocked by Su Lang's ability to instill rules. In the end, this shock turned into worship and fanaticism. Before leaving this time, I will upgrade my formation. This is the formation key, I have refined it in advance, you keep it away. Su Lang nodded and said sternly, remember, the blue star can't be lost, go. The blue star, and even the entire solar system, are the core fragments of the infinity realm, and they are a treasure of inestimable value. After Su Lang reaches Wushan, he will come and collect everything here into Wushan's inner boundary. Yes, if the Yan star is there, the blue star is there. Yan Hingxing took the formation key and turned around and rushed into the crack of time and space. Time flies like a white horse. In a blink of an eye, an afternoon passed. Su Lang also didn't care about the three quiet and lovely girls, but took out the furnace and refined a large number of fairy-level parts. In this process, among the hundreds of thousands of quasi-sages below, more than 10,000 people broke through, crossed the sky, and became a martial sage. Not bad. Su Lang smiled faintly and paid attention to the outstanding people among them. The most outstanding are those martial sages who understand the special rules. One person even understood the rules of space. However, Su Lang did not summon them immediately, but let them continue to consolidate. At this time, Chu Xiaobei has already left the barrier. Although she is still locked in the formation, she has completely controlled her power. The rules that Su Lang instilled were really easy to digest, so Chu Xiaobei was able to control them in such a short period of time. Let me out. Chu Xiaobei lay on the barrier of the formation and slapped the formation angrily. All right. Now let you out. Su Lang smiled dumbly, waved his big hand, and withdrew the formation. Humph. Chu Xiaobei snorted and looked at Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian. Then, he turned around and snorted at Su Lang, motioning for Su Lang to release her good girlfriend. The main thing for the two of them is to control power. Su Lang smiled and said, I am still not at ease, to prevent their unintentional destruction. Dead pervert, do you look down on me? Chu Xiaobei squeezed her small fists proudly, I can watch them alone. Ooh, I was pleased before, now that you turn your face in a blink of an eye and don't recognize anyone, dare to attack me. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, pretending to clean up Chu Xiaobei. Don't, I surrender. Chu Xiaobei was crying with a pretty face, and waved his hands hurriedly, I just skinned it habitually, I was wrong. Su Lang smiled blankly, unexpectedly Chu Xiaobei would admit defeat. Dead perverts are murderous. Chu Xiaobei stuck out his tongue and muttered aside. You mean a ****** horse. The corner of Su Lang's eyes twitched. This girl really hadn't been in the house for 3 days. Nothing. I said you are so handsome, the kind of scumbag. Chu Xiaobei chuckled and said what she had learned from the Blue Star City. She and Rushui Shenxian didn't practice all day, and occasionally they would go shopping, so they learned a lot of culture from the Blue Star, of course. Compared with the Blue Stars 2,000 years ago, there are still many cultural gaps between the Blue Stars at this time. Therefore, Su Lang casually said some jokes, let alone Chu Xiaobei, the two natives Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian didn't understand it. Chapter 817, Destroyer Beautiful Girl, Count You Acquaintance. Su Lang shrugged helplessly, and immediately waved his hand, removing the formation of Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian. Suddenly, the breath of the second woman set off a storm. Damn, seeing this, Chu Xiaobei immediately cast a spell to block the power like snow and slender. What you said, you will take care of Rushui and Shenxian from now on. Su Lang glanced at Chu Xiaobei and said, if the two of them can't control their strength and cause any serious consequences, I will not punish them, only you. Okay, I know. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes. At this time, Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian had already recovered. So strong. When Ji Rushui woke up, she clenched her fists and planned to stand up, but when she moved her feet, she rushed to the sky. Rushui, do you want to be so fierce? Chu Xiaobei was holding her forehead speechlessly. Rushui's control of power was much worse than she had imagined. Fortunately, Shenxian is in good control. With that in mind, Chu Xiaobei looked at Murong Shenxian, but when she saw her on the ground, she also planned to stand up. However, under that hand, a huge crack has appeared. Boom! The only peak on the island split in half. Under the mountain, those martial sages and quasi-sages who were cultivating were awakened one after another and looked towards the peak in surprise. There was also a quasi-sage who was so frightened that he broke through to wuxia. Chu Xiaobei looked at the other half of the mountain, dumbfounded. Shenxian, your control of power is even weaker. Aha, I never fight. Murong Shenxian smiled awkwardly. Although she used to have a cultivation base like Shui Gao, she has always been a meditation host, hiding in the peaceful eastern city to make alchemy. On the other hand, Ji Rushui ran away for so long under the chase, until he was rescued by Su Lang. At this time, Ji Rushui in the sky flew back again. But looking at her flying, it was like a violent intercontinental missile, and the space it traveled was distorted. This way, it is completely a beautiful girl of the asterisk 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 of destruction. Slowly, Chu Xiaobei immediately flew up, hugged Ji Rushui, and brought her back to the ground. However, before she landed, she saw Murong Shenxian step forward. "Stop, don't move," Chu Xiaobei screamed, flew over and hugged Murong Shenxian. "Ha ha ha ha." Su Lang laughed as he watched from the side, and cast a gloating look at Chu Xiaobei. "Humph." Chu Xiaobei snorted proudly and tilted her small face to one side. Su Lang has a bright smile on his face. "Oh, someone hugs left and right in the future, it really makes me envious." This is the truth. Before Rushui and Murong Shenxian control their power, Chu Xiaobei had better hold them all the time, otherwise raising hands and feet would cause great damage. My family Rushui and Shenxian will surely control their power soon. Chu Xiaobei snorted coldly. Ji Rushui quickly agreed and grabbed Chu Xiaobei's hand to express his gratitude to Chu Xiaobei for trusting herself. But she obviously didn't pay attention to controlling her power. And she didn't realize that her current strength was already at the same level as Chu Xiaobei. Then, without precautions by Chu Xiaobei, "It hurts, but I have to show that nothing happened." Chu Xiaobei gritted her silver teeth, and then quietly circulated her spiritual energy, blocking Ji Rushui's power. Moreover, she must always pay attention to prevent herself from hurting Ji Rushui. Of course the same is true for Murong Shenxian, but Chu Xiaobei discovered that this could also exercise her own control over power. "It turns out that my control of power has not reached the level of nuances, I still have room for improvement." Chu Xiaobei's beautiful eyes flashed with amazement, and suddenly he didn't feel bitter about taking care of Rushui Shenxian's errands, but rather happy. To this, Su Lang could see it. He controls the rules of the spirit, and is a Sunri-level mental power, and his observation ability is so strong that it is not easy to use it to observe words and colors. The three of them get along well in this way. Presumably soon, the three of them will be able to achieve perfect control of power. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately stepped forward and said to the three of them, "We should leave here too, and wait for me to summon Wu Sheng." The three women naturally had no objections. They wanted to go back to Kanglan continent. Anyway, staying at Blue Star is useless. Chapter 818. 7,000 martial saints. There are about 17,000 people in the new batch of Wusheng. But nearly 10,000 of them have just broken through. This group of people not only need to consolidate the realm, but the previous accumulation may not be completed yet, and they can continue to progress at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, Su Lang planned to keep this group of people at Blue Star, practice for a while, and then come and take them away next time. In order not to disturb the other warriors who are practicing, Su Lang used his spiritual power to summon those martial sages who had made little progress one by one. Suddenly, a martial sage opened his eyes, rose from the crowd, flew into the air, and came to Su Lang. They didn't dare to be level with Su Lang, they only dared to stand at Su Lang's feet and gather in the air. "It's time for you to break through the martial saint, and return to Kanglan continent to guard." Su Lang looked at these 7,000 martial sages and said lightly. "Yes." All the martial artists shouted in unison. In Su Lang's order, they did not give up at all. Moreover, most people really want to return to Kanglan continent, because they have been holding back in the quasi-sage for too long. During the period they received some ridicule. Going back this time, it is considered to be a good return home, can be a good pretense, let those who have looked down on them with admiration. "Let's go." Su Lang nodded, leading Chu Xiaobei's three daughters and flew towards the crack in time and space. At this moment, Chu Xiaobei still hugged Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian tightly, hugging left and right, which looked very interesting. After passing through the cracks in time and space, Su Lang used his methods to upgrade the formation of the new city. At this time, the strength of the formation guarding the new city reached a terrifying quasi-emperor level, and even if no one was guarded, Blue Star was almost in no danger of safety. Unless Emperor Wu comes in person, or someone invites the emperor to attack. Of course, it does not mean that there is no need for guarding here. In such an important place, there is no shortage of eyes and ears at all times. And Xianxia is one of Su Lang's eyes and ears. After setting up the formation, Xianxia came out to send it off specially. Su Lang smiled and used the rules of space, covering more than 7,000 people and disappearing directly from the place. The holy city of Yaoqi. In the Sea of Sky, a huge but stable spatial fluctuation came. Su Lang took the three of Chu Xiaobei and more than 7,000 martial sages to emerge. Li Shenyang ran out to greet him first. Servant worship the Lord. Li Shenyang looked fanatical, as if a fanatic had seen his god. During this time, Su Lang continued to improve his cultivation and comprehend the rules. Li Shenyang controlled a clone of Su Lang, and his combat power also increased. Moreover, he is still in control of so many mysterious rules, which he could not even think of before. Get up. Su Lang smiled slightly. Li Shenyang was regarded as one of his fingers, and he was quite valued. Servant. Li Shenyang saluted again, then got up, stood aside, and saluted the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei. The more than 7,000 martial sages looked at Li Shenyang, knowing that he was Su Lang's confidant, and couldn't help being awed. Of course, the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei who can be saluted by Li Shenyang are even more of an existence that everyone is in awe of them. That is the woman of Lord Su Di. At this time, the four quasi-immortals of Yaoqi Yanfa, Tianyanji, Chirimuju and Biyulan, as well as the Chushui tribe Zunshui and Ningyuan quasi-immortals, also came from the Sea of Sky one after another. It turned out that Xian Xiaopingxian and Ningyuan Zunxian did not leave after Su Lang took hundreds of thousands of people to Blue Star. They nominated themselves and met Li Shenyang and Yaoqi Yan Fa, hoping to help guard the Sea of the Sky and perform in front of Su Lang. Two quasi-immortals from the Immortal clan came to the door, and Li Shenyang and Yaoqi Yan Fa agreed. Naturally, Su Lang knew about this. The servant is late, please punish the Lord. Yaoqi Yan Fa, Zan Shaoshenxian and others knelt in front of Su Lang respectfully, looking ashamed. It's important for you to guard the Sea of Sky. Get up. Su Lang nodded, very satisfied with their attitude. Yaoqi Yan Fa and others got up. Their eyes couldn't help but look at the 7,000 martial sages behind Su Lang. They had seen Su Lang return with the sanctified crowd 2 or 3 times, but at this time, seeing the more than 7,000 martial sages, they were still horrified from ear to ear. Chapter 819, Ascension to the Sea of Sky. More than 7,000 martial sages. In addition, the number of martial saints who are already guarding the Sea of Sky has exceeded 10,000. Except for Yao Kai Yan Fa and others, Zan Shui and Ning Yuan Zunxian were even more shocked. They have lived for so long, and it is the first time they have seen so many Wu Sheng appear together. After a while of horror, they looked at the martial sages carefully and found that these martial sages were basically from the Yaoqi, Biu, Tianyan and Chiri tribes. After sharing, each clan has more than 1,000–2,000 martial arts. You know, there are only 80 or so at the peak of the Kolchakam tribe. The number of nearly 2,000, this is terrible data. These martial sages, I'm afraid they were originally quasi-sages of those 4 races. After following the master, they got the chance. Chi was promoted to the martial sage realm. They are really lucky. That's not right, but those quasi-sages of our Chushui tribe have also received gifts from the Lord. It won't be long before they come, and there will be 60,000 more martial arts. Sage of 60,000 martial arts, I couldn't even think about it before, and I didn't even dare to do it in the dream. But after following the Lord, such unthinkable things have become true. The Lord is really shocking and weeping. The 2 of me should also perform well, and we must use the rules of the fairy crystal to enter the realm of martial arts as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it is useless to the Lord, even if the Lord does not abandon me and wait, I will have no face to wait. Well said. Xian Xiaopingxian and Ningyuan Zunxian were muttering discussions there. On this occasion, Su Lang has already handed over 7,000 martial sages to Yaoqi Yan Fa and asked him to take it with him. Next, Su Lang said, Li Shenyang, let all the people in the Sea of Sky come out. Yes, Li Shenyang took the order, and then went down with Yaoqi Yan Fa and others to shout out all the people in the Sea of Sky. There are more than 2,000 martial sages, as well as some martial gods. From now on, those warriors will be replaced, and the warriors who guard the Sea of Sky will be at least at the martial sage level. But before that, Su Lang also had to evolve the Sea of Sky. Small sea, Su Lang thought, and the spirit of the Sky Sea suddenly flew out. Ma 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 ma, Qi Ling Shaohai shouted loudly and came to Su Lang. Su Lang was full of black lines. Although this guy was a little mature, he still couldn't change his birth habit and always shouted. However, Su Lang has given up treatment to Shaohai, so let him shout enough. Go and put your body away and take it. Su Lang gave instructions to Shaohai, and Xiaohai bounced back to agree. Immediately after, without seeing any movement from Xiaohai, the vast and boundless sky and sea body instantly turned into a snowflake with the size of a palm. This is the body of the sky sea. Now it is the second tribulation immortal tool. With the formation, half of the defensive ability has reached the level of the 6 tribulations martial immortal. It's time to evolve you. Su Lang grabbed the sea of sky and gave the evolution order. Ding. Consumes the fairy level material Zishao Yuanyang Shanyu 10, Extreme Sage Shanluo 20, Arctic Wangchen Stone 20, Waying Qiyu Yuyu 20, Xiaoying Wushangquan 40. Saint level refining material. Wusheng Soul 20, Xuanshijunyan 100, Mingxin Sacred Jade 100, Xingyu Heart 100, Shocking Amethyst 400. Ding. Consume. The Sea of Sky has evolved successfully. In an instant, the Sea of Sky flashed light and was promoted to the 3 Tribulations Immortal tool, but Su Lang did not intend to end this way. Anyway, there are a lot of materials now, how can it not evolve to a higher level as a fairy weapon to guard the lair? Therefore, next, Su Lang evolves the Sea of Sky a full 7 times, directly reaching the rank of Quasi-Emperor. In terms of consumption, the most distressed Su Lang was the soul of Wusheng and the soul of Wushan. The soul of Wusheng consumed a full 500 shares, and the soul of Wushan also consumed 3. But of course the gain is far more than the effort. The defensive power of the Sea of Sky itself has directly reached the rank of Quasi-Emperor. Not to mention, Su Lang immediately arranged a new Quasi-Emperor level formation for it. Adding the two together, it was not that Emperor Wu could not break the defense at all. Qiling Xiaohai has also gained tremendous benefits in this evolution, with a lot of clever eyes and obviously a great increase in wisdom. However, its mantra still couldn't be changed, and it kept shouting Su Lang numb with excitement on the side, and it caused Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters to laugh so hard that they could not stand up. Chapter 820. You become stronger and darker. Okay, it's time to unfold the main body and protect one side. Su Lang stretched out his hand to play Ling Xiaohai, and then threw the snow-like sky sea in his hand. Next moment, a blue ray of light bloomed from the snowflakes, like a strange blue sun, directly covering the entire land. Wherever the blue light passes, all are the guardian scope of the Sea of Sky. Not only the entire Yaoqi area is covered, but the Qiri and Tianyan areas are also covered. Even across a large area, he came into contact with the territory of the Biu clan. This. Great. The land of our 2 clans has finally been guarded by the fairy. Quote. Qiri Muju and Tian Yunji were too happy to speak clearly. Although Su Lang arranged fairy formations for the Qiri and Tianyan tribes, they still admired the Yaoqi tribe, who was guarded by the Sea of Sky. At this time, seeing that the guardian scope of the Sea of the Sky included the land of his own race, of course he was extremely happy. In addition to Chaisun Muju and Tianyanji, most of the 7,000 martial sages also have red eyes, which is grateful. With the guardianship of the quasi-imperial soldiers, their race is basically no more crisis. And now, the envious person is the turn of the Zan Shenxian and Ningyuan Zunxian. They already admired the Yaoqi clan's guardianship of the Sky Sea, and at this time the Sky Sea was promoted to the quasi-emperor soldier, and they were even more envious. The coverage of the Sea of Sky is not bad. When it is promoted to the emperor soldier, there must be another qualitative leap. Su Lang showed a satisfied smile on his face. At that time, the territory of the 10 races including Chu Shui will be completely covered. Immediately after, his gaze fell on Li Shenyang. Priority is given to choosing a martial artist with a higher cultivation base to guard the Sea of the Sky. The remaining martial sages are evenly distributed among the Chushui, Biu, Beizan and other tribes to guard one side. The Sea of Sky only needs more than 3,000 guards, but now the number of martial saints is close to 10,000, and it can't be used up. So, just send it out to guard all places. Servant. Li Shenyang knelt to lead the command. Su Lang nodded, turned and walked towards the fairy palace. Ma. Seeing this, Xiaohai shouted and chased him all the way. Quote. Su Lang twitched his mouth, stretched out his hand. Go. Call out. Xiaohai was shot into the body of the Sky Sea by Su Lang immediately. Haha, you are so cruel. Chu. Xiaobei hugged Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian behind and smiled. That's your son. Oh no, maybe it's your daughter. You can be your skin. Su Lang rolled his eyes and flew straight into the fairy palace. Cut. Chu Xiaobei curled his lips in disdain, hugged like snow and slender. Beauties, let's go shopping. Great, it's been a long time since I visited the holy city of Yaoqi. Yes, I heard that the Baixian tailor's shop has new styles. I plan to buy 1,000 pieces of clothes and put them together. Quote. The three girls flew into the city below, transformed into ordinary women, and started shopping. No way, if you don't pretend, everyone in the street will retreat to Sanxi, Liao is uninhabited, and will go shopping. The other side, after Su Lang entered the fairy palace, he took out the Yudian sword. Wow, master, you miss me again. Xiaoyu's appearance is a sorrow. No one is normal. Su Lang rolled his eyes and said, stop talking nonsense. I want to help you get promoted. You are too weak now. Hearing that Su Lang was about to be promoted, Xiaoyu suddenly closed his mouth happily. System, keep the specified characteristics, evolve the Yudian sword. Ding. Consume Xuanming pear flower heart 10, Qibao anger stone 20, typing eternal jade 30. Saint level refining material Bingfeng Tianwu stone 50, Tianyu holy soil 50, Jade girl everlasting hate stone 60, Wusheng soul 30, Valkyrie soul 100. The Yudian sword has evolved successfully. Guanghua flashed, and Yudian sword directly evolved from the 1 tribulation immortal tool to the 2 tribulation immortal tool. I'm stronger, so amazing. Xiaoyu herself also received a strong support, became smarter, and immediately became happy. You have become stronger, and you have become black. Su Lang picked up the Yudian sword, and saw the white sword body, the black lines became denser, and more white had been swallowed. Chapter 821, Turns out they are back, what? I turned black, I turned black. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu on the side turned around anxiously. However, it suddenly stopped again, and said in amazement, Master, my name is Yudian sword, black is normal. It makes sense. Su Lang smiled dumbly and nodded. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly turned from worry to joy, as if he was about to speak sorrow again. Stop it, I want to give you a promotion. Su Lang stopped Xiaoyu and gave the evolution order again. As a result, it was another consumption, and the Yudian sword was evolved to the level of the 7 tribulations martial immortal. It wasn't that Su Lang didn't want to continue to be promoted, but because the spirit of Wu Sheng was consumed too much. At the same level, the cost of evolution Yudian sword is almost twice that of evolution Sky Sea. Su Lang still had to keep the parts of the Wusheng soul to refine the super-humanoid weapon, and he couldn't spend all of it on the Yudian sword. What's more, the 7 tribulations immortal tool level Yudian sword is completely enough. With its characteristics, Su Lang might even be able to hack to death with a single sword. Next, just keep refining parts. Su Lang collected the Yudian sword, and Xiaoyu, who was immersed in the joy of growing up, disappeared, but just when he was about to take out the Qi Ding and start refining, he suddenly noticed that some souls were emitting strong emotions. Su Lang took a closer look and found that it was originally the new warriors of the Slaughter Tower and Wuk Immortal clan. They seem to have finished handling their own affairs, and are seeking to see themselves through their souls. Moreover, through the fire of soul, Su Lang also sensed that they seemed to be blocked by something, but there was no sense of crisis. So they came back. I would have left them a contact method for sending a jade card if I knew it. Su Lang shook his head, immediately closed his eyes, and dispatched all the clones and the treasure hunting flying. Wow, countless pairs of eyes appeared in various places. Su Lang immediately saw the warriors of the Slaughter Sky Tower and Wukexian clan. They gathered together and had already come to the vicinity of the Biu clan, waiting outside the guarded area of the Sky Sea. Because Xiao Hai didn't know them, and they were a group of powerful martial immortals and quasi-immortals, Xiao Hai would not let them in. At this moment, a large group of them are waiting outside the sky, a full 13,000 people. Yes, it is more than 10,000 people. Originally, there were only 36 Wuxians who had taken refuge in Su Lang, and 2,800 quasi-sages. But after they returned, basically everyone brought more warriors. These warriors are their Taoist companions or disciples, or relatives, but without exception, they are at least the great sage level. Because they thought that the Emperor Lang might look down on the 2 weak warriors, so they didn't bring them, at this time. These 10,000 people were amazed at the blue light in front of them. Heaven, from here, it is simply a blue sun. This is the land belonging to Emperor Lang. In addition to the sun and the moon, there is also this round of blue sun. I can feel that this is a defense deployed by a defensive quasi-imperial soldier. It's really amazing. Yes, defensive fairy weapons are rare, let alone quasi-imperial soldiers, and they seem to have powerful formations on them. As far as I know, many emperors only rely on formations to guard the gates, and Emperor Lang will possess such a rare treasure. Senior Yuong, there are quasi-emperor soldiers stopped. When will we see Lord Langdi? Lord Langdi is the supreme emperor of Wu. How can we see if we want to meet? I can only wait respectfully, looking forward to Lord Langdi's call. This statement is reasonable. This statement is reasonable. Quote. Everyone talked a lot, but they weren't anxious. Instead, they felt like a pilgrimage. At this time. Ahem. Su Lang heard a faint cough. The sound was not loud, but it fell into everyone's ears. It's Lord Langdi. Everyone followed the sound and saw an avatar of Su Lang exuding the atmosphere of the three tribulations, martial immortal suspended in the air, overlooking everyone. Chapter 822, Quasi-Emperor Power, waiting to see Lord Langdi. Headed by a group of martial immortals, more than 10,000 people paid their respects. During the period, the warriors who had never seen Su Lang couldn't help but look at Su Lang a few more times, but they were immediately caught by the old man around him, making them not rude. Get up. The avatar Su Lang nodded, and turned to face the direction of the Sea of Sky. Shaohai, don't open the barrier yet. This statement came out. The Sky Sea barrier immediately opened a passage. It was the weapon spirit of the Zun Emperor soldiers that opened the channel. The weapon spirit of the quasi-emperor weapon must be an ancient existence that has lived for tens of thousands of years. Yes, maybe we can trace the era of Emperor Wudi of the 9 revolutions 10 million years ago. Quote. More than 10,000 people walked into the passage and occasionally talked with their spirits, talking about their guesses. But where did they know? The Sea of Sky was only promoted to the quasi-imperial soldier 10 minutes ago, and its age had not added up to a month. Everyone entered the area covered by the Sea of Sky, and followed Su Lang's clone to the Yaoqi Saint clan. This large group of people was numerous and powerful, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Many warriors panicked, thinking that the enemy had invaded, and rushed to report to the guards everywhere. But Su Lang's order has come down, and the guards everywhere know that they are his own, and they are not panicked. They quickly suppressed the commotion. But the speech cannot be stopped. People everywhere are discussing that group. The person in charge should be Lord Su Lang's clone. My neighbor's second uncle's nephew's Taoist couple works in the core of the exchange building. I have seen Master Su Lang's clone and painted a portrait. I have seen it. I have also seen the portrait of Lord Su Lang. It is really handsome and extraordinary. Who dares to say that I am handsomer than Lord Su Lang? I am the first to refuse. Those behind the avatar of Lord Su Lang are terrifying, and various rules and visions arise wherever they pass. At least they are all great saints. I have seen the description of Wushan. The dozens of martial artists who followed the Master Su Lang clone are definitely Wushan. Oh my god, so many Wushans are looking forward to Master Su Lang, it's really awesome. Quote. In addition to the ordinary warriors who are discussing, the quasi-immortals and martial sages who guard the various places are also secretly communicating. These people are new servants accepted by the Lord. Those in front are martial immortals, those in the rear are quasi-immortals and great sages. Anyone jumps out, I am not an opponent, am I going to be eliminated? Do you want to keep up with the Lord's steps? It's too whimsical, how arrogant the Lord is. One day he will throw us far away. Yes, but we should also try our best to cultivate and be a useful person. We can't apologize for the Lord's favor. Ha ha ha, you are too discouraged. With the Lord, I will be able to reach the level of martial immortal one day and serve for the Lord. It's reasonable, the cultivation base is not comparable, but in terms of psyche, we absolutely cannot be compared by those newcomers. Exactly. Quote. Countless people are talking about it. More than 10,000 people from Luntianlu and Wukexian clan have already arrived outside the fairy palace. In the Sea of Sky, Yaoqi Yan Fa and others looked over, and were shocked by these newcomers. Su Lang took the clone and appeared in front of everyone as his deity. Servants wait to see the Lord. As soon as he appeared, more than 10,000 people immediately knelt down, respectful and humble. Su Lang glanced, observed each of these 3,000 people, and looked at their attribute panel. Suddenly, everyone's information was well understood. Among this group of people, Wushan had a total of 42 people. The souls of 36 people have been controlled by Su Lang, and there are 6 people who have basically nothing to do with the Wuxian clan. They are personal friends of some Wuxians who were later brought by Amway. In addition, there are more than 13,000 people, a total of 3,682 quasi-immortals, and 10,800 great sage-level warriors. This group of people, except that there is no quasi-emperor, their combat power has surpassed any quasi-emperor organization. And now, all this group of people belong to Su Lang. Su Lang's forces also raised to the rank of quasi-emperor in an instant. Chapter 823, Daughter by Horse Bone, not bad. Su Lang looked at the strong man who knelt down below and nodded in satisfaction. In particular, this group of people has 2 martial immortals of the 8 tribulations, 3 martial immortals of the 7 tribulations, and there are even more people under the 6 tribulations. Wuxian is already a master in the Kanglan continent, and the 8 tribulations Wuxian is truly a top-notch master, second only to the 9 tribulations Wuxian, Zhundi and Wudi. Under my cultivation, these 2 people will surely grow into quasi-emperors soon, and then I will have quasi-emperor servants. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately let the 2 8 tribulations martial immortals come out. Servant worship the Lord. Suddenly, a man and a woman walked out of the crowd and knelt under Su Lang's feet. Of these 2, one was named Yuang Wuxian. Yuang Wuxian is the 8 tribulations fairy of Wuxian clan, an ancient fairy who has cultivated for 6 million years. It was her who gathered everyone together to meet Su Lang together, so as not to run over one by one and easily disturb Su Lang. I have to say that she is very delicate. The other person is named Wuxian. Yes, this person is named Emptiness, and he looks like a pale face with kidney deficiency. Su Lang immediately remembered the young man who hired some aunts to carry the sedan chair in a certain movie. This made Su Lang couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, Su Lang also knew why this person was known as the Void Wuxian. Because he understands the rare rules of space and the rules of emptiness, it is truly empty. I originally planned to take Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu as servants. Su Lang said indifferently, but they regretted it halfway, and I took a layer of skin and threw it aside. As soon as this statement came out, both Yuang Wuxian and Wuxian looked tight. Now, you are also considered the strongest warriors under my command. But I still can't get it, so I plan to promote you to quasi-emperors and do things for me. Su Lang continued to speak, and the plain words fell in everyone's ears, which was tantamount to thunder on the ground, making everyone deaf and dizzy. Master Langdi unexpectedly wants to give Yuang and Void Senior Zhundi chance. Nonsense. Lord Langdi said that he was directly promoted to the quasi-emperor, and he forced his cultivation to a higher level. My God, as far as I know, Senior Yuang and Senior Void have been in the 8 tribulations Wuxian for tens of millions of years. The bottleneck that has not been able to break through for so long is like a thin sheet in the eyes of Lord Langdi, paper. Master Langdi's methods are beyond our imagination. However, I really envy Yuang and Senior Void. No, the quasi-emperor is invincible under Emperor Wu, and the entire Kanglan continent is not much. Quote. Everyone couldn't help but communicate with their mental strength and vent their shock. The Yuang Wuxian and Wuxian, who were the parties, opened their mouths in disbelief, and their jaws were about to fall. As ancient immortals who have lived for millions of years, both of them have become human spirits, but now they are too shocked to speak. Su Lang's reward is really too heavy. If Yuang and Kongshu were to cultivate by themselves, it would take 3 or 4 million years to reach the position of quasi-emperor. Maybe it will stay stuck until you die of old age. But now, the dream realm can be reached in an instant, and happiness comes really suddenly, but the 2 quickly recovered from the surprise. The way of martial arts, pay attention to gradual and orderly progress, accumulate thinly. Like quick fixes, most of them have big shortcomings, even fatal crises. This is the view that Yuang Wuxian and Wuxian had been engraved in their souls since they were young, and they couldn't help but worry a little at this time. Although they didn't show a trace of expression, Su Lang could also perceive a clue through his soul fire. You 2 don't need to worry. My method will not cause any side effects to you. Su Lang smiled and said, after coming over to be promoted tomorrow, you 2 can choose another emperor-level exercise to practice. The reason why Su Lang wanted to upgrade these 2 quasi-celestial beings was because they really lacked high-end combat power, and secondly, they wanted their daughters to buy horse bones. Let the new warriors see the benefits, surrender their souls, and work conscientiously. Anyway, the cultivation base doesn't need money, and the cultivation base from Yiji Wushan to Zhundi can be accumulated in less than a day, so why not do it? Chapter 824, I am not the actor by this time. Wushan Yuong and Wushan Wushan heard Su Lang's words, and their faces immediately became ashamed. Servants shouldn't be suspicious, please be punished by the Lord. Since you take the initiative to ask for punishment, then go to the east and the north. Su Lang nodded, and did not say anything impunity. As for why it is located in the northeast instead of the southwest, it is because the west is an uninhabited area of ice and snow, and the south is also an uninhabited rift valley. There is really nothing to guard. In the east, there is a vine tortoise Donghai and Ziming Emperor clan, and to the north is the Emperor's forbidden area. Beyond the Emperor's forbidden area is the mainland headquarters. There are many strong people and need to be guarded. Servant, Yuong and Wushan Wushan suddenly bowed their heads again, tears of gratitude. They can be said to be developed this time. Not only can they reach the Zun Emperor directly, but they can also obtain the Emperor-level technique. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was their first adventure in their lives in 5 or 6 million years. Su Lang nodded and looked at the more than 10,000 warriors. Since you are here, you should know that only by surrendering your soul can you become my servant. If you have regrets now, you will leave by yourself. In fact, I know that some of you may have been sent by some forces to inquire about the truth, and I will not embarrass you, so let's go. The mighty power of the Wudi forces is very amazing. The control of information is also particularly scary. Such a big change has taken place in the south, even in the barren land. It has already been transmitted to the ears of all forces through ears and eyes. What's more, the Slaughter Heaven Tower and Wu Wei Immortal clan instantly disintegrated in the eyes of the public, and it attracted the attention of unknown people. But because of the mystery that Su Lang showed and the strange methods that were completely invisible, the martial emperors also regarded him as a master of the same level, and did not rush in. But they have to inquire about the reality. Among these 10,000 people, there are indeed people sent by various forces. At this moment, 3 warriors came out, and all 3 were quasi-immortals. As soon as these 3 people came out, the warriors of Amway and others were shocked. This is the spies of other forces, but they are brought to Lord Langdi. It is really worthy of death. However, Su Lang was not very angry. At this time, the villain Zongmu, Lord Honglian Wudi asked me to say hello to Lord Langdi for him. This Zongmu Zunxian knelt on the ground, bowed his head respectfully, and expressed kindness. Then, he raised his head and asked cautiously, Master Honglian also asked me to ask Master Lang. But 9 million years ago, the actor who died in the Black Demon Mountain. The actor. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help but spit out in his heart, God is the actor. But he also knew that there was indeed such a number 1 emperor in the history of Kanglan continent. Not because this Emperor Wu is good at acting, but because this Emperor Wu has many clones and his figure is everywhere, he was called the actor. Su Lang's current feature is that there are many clones, which are very similar to the movie Emperor, so Emperor Wu Honglian would guess like this. Go back and tell Honglian Wudi that I am not the actor. Su Lang left a faint sentence, however, the actor's accomplishments in clones are not in my eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately felt the domineering and self-confidence in it. The movie Emperor can be said to be the Emperor Wu who is best at Kanglan continent. Since the actor fell on the Black Demon Mountain, there has never been a person like him who is good at Avatar. But at this time, Su Lang said that the movie Emperor's clone technique was not in his eyes, it was really arrogant and overbearing. However, speaking of it, Su Lang's avatar technique is indeed better than anyone else. Dare to ask anyone who can have a full 60 clones exactly like the deity. No one can do it. The movie Emperor can't do it either. His clones may be more than Su Lang, but the quality is 1,000 miles worse. Moreover, in terms of quantity, Su Lang could also make up for it with the treasure hunt flying ducks. There are as many as 2.86 billion in number, so the actor can have so many clones. Anyway, those weak clones only have the ability to inquire about intelligence, and the treasure hunt flying glider can not only do what these clones do, but also do better. At least, under Emperor Wu, no one can kill the treasure hunting flying wing. Therefore, in the art of clone, the famous actor was directly crushed by Su Lang. Chapter 825, Zhao Di. Just when everyone was shocked and awed by Su Lang's words. Okay, you can withdraw. Su Lang waved his hand and looked at the other 2, which forces do you two come from? The two are a man and a woman, although they are quasi-immortals, but in a respectful manner, there is a sense of self-confidence and calmness. The little girl's name is Tai Yi, from the Baiyu Emperor clan. The female quasi-Shanji gave a salute. Two woody adults let me say hello to you. This statement came out. Everyone was shocked. The Baiyu Emperor clan, but a big family of double emperors, is also the best among the emperors, much stronger than the Honglian Emperor clan. Even the White Moon Emperor clan is here. This shows that Su Lang has indeed received much attention from Emperor Wu. However, this is not over yet, and more shocking things are still to come. I saw the man step forward and bowed deeply at Su Lang. Zhao Di, son of Emperor Zhao Qin, pay homage to Senior Emperor Lang. This sentence is like a asterisk 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 of thunder from the sky, knocking everyone out in tender. Tianel, the bloodline of Emperor Wu is here. You know, Emperor Wu's direct bloodline can be regarded as a future Emperor Wu. What is even more shocking is that Emperor Zhao Qin Wu is one of the 9 Emperor Wu in the Emperor Wu Palace, almost from the era of Emperor Wu Zun. Emperor Zhao Qin Wu, to a certain extent, can represent the Emperor Wu Palace. The weight of the Wudi Palace is much heavier than the Baiyu Emperor clan. At this moment, those martial arts who know some inside information can hardly discuss themselves. Words such as Emperor Zhao Qin Wudi, Emperor Wu's Palace, and the bloodline of the imperial family kept popping up. The quasi-immortal who had come to Su Lang by and Li Zhaodi stared even more like a dream. He had a good friendship with Zhao Di, but he never expected that Zhao Di was the son of Emperor Wu in the Emperor Wu Palace. This is the super second generation hidden in the crowd. In the entire Kanglan continent, how many second generations can be compared with Zhao Di? However, everyone is also very confused. As the son of Emperor Wu, with such a noble status, how could he personally take risks and come to explore an unknown powerful existence? Su Lang listened to everyone's discussion and also knew the identity of Emperor Zhao Qin Wu. Therefore, he was also very confused. So, Su Lang asked, "Please also say hello to Emperor Zhao Qin Wu for me, but I'm curious why you came here in person. For this kind of thing, just send someone here." This, Zhao Di smiled awkwardly. "My mother thought you were the actor too. Back then, my mother and the actor had a very good relationship, so she sent me here because of her desire." That's it. Su Lang couldn't laugh or cry. "Sorry, I will disappoint Emperor Zhao Qinwu." At the same time, he also smelled a little gossip. This Emperor Zhao Qinwu and the deceased movie Emperor, I am afraid it is not just that they have a good relationship. Thought of this, Su Lang looked at Zhao Di again. Emperor Zhao Qinwu was from the era of Emperor Wu of the 9th Revolution and lived for thousands of years. But Zhao Di is just a quasi-celestial, and his age is not too big, at most tens of less than 1,000,000 years. So who was Zhao Di born to Emperor Wu Zhao Qin? Doesn't Zhao Qin like movie kings? Gee, it's really curious. Sir Mother has been looking for a way to resurrect Lord Actor, but there has been no progress. Recently, I heard the news of the suspected movie Emperor. I don't know how happy it is. It's a pity. Hey, Lord Langdi laughed. Zhao Di smiled bitterly and shook his head, and immediately bowed to Su Lang. Zhao Di is uninvited. It's really rude. I'm disturbing Emperor Lang. I will visit him with Haoli again. This is to say goodbye. Su Lang didn't leave him, and smiled. You are welcome to be a guest. I will send you an avatar to see you off. Talking, Su Lang thought, a clone appeared. The avatar smiled at Zhao Di, and nodded, as if I was at ease with you. Zhao Di looked at this clone and was very surprised. Chapter 826. Curious about my origin, this clone seems to have personal feelings and personality. This is very different from the traditional clone. Under normal circumstances, the deity does not allow the clone to have wisdom, it is easy to go wrong, and even betray the master. Moreover, it seems that the avatar of Langdi who spoke to me before is probably not controlled by his deity, but has extremely high wisdom, and talks with me there. My god, this Langdi is really crazy, he still generates wisdom, character, and emotion from his clone. However, maybe it is also the boldness of the Yigao people. He said before that the avatar of the actor is not in his eyes. I still don't believe it. It seems that it may be so. A trace of horror rose in Zhao Di's heart, but he quickly suppressed it. After all, he was an emperor, well informed, and knew many strange things. Master Langdi, this junior is leaving now. Zhao Di packed up his mood, said hello, and flew to the outside of the sky. Su Lang's clone followed closely, with a familiar look, as if he wanted to chat with Zhao Di. In fact, Su Lang sent a clone to send Zhao Di, one for Zhao Di's safety. After all, he was the son of Emperor Wu. In case something went wrong, Zhao Qin would definitely go crazy, and Su Lang didn't want to provoke Emperor Wu at this time. Second, it was because Su Lang wanted to use the clone to see where and what the Emperor Wu palace was like, and then try to see if he could see Emperor Wu Zhao Qin. Now Su Lang can be regarded as standing at the tip of the pyramid on the Kanglan continent, and one day he will deal with those ancient Wudi, so it is better to understand earlier. Thirdly, I wanted to secretly learn the Emperor rank formation technique to make up for my own shortcomings. With the success in one thought, after learning the Emperor's formation, Su Lang's combat power will be extremely terrifying. Of course, the premise is that the materials are sufficient. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Di was escorted by Su Lang's clone and disappeared from everyone's sight. Su Lang's gaze fell on the Taiyi Zunxian of the Baiyu Emperor clan. Two martial lords Baiyu sent you to come to me, are there important things? The female quasi-immortal said cautiously, there is nothing important, but, curious Lord Langdi. Curious about my origin, Su Lang smiled faintly. He suddenly emerged, occupying the barren land south of the Emperor's forbidden area, and no one is curious about where he came from. Yes, Taiyi Zunxian nodded respectfully. In fact, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Su Lang said, I come from the Blue Star human race, which is considered to be from mainland debris. The identity problem will one day be faced. Because the Kanglan continent and the Jingtian continent have fought so many times, they even fought the Kanglan continent. During this period, there have been many incidents in the Jingtian continent left on the Kanglan continent. Su Lang's identity is unclear, as if he suddenly jumped out of a stone, it is inevitable that people will doubt. Coupled with his various miracles, it is likely to cause some Wudi's greed and bring disasters. Su Lang is confident that he will reach Emperor Wu's realm soon, and even surpass them, but before that, he still needs to be careful. After all, Su Lang had to comprehend more rules and form the best Wushan inner world before he dared to be promoted to the immortal rank. These all take time. Throwing out a little identity and letting a group of Wudi investigate them will be able to stabilize them for a long time. At least, 10 days and a half months is completely possible, at this time. After Su Lang lost his identity as the Blue Star human race, he kept silent. Taiyi Wushan knew that Su Lang didn't want to say more, and he didn't dare to ask further. He could only salute and said, thank you, Lord Langdi, for informing. Okay, if you and Zongmu are fine, go back. I will visit Emperor Wulian and Emperor Baiyu when I have a chance. Su Lang showed a sense of despair. Well, I will send you an avatar too. With that, two clones emerged again. Thank you, Lord Langdi, for sending me away. Zunxian Taiyi and Zunxian Zongmu knew that Su Lang was driving people, so they didn't dare to defy, and after saluting, they left. So far, the three warriors from different Wudi forces have all gone. They took away some of Su Lang's information, and even everything they saw in Yaoqi Holy City. Chapter 827. Take in more powerful slaves, but there are people who are spies. Su Lang glanced over the remaining 10,000 people, and said lightly, I will give you a chance at last. No one speaks. Obviously, they were all planning to hand in their souls and heart, and surrender their lives to Su Jie. In that case, Su Lang nodded, then give up your soul and heart when you wait. Yes. The tens of thousands of warriors immediately bowed down, forced their souls to burn, and handed them to Su Lang. Su Lang caught the fire of over 10,000 souls and threw them into the sea of knowledge. From now on, Su Lang will be the supreme master of these warriors. Their every move, even a trace of mood swings, a thought flow, as long as Su Lang thinks, can easily detect it. No matter what status they were before, they all became Su Lang's loyal deadmen at this time. It's great that you can come and trust me. I will not treat you badly, I have my own reward. Su Lang smiled and spilled hundreds of thousands of pills, which accurately fell into the hands of the warriors who had just handed over their souls. Thank you for the reward. I will be crushed for the Lord. Oh my God, spiritual elixir of perfect quality, my shackles are finally about to be broken. All of this was given by Lord Langdi, and I will always remember this moment. Quote. Tens of thousands of people knelt at Su Lang's feet, tears filled their eyes with excitement. Now you wait to choose the exercises. I have burned many copies, a total of 143 copies, everyone can choose two. If you have selected it before, you can select it again. After Su Lang finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but talk with spirit. There are not only immortal level pills, but also immortal level exercises, which is exactly the same as the predecessor said. Although I have cultivated to the realm of Wushan, I have always suffered from not having a fairy level technique. Now that I am fine, the Lord has given me 2 books at random, and I chose them at random from 143. 143 immortal level exercises have really refreshed my 3 views, and the Lord also rewarded the Emperor level exercises to Yuong and Void Sr. This is a masterpiece that other Wudi can't do. Yes, following Lord Langdi, our path of cultivation will surely be smoother countless times. Before the war on the mainland comes, we will definitely be able to cultivate to a higher level, and then we will be able to guard the territory for the Lord and defeat the puppies of the Mirror Sky continent. Quote. Everyone was in high spirits and very excited. After choosing the exercises, you can choose to stay in the Fairy Palace in Ling to practice, or you can go to Blue Star to understand the rules, and I will send someone to guide you. Su Lang dropped a word and released a clone, even if he turned and returned to the Fairy Palace. Although these 3,000 people are at least at the level of the Great Sage, they are definitely the most suitable for guarding the Sea of Sky. But this group of people have basically been stuck in the current state for a long time, and they have also accumulated a long time. Therefore, Su Lang planned to let them practice for a period of time, break through the realm, and then call them. In addition, the previous martial sages have just entered the Sea of Sky to guard. Can't they be driven out now, right? It seems we have to find something to do for this group of people. Su Lang murmured, then took out the cauldron and began to refine immortal parts. The other side, Yaoqi Yan Fa and the others couldn't help but feel a little worried when they watched more than 10,000 strong people follow Su Lang's avatar to choose the exercises. They also worried that they could not keep up with Su Lang's pace. I am waiting for not only the pill method given by the Lord, but also the rules of the immortal crystal. I must break through to the realm of Wushan as soon as possible. Although there are dozens of Wushans in that group, once we break through Wushan, we can be considered as standing in the first echelon and can do more for the Lord. Can't fall. Yaoqi, Chiri, and Xuanshuining Yuan, all of them recklessly practiced with the regular fairy crystal. Su Lang sensed their emotions and thoughts from the fire of his soul, and couldn't help but smile brightly. Of course he will not forget these loyal old men. Chapter 828, Su Lang's Library with a slight smile. Su Lang focused on Yu Hong and the others while refining fairy-level parts. At this moment, Yuong, Kongshu and other Wushan and Zunxian have followed his clone into a partial hall of the Fairy Palace. This is Su Lang's newly built library. In this library of books, rows of bookshelves are neatly arranged, almost forming a different kind of forest. On the bookshelf are all the exercises that Su Lang has collected so far. There are all the techniques from the king level to the immortal level, and I don't know how many 10,000 in total. Yes, there are so many exercises. Because after Su Lang's clones burned the immortal level exercises, there was still a lot of time. So simply burned all the exercises Su Lang knew. This place has become Su Lang's collection of exercises. More than 10,000 people including Yu Hong, led by the clone of Su Lang, came directly to the place where the copy of the immortal level exercise was displayed. When passing the holy level cultivation technique area, many Wu Sheng Zushan all stared intently and dumbfounded. They also practiced 2s and 3s of the saint level exercises themselves. How could they have seen these 5 or 6,000 at once? However, although everyone was shocked, they did not stop. Because there are more advanced immortal level techniques waiting for them in front. Compared with the immortal level exercises, the holy level exercises are just like mud pills on the ground. Not long, these 10,000 people finally came to a dozen rows of bookshelves. These bookshelves are unique, made of very rare materials, and are full of crystals and spirits. On the bookshelf are solemnly placed jade slips of exercises. These jade slips are made of immortal level materials and can perfectly record immortal level techniques. This is the immortal level technique that the Lord has rewarded me. God, the 143 immortal level exercises sounded shocked to me, and seeing it with my own eyes, I was shocked to the point where my brain was blank. No, I had a dream before. I dreamed that by chance I got a fragment of a fairy level exercise, and I woke up with a smile, but I didn't expect to see so many real fairy-level exercises with my own eyes today. It's like dreaming. Brother Dao, pinch me and see if I am dreaming. Quote. Everyone whispered, their gazes kept sweeping across the exercises, watching the introduction of the exercises displayed in front of the exercises. They were so excited that they swallowed their saliva. The immortal level exercises are all here. If you can turn in the immortal level cultivation technique that is not here, you can take one more. Su Lang said indifferently. The following sentence was addressed to the 6 new martial arts. Through the attribute panel, Su Lang knew what exercises they had cultivated. Not all of these 6 people have immortal level exercises, and only 2 of them have 1 each, and they are exercises with relatively common 5-element attributes. But what Su Lang fancy is not the attributes of these 2 exercises, but that they are not synthetic immortal level exercises and can be used to synthesize emperor level exercises. Master, the servant is willing to donate 1 immortal level exercise and 3 holy level exercises. A Wushan stepped forward, took out his jade slip from the inner boundary of Wushan, and respectfully presented it to Su Lang. Servant also willing. Another martial arts immortal also hurriedly handed in his practiced exercises. It was not Su Lang's order to hand in the exercises, but they still did not dare to violate it. Because they also know that Yu Hong and other seniors have turned in all the exercises, and even all the belongings. Moreover, for them, to exchange an ordinary immortal level exercise for a higher level mysterious immortal level exercise is completely bloody. Su Lang took the exercises presented by the 2 martial immortals and glanced at it. One is titled, Golden Silk Immortal Ju, and the other is, Golden Silkworm Fairy Feather Sutra. I just didn't read the holy skills. Yes, not bad. Su Lang nodded, pointing to the bookshelf and said, you should come forward in batches to choose the exercises yourself, but remember that you must not copy each other, otherwise, you will die. If everyone chooses the exercises but copies them to each other, then the restriction on choosing 2 exercises for each person is like a fake. And Su Lang not only controls the souls of everyone, but also looks at everyone's attribute panel. If someone leaks the exercises to each other, they will know it instantly. Chapter 829, Excited Warriors, yes. The crowd responded in unison, saluting respectfully, with awe and excitement on their faces. Immediately, Yuang Wushan and Wushan did their part to assume the responsibility of maintaining order. They divided more than 13,000 people into groups of 30. According to the level of cultivation, they went forward to choose the exercises in turn, and there was a time limit, so they could not hesitate all the time. Immediately after, 30 people, including Yuang Wushan and Kangxian Wushan, stepped forward to select the exercises, and looked at the books of the immortal level exercises. Their eyes were lost. The immortal technique of life, birth and immortality. The rule of life, my God, I actually saw such a rare technique. This is swordless immortal scripture. This is the signature technique of the Lord Slaughter, and I even let me wait and choose at will. This technique, Brother Dao, I am the person of the Slaughter Heaven Tower. I advise you to read the exercise introduction before you decide. It is good to have no sword immortal scripture, but this, soul-burning soul and solitary lamp Ju, is also an extremely rare exercise method. It is also the exercise method of the Slaughter Lord, but it is too difficult to practice. The true art of the 9 turns of the immortal sun. The immortal level exercise that specializes in spiritual power. My realm is limited by spiritual power. With this exercise, I will definitely be able to break through to the realm of Wushan. This, Sacred Book of Reincarnation Immortal Eyes, is also good, but unfortunately it needs the racial talent of the 1,000 eyes to exert the strongest power. Quote. Everyone was walking around in front of the bookshelves in excitement, constantly flipping through the introduction of each exercise, and choosing their favorite exercises. More than 10,000 people in the back craned their necks to look, their faces full of expectation. Soon, Yuang, Kongshu and other martial arts all finished choosing the exercises and received copies of the exercises. The avatar of Su Lang filled the vacant copy of the exercise technique, and then asked the next batch of warriors to choose. In this way, a group of warriors stepped forward with excitement to choose the immortal level exercises, and their faces were joyful like sunflowers. In the refining room, Su Lang watched this scene and suddenly moved in his heart. I can synthesize pills, materials, and exercises. But now there are only pill and material weapons in the exchange system, and no exercises. If I add the exercises to it, I will definitely get more exercises, and there are certainly no lack of strange holy level exercises with special rules. Even if it doesn't, if there are more low-level techniques, the probability of synthesis will increase accordingly. These exercises are not high-level, they are only saints, but what I lack at present is not the exercises, but the rules that can be understood. In this way, I can understand more rules faster, be promoted to the immortal level as soon as possible, and pursue a higher emperor level. Su Lang thought silently. The rules he had understood at this time were already sufficient for him to break through to the martial immortal level, but if he wanted to achieve the most perfect martial immortal foundation, some rules were still lacking. At this time, a solution to this problem has emerged. Holy level exercises are easy to complete. In this way, it is more convenient for me to comprehend the rules. It is not like a fairy level exercise. It takes a day to practice to understand the rules. Su Lang thought for a while, showing a slight smile. Li Shenyang. With a thought, he sent Li Shenyang to his side. Servant worship the Lord. Li Shenyang respectfully and enthusiastically knelt in front of Su Lang. Get up. Su Lang nodded. Go and call Bai Yulin. Yes. Li Shenyang left immediately, and soon called Bai Yulin over. The two knelt at Su Lang's feet, respectfully, as if worshipping a god. You are here because I want to make some adjustments to the exchange building. Su Lang smiled, but before that, Bai Yulin, I want to improve your cultivation base, your current realm is too low. Biu Lin is the patriarch of the Biu clan, and the fourth largest saint clan that has been subordinate to Su Lang. He is reliable, but his cultivation base is low. He was originally a 7-star martial sage, although he worked hard to cultivate and made breakthroughs with huge resources, he was only an 8-star martial sage. At this time, Su Lang didn't need money for his cultivation base, so he planned to improve Bai Yulin's cultivation base. Ah, the servant thanked the Lord for the generous gift. Bai Yulin had a look of excitement, his forehead buckled on the ground, it was red with a knock, but it was sweet. Chapter 830, Exchange House New Business. Su Lang smiled faintly. Immediately he stretched out his hand and pointed at the center of Bai Yulin's eyebrows, and then used his cultivation base initiation. Suddenly, I saw Bai Yulin's cultivation level soar directly from the 8-star martial saint to the quasi-Shang realm. Li Shenyang on the side looked surprised. The Lord is just that, but it has saved the Bai Yulin at least 200,000 years of hard cultivation. Next, it's business. You can take these exercises and call Xianxia Yan Fa, Wangfukan and other 4 quasi-immortals to reproduce them in large numbers. I want to add the exercise conversion system to the exchange system, just take the world exercises for my own use. The exchange ratio is set at 20:1, from low to high, except all levels of exercises. The highest of the exercises exchanged can be exchanged for the immortal level exercises, but only a dozen of the most common of the 143 immortal level exercises. As for the specific exercises, I have already noted them. In addition, the copy of the exercise method that should be burned cannot be left. For each immortal level exercise method, at least 10,000 copies are burned. While talking, Su Lang took out the exercises. Countless exercise jade slips flew out like snowflakes and fell in front of Li Shenyang and Bai Yulin. Wait, please. Li Shenyang and Bai Yulin knelt down to lead their lives. They have participated in the establishment of exchange systems in various places. Adding the conversion of exercises to the current system is completely handy. This is why Su Lang asked them to do this. Go ahead. Su Lang waved his hand, Li Shenyang and Bai Yulin walked away respectfully. In fact, the lowest level technique that is beneficial to Su Lang's comprehension of the rules is also the holy level. Because the **** level in the exercises below it do not involve the power of rules, and it is useless to understand the rules. However, Su Lang still incorporated the **** level and the skills below it into the exchange system. The purpose of this is to favor ordinary martial artists, so that everyone can practice more advanced techniques, so that the overall strength of the subordinate forces can be improved. Those low-level warriors seem weak, but they have the largest number and great potential, and they will be useful someday. Even if it was of no great use, there would be no loss to Su Lang, and it was considered a good thing. Li Shenyang and Bai Yulin took countless copies of the exercises given by Su Lang and searched for the 4 quasi-immortals of Yaoqi Yanfa, Wangfukan, Chirimuju, and Tianyan, and burned the exercises together. The Lord hasn't forgotten that I am waiting. Yes, The Lord asked the new martial artists to choose 2 immortal level exercises, but let me wait to burn all the exercises. All 143 immortal level exercises can be watched. Not only that, there are more than 5,000 holy level exercises, tens of thousands of god level exercises, and even lower level exercises are countless. Haha, when I have burned these exercises, will it be called a living library? That's that, haha, quote. Yao Qi Yan Fa and others had been discussing with Su Lang's quasi-immortals a long time ago, laughing, and began to burn the exercises. However, Li Shenyang and Bai Yulin chose their staff to deploy the exchange system in various places. The 4 exchange systems of New City, Yaoqi Holy City, Biu Holy Nest, and Chushuixian Lake where Fengaling tribe and human races live together must join the exercise exchange business. As for the exchange buildings that were originally located in the Holy City of Chiri and the Holy City of Tianyan, they will be merged into the Holy City of Yaoqi. Because Yaoqi Holy City is already the head of the 3 cities, and the central area where the Sea of Sky is located, its status is even higher than that of Kolchakam Lake. The efficiency of Li Shenyang's work is very fast. The 4 quasi-immortals such as Wangfu can also burn the exercises very fast, especially when recording low-level exercises. They could burn a copy in a few seconds. At the same time, Su Lang's idle clones were not idle either, they were all burning the exercises. Therefore, after half a day, the exchange system has been added to the exchange system in various places and opened directly. The news that the exchange building can exchange exercises spread like wildfire, causing a sensation everywhere. Chapter 831, Young Man So Ambitious, My God. Good news, good news. It is said that the exchange building can exchange exercises. 20 low-level exercises can be exchanged for a higher-level exercise. What? In this way, wouldn't it be possible for me to wait for 20 god-level techniques to exchange for a holy-level technique? This is impossible. How rare the holy-level exercises are, it is not comparable to the divine-level exercises. What's impossible? My aunt's neighbor's daughter works in the exchange building. These are all personally said by Lord Shenyang. And, it's more than that. As long as you have a holy level exercise that is not available in the 20 exchange building, congratulations, you can redeem a fairy level exercise. Master Shenyang is the confidant of Master Su Lang. He upholds Master Su Lang's will and activates the conversion of exercises. It must be Master Su Lang's order. In this way, if it is said that it can be exchanged for the immortal level exercises, it will be able to exchange the immortal level exercises for so long. Master Su Lang is so kind to us, it is a great blessing to be able to exchange pills, materials and weapons, and now I can exchange exercises. Yes, yeah, I have nothing to repay Master Su Lang. I only have to pray for Master Su Lang every morning and evening, and wish him an early ascent to the top of the Kanglan continent. Of course, if Master Su Lang needs my weak body to be broken into pieces, I am also a predecessor, so happy. Yes, when I can do something for Master Su Lang, I will do my best to complete it, so that I can live up to the favor of the adults. It's a pity that I have not yet been qualified to be Master Su Lang's servant. At least I must be a quasi-saint to be qualified as an alternate servant. I must practice hard and become Master Su Lang's servant as soon as possible. Haha, the young man is very ambitious. I am optimistic about you. My family has a 28-year-old woman. Do you want to go to my house for dinner? Quote. The atmosphere is vigorous in all cities and places, and it is more lively than the grandest festival. Countless people are praising Su Lang's achievements, and in groups of 5, they have gathered enough exercises and rushed towards the exchange building. Those who don't have an exchange building in the local area will gather together and take the newly built teleportation array to the nearest exchange building to exchange their exercises. All of a sudden, the already overcrowded exchange buildings in various places almost burst, quickly. There was news that someone redeemed the first exercise from the exchange building, which was a rare holy level exercise. This immediately ignited everyone. There was also a tsunami-like noise everywhere. For Su Lang, the holy level exercises were already eliminated. But for the general public, the holy level exercise is the highest level that can be touched. Cherish the exercises most. As everyone knows, many great sages, quasi-immortals and even martial immortals have only practiced the holy level exercises. The things that Su Lang has fallen into disgrace are rare treasures in the eyes of the world. At this time, the first holy level exercises were exchanged, just as if they had beaten people with blood, allowing more people to squeeze into the exchange building. It didn't take long. There was another news coming from the exchange building in Chuxixian Lake. There was a group of people who exchanged for a fairy-level exercise method that was not available in the 20 exchange building. As soon as the news came out, he was shocked from Chuxixian Lake to the Fengaling race. All of them opened their mouths, their eyes protruding, in disbelief, and collectively lost their voices. Su Lang was also a little surprised. He knew that someone would definitely redeem the immortal level cultivation technique, but he didn't expect someone to redeem it so soon. It seems that this barren southern land still hides some good things. I've searched the holy level exercises once, and I can actually draw out 20 of them, which is not bad. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and then directly passed the 20 holy level exercises back from the clone that served as the core of the exchange building. These 20 holy level exercises are nothing strange, none of them corresponds to the power of the rules Su Lang needs. Therefore, Su Lang just glanced at it and combined it into 2 immortal level exercises. The synthesized immortal level technique is also relatively ordinary. Not enough, it is directly thrown to the clone to burn a copy, and then thrown into the library and exchange building. Immediately after, he inspected the situation of the 4 exchange buildings again and found that more and more holy level exercises had been exchanged. This also means that Su Lang has obtained many god level techniques that he has never seen before. Chapter 832, First Sight of the Red Lotus Imperial City. The opening of the exchange building is still short. You can save it for a few days and nights, and when there are more exercises, you can collect them for synthesis. Su Lang smiled, temporarily set aside the affairs of the exchange building. His eyes fell on Yu Hong and the others. At this moment, these 10,000 people have all selected the exercises, standing or sitting one by one, all reading crazy with jade slips. They are already hungry and thirsty for these exercises, so once they get the exercises, they immediately start to look. Among this group of people, there are also many holy level techniques. I'm too lazy to put it away, it's too ugly to eat. When they get out of the Tibetan scripture pavilion and know the exchange building, they will naturally come up with exercises to exchange them. Anyway, these guys even belong to me, and there is nothing to lose. Su Lang looked away, unfolded his mental power, and found Chu Xiaobei, Rushui and Xianxian. They went to the street for a long time, and then went to the Sea of Kelp in the sky. Teaching Xiaohai was something they agreed to, so occasionally they would visit Xiaohai to teach this little mentally retarded device. Perhaps, someday it will no longer yell, "Ma ma ma," it means it is mature. The 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei teased Xiaohai and had a great time. Seeing this, Su Lang felt relieved, and while refining fairy-level parts, he used perception sharing to connect with the clone that escorted Zongmu. Because Zongmu was sent by Emperor Honglian Wu, and the Emperor Honglian was the closest to Su Lang's sphere of influence, I planned to look here first. Moreover, the Wudi Palace and Baiyu Emperor clan where Zhao Di and Tai Yi are located are still far away, and they won't be able to reach them for a while. At this point, after using perception sharing, a scene appeared in front of Su Lang. The avatars of Zongmu and Su Lang flew in the sky. The former was a little behind and looked respectful, expressing his respect for Su Lang. Both of them just arrived on the territory of the Red Lotus Emperor clan. A border town appeared not far away, which was regarded as the southernmost city of the Honglian Emperor. Master Langdi, 1,000 miles away, there will always be a farewell. Zongmu saluted the avatar of Su Lang and said, I have arrived at the site of the Red Lotus Emperor clan, and I am already safe, and I dare not to bother the Emperor Lang to send it away. Aha, anyway, I don't have anything to do, so I'll send it to you again, just as if I'm out for a tour. Moreover, the deity didn't call me back. If I go back without authorization, I'm afraid I will be beaten. The avatar of Su Lang was a little bit off-putting, with a carefree look. The main purpose of his escorting Zongmu here was to take a look at the formation of the Red Lotus clan and then learn a secret. So of course I won't leave here. Since Lord Langdi said so, the junior dared to walk with the adults again. Zongmu nodded respectfully. Master Honglian Wu must also welcome Master Langdi to be a guest. Soon, the two walked into the small town, without stopping, directly into the legendary array. After some toss and turns, arrived Honglian Emperor City. In a certain mountaintop teleportation formation, Zongmu looked into the distance, and Su Lang also looked at it. A very magnificent vermilion lotus appeared in the field of vision. This red lotus is suspended in the air, and a single petal is enough to cover the sky and the sun. The size of its body makes it impossible to see the edge at a glance. The avatar of Su Lang unfolded the Shiri-level spiritual power far surpassing the same level, and it was the whole picture of this red lotus. This red lotus was as big as the sea of sky, and when it was unfolded, it enveloped the entire 4 sacred areas. Numerous petals stretch out, and the edge of the petals hangs down and floats with the constant force of rules. Below the giant red lotus, there is a huge city on the ground, 100 times larger than the holy city of Jade Lake. It seems that the entire land has become the foundation of this city. Su Lang's attention was not on the city, but at the red lotus. This red lotus was cast by the rules of the fire system, formed into a physical object, and became the nest of the great red lotus. It is a rule treasure in itself, no less than the existence of imperial soldiers. Furthermore, there is also a self-destruct feature similar to that of the god of meteorite thunder. Once it explodes and destroys the sky, the Emperor Wu of the same level will fall into it if he is not careful. Su Lang observed in silence, thinking to himself, Emperor Wu is really not good at his peers, each has powerful means, and this is just a card from Emperor Wulian. I don't know how terrifying the real combat power of this Emperor Wu who pushed the fire system rules to the limit. Chapter 833, Honglian Wudi ni Chenjo. While thinking, Su Lang carefully checked the red lotus with mental power, mainly to find the formation above. Unfortunately, there is no formation on this regular red lotus. It is a pure treasure condensed from perfect fire rules. Perhaps, arranging the formation on this red lotus is superfluous. If the formation of other attributes is arranged, it will even cause a series of conflicts, which is even worse. What a good treasure! Su Lang smiled faintly, and before Zhang Mu could speak, his eyes fell on the city under the giant red lotus. This city is boundless, it is a veritable imperial city. The city is also dominated by red, and there is no city wall, but the formation is used as a barrier. The scene in the city, because of the barriers of the formation, became vague, difficult to inspect, and even mental power could not detect it. However, Su Lang was not interested in the scenes in the city at this time. His eyes fixed on the guard formation. It was a combined formation, consisting of 3 Emperor-level formations, 72 Immortal-level formations, and 4,900 Holy-level formations. Different from the rule of Red Lotus Treasure, this formation has mixed attributes and has various kinds. The warrior who arranged the formation must have the knowledge of the Emperor-level formation mage, but this formation was still full of flaws in the eyes of Su Lang. Many of the formations are very obscure, even forcibly mixed, leaving serious problems. Even without the ability to control the formation, Su Lang had a way to attack the weakness of the formation, gradually paralyzing it. Of course, this requires a lot of effort and a lot of time, and it is totally thankless. Su Lang ignored the weaknesses of the formations, analyzed the entire giant imperial formation, looked at each formation and learned all of them. Not long, the 3 Emperor-level formations, the 72 Immortal formations and the 4,900 Saint-level formations have all been learned by Su Lang. As long as the materials are sufficient, he can arrange them all with a thought. Finished learning the formation, Su Lang looked at Zongmu. This quasi-immortal stayed there all the time. It seemed that because of his shallow cultivation and low status, he did not dare to talk to Su Lang. Seeing Su Lang looking at him, he bowed down and saluted and asked, "Dare to ask Lord Lang if he wants to enter the city, and the younger generation will report to Lord Honglian Wudi." Su Lang smiled and was about to refuse. But at this moment, a black figure appeared on the Red Lotus Rule Supreme, a few flashes, and came to Su Lang. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, the Langdi Taoist friends will visit the Red Lotus Imperial City in person, and please forgive me if you missed it. The person here is a middle-aged man, his height and face are about the same as ordinary humans, and his ethnicity is characterized by lotus-shaped pupils. He is dressed in black mysterious clothes, simple but not simple, wearing a crown of vermilion lotus, and long dark red hair. As for his identity, from the rule of Red Lotus, he looks like a master, and he also calls Su Lang a Taoist friend. It goes without saying that he is the Red Lotus Emperor. Honglian Wudi. It seems to be approachable, not overbearing. It was the first time that Su Lang saw the real Emperor Wu. He couldn't help his expression, then silently opened the opponent's attribute panel. Name: Ni Chenjo Race. Honglian Emperor Clan Qualification Level. Unparalleled Realm Level. Second Rank Wudi Attack Level. 2nd rank Wudi plus defensive level, 2nd rank Wudi Shenfa level, 2nd rank Wudi endurance level, 2nd rank Wudi spirit level, Realm of Kongani mastering the exercises, Red Lotus Sutra, Red Lotus Jiao Shidi Sutra Emperor level, Shaocheng Wushang Farong Shanju Xian level, Perfection Wugu Hao Ti Shanju Xian level, Perfection No Xie Luo Shen Zhen Jing Xian level, Consummation Saitagarba Xian level, Consummation Jingchen Xian Jing Xian level, Consummation Ni Chenzhou. You owe a beating. The name is a little bit happy. With a hint of playfulness, Su Lang analyzed the attributes panel of Emperor Wu Lian. Chapter 834, Spiritual Realm Kongani, Unparalleled Capital. Sure enough, if you want to become an emperor, you have the highest probability of being an emperor. After all, you are an emperor. I don't know how many years Ni Chenzhou has lived, and he has only reached the 2nd level of Emperor Wu. It seems that Emperor Wu's realm can hardly be ascended to the sky. The spiritual realm Isekai Nirvana. This is the spiritual realm after the sunlit realm. I don't know what characteristics it has. After emptiness, what realm will it be? There is only one emperor level exercise method, and it seems to be inherited from the ancestors. Also, those who can hold multiple emperor level exercise methods must be the best among Emperor Wu. Ni Chenzhou is obviously just an ordinary Emperor Wu. There are 5 immortal level exercises practiced, no more, no less. It seems to be a series, and there is no other 5 element attributes. It seems that Ni Chenzhou is more worried about the conflict of exercises. Yes, he was originally the emperor of the fire system, so he naturally wanted to specialize in the purest fire system rules. While Su Lang was looking at Ni Chenzhou was also looking at Su Lang. Is this the clone of Emperor Lang? I don't know what exercises he has cultivated, he has so many rules and powers, it's so complicated. It seems, in addition to the 5 element rules, I have comprehended a lot of more profound rules, and there are even more spatial rules. Di Langdi, is this a martial immortal who wants to cultivate this clone into a perfect foundation? As a 2nd flesh body? But this is too weird. Ordinary Wushan also comprehend the 5 elements rules and other necessary rules, plus some derivative rules. At most, if you can comprehend some other rules that are easier to comprehend to supplement, you have already exhausted your mind, and your life is near, and you have to give up comprehension of rules and concentrate on breaking through the realm. More Wushans just reach the threshold of breakthrough, understand the 5 elements rules and various necessary rules, and directly seek breakthrough opportunities. The more rules there are, the more conflicts there will be, unless all the rules that are close to the real world can be perfected to solve this problem. Furthermore, if this clone is to be regarded as a 2nd flesh body, it is most likely to become an emperor again in the future. But Emperor Cheng needs to choose the rule road. Generally, only one is enough to pursue it with his life's efforts. The more and deeper the rules of comprehension, although it can play a role in comprehending by analogy, but incomprehensible and inaccurate, it is an obstacle to the consolidation of the road. It's impossible for Emperor Lang to not know this. Maybe he just want to cultivate this clone into an existence that is invincible in the fairyland. But, what's the use of just being invincible in martial fairyland? It's not as good as a finger of the deity. Regarding Su Lang's avatar, Ni Chenzhou saw a lot of things that ordinary warriors couldn't see, and thought about it a lot. At this time, he was a little puzzled. Not enough, he was not too entangled. Emperor Wu is invincible in the Kanglan continent and will basically not fall. Therefore, in the long years, it is normal to make some incredible attempts. However, Emperor Honglian Wu didn't know that Su Lang's clone was exactly the same as his deity. He thought that this clone was just a special case of Su Lang's deity to experiment, but he never thought that Su Lang's deity was like this. It seems that a long time has passed since the Emperor Wu Lian stepped into the air to meet the two. But the collision of thoughts was only an instant, and after thinking so much, it was actually a blink of an eye. Long admiring the name of Emperor Honglian Wu, Su Lang smiled. When I saw it, it was really extraordinary. Langdi is overwhelmed. Ni Chenzhou also smiled kindly. Friends of the Taoist come from afar, it's my distinguished guest. I have to treat him well. Come, let me go to the city for a while, it is good. Su Lang smiled and nodded. His purpose of coming here has been achieved. He originally planned to leave here, but he didn't expect Emperor Wulian to run over to meet him. At this time, Emperor Honglian Wu invited him to take a look inside the city, but he couldn't refuse. So, Let's go into the city and have a look. Just look at how extraordinary this magnificent Wudi city is, please. Ni Chenjo stretched out his hand to ask, and then led the way. Please. Su Lang followed suit with a smile on his face. It seems to be taking care of Su Ji's avatars. Cultivation base is still shallow, so Ni Chenjo walked very slowly, just like an ordinary person walks. Chapter 835. Shopping with Emperor Wu. The two walked in the air like this, slowly walking towards the Red Lotus Imperial City. As for Zongmu, although he can be appointed by Ni Chenjo and his identity may be unique, he is not yet qualified to walk with the two emperors. Well, even though Su Lang is not Emperor Wu, everyone thinks so now. The three messengers did not return, but the information had been sent back long ago. Even the Emperor Wu Palace recognized the identity of Emperor Wu Su Lang. Of course, all Wudi still had doubts about the origin of Su Lang, the new Wudi. Therefore, although Emperor Wu of Honglian was kind, he did not take Su Lang to his Red Lotus lair as a guest, only to his imperial city. Not long, the two came outside the Red Lotus Emperor city. Entering the city is naturally very simple. Ni Chenjo said hello casually, and the warriors who guarded the formation were busy opening up. Someone flattered, but was driven away by Ni Chenjo. Immediately after, Ni Chenjo changed for a while, no longer what he was like before, as if he didn't want to cause a sensation in the city. Let's start walking from this south gate. Ni Chenjo smiled and invited Su Lang to go forward with him. When I arrived in the city, the scene inside was clear at a glance. Everywhere I saw peculiar high-rise buildings, row upon row, ridges and mountains, no less than those prosperous cities of Su Lang's previous Blue Star. The wide streets stretch from east to west, north to south, and ordinary roads are 8 lanes wide. Even in small alleys, there are 2 lanes wide. The ground is all paved with jade, exuding a touch of aura. In the eyes of low-level warriors, this is a good thing. The buildings of the Red Lotus clan are mostly decorated with red lotus flowers, and even the buildings themselves use the appearance of red lotus. The iconic building in the Imperial City is a huge lotus building with a total of 900 floors, which is connected to the bottom of the ruled Red Lotus. In places such as squares, there must be huge red lotus and red lotus statues of Emperor Wu himself. They are tall and magnificent, making people look up. Looking down on the whole city from a height, it is like looking at an endless sea of red lotus. Su Lang and Ni Chenjo walked side by side on the street, like other ordinary warriors. Look around. On the streets, warriors come and go. It can be said that god-level warriors walk all over the floor, and noble-level warriors are inferior to dogs. There are also many saint-level martial artists, and Su Lang even saw a martial immortal. The warriors here seem to like to raise a spirit beast similar to a unicorn. This spirit beast is white all over, but has 4 hooves vermilion, a red crown and horns on its head, and its ears are like lotus petals. When they opened their mouths, 2 rows of fine red teeth could be seen. However, not all appearances are like this, and some have variegated colors and seem to be impure. This kind of spirit beast has very strong potential, ranging from king rank to ****** rank, and even holy rank. The martial immortal that Su Lang saw was riding a holy spirit beast, and the surrounding martial artists were all envious and awed. Look at the surrounding shops. There are all kinds of industries, no less than the prosperous city of Su Lang's previous Blue Star. How is my city? Ni Chenjo saw that Su Lang looked left and right with great interest and couldn't help but asked with a smile. At the beginning of the establishment of this city, he has spent a lot of effort. If he can get the approval of another martial emperor, then he will be very happy. It's really majestic, more prosperous than any city on my mainland fragment. Su Lang didn't save Ni Chenjo's face, not to mention that this city is indeed good. The mainland debris resources are limited, and Langdi must be restricted. But now that it has taken root in the Kanglan continent, it must be a prosperous city soon. Although the south is relatively barren, with the Lang Emperor, it is easy to make certain changes. Ni Chenjo was talking with a smile. He was not disdainful or even mocking because Su Lang was born into a remote lump-like, mainland fragment. He is Emperor Wu, not a second-generation junk. He needs to beat others to gain a sense of superiority and accomplishment. Listening to Jun's words, I am somewhat inspired. The south is indeed barren. I was negligent before, but now I want to change it. Su Lang nodded. Although he is not Emperor Wu, he can still do a lot to transform the south. At least, just for the item of gathering spirits, even Emperor Wu Honglian would be too late. Chapter 836. Langdi must be careful. The two chatted and continued to stroll forward. Su Lang looked at the surrounding buildings and secretly learned the formation above. It is a pity that the formations in this city may have been arranged by the Emperor-level formation mage, so the types of formations are only those. Su Lang has discovered some new formations, but they are not new and useless. Suddenly, Ni Chenjo mentioned things about the Lanshanlu and Wuxia clan. I heard that Slaughter Tower and Wuxia race competed for the Emperor's forbidden inheritance key, but I don't know why they offended Langdi. The Emperor Lang punished Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu, and accepted their subordinates as servants. Ni Chenjo was playful. You know, although the Tushanlu and Wuxia clan are known as independent forces, they actually have the shadow of the Emperor behind them, so Langdi must be careful. Haha, I had already guessed. Su Lang calmly smiled faintly. I just don't know what forces are behind them. This matter is very easy to inquire. Therefore, it is okay to tell Langdi Taoist friends. Ni Chenjo said with a smile. The Emperor-level force that is close to the Tuantian Tower is the Yaojin Emperor, and the Emperor-level force that is close to the Wuxia is the Tianian Emperor. I'm here for the first time. Su Lang smiled slightly. I don't know much about these two Emperor-level forces. Ni Chenjo understood, and nodded. The Yaojin Emperor is located in the north, and its influence is stronger than mine, the Red Lotus Emperor. The realm of Yaojin Wudi is probably the third-rank martial emperor, maybe it has broken through the fourth rank. He was a good friend of the second generation of Emperor Burning Heaven. Later, Emperor Burning Clan fell. He took action and saved a bloodline, that is, the ancestor of Xiao Lushan. Xiao Lushan's ancestor was also a spirited person, unwilling to live under the fence, and became independent. After a pause, Ni Chenjo continued. The Tianian Emperor is also the Northern Emperor, not far away from the Yaojin Emperor, and they are equally powerful. The origin of Tianian Wudi and Wuxia tribe is that Tianian Wudi once borrowed Wuweixian's, Taichu Wukushandian, which seems to be for the children of a certain tribe. That's it. Su Lang nodded and asked again, however, since Emperor Wu Lian also knows that these two quasi-imperial forces are involved with the two imperial forces, why does he still acquiesce in them to have the qualification to fight for the key? Haha, this is probably because the two forces in the imperial clan are the least involved. Emperor Honglian Wu smiled. The rest of the quasi-imperial forces, as powerful as they are, hold more. Oh, that is to say, almost all the quasi-imperialist forces are involved with the emperor-level forces. Su Lang smiled. Lutianlu and Wuxia clan are equivalent to choosing the taller one from the short ones. That's what it means. At this time, the Slaughter Tower and Wuka Mortal clan almost dispersed all at once. Emperor Wu Lian nodded. Although Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu share the keys and compete with each other, Emperor Lang couldn't be regarded as intervening in the inheritance of the Emperor's forbidden land, but the Yaojin Emperor and the Tianian Emperor might not give up. They would not target Langdi on the surface, but secretly they couldn't tell. Thank you Honglian Wudi for reminding. Su Lang knew this was the kindness of Emperor Wu Lian, so he nodded in thanks. He also knew why Emperor Wu Lian would do this. The Red Lotus clan and Su Lang's forces are separated by only an Emperor Forbidden area. Now that the Emperor Forbidden Land key has appeared, sooner or later the Emperor Forbidden Land will be open for exploration. After the exploration is completed, according to the example of the Forbidden Land in the past, the inheritance is taken away, and the Forbidden Land will merge into the world. At that time, the Emperor's Forbidden Land will disappear, the Emperor's death zone will also dissipate, and the forces of the Red Lotus Emperor and Su Lang will formally border. With the idea of one more friend than one enemy, Emperor Wu Lian sold Su Lang a favor. Anyway, those words he said were not difficult for Emperor Wu to inquire, and the Emperor Yaojin and Tianian could not blame him. The two continued to walk forward, and stopped when they passed a giant square. A 1,000-meter-high statue stands on this giant square, which is exactly the statue of Ni Chenjo. The statue stands among the Red Lotus, looking into the distance with deep eyes. On the ground of the square under his feet, quasi-sages and martial sages were sitting cross-legged, concentrating on cultivation. Chapter 837. Is this sentence, this is the holy image I set up. The holy image is made with special materials and methods, and the fire rules are easy to manifest. As long as the peak martial gods and quasi-sages can comprehend the rules of the fire system here, and strive to become a martial sage, the martial sage can continue to understand the rules of the fire system and improve himself. Not only did I set up a statue of becoming a god, but also a statue of becoming a ****** and a statue of being immortal. The functions are the same, and they are aimed at warriors below the Valkyrie and Great Sage level. Honglian Wudi Ni Chenjo's face showed a little complacency. This is my ancestral secret technique. The 6 emperors in the middle of the mainland have this kind of welfare. Although the rest of the emperors have similar methods, they are far behind my 3 statues. Seeing Ni Chenjo's triumphant appearance, Su Lang smiled and complimented him. Ni Chenjo suddenly smiled brighter. But he never expected that Su Lang had more powerful methods to assist his subordinates in becoming a holy and immortal. The blue star alone surpassed Ni Chenjo's image of sanctification. Not to mention that Su Lang also has the ability of rule empowerment, which is against heaven. If he is willing, he can get 10 subordinates of martial saint in one day. If the 10 regular initiation opportunities are used on a quasi-immortal, a few days will be able to create a martial immortal with a solid foundation. However, Su Lang still got a hint from Ni Chenjo's approach. The embracing wood is born at the end of the mill, and the 9-story platform rises from the soil. Although low-level warriors are weak, they are the foundation. Su Lang had the ability to inspire others to become saints and immortals at this time, but he was still lacking in helping the people below become gods. For the vast majority of warriors, the ***** of war is an unstoppable sky. Su Lang established the exchange building and opened the exchange of pills and exercises, which brought great training assistance to the martial artists. The most important thing about Catcher is the lead of space. This is the biggest problem. Going back, we must find a way to solve the problem of the warriors comprehending the space guide. Su Lang thought in his heart, after solving the space attraction, the number of Valkyrie will inevitably increase, and there will be more and more saints. For me, the benefits are also many. At this time, the two crossed the square and continued on. Ni Chenjo took on the previous topic. I heard that Emperor Lang had accepted the martial artists of the Slushenlu and Wuxia clan and gave them a very heavy reward. Su Lang nodded and said with a smile, "Haha, I am short of people, so I can only buy horse bones for my daughter." It's more than a daughter buying horse bones. When Emperor Langdi makes hundreds of thousands of elixir of perfect quality, each has 2 immortal level techniques, how thick? That Yuang Wushan and Wushan are even more valued by Emperor Lang. They have to personally raise their cultivation base and reward them with the Emperor level exercises. This is really a masterpiece that I can't think of. Ni Chenjo tweeted, Emperor level exercises, Emperor Lang will reward his subordinates at will. I'm really amazed. For Emperor Wu, the Emperor level exercises are also extremely rare. Ni Chenjo also has only one ancestral copy of Honglianjiao Shidi Jing. Only he knows this exercise, and has never shared it with anyone, even the closest people. But Su Lang rewarded the Emperor level exercises to his subordinates who had just surrendered. From Ni Chenjo's point of view, this is like exchanging endless treasures for the loyalty of a beggar. He was even a little angry. Feeling that Su Lang is violent, he shouldn't do that. Haha, Yuang and Wushu serve me with their souls and hearts, and be my slaves. I will naturally not treat them badly. Su Lang smiled noncommittently. In addition, that Emperor level exercise is actually quite ordinary, nothing great, so I will reward it. However, these words made Ni Chenjo stiff and his eyes widened. Friend Langdi, what did you just say? What? Su Lang was also taken aback. I said, Yuang and emptiness or soul. No, the next sentence. Ni Chenjo looked at Su Lang like a ghost. Su Lang couldn't laugh or cry, said, in addition, that Emperor level exercise is actually quite ordinary. That's it, Ni Chenjo shouted loudly, then looked at Su Lang dumbfounded. Emperor level techniques are common. Yes, Su Lang nodded, a little surprised. No, how can the Emperor level exercises be ordinary? Isn't this a contradiction? The Honglian Wudi said excitedly, each of the Emperor level exercises is a peerless treasure, and it is of infinite value. The Red Lotus Emperor Wu is indeed right. Su Lang smiled and said, but my Emperor level exercises are a little worse than other Emperor level exercises. What? Other Emperor level exercises? Ni Chenjo was full of disbelief. Langdi, you don't only have one Emperor level exercise technique, you have 2. Or even 3. Chapter 838. I see the same thing as Langdi in Ni Chenjo's view. Every Emperor level exercise is extremely cherished and extremely rare. The value of each emperor-level exercise method is almost the same, it is difficult to estimate. Unless you really have multiple emperor-level exercises and compare them carefully before you can see the level. From the words of Su Lang, Ni Chenjo noticed that Su Lang had multiple emperor-level exercises. Su Lang didn't have any idea of concealing either, and he smiled. I do have 3 emperor-level exercises, 2 of which are mine, and 1 of Xiao Luxian's Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. Ni Chenjo opened his mouth, his face was surprised. Langdi forced Xiao Luxian to hand over the emperor-level exercises. Not bad, Su Lang smiled noncommittently. It's not just the emperor-level exercises, I let them use their whole family to redeem their lives before letting them go. What? I originally thought that Emperor Lang, you just broke up the Slaughter Tower and the Wuk Immortal clan, but I didn't expect that you actually forced them to hand over their techniques. Just to break up the power organization, there is still room for maneuver. Ni Chenjo looked at Su Lang with a complicated expression. At this point, the Yaojin and Tianyan emperors will not let it go. By the way, the exercise technique that Langdi Garlic rewards Yuong and emptiness is the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. It's not the Emperor Burning Heaven. It's my other emperor-level technique. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and he looked calm and calm. It's not like Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. Ni Chenjo nodded and said, this way, there is still a little leeway. Ha 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 ha. Su Lang suddenly laughed and said, the reason why I don't plan to reward the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra is because I suspect that the exercise is insecure, not to leave any room. When these words came out, Ni Chenjo suddenly felt that Su Lang was a little proud. The Yaojin Emperor clan is powerful, and the Red Lotus Emperor clan does not want to provoke him. As soon as this Emperor Lang stepped into the Kanglan continent from the fragments of the mainland, and occupied a corner of the land, he dared not take the Yaojin Emperor clan into his eyes. At this time, Emperor Honglian Wu is not interested in Emperor Burning Heaven. Su Lang continued. You want to know why I suspect that this exercise is not safe? It's really curious. It stands to reason that the Emperor Burning Heaven has been passed on for so long, and there have been several emperors of Wu. If there is a problem, I don't believe it. Ni Chenjo nodded and said, but since Emperor Lang has said that there is a doubt, I want to hear what it is. Ni Chenjo himself only possesses 1 emperor-level exercise, and has never been exposed to the 2nd emperor-level exercise from beginning to end. Therefore, now that the great opportunity is in front of him, how can he let it go? The Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra was actually adapted from a certain emperor-level refining classics. The idea of this exercise is to refine the weapon. After the adaptation, it is to cultivate oneself as a treasure of weapons. In this way, although the sword makes a slant forward, it is a bit strange, but it always feels that it does not belong to the right way, and the number of times this exercise is perfect is also limited. Therefore, I don't believe that this exercise is really perfect. Su Lang smiled and said, as far as the perfection of the exercises is concerned, the ordinary emperor-level exercises in my mouth are better than the Emperor Burning Heaven. What? The Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra was actually adapted from a refining classic. Ni Chenjo was a little surprised and a little shocked. Improvement and self-cultivation are basically irrelevant. The first generation of Emperor Burning can actually integrate them and adapt them into the Emperor-level exercises. It is really amazing. However, the exercises adapted from the refining classics may really have hidden dangers after practicing. This point is similar to that of Emperor Lang. That's why, this exercise is actually useless to me. Su Lang smiled, then turned his gaze, staring at Ni Chenjo. I don't know if Lord Honglian Wu is interested. No matter how you say this technique, it is also biased towards the fire system rule avenue, and may be useful to Emperor Wu Lian. What? Ni Chenjo was shocked. Langdi, do you want to trade Emperor Burning Heaven to me? Chapter 839, Brother Lang, wait for me. Although the two were discussing the topic of Emperor-level exercises, but Ni Chenjo never thought that Su Lang would take the Emperor-level exercises as a commodity transaction. In his concept, the Emperor-level exercises are invaluable, and it is impossible for anyone to trade them. Even if the exercise may be flawed, no one will trade it. However, the Langdi in front of him broke his concept. Why is Red Lotus Woody surprised? The Burning Heaven Emperor scripture is useless to me, so I might as well exchange it for some benefits. Su Lang laughed and said, I just don't know if Emperor Wu Lian is willing to trade with me. After all, if you want to trade, you not only have to pay a certain value of treasures, but also risk offending the Yaojin Emperor. This. Ni Chenzhou's eyes were pierced and flickered slightly. Emperor-level exercises, why didn't he want to see the second one? At this time, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is in front of him, it depends on how he chooses. He also knew the risks involved. He also knew the purpose of Su Lang's use of the Emperor-level cultivation technique to trade with him. In short, it is to use a practice technique to draw the distance from his Ni Chenzhou, and it even means to pull him into the water. But Su Lang didn't conceal all of this, and he almost understood everything. If Ni Chenzhou agreed, it would be equivalent to forming an alliance with Su Lang against the Yaojin Emperor and the Tianyan Emperor. But he didn't know, Su Lang only meant to form an alliance, and he didn't take it seriously. What he values most is what good things can be exchanged from Ni Chenzhou. It is best practice, a lot of immortal level practice. The Honglian Emperor clan has a long history, and its size is not known how many times that of the Tushinlu and Wuxia clan. Ni Chenzhou only has one Emperor level exercise, but there must be many immortal level exercises. If it can be obtained, it can be used to synthesize a brand new Emperor level technique, and it will be completely profitable. Just when Ni Chenzhou hesitated, to be frank, I don't plan to cherish the ordinary Emperor level exercises. If Emperor Honglian Wu wants, I can exchange both exercises. Su Lang smiled and stepped forward. Emperor Honglian Wu does not have to rush to make a decision, you can consider it first. Ni Chenzhou stood there, looking at Su Lang's back, shocked. 2 Emperor-level exercises, they have to be exchanged. Is this Langdi crazy? Or in other words, he himself is still very afraid of Yaojin and Tianyan Emperor clan, so he has to rush me into the water. However, he doesn't seem to be afraid of the Yaojin Emperor and the Tianyan Emperor. If he is really afraid, it is not right to return the exercises directly. He can also leave a copy of the exercises himself. It is also Emperor Wu, and the Emperor Yaojin and Tianyan will not say much. It's impossible for him not to think of this. Could it be that he really just wants to use the exercises in exchange for treasures and make friends with me? In his eyes, the Emperor-level exercises are not valuable treasures, but goods that can be exchanged for benefits. Ni Chenzhou was a little entangled. He stood there for a while, his gaze looking at Su Lang's back became more and more strange, but strange to strange, Ni Chenzhou quickly made up his mind and would never let this great opportunity pass. The 2 Emperor-level exercises will definitely make him go further. Brother Lang, wait for me. Ni Chenzhou smiled and walked forward quickly, walking side by side with Su Lang. How? Lord Honglian Wudi, the corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a small smile. Hearing what Ni Chenzhou called him, he knew that Ni Chenzhou had already agreed. Of course, I still have to ask out of courtesy. Brother Lang, don't be so unhappy, just call me Honglian from now on. Ni Chenzhou was a little excited and spoke quickly. Brother Lang is going to exchange 2 Emperor-level exercises for what? Gong Fa. Su Lang also didn't sell Guanzi, and said with a smile, I only need the Immortal-level exercises, and 100 Immortal-level exercises will exchange me for an Emperor-level exercise. I can give you the original of the Emperor-level exercises, you can burn it yourself, and then return the original to me. Chapter 840, Conscience, as long as the Immortal-level cultivation technique. Ni Chenzhou was very surprised. He originally thought that Su Lang was going to exchange for his Honglianjiao Shidi Jing, or at least exchange for an Emperor-level treasure. But he never thought that Su Lang actually only needs Immortal-level cultivation technique. Although the value of 100 Immortal-level exercises is incalculable, it is still a level lower than the Emperor-level exercises. Immortal-level exercises and Emperor-level exercises cannot be compared, and no matter how many Immortal-level exercises, it is logically inferior to an Emperor-level exercise. In addition, there is another point that shocked Ni Chenzhou. How sincere is that Emperor Lang is willing to take the original and burn it for him? But he didn't know. Su Lang's deity's cultivation realm is only a quasi-immortal, and it is very difficult to burn the Emperor-level exercises, so it is better to let Ni Chenzhou do coolies. At this time, I just want Immortal-level cultivation technique. Su Lang smiled and said, if Honglian is willing to exchange your Emperor rank technique with me, I would be happy too. My family's ancestral practice, I won't take it out and change it. Ni Chenzhou smiled apologetically, to be honest, Brother Lang, you have suffered a great loss when you trade with me like this. Julian's conscience is really great. Su Lang smiled happily. If you are really troubled, please compensate me with some Wushan soul or something. After he upgraded the Sky Sea and Yudian sword, Wusheng soul was a bit lacking, so he planned to add a wave from Honglian Wudi. Presumably, the Emperor Wu, who has lived for a long time, must have collected a lot. Compensation, compensation, compensation. Ni Chenjo was very excited and said, "Can I take a look at the exercises first?" "I'll just take a look." "Okay." Su Lang smiled and nodded, then waved his hand and placed an isolation formation beside them. Immediately, he took out a huge book with a large door, which was exactly the book that recorded the Burning Heaven Emperor Jing. This is the classics of Emperor Burning Heaven. Because it was perfected by Emperor Burning from generation to generation, so there is no real original. This is the original. Su Lang smiled and put the door panel classics in front of Emperor Honglian Wu. "Just look at what you said." "Just take a look." Emperor Honglian Wu nodded solemnly, then turned to the first page, glanced at it, and then looked away. Just looking at it, he knew that this was indeed an emperor-level exercise. Moreover, there is a breath of time passing on it. It must be an ancient artifact that has been passed down for many years. "Can you see the second one?" Emperor Honglian Wu looked at Su Lang, looking forward to the unknown emperor-level exercises. "I can do nothing." Su Lang nodded, accepted the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, and then took out a 3-inch tall humanoid shadow. The human figure is slender, with long hair on his back, and his face is blurred, and he can't see men and women. There are countless golden threads with special laws on it. It is the original of the Emperor-level exercise method, Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra. This is the original Emperor-level exercise technique. Ni Chenjo's voice trembled slightly. This was the first time he lost his state in hundreds of thousands. He who owns the ancestral, Red Lotus photograph, he knows that the value of the original and copy of the Emperor-level exercises are different. How mysterious is the Emperor-level exercise, and how much mysterious knowledge is inside? Although the burned copy can be said to be complete, it lacks artistic conception, and even some inconspicuous but very important aspects are missing. Only the original document records the most perfect Emperor-level technique. How about it? Su Lang's voice brought Ni Chenjo back from shock. Ni Chenjo looked at it again and found that Su Lang had taken back the original Emperor-level exercises. It's all good exercises, especially the latter one. It is hard to imagine that Brother Lang actually said that it is an ordinary Emperor-level technique. Ni Chenjo licked his lips, his eyes hot. "I don't know what the name of the exercise is. What is the rule?" "That exercise is called Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra." Su Lang smiled and said, "It is an Emperor-level exercise of the Rod of Power." Chapter 841, Make a Huge Profit, Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra. Good name, good name. Excited and excited, Ni Chenjo said quickly, "I'll exchange the immortal grade cultivation technique with Wushan Soul and Lang brother." As he said, he felt like he was afraid of Su Lang's repentance, and suddenly stuffed a bunch of exercises in front of Su Lang. In addition, there is also a gourd-shaped primary fairy. There are a total of 221 immortal level exercises here, all of my immortal level exercises, including my own practice. Some belong to my own clan, some are obtained by accident, but most of them are obtained by killing the enemies of Jingtian continent. This gourd is an immortal tool that specializes in storing the spirits of the ***** of war, the **** of war, and the soul of the **** of war. It contains all of my collection. Let's give it to you, Brother Lang. Ni Chenjo took out something, finished speaking quickly, and stared at Su Lang closely. Haha, these 2 Emperor-level exercises, Honglian, let's burn them. By the way, you work hard and burn me 2 more copies of the Imperial Phase Without Beginning Sutra. I will reward the Moon Rainbow and Emptiness for use. With a wave of his hand, Su Lang gathered all the things on the ground into the storage space, and then handed the 2 Emperor-level exercises to Ni Chenjo. Good, I can't wait, Brother Lang, wait a moment. Ni Chenjo took the exercises and immediately sat on the ground regardless of his image and began to read the exercises. Don't worry, come slowly, this is an Emperor-level technique, so I can't rush it. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and then sat down too, waiting for Ni Chenjo while finishing the immortal-level exercises. This time, a total of 221 immortal-level exercises were obtained. All are non-synthetic natural techniques, which can be used to synthesize Emperor-level techniques. Last time, when Su Lang synthesized the Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra, he upgraded to 7 immortal level exercises. Later, in Kangshu Pavilion, Wuxian presented the Lu Li Xian Ju and Golden Silkworm Fairy Feather Scripture. All the non-synthetic immortal level techniques add up to exactly 230. What the hell? These exercises can synthesize 23 Emperor level exercises. Moreover, those immortal level techniques are not bad, and there are many rules that correspond to my needs. Su Lang was a little excited. With these techniques, the day to step into the martial arts level is not far away. However, he did not immediately start synthesizing the Emperor level exercises. Instead, I plan to carefully consider and choose the right technique to see if I can synthesize a better Emperor level technique. After finishing the exercises, he immediately checked the Gourd Fairy. This is an immortal device that specializes in storing and nurturing souls. It is called the Thousand God Pot, which is similar to the Dark Soul Xuanyu banner that Su Lang once owned. However, the Yinhun Xuanyu banner is just a garbage sacred artifact, far less than a Velis hair from the Thousand Gods Pot. Su Lang probed inside with mental power and found that there were densely packed dead souls. The soul of Valkyrie is 800,000, the soul of Wusheng is 80,000, and the soul of Wuxian is less, only a few dozen copies. Oh, good news, there is not much difference between the soul of Martial Saint who refines superhumanoid weapons. The tens of thousands that are lacking can also be replaced with sacred artifacts, and later they can be evolved into immortal artifacts. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, he really made a huge profit this time. And Emperor Wu Lian felt that Su Lang had suffered a great loss, and felt that he owed Su Lang a favor. Put away the Thousand God Pot Fairy. Su Lang looked at Ni Chenzhou and found that he had been addicted to the exercises. The Emperor level technique is extremely mysterious. He probably needs a lot of time to burn it. This clone doesn't need to be guarded at any time. With a whisper, Su Lang withdrew his perfect possession, and his consciousness returned to his deity. The meeting with Emperor Honglian Wu didn't last long. At this time, it was still early, and there was still not a short time before it got dark. Su Lang checked the situation at Zhaodi and Tai again and found that they were still on their way. The Kanglan continent is very large, and there is not a teleportation formation anywhere, and there are very few who control the rules of space, so it is a troublesome matter to hurry. It seems that they may not arrive at Wudi Palace or Baiyu Emperor clan tomorrow. While thinking about it, Su Lang withdrew his attention and began to refine the parts of the super-humanoid weapon. Chapter 842, Only One Hand Makes Zhundi. His movements became more and more adept. The refining efficiency is much faster than before. 40 to 50 parts can be refined in 1 hour. However, this speed is still a bit too slow in Su Lang's view. Because the plan for the super-humanoid weapon has been changed once, the number of parts has increased from more than 10,000 to 120,000. At this speed, it takes 3 months to finish the refining without sleep, which is really too slow. Even if some parts are duplicated, you can use the refining function of the system to do it, and the 3-month time can only be shortened by a third. 2 months is still too long. Unfortunately, this is the fastest speed. I don't have an immortal craftsman under my command. Even if I do, I don't worry about the parts one have trained. Su Lang sighed helplessly and continued to do his hard work. In this way, the night passed in a blink of an eye. By dawn, Su Lang had refined 600 to 700 parts of fairy artifacts. Just when he didn't plan to rest and continue refining parts, Li Shenyang ran over and said that Fairy Yuang wanted to ask to see Su Lang. I don't know what is wrong with her. Just right, you can also improve her cultivation. Su Lang nodded slightly and ordered Li Shenyang, go and call Wuxian over. Servant. Li Shenyang bowed and retreated. Not long after, Yuang Wuxian and Wuxian were brought to Su Lang. Servant worship the Lord. The 2 Eight Tribulations martial immortals respectfully knelt at Su Lang's feet. Yuang, what's the matter? I will say later. Su Lang looked indifferent. Calling you to come together is to fulfill my promise and wait for you to improve your cultivation base. Yuang, you come forward. Yes. Fairy Yuang cautiously came to Su Lang and knelt down again. Su Lang didn't say much, pressing directly on Yu Hong's forehead with his hand. Being pressed against Su Lang's forehead, Rao as the Yuang fairy, also a little nervous. In her mind, she kept wondering what way Su Lang would use to improve her cultivation, how many days it would take. But before she could think of 1, 2, 3, she suddenly felt a huge energy poured into her body. That is a kind of energy that directly integrates into one's own cultivation base without digestion, as if it should be one's own cultivation base. What an anti-sky method is this? Fairy Yuang's eyes widened, her expression unbelievable. She felt that her long-standing cultivation base was like a wild horse running out of the way, rushing towards the realm of 9 tribulations wuxia. That kind of speed is really too fast, it's as if one's body is full of it all at once. Immediately afterwards, the bottleneck broke open, and Yuangwu immortal body uploaded to break through the fluctuations. She officially broke through to the realm of 9 tribulations wuxia. This also made her feeling of being jammed disappear suddenly, feeling a sense of loss. However, it didn't take long before the feeling of being jammed came again. Then there was another breakthrough. Yuang Wuxian broke through to the realm of Zhundi. Su Lang was still exporting wildly, and the cultivation base was poured into the Yuang female fairy without any money, pushing her cultivation base to the peak of the Emperor Zun. Not long, the aura on Yuang Wuxian's body finally stagnated, firmly at the pinnacle of Emperor Zun, no weaker than Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu. Aside, Li Shenyang's expression remained unchanged. In his opinion, any miracle happened to the Lord is reasonable. But Wuxian was dumbfounded, and even his eyes fell off. From a mortal's cultivation to the present point, Void clearly knows how difficult it is to cultivate. Especially in the realm of Wuxian, if there is no adventure, even if the resources are abundant, it is difficult to make progress. After arriving in the 8 tribulations martial immortal realm, it is even more like touching the ceiling. It seems that the achievement of this life is just like that. However, now he saw with his own eyes a martial immortal who was in the 8 tribulations realm at the same time as himself, soaring directly from the 8 tribulations martial immortal to the pinnacle of quasi-emperor within a dozen breaths. What a heaven-defying, what a dream. Everything looks fake. Fairy Yuang felt the same way, and she wondered if she was dreaming. It wasn't until Su Lang withdrew her hand that she slightly recovered. Empty, it's your turn. Su Lang turned to look at Wuxian. Chapter 843, Rebirth of the Heart of the Emperor, yes. Wuxian seemed to have lost his soul, and came to Su Lang in a daze. His mind was so shocked that he was a little bit overwhelmed. But the next moment, the emptiness Wuxian drank a sip of ice in the hot summer, and he immediately awakened. Because Su Lang resisted his forehead and began to instill the repair. It didn't take long. Su Lang withdrew his hand, and Wuxian's cultivation base was also elevated to the pinnacle of quasi-emperor. My realm, my strength. Wuxian felt the majestic power in his body, and the deep sense of reality made him tremble with excitement. Immediately after, servant, thank you Lord. But there is life, never hesitate to die. Wuxian slammed down and almost knocked the floor. Fairy Yuang also knelt down and kowtowed to express her gratitude. Although she wasn't as excited as Wuxian, she was so excited that she couldn't speak. Okay, get up, Su Lang said lightly. Do you still remember? I said I want to give you an emperor-level exercise. Remember. Wuxian tremblingly said. Yuang Wuxian nodded, a light burst in his eyes. Okay, originally, I was going to give you the emperor-level exercise, Emperor Phase without beginning sutra. But because I made a deal with Emperor Wu Lian, the exercise was originally given to him to burn a copy. Su Lang smiled. So, I can only reward you with another emperor-level exercise. Wuxian is very Yuang Wuxian. Oh no, it should be said that he is a quasi-emperor. Emptiness Zhundi and Yuang Zhundi were nervous to death when Su Lang spoke. Especially when Su Lang said halfway through, they all had a cardiac arrest. After only listening to the first few sentences, I thought I couldn't get the emperor-level technique, but I didn't expect a big turning point later. This exercise is called Emperor Heart Reincarnation Record. Su Lang's voice fell into the ears of Yuang Zun Emperor and Kongshu Zun Emperor, followed by a black plate with gold patterns printed in his vision. It is the size of the palm of the black plate with gold patterns, and it is covered with dense and numerous golden patterns. Even if you use mental power to observe, you don't know the number at all. Rao Shi Yuang and Void have reached the realm of quasi-emperor, and when they first saw the main body of Emperor Heart Reincarnation, they were a little dizzy. Next moment, the two of them condensed the spirit of 12 points, tried to check the golden disc, and immediately felt the endless mystery above. This is the emperor-level technique. And it's the original exercise, not a burned copy. Master Langdi actually rewarded me with an emperor-level technique. Such a great grace can only be repaid by death. The same thoughts appeared in the minds of Yuong Zun Emperor and Kongshu Zun Emperor, and their faces also showed excitement and admiration. You take this exercise together to study and practice. I have some friendship with Julian. You don't need to guard the north. You will go to guard the Fujigitokai together. While talking, Su Lang threw the inscription disc to Wushan Yuong. He couldn't practice the practice of the reincarnation of the Emperor's heart for the time being, and it was very difficult to burn, so he simply left the original to them. Anyway, if you want to practice in the future, just take it back and have a look. Yes, your servant obeys. Empty and busy bowing to thank you. And the fairy moon rainbow was a bit hesitant to talk. Yuong, just say anything. Su Lang looked at Yu Hong with a gentle smile. Master. Yu Hong hesitated for a while, and said, the slave maid wants to go back to the Wuk immortal clan. What? The empty Zhundi on the side was stunned at once. Li Shenyang was also surprised, and immediately frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. This Moon Emperor Zhenhong, who had just received a reward from the Lord, wanted to leave and return to the Wu immortal clan. Tell me, why do you want to go back? Su Lang asked indifferently. Didn't he think that Yu Hong Zhundi didn't know good or bad, because Yu Hong had even handed over his soul and heart, and it was impossible to act indiscriminately like losing his wisdom. Chapter 844, Bridgehead Wuxia Clan, Return to the Lord. The reason why the slave servant wants to go back is to establish a stronghold in the north-central mainland for the Lord. The Lord has bestowed me a visit to the Wuxia clan when I return to deal with personal affairs. Wuxia clan has been made things difficult by previous enemies because it has no power to guard, and the situation is now very bad. And Li Feilu is also missing. He has never returned to the Wuxia clan to expel his enemies. The people in the clan have already complained. The slave and maid will receive the Lord's great favor, and reach the quasi-emperor. Once they return, they will be able to command the immortal clan, adding another help to the Lord. The south is barren after all. With the power of the Lord, it will definitely deter the quartet. Sooner or later, if you go to the central and northern part, the Wuxia clan will be a good bridgehead. Furthermore, the slave maid speculated that the Yaojin and Tianian emperors might be dissatisfied with the Lord, and the Wu immortal clan is also in the central and northern part. Although they can't resist the emperor, they can also inquire for some intelligence. When Yuong Zhundi said something, the emptiness of Zhundi suddenly realized, and Li Shenyang's expression also became better. Okay, what you said is true. Wu Shanzu is indeed a good bridgehead. In that case, you can go back to the Wuk immortal clan. Su Lang nodded. There is no need to guard the vine tortoise Donghai in emptiness. Go with Yuong, and one of my clones will also go with you. The proposal of Emperor Yuong Zun is very good. Of course, Su Lang was not content to live in the southern corner. Su Lang is bound to win the northern part of the mainland, and even the entire Kanglan continent. Although it is still too early to mention these, it is a precaution to set up a bridgehead in advance. Thank you, Lord. Emperor Yuong kowtowed to thank you. In fact, she is selfish, that is, the people of the Wu immortal clan, she can't just watch their decline and extinction. Of course, she had already expressed this clearly, and Su Lang knew it, and didn't mind. From now on, there is no shortage of immortal clan. Although you two are quasi-emperors, you may not be independent. Su Lang continued, I will arrange for some Wuxians to go with you to increase their strength. The Wuxia clan that is now located in the northern part of the mainland is an empty nest. Except for Li Feilu, all the great sage, Zunxian, and Wushan have all been put under Su Lang's command. Emperor Zhenhong Yuong and Emperor Zunxuan passed by alone. They were polished commanders, and it was not easy to use their abilities. In addition, those martial celestials staying in the Sea of Sky is of little use. It is better to send some past to support Yuong and Void. Presumably, those Wushan immortals of the Wuxia clan are more willing to go back. For Su Lang's arrangement, Emperor Yuong was very grateful, and Emperor Zunxuan felt that the Lord was really sympathetic to his subordinates. Unlike Xiao Lushan, even if he had more trust in his subordinates, he was cold and high above him. Go ahead. Su Lang dispatched a clone and asked the clone to take Yuong and Void Zhundi to select the manpower. Li Shenyang also bowed and planned to retire. But Su Lang stopped him. Master. Li Shenyang bends down in fear. A big power needs a steady stream of fresh blood. These fresh blood, in addition to soliciting from outside, is produced from within. Now our foundation is relatively large. There are 13 saint races, 1 immortal race, and there are countless warriors. However, most of these warriors have been stopped before the realm of martial god. It is difficult to go further. I intend to change this status quo. Su Lang looked at Li Shenyang and said with a smile, the ***** of war condenses the space guide, which involves space rules. However, where the ***** of war gets the power of rules, he follows the steps by drawing the gourd and condensing the inspiration of space, but knows the nature of the inspiration of space and does not know why. But if you understand the rules of space, you can trace the origin, know the essence of the space guide, and a faster way to understand it. I stay with you because I want to give you a task. You have to do your best to find a way to become a ***** more easily. After speaking, Su Lang looked at Li Shenyang lightly. The servant must complete this task. Li Shenyang solemnly knocked on Su Lang's commander. I believe you. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and let him go down to work. Chapter 845, Bayou Emperor City. Immediately after practicing for a while, Su Lang used perfect possession to control the clone that escorted the Bayou Emperor clan's messenger Tai Yi. The Bayou Emperor clan is northwest of here, near the deserted, icy and snowy. West of Liao, the imperial city was built on a huge snow mountain. This snow-capped mountain, or a mountain range, cuts across the world like a wall of the world. The size of the White Moon Imperial City is even larger than the Red Lotus Imperial City. It can be seen that the snow mountain is such a huge monster. If you compare Mount Everest with the previous Blue Star, it is equivalent to a small mound than Mount Tai. The Bayou Emperor City built on the huge snow mountain is an open city. Anyone can enter, there are no restrictions. Looking around, streamers flicked across the sky, coming in and out of the city like a school of fish. Just looking at this scene, you can feel the strong sense of mixing. This shows that the Bayou Emperor clan is a race with extremely strong self-confidence and extremely strong ability. At this moment, Tai Yi had arrived at the Wudi city of the Bayou Emperor clan, and Su Lang's clone was by her side. What a miracle city! Su Lang looked at the endless snow-white city and couldn't help but admire. Zunxian Tai Yi didn't seem to have the courage to talk to Emperor Wu Su Lang, but he kept nodding his head. Su Lang knew why this quasi-immortal who was originally polite and talkative was like this. It's entirely because the personality produced by this clone is a bit strange, and it even babbles constantly on the way to ***** Tai Yi, teasing others, and frightening Tai Yi. In this regard, Su Lang was also dumbfounded. I don't know if you are lucky enough to meet Emperor Wudi, the twins of Emperor Bayou. Looking at the Bayou Emperor city, Su Lang muttered to himself, then turned his head to look towards Tai Yi. Lord Langdi probably won't see it. But it's not that the Bayou Emperor has a high self-esteem and deliberately neglects adults. Zunxian Tai Yi took a breath and said cautiously, the two Emperor Wu have been in retreat for a long time. Several Emperor Wu came to visit, but none of them saw them. That's it. Su Lang nodded, then you go and come back to life, I will stroll around Bayou Emperor city by myself. Yes, your lord. Tai Yi Zunxian bowed in relief and flew away. As soon as Su Lang moved, he flew forward, and soon merged into a river, composed of escape light. This river is made up of warriors, densely packed, flying in the sky, and it really shows what is called a fantasy world. Su Lang entered the city smoothly, and no one even came to investigate. Walking on the streets in the city, Su Lang found that although there were a lot of people, it was not messy, and it looked very organized. A large number of people of different races walked on the street. Those with horns on their heads, those with blooming foreheads, those with wings on their backs, those with 4 arms, those with a long tail on their buttocks. Su Langduo glanced at the long-tailed girl, and remembered the foxtail tribe he had seen in the Jinwen clan teleportation array. Looking at the warriors of different races coming and going around, this scene is somewhat similar to the original one. Su Lang walked around slowly and found that the cultivation resources here are indeed much richer than those in the south. After walking a few steps in this way, I saw several materials that I had never seen before. And among the various resources, the resource of refining was the most abundant, which made Su Lang couldn't help but have the idea of fishing here. My super-humanoid weapon just lacks a lot of materials. Although the resources of the 13 saints and 1 immortal land are all collected through the exchange building, and sooner or later I can gather it, but it will take time to accumulate after all. In addition, I have already learned the formation of the Red Lotus Emperor clan secretly, and there is still here, and there will be the Emperor Wu Palace later, but I did not have enough materials after learning the formation, which is really a pity. There are many kinds of refining materials here, the quantity is large, and the price is generally low. You can do a wave. Su Lang licked his lips, and could no longer suppress this thought. However, he didn't forget the business, and planned to learn the formation of the Bayou Emperor City first. So he rose into the air and flew towards the center of the Bayou Emperor City. The Bayou Emperor City is open, but it also has a place that is not open, that is, the administrative center, here, where there are the Bayou Emperor clan warriors who are responsible for managing the city and deterring those with ghosts. Su Lang soon arrived in the center of the city. There stood a huge gate straight into the sky. At first glance, it looks like an enlarged version of the Arc de Triomphe, but the carvings on it are completely different, revealing an ancient feeling. Chapter 846, 5 Elements United Imperial Formation. This giant gate is a real imperial soldier named Bayou Emperor Sect. Before the 2 White Moon Emperor Wu retired, they placed it in the White Moon Emperor City and guarded the whole city. The weapon spirit of the Imperial Army is clear about the actions of all the warriors in the city, which can be called a super intelligent monitoring. Once an enemy is found, the Imperial soldier will directly take action to obliterate it. Unless Emperor Wu comes, no one can hold an Emperor soldier. The White Moon Emperor Gate is the reason why the White Moon Emperor City is open to everyone, but it is very stable. At this moment, Su Lang was staring at the Bayou Emperor Sect. It was the first time he saw a real Imperial soldier, so he was very interested. Through the weapon recognition function, Su Lang saw the Bayou Emperor's Gate thoroughly from bottom to top, from left to right, from inside to outside. It's worthy of being an Emperor soldier. My quasi-Imperial soldier, the Sea of Sky and the Scabbard of Slaughter Heaven, are far behind them by more than 10,000 miles. Su Lang stared at the Bayou Emperor's door with beaming eyes, and continued to chuckle. At this time, he suddenly felt a coercion falling on his body, a kind of death crisis swept through and enveloped his body. In the coercion, there is still a little shy feeling. Okay, are you ashamed? Is it because I was seen out? But you are just a door, why should you be like a pure girl? Su Lang secretly complained, and then rolled his eyes again, and found that the spirit of the Bayou Emperor's door really looked like a girl. She seemed to be a **** entrenched in the sky, looking down at Su Lang, threatening her life, not allowing Su Lang to look at her again. Tisk Tusk, dare to threaten me. After Xiaoyu evolves into an Emperor soldier, I will bring it over and let it use Sao language to teach the spirit of the Emperor Bayou sect. Su Lang curled his lips, retracted his gaze, and immediately walked aside around the Bayou Emperor Gate. There stood a white palace. The palace seems to be unattended, but if you feel it carefully, you can notice that there is spirituality sweeping around all the time. In a short time, Su Lang has been detected by 5 or 6 Wuxian-level mental powers. However, Su Lang only stood in the distance to admire the palace, so the martial arts did not expel Su Lang. At this moment, Su Lang was looking up at the palace. To be precise, he was looking at the formation. This palace is equipped with the Emperor-level exercises and Immortal-level exercises that Su Lang needs. At this time, the formation method converged, and the coverage was very narrow, but once there was a war, it would immediately cover the entire White Moon Emperor City. Not long, Su Lang took the formation and peeled off the cocoon and saw it through. The White Moon Emperor clan is indeed a more powerful emperor than the Red Lotus Emperor clan. This United Emperor rank formation is also stronger than the formation of the Honglian Emperor clan. It consists of 5 Emperor-level formations and 120 Immortal-level formations. All formations are the most common gold, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. But don't look at the attributes that are very common. The attributes of the 5 elements are intertwined, regenerate and restrain each other, and are endless, extremely difficult. Once it can't be destroyed by crushing force, then this formation will be able to heal continuously, never want to break the formation by attrition. Even if there is only one fairy-level formation at the lowest level, a complete United Emperor formation can be derived from this formation. This actually already has the terrifying ability of a trace of blood rebirth. In this regard, Su Lang couldn't help but applaud, because this United Imperial formation has been completely learned by him. Next, just to earn a wave of refining materials, and then go back to the old nest to set up the formation. Su Lang left the tall palace with an excited smile. Walking down the street, he touched his chin, thinking about how to earn materials, or use the previous method to refine finished products in exchange for materials. That's too slow. Besides, Su Lang is busy refining the parts of super-humanoid weapons. Where can he refining goods to sell? Think about it. Walking into the bustling streets, Su Lang gradually had a plan. Build an exchange house. However, the exchange ratio needs to be adjusted. We cannot give benefits to strangers here. They are not mine. We must first look at the value difference between low-level materials and high-level materials. While thinking, Su Lang walked into the material shop next to him. No one came to meet and introduce. The prices of materials are clearly marked. Su Lang's mental strength swept away, and he knew all the material prices. He walked out of the store, entered another one, and conducted market research in the same way. Chapter 847, The Shopkeeper is Crazy. Not long. He visited most of the material shops and had a clear understanding of the value of low-level materials and high-level materials. Comparing the highest-level God-level materials with the lowest-level holy-level materials, the value of the latter is basically more than 50 times that of the former. The difference in value between saint-level materials and fairy-level materials is even greater, more than 100 times. The difference in value between the fairy-level materials and the emperor-level materials is more than 1,000. In other words, 1,000 pieces of the best fairy-level materials may not necessarily be exchanged for one piece of the lowest-level emperor-level materials. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Xiao Lucian risked his life to hide the emperor-grade materials. Tisk tisk, I am really kind to the warriors under my command. Su Lang smiled. The exchange rates he set up in the 4 places of Yaoqi, Biu, Chushui, and Xincheng were all 20 to 1, which was too low. However, Su Lang did not intend to change it. Anyway, it's also earning. It doesn't matter if people earn less. Not long. Su Lang determined the ratio of this new exchange building, and the ratio of material exchange for each level is different. Moreover, he only deals with materials above the ***** level. The ratios were set at 50 to 1, 100 to 1, and 1000 to 1. If the value difference is too great, Su Lang will also increase the ratio. Anyway, he has the function of treasure recognition, so he can see the value of the item at a glance. After setting the ratio, Su Lang spent 1 million fine jade and bought a 3-story building in the most prosperous area. Immediately after, he sent a clone, turned into a virgin, and went outside to solicit business. The shopkeeper is crazy. I need to replace low-grade materials with high-grade materials. The ratio is incredible. 50 kinds of God-level materials can be exchanged for holy-level materials, and 100 kinds of holy-level materials can be exchanged for immortal-level materials. While the shopkeeper is still going crazy, don't miss it when you pass by. Quote. The 2 avatars shouted outside, and they immediately attracted a lot of attention. What are you shouting? It's said that the shopkeeper is crazy, and exchange high-level materials for low-level materials. How is it possible? Who can do business here? Who is not a human being? It is strange that they are crazy. The percentage set in their shop must be ridiculously high. You guessed it wrong. The ratio set by others is low. As long as 50 pieces of God-level materials can be exchanged for a holy level. What are you running? Listen to me. After listening to you, the materials will have to be replaced. Quote. Those who can open a shop here are not ordinary people, and it is definitely not a lie to dare to shout such slogans. Therefore, the warriors said they didn't believe it, but their bodies rushed towards the store. In the shop, Su Lang temporarily transferred those clones who were burning copies of the exercises. Let them change into various appearances, like tellers, sitting behind the counter, waiting to receive customers. Soon, the warriors poured into the shop like a tide. The shopkeeper, the exchange ratio you said is true. Hello, I have 50 God-level materials, I hope to exchange for the same holy-level materials. Get out of the way, I want to change fairy-level materials. Quote. A group of warriors crowded at the counter, some were consulting, and some were directly asking for exchange. The avatars of Su Lang ignored those warriors who were skeptical, and directly began to handle business for those warriors who wanted to exchange, quickly. The first warrior exchanged 139 ordinary saint-level materials for 1 immortal-level material. The other warriors suddenly knew that the ratio mentioned before was not an accurate figure, but was adjusted according to the value of the item. However, this is still profitable, and it is also a huge benefit. As long as the ratio is less than a number, they can earn a piece of material out of thin air. Therefore, the warriors who saw the benefits went crazy and started to exchange materials. Su Lang watched this scene in secret, only hating that he had too few clones, and he couldn't be too busy. But fortunately, the martial artist is very efficient, so the exchange rate is very fast. In Su Lang's storage space, there seemed to be a waterfall falling from the sky. The waterfall was composed of endless materials. Chapter 848, Fire of the Sky. Su Lang's shop quickly became famous in the Bayou Emperor city. More and more people come to exchange. There were even wuxian stepping into the air, lining up the crowd, bringing thousands of immortal-grade materials to exchange for emperor-grade materials. For these wuxians who jumped in line, Su Lang didn't let them get out of the line. After all, these are all big fat sheep, 1,000 celestial-grade materials. How many materials can be synthesized in Su Lang's hands? If Wu Xian who was bombarded ran away, wouldn't Su Lang lose? What's more, this is a world that talks about fists, and the privileges of advanced warriors are everywhere. The exchange shop business is in full swing. Although people do not understand why the shopkeepers here do such a losing business, it does not prevent them from taking advantage. Su Lang looked at these fat sheep with joy in his heart. Seeing that the exchange business here has been on the right track, Su Lang used his perfect possession to control a clone far in the far north. This clone is the one who escorted Zhao Di. Unfortunately, Su Lang did not see the Wu Di Palace through this clone. The avatar of Su Lang escorted Zhao Di to a snow-white far north, with magnificent aurora hanging in the sky. Then two quasi-emperors flew from the aurora to greet Zhao Di. After the two quasi-emperors received Zhao Di, they did not intend to invite Su Lang clone to be a guest at Wu Di Palace. Obviously, after learning that Su Lang is not the actor, Zhao Qin was very disappointed, and naturally did not want to see guests when he was in a bad mood. Su Lang withdrew this clone with some regrets, and his consciousness returned directly to his deity. The exchange business in Bayou Emperor City for a long time brought me a lot of high-level materials. Su Lang looked at the materials in the storage space, thinking about arranging an emperor rank formation for the Sea of Sky. And this formation is dominated by the 5-element United Imperial formation obtained from the Bayou Emperor City, and the 3 emperor formations obtained from the Red Lotus Imperial City are combined to form a Super Emperor rank formation. Su Lang's formation skills are countless times higher than that of the formation masters who set up the 5 elements of the Bayou Emperor City and the United Imperial Formation, and are even higher than those of the Red Lotus Imperial City. Therefore, these 2 sets of joint formations are simply mud pills needed at will in his hands, and he can knead whatever he wants. However, before that, Su Lang had another plan through the 5 elements United Imperial Formation. At present, the Sea of the Sky is already a quasi-emperor level immortal weapon, but the Guardian scope is only the land of the 3 saints. This range is far less than 1/5 of Su Lang's forces. From the beginning of the Biu clan, to the death zone of the Emperor in the north of Xianxia Lake, there is no strong formation to guard. Once an enemy comes in, there will be a piece of erosion immediately. Therefore, Su Lang wanted to take advantage of this time to update the formation, and by the way, also guard the land of Chushan Lake. The approach is simple. In order to cater to the upcoming joint emperor rank formation, Su Lang plans to refine 4 more quasi-emperor soldiers. The Sea of Sky belongs to the water attribute quasi-imperial soldier. Then, by refining the Jinmuhuotu quasi-imperial army, he can correspond 1-to-1 with the 5-element imperial formation and exert the strongest power. Just do it. Su Lang temporarily put aside the refining of super-humanoid weapons and began refining 4 new quasi-imperial soldiers. These 4 quasi-imperial soldiers are similar to the Sea of Sky, and the refining process is also very similar, but the materials used are different. Therefore, Su Lang quickly refined the second weapon in Theoski weapon series. Just after being refined, it was a quasi-immortal weapon, and immediately Su Lang used the weapon evolution ability to evolve it into a quasi-imperial soldier. This quasi-imperial soldier has a fire attribute, and its body is also snowflake-shaped, but its color is fiery red, which Su Lang called it the flame of the sky. This time, the spirit of the instrument, don't be a little mentally retarded. In Su Lang's expectant eyes, a brand new spirit appeared. Qi Ling still looks like a crystal bun, without a face, just a simple dumpling. It is full of joy and agility, and it is very curious about its surroundings. Moreover, it seems to be very impatient and has the characteristics off fire. With the lessons learned, you can't talk casually this time. It would be bad if you let it learn to shout. Su Lang closed his mouth, observed the spirit of the sky flame, and named it Xiaoyan. Soon, he planned to take it back and start refining the third weapon. Chapter 849, all with minor mental retardation. But at this moment, accompanied by a ma, excited Xiaohai appeared in front of Su Lang. It excitedly flew around the new spirit, Xiaoyan, exuding the joy of seeing the same kind. I fork, why is this stuff here? Su Lang's complexion was dark, and his instinct was bad. But before he had time to react, he saw the new device spirit Xiaoyan, wriggling, transforming his facial features exactly like Xiaohai. How did Xiaohai's 5 senses come from? It is like Su Lang, pinching its face. So now, Xiaoyan's face is exactly the same as Su Lang. At the same time, it also learned Xiaohai's mantra, shouting, ma, and even louder than Xiaohai. This Nima, why is it like this again? How can the quasi-emperor soldiers refined by my dignified primordial realm refiner still mentally retarded? Su Lang stared with a pair of eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. With the thought officerly something is wrong, Su Lang began to think about why this happened. He first thought of the weapon spirit of the Emperor Baiyu Gate. It was an instrumental spirit who turned into a girl, with complete intelligence and perfect personality. Then there is the spirit of the Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath, although it is not smart, but it can talk appropriately. Looking at Yutianji and Xiaoyu again, he was overly clever and he kept talking all day long. There is also the spirit of the White Jade Fairy Palace, quiet, like a lady. Finally, Su Lang thought of Xiao Pao again. There seems to be something wrong with Qi Ling Xiao Pao's wit, and he always likes to yell, fire cannon. After some summary, Su Lang finally found some rules. It seems that all weapons made by combining parts have something wrong with their spirit. On the other hand, the Yutian Sword, the White Jade Immortal Palace, the Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath, and the White Moon Emperor Gate, their wits are all relatively normal. The essence of these weapons is a whole, not a combination of parts. That's it, Su Lang suddenly realized. Then, he looked a little sad. It seems that the remaining 3 5-element weapons in Theoski series are all with minor mental retardation. Moreover, the superhumanoid weapon is composed of 120,000 parts, and I am afraid that it will not raise a large mental retardation. Su Lang's eyes twitched when he thought that the superhumanoid weapon that ruined the world had an abnormal mental retardation spirit. That has to be watched at any time, otherwise, in case of a whim and tear down the house like Erha, wouldn't it be over? But even if he knew that the 3 artifact spirits that were about to appear would likely be minor mentally retarded, Su Lang had no choice but to continue refining. After all, the flames of the sky have been refined, so you can't give up halfway, right? Fortunately, Chu Xiaobei and the others can bring these spirits. Su Lang took a deep breath and took out a series of metallic materials, intending to refine Thiegold of the sky. However, at this moment, pleasant system prompts resounded through my mind. Ding! Burning Soul and Solitary Lamp Ju has reached the founding level. Ding! The immortal code of immortality in the beginning. Ding! Ding! The secret of the wish has reached the founding level. There are a total of 7 system prompts, which means that the 7 exercises that Su Lang placed before have been practiced. Su Lang quickly put down the materials in his hands, looked at himself and checked the changes. He only felt 7 strange energies appearing in his body, running along the limbs in hundreds of skeletons, blending into every cell, and infiltrating the martial saint realm. In the end, these 7 energies merged into the sea like a big river, disappearing into Su Lang's body. My combat power has increased again. Su Lang could clearly feel that he was in control of a more powerful force. However, he was not busy opening the attribute panel to view it, because the rules corresponding to these exercises have not yet been understood. Su Lang has understood the rules corresponding to Burning Soul and Solitary Lamp Ju, and Frozen Jade Immortal Yuan Junlu, and choosing them is of other use. There is no corresponding rule in the great beginning of the Immortal Code. It is entirely because Su Lang wants to try to see if he can improve his aptitude. The remaining 4 books are the immortal code of 10,000 Qis, the immortal Jew of life and immortality, the immortal Jew of Futian, and the secret of wish of immortals. The corresponding rules are the rules of Qi, the rules of life, the radiation rules, and the rules of willingness. At this time, the practice of the exercises is completed, and the rules can be understood. Chapter 850. Comprehend the rules of life. Su Lang waited for this moment for too long. Although it has only been a day, he just feels that for a long time. It took less than 10 minutes, and Su Lang understood these 4 rules one by one. Immediately, the 4 heaven and earth rules merged into Su Lang's body, and Su Lang suddenly mastered these 4 heaven and earth powers. The rules of Qi increase its energy reserves geometrically, and it has the effect of enhancing the energy texture, and even improving the body. The rule of life corresponds to the rule of death, so Su Lang can see the breath of life more clearly. Unfortunately, the rules of life comprehended at this time are very superficial. Su Lang couldn't give the breath of life to the dead and turn them into creatures. That method is too bad. Su Lang estimated that if he became an emperor with the road of life, he might be able to create creatures out of thin air. But I am afraid it is impossible to create a wise creature out of thin air like the Lord Nua in Su Lang's previous life of the Chinese god family. Su Lang now masters the rules of life, and can see the breath of life more clearly. Seeing the breath of life, mastering the rules of death can also do it. But to master the rules of death, you can only see the breath of life in general, and have the means to strip it and annihilate it. The breath of life is a collective term, there are many types. Su Lang, who has mastered the rules of life, can separate or merge the breath of life with little difference. To put it simply, this is a very abnormal healing ability. The breath of life in a severely wounded and dying life is very weak. After Dan is replenished, it is like adding blood on the spot. It takes almost no time to restore health. This ability can also be used on oneself. Su Lang thought of his clone for the first time. With a thought, he summoned a clone to his eyes, and used the rules of life to check it. Turn out. The breath of the clone's birth is exactly the same as the breath of his own birth. In other words, Su Lang can use the clone as a great medicine to take when he heals his injuries. It sounds a bit evil, but it is an important whole card. Although Su Lang has the 2 heaven-defending abilities of swallowing clone and death replacement, the healing ability of the rule of life seems redundant, but it is not. Because of Su Lang's clones, only 30 can be used to swallow and die, and the other 30 are clones that can only be used for fighting. Once Su Lang used the devouring clone, with only 1 clone as a substitute for death, he still encountered a close battle. Then, the avatar became Su Lang's super battery life drug. The breath of life of a clone incarnation can completely fill Su Lang with blood. In this way, the 30 clone avatars also possess the ability of death substitution, in disguise. Even if necessary, Su Lang could ingest the breath of life similar to his own from other creatures to heal his wounds. But that has the meaning of eating people. Unless it is an enemy, when Su Lang is less than 1 billion people, he will definitely not do that. The mastery of the rules of life makes me almost conducive to the land of immortality. Or if you can become an emperor with the great way of life. Tisk tisk, it's really tempting. Su Lang licked his lips with excitement, and immediately checked the 2 rules behind. The first is the radiation rule. Radiation is everywhere, and it can be called a basic rule of the world. It has a strong ability to increase Su Lang's spell attack. Radiation is invisible in quality, invisible to the naked eye, but it carries terrifying penetrating energy, which is hard to prevent. In Su Lang's view, the radiation rules are equivalent to adding a strong spell penetration attribute to him. This greatly increased Su Lang's combat power. Let's talk about the rules of willingness. Su Lang felt that this rule would be very important from the beginning. After grasping at this time, I know that it is really very important. The rules of wishing power are related to the incense of sentient beings. But all creatures have souls, and every thought, any thought, will exude aspiration. Aspiration itself has no attributes and has nothing to do with fighting. But it can be called omnipotent almighty energy. As long as it gathers to a certain level, the controller can do everything with it, and even live forever. Chapter 851. Cogito ergo sum. The ancients have a cloud, I think, therefore I am. It means to achieve eternal life with the power of aspiration. Even if you die, You can be reborn as long as you are thinking of it. Living beings fear me, love me. Any emotions will turn into incense and aspirations, and gradually gather for the main purpose. The horror will gradually manifest after reaching the realm of Emperor Wu, possessing the universe of life, and becoming the master of the world. Of course, the side effects of Yuanli are also extremely difficult. May the power is gathered by the thoughts of sentient beings, it has infinite possibilities in itself, but its essence cannot be ignored. Its essence is chaotic, disorderly, and elusive. Immortality achieved by means of, I think, therefore I am, is not true immortality. The thoughts of sentient beings are like chaos, which will obliterate the mind of the immortal person, causing him to lose himself, and gradually become the real existence in the mind of sentient beings. Even the power of willingness, which is completely transformed by positive emotions, is too complicated and it is impossible to escape the inferiority. This is a terrifying double-edged sword. Su Lang sighed, but his expression was still excited. In any case, Yuanli has everything possible. After finishing the functions of the 4 powers of rules, Su Lang opened his attribute panel. Properties panel. Name: Su Lang race. Human qualification level. Turbidity realm level. Quasi-sense attack level, 5 tribulations Wushan. Defensive level. Wushan of 5 tribulations Shenfa level. 5 tribulations Wushan endurance level. 4 tribulations Wushan spirit level. Realm of Sunshine mastering the exercises. The Infinite Heart Sutra, 10,000 Fas into 1. Unnamed, Xian level, founding activated system functions. 1 key practice function level 31, 1 key martial arts function level 31, clone dispatch function level 30, 1 key treasure hunt function level 30, 1 key alchemy function level 15, 1 key mixer function level 15, 1 key refinement function level 15, 1 key synthesis function level 15, 1 key initiation function level 10, 1 key decomposition function no level, as the technique still immortal. Would you like to name it? Forget it. The increase in combat power is pretty good. 1.5 small realm, almost ascending to the next level. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, then set his gaze on the immortal code of immortality. At the beginning, he chose this exercise method because he wanted to try to see if he could improve his aptitude. At this point, after the exercises were finished, he was about to try. Dare to use the name, Taichu, don't let me down. Su Lang showed expectation, then closed his eyes, and started to operate this immortal level technique. However, 1 hour passed. Pooh, lying on the peat, it's useless at all. It's a good idea to improve your qualifications. Su Lang couldn't help standing up and spitting, because his muddy body aptitude had not improved at all. It really doesn't move, there is no sign of improvement. Su Lang was almost out of anger. After a long time, he comforted himself, saying, even the immortal level exercises can't improve my aptitude. It seems that my aptitude must be very, very extraordinary. Maybe it's better than unparalleled, but it's just not reflected. Thinking like this in his heart, Su Lang himself didn't believe it. Quan should comfort myself. With a little disappointment, Su Lang looked at Burning Soul and Solitary Lamp Ju. The Burning Soul and Solitary Lamp Ju is a fairy-level practice involving the origin of the soul. It was obtained from Shaolution and has a long history. Its awesomeness lies in the ability to burn soul, to enhance the soul's origin. The origin of the soul is something that Su Lang has come into contact with so far. They are all means to consume soul origin. But apart from this burning soul, Su Lang had never heard of the means to enhance the soul's origin. This shows that this method is really rare, and the benefits are huge. However, the cost of using the burning soul is also very scary, and the spiritual power will directly drop to a large realm. This is really too difficult for other warriors to bear. But for Su Lang, the spiritual power of a great realm will soon be replenished after a sleep. This is not an exaggeration. Su Lang's one-key training speed is so fast that it only takes 10 hours to accumulate the spiritual power from the realm of sunshine to the realm of Kongani. Chapter 852, Burn the Soul. At this moment, his spiritual power has been accumulated, and he is waiting to burn his soul. It's a little scary to see the introduction of the exercises. Su Lang swallowed. He knew that burning soul must be so painful, the kind that hurts the soul. However, he had already decided. After hesitating for a while, Su Lang closed his eyes resolutely, and launched Theosul burning method. Suddenly, it seemed as if an invisible flame rose out of thin air from the sea of consciousness, burning the billions of silk ribbons hanging in the void, and marching madly toward the sunshine. In an instant, Shiri was burned, and the surface showed a melting state. And Su Lang himself made the first scream after coming to this world. Can't help it at all. It's so painful. Fortunately, the rooms are separated by formations, otherwise Su Lang's screams might spread throughout the land of the Three Saints. Time just disappeared little by little. 2 hours later, Su Lang was already limp on the ground, his clothes soaked in sweat. His complexion was very gray, his eyes were very loose, he looked like he was seriously injured. However, Su Lang did not faint anyhow. He got up from the ground, sat cross-legged on the futon, and began to see the sea inside. I saw sparse golden silk ribbons hanging in the void in the broad sea of knowledge, just condensing. The sunny sun, shining on the sea of consciousness directly becomes the luminous moon, with pits and craters on the surface, which is dark and unclear. It really dropped to a big realm directly. Fortunately, I have a key practice. The spiritual realm will be restored to the sun in a few hours. Su Lang took out some mental power pills, and immediately stopped caring about the sea. He took out more than 200 immortal level exercises, and while selecting the 7 exercises to be practiced next, he divided them into categories. 10 books and 10 were put together to prepare the emperor level exercises. In terms of rules, the rules I now understand have become more and more perfect. The rules that have not been understood are mostly derivative rules or unpopular rules that seem to be of little use. These rules, I only need to practice some synthetic holy level exercises to understand them, and there is no need to specifically select the fairy level exercises corresponding to the rules. The immortal level technique chosen this time should be focused on improving combat power. Su Lang pondered, and then chose 7 immortal swordsmanship. This is a complete set of fairy level swordsmanship collected by Honglian. 1 fairy level swordsmanship, only 1 move, 7 exercises, only 7 moves, very rare. The names are Broken Life and Death, Broken Yin and Yang, Broken 5 Elements, Broken Sun and Moon, Broken Heaven and Earth, Broken Void, Broken God Form. These 7 swords can be called breaking 10,000 magic with swords, and even have a hint of emperor level exercises. The first 3 swords dealt with the rules of life and death, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and its subsidiary rules. Just breaking the 5 elements will be able to do nothing. The last 4 swords and swords are all big kills. Breaking the sun and the moon is almost a long-range attack, and even the sun and the moon can be cut down with 1 sword. Breaking the world, it is a large-scale coverage attack, and it can be practiced to the extreme, or it can destroy a small world with 1 sword. Breaking through the void, specializing in the inner boundary of wuxia, invisible and without a trace, with a point of breaking the surface, practicing to the extreme, even the life and universe of Emperor Wu can pose a threat. Breaking the form of the gods, slashing the body and soul directly, the strongest single attack, a sword will destroy the gods. Originally I planned to use the source of the exercise technique to deduce my own moves. But with these 7 immortal level exercises, the deduction of moves has to be postponed again. I don't know how far the 7 swords can be if they are fused and cast. I'm afraid it is an emperor. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, showing some expectation. Immediately after, he placed these 7 exercises on the Wushu villain, and then his eyes on the 200 immortal level exercises. It's time to synthesize an emperor rank technique. Su Lang put the different types of exercises in front of him, a total of 23 piles, each with 10 books. System, Start Gong Method Synthesis. Su Lang picked up 10 of them and issued instructions. Chapter 853, Mingguang Wanji Emperor Jing, Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you will get the Emperor level exercise, Zhenyu Emperor Jing. With the appearance of the system prompt, a stubborn stone appeared in Su Lang's hands. This stubborn stone does not seem to be any different from the ordinary stone on the side of the road. But this is the original technique of Zhenyu Emperor Jing. The seemingly ordinary stone, every particle on it, every striped road, contains endless truths of laws. It is the rule of the road that returns to the basics and completely manifests in front of you. And the rule road that this exercise directly refers to is the road of power, just like the Emperor Phase without beginning sutra. However, the two are somewhat different. Dishang Wuxi Jing is completely biased towards offense, while Zhenyu Emperor Jing is biased towards defense, which is a technique that can be attacked and defended. The idea of his practice is to use force to control the universe, let him attack and not move. Simply put, it is an emperor-level technique that tends to increase defense power. Su Lang nodded silently. This fourth emperor-level exercise technique is a good exercise technique. Immediately after, Su Lang put the original exercises of Zhenyu Emperor Jing into the storage space, then took 10 exercises and continued to synthesize. Not long, the remaining 22 emperor-level exercises were also synthesized. Basically, they are all 3 types of emperor-level exercises of strength, 5 elements, and wind and thunder. However, Su Lang had been carefully classified, so he finally got a very special exercise. This book is called Mingguang 10,000 Realms Emperor Jing, which is a double avenue exercise method, pointing directly to the avenue of light and the avenue of radiation. The technique originally looked like a bright white pearl. Its light is soft and not dazzling, and it is like holding a warm light bulb in your hand. Su Lang pondered this exercise carefully, and immediately discovered its horror. This double Dao exercise has 2 forms, which can be divided into positive and negative. Once the frontal form is unfolded, infinite rays of light will be emitted, containing strange radiation energy, covering a huge area. All creatures that are shrouded will be given a positive state, and they will feel comfortable and multiply their combat power, which can speed up the healing of their injuries. But this frontal form is not only a positive state for friendly forces, it can also be used on enemies. Once the enemy is irradiated by that light, he will feel very comfortable, full of energy, and his combat power will increase sharply. However, if things go on like this, people who are not determined will involuntarily reverence, give up struggle, lay down their weapons, and worship the ground. This is a weird hypnosis, or assimilation, ability. It seems to be good for the other party, but in fact it has assimilated the other party as his own. This ability is simply against the sky. The negative forms of the exercises are somewhat abnormal and cruelly distorted. Once the practitioner casts it, it will immediately undergo a terrifying mutation, and may become 3-headed and 6-armed, or it may be like a ghost, or even a human form. Not only the appearance will change, but the inner mind will also be affected, becoming extremely frenzied and almost irrational. In short, if you develop a negative form, you will become ugly from the inside out. But the benefits are also super awesome. After unfolding the negative form, depending on the extent of the unfolding of the form, the combat power can be increased by 10 times 100 times, and you can master a tyrannical, radiation fire. This kind of radiant fire is also invisible and innocent, penetrating against the sky, and can almost ignore the enemy's magic defense. Once the enemy is burned by the radiation fire, it will not only be injured, but will also become as ugly as the person who uses it with unbearable pain. Moreover, the enemy will not increase its combat power, but will be greatly weakened, and will even drop from a large state to a large state. In that way, it is almost the same as being dead. This exercise is really awesome. The Shuang Dao exercise is better than the previous 4. Su Lang looked at the luminous beads in his hand, his eyes flashed with excitement. Suddenly, his expression changed, as if thinking of something. Chapter 854. It's incredible, the frontal form, radiating thousands of miles, makes the creatures put down their weapons, kneel on the ground, and enjoy the light. Hiss, how is this so similar to the legendary land of Buddha? In the legend, those Buddhas with great powers, don't they just go where they go? Where are the pure land, the land of Buddha? All creatures will no longer fight, live in peace, and worship the Buddha fanatically and worship. There are also negative forms, with 3 heads and 6 arms, strange shapes and evil spirits, which are very similar to the legendary Buddhas. Moreover, there is irradiation fire, which is invisible and innocent, making people extremely painful, but it only weakens its combat power and does not damage its life. Just keep him struggling in pain. Isn't this similar to the legendary karma fire? Those great evil spirits, don't they just want to fall into the asterisk of karma and suffer forever? Road of radiation, is it the root of ancient Buddhism? Radiation and Buddha can actually be linked together. This sounds nonsense, but when you think about it, radiation has a terrifying function, which is to induce mutation. Positive induction can make plants taller and more luxuriant, and when used on animals, it also has a positive effect. Isn't this the positive form of the Mingguang myriad realms? On the other hand, the negative form is to lead the mutation toward the negative. Those 3 heads and 6 arms, with black bumps on the top of the head, and even blue-faced fangs, don't they look like malignant mutations? This makes sense, it's incredible. The more Su Lang thought, his eyes widened and he looked incredible. However, he quickly came across. The blue star is the core fragment of the infinite realm. This is the real fragment of the transcendent world. Those ancient myths are probably true. It's just that the blue star separated as fragments, the spiritual energy declined, the path of cultivation was cut off, and those ancient legends were regarded as false myths. The legendary Buddha is probably a real existence on the land of the boundless realm, and has the power to become an emperor on the radiant road. Su Lang stared at the sky, and suddenly became very interested in the unreachable boundless world. Next, put away the Mingguang 10,000 Realms Emperor Jing carefully. Su Lang suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to refine the remaining 3 pieces of the Sky series, quasi-imperial soldiers. With the experience of refining Xiaohai and Xiaoyan, Su Lang's refining speed has become faster. Not long, the 3rd quasi-imperial soldier, the Sky Forest, is officially born. Its external appearance is the same as Xiaohai Xiaoyan, with 12 stems in a regular snowflake shape. However, its color is apple green. The spirit of the Sky Forest quickly jumped out, the same crystal bun appearance, as always, a little mentally retarded. Su Lang named him Xiaozhen, and threw it to Xiaohai and Xiaoyan. Anyway, there are too many lice and it doesn't itch. Xiaohai Xiaoyan is called Su Lang as ma, and it doesn't matter if one more Xiao Sen is added. Immediately after, Su Lang spent a little more time refining the mountain in the sky and the gold in the sky, and named them Hills and Little Gold, respectively. Now, the 5 minor mentally retarded are all alive. They faced Su Lang's face, lined up in a row in the order of birth, and flew around in front of Su Lang, constantly shouting, ma. Su Lang originally thought that he had seen it through, and he looked away. But seeing this scene, he still rolled his eyes weakly. Soon, Su Lang recruited 4 clones and asked them to take Xiaoyan, Xiaomori, Zhaoshan, and Xiaojin to the southeast, northwest and northwest. There are exactly 5 quasi-imperial soldiers in the Sky series. The center is guarded by the Sea of Sky, and the other 4 guard the southeast and northwest respectively. They are each other's horns, keeping the borders of Su Lang tight. Although the south is equivalent to the Grand Canyon of Death, there is no threat. But if he didn't guard him, Su Lang would feel that his back was empty and always uncomfortable. Maybe he has become a little cautious and steady. Chapter 855. Arrange the 5 elements imperial formation. It took a few minutes for Su Lang to arrange Xiaoyan's 4 quasi-imperial soldiers. The clone took the quasi-imperial soldiers and dispatched it, throwing it out, and letting it expand the protective range on its own. Not long after, the entire southern part of Kenglin continent was brought into Su Lang's hands. Including the Protoss farther southwest of the Fengaling tribe, the Grand Canyon of the south, the shore of the East China Sea, and the uninhabited glacier area in the west. In these 4 directions, there are actually many forces that Su Lang has not contacted. For example, to the west of the Yaoqi Saint clan, there are 3 rare Saint clan, each commanding some Protoss. They are poor and backward, and they are not well informed. However, those 3 holy races have martial sages anyway, and it is also known that Yaoqi and the only immortal race in the south have been included in the rule of Langdi. Therefore, they knew that they could not resist Su Lang, and had expressed their surrender heart long ago. It's just that Su Lang has been very busy and has not met them. At this time, the 5 quasi-emperor soldiers of the Sky series completely enveloped the south, and they were all included in Su Lang's rule. Of course, Su Lang did this series of things without telling others. And the barriers deployed by the 5 quasi-imperial soldiers in the Sky series have also become transparent, and almost no one has noticed the abnormality. Even if someone finds out, there are only a few, and they are all confused and don't know what happened. Su Lang still has a sense of accomplishment for the completion of the 5 quasi-imperial soldiers of the Sky series. However, the south is a bit barren after all. Warrior civilization lags behind the central part a lot, and is far behind the north. Although I won't stay in this small pond in the south for long, I still have to clean it up. First, the 5-element imperial formation is arranged for the quasi-imperial soldiers in the sky, and then the super spirit gathering formation. There's also a way to become a ***** for Li Shenyang to think about. I don't know how he did it. But before that, you have to synthesize the earned materials again. While thinking about it, Su Lang took out a lot of materials and began to synthesize. I have to say that the open city of Baiyu, Emperor City, is really too prosperous, and the materials are too rich. In less than a day, Su Lang had already earned countless materials. In addition to the previous surplus, the formation of the 5 sky quasi-imperial soldiers is completely sufficient. Soon, Su Lang walked out of the White Jade Immortal Palace with the synthesized materials and came to the top of the Sea of Sky. To set up the Emperor rank formation, let's start from the Sea of Sky. Su Lang was suspended high in the sky, and his mental power unfolded, covering the body of the sky and sea. Immediately after, success in one thought, a light flashed in Su Lang's eyes. The next moment, in the storage space, a large amount of Emperor-grade materials disappeared in pieces. One formation appeared out of thin air, like a chain linking one after another, and like a giant net spreading around the sky from the Sea of Sky. Not long, the place where the blue light of the Sea of Sky is full of formations. But this is only a part of it, it is just an imperial formation with water attributes. Su Lang immediately set off to the north, and set up an earth attribute united imperial formation for the Sky Mountain. Immediately, it was the fire attribute imperial array of the Flame of the Sky, the metallic imperial array of the Sky Gold, and the wood attribute imperial array of the Sky Forest. If this huge project is done by another Emperor-level mage, its construction period will be calculated in units of at least 100 years. But Su Lang only took tens of minutes to finish all the arrangements. I have to say, one thought forms a formation is really horrible. It takes no time to arrange the formation, and all the time is used by Su Lang on the road. At this time, the formation was completed, and the entire sky south of Kanglan continent was replaced by Su Lang's formation. If Emperor Wulian Wu saw such a huge combined formation, his eyes would fall out of shock. When the other Emperor Wu met, he would be so shocked that he couldn't speak. Because it is really huge. The imperial formations of other imperial clans also envelop the city of Emperor Wu. Its scope is equivalent to hundreds of Yaoqi holy cities at most. But Su Lang's formation has enveloped the entire land, more than thousands of Jade Lake holy cities. Chapter 856, 5 Elements Heaven. This is a real change of heaven. In this piece of sky formed by the 5 quasi-imperial soldiers and a set of unprecedented super-united imperial formations possesses unparalleled defensive power. Emperor Wu below rank 4 must never break through. Even the 4th rank Wudi who stepped into the middle level of Wudi could hardly break this sky. Like Red Lotus Emperor Wu, even if he mastered the terrifying Fire Avenue, he couldn't break this united imperial formation. This powerful sky barrier is called the 5 Elements Heaven. According to the words of Emperor Wulian, Emperor Wudi Yaojin and Emperor Tianian are at most 4-turned Emperor Wudi. With the 5 Elements Heaven, Emperor Wudi Yaojin and Emperor Tianian are no longer a threat to my lair. The warriors in my 5 Elements days have also been able to concentrate on training and grow stronger. Seeing the 5 Elements Heaven, created by his own hands covering the entire south under his feet, Su Lang couldn't help but smile. Next, it's the arrangement of the spirit gathering formation. Su Lang moved his gaze away from the 5 Elements sky, and cast it to the higher sky. There is a dazzling array of stars there, shining incomparably, billions of times more than the Milky Way in the blue star sky. The reason why it is called Heaven and Earth Reiki is because there are 2 main sources of Reiki. First, it is the Earth, which comes from the land of the Kanglan continent, and the land south of the Kanglan continent is relatively barren, so the aura is relatively thin. Secondly, it is the sky. From the sun, the moon and the stars in the sky, all places in the Kanglan continent are treated the same, they are all the same. My land in the south is itself defective. Even if you build a spirit gathering array on the ground, it is like a fairy palace spirit river, gathering the aura in one place. Although it is not killing chickens and eggs, it is equivalent to cutting the meat from your thighs to eat. In the long run, there will be no harm. Therefore, if you want Bailey to be harmless, you can only replenish the earth with the sky, take in the energy from the sky, and replenish the southern land. Su Lang is well acquainted with the basic laws of heaven and earth related to energy such as the rules of light, the radiation rules, and the rules of qi. He naturally knows what the spiritual energy in the sky is, how to guide it, and how to condense it for his own use. He quickly developed a formation method that could cover the surface of the 5 elements sky, continuously absorbing the energy of the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, and then transform it into pure aura of the sky, pour it into the 5 elements sky, for the martial artists to practice. Ha 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 ha. This formation is somewhat similar to the solar panels of the previous life. Unexpectedly, in this world, I actually embarked on the new energy path in a ghostly manner. The world is really amazing. Su Lang smiled, and then began to arrange the formation. This kind of energy concentrating formation, he called the xianxia spirit formation, is a fairy-level formation. The energy in the sky is difficult to absorb, so even the formation must be at the immortal level before it can be absorbed. It is not less difficult to lay out the xianxia spirit array than the 5 elements heaven. Because the 5 elements heaven is formed with the imperial rank formation as the core, the immortal rank formation and the holy rank auxiliary formation. As for the xianxia spirit formation, all of them are immortal level formations, covering the same area as the 5 elements heaven. In other words, Su Lang wants to set up a whole sky of heaven sensing spirit formation. Fortunately, he already knew that he was going to face this difficulty, so he designed the xianxia spirit array to be very large. An immortal level xianxia spirit array can cover the area of about 100 Jade Lake Holy City, which is already comparable to some small emperor level arrays. Su Lang only needs to arrange hundreds of thousands of immortal formations to complete this terrifying project. Hundreds of thousands of immortal formations. Fortunately, when I designed the celestial spirit formation, I also considered the material issue. The materials used in each formation are relatively small. However, the materials to be consumed are also terrifying. I am afraid that a lot of materials from the superhumanoid weapon project will be used. Su Lang licked his lips, and finally decided to arrange the heaven shooting spirit array first and move the superhumanoid weapon plan back. Anyway, the superhumanoid weapon still lacks so many parts, so I am not in a hurry. After making up your mind, Su Lang began to arrange the heaven shooting spirit array. Chapter 857. The southern land cheered. Just like arranging the 5 elements heaven, it only takes tens of minutes to arrange all the heaven shooting spirit formations. Both the 5 elements heaven and the xianxia spirit array are transparent. In the eyes of ordinary warriors, it seems that they don't exist. They can clearly see the sun, moon and stars in the sky, and even floating clouds through the formation barriers. People have become accustomed to these as usual, but, suddenly, many people discovered that the sun, moon, and stars in the sky seemed to be dimmed a lot. The unknowing martial sages, quasi-immortals, and even the martial immortals under Su Lang's command changed drastically. How is this going? The sky has changed. Is it because the Jingtian continent has come over? Impossible. If the Jingtian continent starts a war, it is impossible for us Wudi on the Kanglan continent to not know. Yes, our Kanglan continent is not without spies in the Jingtian continent. There are some changes in the Jingtian continent, and it is absolutely impossible to hide from the Emperor Wu. Then, what the asterisk is going on? Go, fly up and have a look. Quote. Suddenly, a strong man rose from the ground and flew into the sky. Among them, in addition to Zhu Xian and Wu Sheng, Zhu Xian, Hong Shu, Xingtai and other Wu Xian are on the list. Their speed was very fast, and a few breaths turned into tiny black spots in the sky. But just when everyone wanted to continue flying upwards, they bumped their heads on a barrier of formation. This is the formation barrier. God, what kind of formation is this? I ran into it and it didn't move at all. Who has set up the formation? Why is it set up in our sky? These formations are too horrible. Whether Emperor Wudi can arrange them, Lord Langdi should have arranged them. It turns out that Lord Langdi arranged it. I don't know why this formation is arranged in the sky. This formation is indestructible. Is it used for defense? No, it's too high unless it can connect to the ground, but how high it is? This formation has been extended beyond the scope of my mental detection. I don't know how wide it is. This must be a super giant formation. Don't speculate about the Emperor's intentions. I will know if I wait to ask Shenyang, Wangfu and other adults. Quote. After everyone guessed, they got the correct answer. But they still didn't know what Su Lang meant for this formation. In the persuasion of some people, everyone flew to the ground. But did not wait for them to land. Su Lang's voice came. The deity Su Lang. The deity refines the 5 elements of quasi-imperial soldiers in the sky, and arranges the 4-turn imperial formations to guard the southeast, northwest, and Middle Earth, covering all areas in the south. Since this time, All parts of the south have been guarded by the imperial formations and quasi-imperialist soldiers, so there is no need to worry about foreign invasion. In addition to this, the deity refines the celestial spirit formation, ingests the aura of the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars, and pours it back into the southern land to increase the concentration of the aura. You can cultivate as a good student to meet the battle of the mainland. Su Lang's voice spread across the entire southern land through the 5 elements imperial array. Countless people know the great achievements of Langdi. Countless warriors of different races are all cheering. Langdi, from then on, Emperor Wu will guard me too. Langdi, it is said that he ruled more than a dozen powerful saints, as well as a great immortal clan, also kneeling at his feet. I am now a warrior under Langdi's command. I heard that the Langdi was very generous. What exchange houses have been established in various places? It is said that low-level materials can be exchanged for high-level materials. I've always wanted to see it, but there are hostile races all around, and I can't leave the population at all. Now everyone is attached to Lord Langdi, they are their own people, and the race dispute will stop. Lord Langdi is really great. With one person, he can stop the world's disputes and bring the Baekhyun race into one. He is the first true emperor of our southern continent. Langdi dominates the south, and he has refined 5 quasi-imperial soldiers, established the imperial formation, and ingested the spiritual energy of the sky for us to practice. It is really convincing. I even feel that the aura around me has become stronger. It is indeed the imperial formation established by Lord Langdi. Langdi is really the benefactor of our billions of warriors. It's not just our martial artist, the aura becomes stronger, and all creatures are good. Emperor Lang, this is the common people, isn't it? From now on, I will bow down to Dongfang and pray for Langdi. Quote. Chapter 858, Complete Homecoming. The warriors talked a lot and were extremely excited. Because the bottom warriors are the most, they don't know much about the imperial soldiers and imperial formations. They only know how powerful they are, but don't know how powerful they are. Therefore, they are more concerned about the changes that have occurred or are about to occur around them. For example, the war with neighboring races will stop because of the great unification. For example, the aura around them will become stronger. For example, there is a chance to go to the legendary exchange house. Relative to the bottom warriors, the high-level warriors were stunned. People like Li Shenyang, Wang Fukan, Yaoqi Yanfa, as well as Xingtai Wushan, Zushan, Hongshu and other Wushan, were all shocked to speak. They never expected that their lord had refined the 5 quasi-emperor soldiers without saying a word, and also arranged the imperial formation. While guarding the south, they also ingested the spiritual energy of the sky and poured it back into the earth. Quasi-imperial soldiers. There were 4 more in one go. The super-large imperial formation enclosed the entire south directly, and even a small village in the Gada has been guarded. There is also a formation method for ingesting the aura of the sky, which also covers the entire southern land. Oh my god, how long will it take to complete such a magnificent project? Lord Langdi spent countless treasures and precious time while they were happily cultivating, silently and painstakingly doing so much for the creatures on the southern land. How great this is! Many warriors, such as Wang Fukan and others, instantly reddened their eyes and knelt down facing the white jade fairy palace. Zhu Xian, Hongshu and other warriors who were compelled by the situation and lured by their interests to worship Su Lang's subordinates were also moved with tears in their eyes. It turned out that he was such a Langdi. While mysterious and powerful, so generous, so kind, so selfless. The warriors who worshipped Su Lang's subordinates such as the Tuantianlu and Wuxia clan, they surrendered their souls, and they were indeed able to do things faithfully, but there were more or less knots in their hearts. But at this time, it was all frozen. Everyone, completely home, everyone's emotions seemed to be different. Having that cult and fanatical soul has more enthusiasm, haha, good thing. Su Lang, who had returned to the White Jade Immortal Palace, immediately sensed the changes in the hearts and minds of everyone, and couldn't help but smile. Su Lang accepted the fanatical worship of everyone with peace of mind. It is indeed easy for him to refine the quasi-imperial soldiers and arrange the formations without any hard work, but his intentions are not fake. Su Lang also sincerely hoped that the southern land, where he stopped, would become better and better. And his plan to change the southern land is not over yet. Li Shenyang. With a smile on his face, Su Lang summoned Li Shenyang. The next servant worships the Lord. As soon as Li Shenyang appeared, he knelt down without saying anything. At this time, he was almost in a state of insane fanaticism. Woke up, Su Lang smiled faintly. What happened to the godlike method I asked you to ponder? Damn the servant, I only thought of a little bit for the time being. Li Shenyang refused to get up, with his head on the ground, ashamed and dying. Just have a clue. Go down and keep thinking about it. Su Lang smiled and said, by the way, let Wang Fuqin return to Lanxing and bring back some Wushengs who have broken through but are temporarily unable to make progress. These martial sages will be arranged in the 4 sky quasi-imperial soldiers, or guard some cities. In addition, these martial sages can also make the small races in the remote areas more clearly and more truly experience the rule of Su Lang. The name of Langdi will become more popular. After Li Shenyang left, Su Lang was going to find Chu Xiaobei to see how she, Rushui and Shenxian would react when they saw themselves. Besides, there is one more thing to do to Chu Xiaobei. Chapter 859, Return to the Realm of the Sun. But as soon as Su Lang stood up, he was stunned. A system reminder came to his mind. It turned out that the spiritual power realm dropped due to the burning of the soul can already be restored to the level of the sun. Tisk tusk, my cultivation speed is fast. If you change someone else, you will not have to practice hard for tens of millions of years before you can recover. Su Lang thought happily, and immediately issued instructions, breaking through the spiritual realm. In an instant, Su Lang's spiritual power state was restored to the sun. In the sea of consciousness, dense golden silk ribbons hang in the void, and the sun shines like the sun over the entire spiritual world. However, it is still a bit worse than before. After all, Su Lang's previous spiritual realm had reached the peak of Shiri, and he had just restored the realm of Shiri at this time. I will burn souls once again when my spiritual energy cultivation base is accumulated to the peak. Su Lang thought silently. He experienced a soul burning, and besides the painful death to life, he also felt great benefits. His current state of spiritual power is equivalent to the level of the first day of the sun, but he can already catch up with the time he has not burned his soul. It is conceivable that when the cultivation level becomes a little higher, he will definitely be able to surpass his previous self. Moreover, the growth of the soul's origin is still not obvious, and the effect has not been prominent. After burning the soul a few more times, I must be able to see a significant special effect. Burning souls and burning souls are quite a sign of nirvana rebirth, and they are getting stronger and stronger. I expected it. Su Lang smiled, then his body moved, spreading his mental power, and found Chu Xiaobei's third daughter. They were sitting around the table 3 times, teasing the 5 spirits on the table. Those weapon spirits are like crystal buns, each with Su Lang's face, jumping around on the table, who is not the weapon spirit of the 5 quasi-emperor soldiers. Su Lang was not surprised as to why the 4 quasi-emperor weapon spirits that had been thrown to the southeast, northeast and northwest were here. Because he knew that the quasi-imperial soldiers must have used the super major formation of Wuxingtian as their communication channel. A passage, it gave me some inspiration. In the previous life, the Emperor Shi's book had the same text, the cars had the same track, and the unified weights and measures. I ruled the southern land of the Kenglin continent, and it is time to strengthen the communication, unify the writing, language and even various weights and measures. Su Lang touched his chin and smiled slightly. At this time, the southern land had just unified, containing hundreds of different races. Because the land is too wide to imagine, even a small race has a sphere of influence comparable to a continent on the blue star. Every small race is so big, and the big race is even wider. The place is too big, everyone has their own center, and is full of hostility to the surroundings. Even if it is not hostile, they basically stay away from each other. Therefore, the various races are very indifferent to cross-racial communication. This is why Su Lang finally found a ragged super teleportation formation in the Fengaling clan. The transportation is inconvenient, and the cultures of different ethnic groups are becoming more and more independent. Except for the common language in the martial arts, other aspects are almost different. Except for a few of these races, they share a common language, and most of them use their own language and customs. The huge gap between language and customs has created a strong obstacle to the exchange of civilizations of all ethnic groups. The history of Kenglin continent is more than thousands of years. But in such a long time, the progress of martial arts civilization has been very weak. This is the result of each other behind closed doors. The transportation construction in the southern land is very simple. As long as the ready-made 5-element sky is used, a perfect transportation network can be set up. Through this transportation network, people can travel from the extreme west to the extreme east in an instant. As a result, all geographical barriers will disappear, and hundreds of races will be in close contact. And this is also the basis for me to unify the language, weights and measures, and even customs. If I unify the language, so that all races in the southern land can communicate, civilizations can merge and progress. Although this is not a benefit that can be seen in the short term, when the benefits become prominent, I don't know how far I have reached. But this move, driven by time, will surely bring earth-shaking changes to the southern land. Perhaps, in the distant future, the center of Kanglan continent will no longer be the north, but the south, which is regarded as barren. And I will be like the first emperor on the blue star, whose name will be engraved in everyone's heart forever. Su Lang thought about it, as if seeing the scene where the southern land was completely integrated from the outside to the inside, his smile couldn't help but become brighter. With this clue, we will face a problem. Chapter 860. Ancient books 2000 years ago, so, which language should I use? Wuxian clan, Autumn Water, Yaoqi, Biu, Tianyan. No, I am the leader of the human race, and I should carry forward the civilization of my human race. To be precise, it is my great Chinese civilization. Those beautiful words, beautiful poems, and beautiful music will spread all over the southern land. I am afraid that this task will be difficult to complete by myself. As I dominate the south, I should let the race that belong to me appear in the eyes of everyone. I don't know what kind of sparks the blue star culture will collide with the culture of these hundreds of races. There was a strong expectation in Su Lang's heart. However, he was still going to see Chu Xiaobei and the others first, and moved back the idea that he had thought up temporarily. Xiaobei, like snow, slender. With a thought, Su Lang directly used the space rules to come to the three women not far away. Looking at the girls with their own characteristics sitting around the table, Su Lang's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a touch of evil charm. I don't see you for a day, like 3 autumns, I really miss it. Ah, great pervert power. Brother Su Lang, you are here. Brother Su Lang, come sit down. When Chu Xiaobei, Rushui and Xianxian saw Su Lang, they were immediately surprised, and an expression of excitement appeared on their small faces. Su Lang was very happy about this. Come to think of it, the three of them must also know that they have refined the quasi-imperial soldiers and arranged the grand deeds of the 5 elements heaven. They must adore me more so that they are so excited, hee. But the next moment, come here, little Salong, please greet Mama. Chu Xiaobei stood up and shouted at the 5 crystal buns with an excited expression on his face. Rushui and Xianxian also smile with inexplicable excitement. Okay, what the hell, Xiao Su Lang. Hearing this, Su Lang couldn't help but trembled. What the hell, what have these 3 women taught Qi Ling? Just when Su Lang was stunned, the crystal buns, headed by Xiao Hai, lined up neatly on the table, facing Su Lang's face, shouting in unison, Ma Ma Ruyi, Ma Ma Jishang, urchin, cross. This is so poisonous. Su Lang rolled his eyes and almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. This is so special, what's going on, how can there be the style of court drama? I'm so generous, ha 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 ha. It seems that Brother Su Lang has indeed read the ancient books of Blue Star's ancient times. Seeing Su Lang, the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei couldn't help but roll their eyes and laughed happily. What are you guys? Su Lang covered his forehead with a speechless face. Frankly explain, what on earth did you see and what messy things did you teach the spirits? An ancient book from Blue Star 2000 years ago. Last time I bought it with Rushui Xianxian when we were shopping at Blue Star. It's so thick. Moreover, the book is still an isolated copy, it is about to decay, we hurriedly carved it into the jade slip. While talking, Chu Xiaobei took out a jade slip and handed it to Su Lang. Blue Star's ancient book 2000 years ago, isn't it the age before my rebirth? That kind of court style, could it be? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he turned over the jade slip with mental strength, and he suddenly stagnated. Sure enough, it really is a female frequency Gongdu online novel from a previous life. Su Lang felt that his whole body was not well. How, does it look good? Chu Xiaobei smiled. I heard Wang Fukan say that there are a lot of dug up on the Blue Star, and we are going to buy it soon. Looks great. Su Lang couldn't bear to sweep the 3 women's happiness, and the corners of his mouth twitched and said, "However, you still have to focus on cultivation, you know. Know it. Anyway, this book is not long, and you can finish reading it with a sweep of mental strength." Chu Xiaobei looked disapproving. This kind of interesting book is also a kind of mediation in the boring life of cultivation. Exactly. Sister Xiaobei is right. Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian immediately agreed. These two good girls have been following Chu Xiaobei for a long time, and they have begun to hide. Chapter 861. Why don't you praise me? No, I have to find an opportunity to educate. Su Lang thought this way, and then planned to persuade the three women again. But Chu Xiaobei suddenly smiled. I plan to read more of such an interesting book, and then write a lot of books, so as to benefit the world's warriors. The corner of Su Lang's eyes twitched, and he almost spewed out another mouthful of old blood. This Nima, where is the warrior who will benefit the world? Is it to poison the world warrior? But seeing Chu Xiaobei's serious look, Su Lang felt that he couldn't persuade him to come back. Oh, forget it. Anyway, just to enrich the spiritual life, let her go. Su Lang curled his lips helplessly, and immediately thought, unexpectedly, a lot of things from Blue Star 2000 years ago have been passed on to the present. I don't know if the sand sculptures on the internet have survived. If they were spread to the Kanglan continent, what kind of scenery would it look like? Thought of this, Su Lang suddenly changed his expression. Network. Internet virtual network. For Su Lang, the term internet is also only used in his previous life. 2000 years ago, the spiritual energy was revived, the world changed drastically, technology was hit hard, the cultivation civilization rose, and the internet disappeared, but now Su Lang already has the ability to rebuild the network. Wu Xingtian, a giant array covering all wilds and wastes, can not only build a transportation network covering the entire territory, but also a virtual network. Of course, the nature of this virtual network is completely different from the previous life. Its principle has 2 points, the formation method and the spiritual power of the warrior. Directly use your mental power as a network cable, connect the port of the formation, and access the virtual network. I'll go, this is absolutely okay. Su Lang widened his eyes, touched his chin, and thought to himself, the construction of a virtual network, coupled with the transportation network, can definitely make the spread and integration of civilization reach an abnormal level. However, virtual networks are naturally harmful, for fear that warriors are addicted to the internet and become lazy in their practice. Moreover, this will also completely spread the human civilization, including the Blue Stars, ancient civilization, more than 2000 years ago. Some of the civilization of the era where I was in my previous life will also be passed down, those novels, paragraphs, etc. I don't know what will happen to the Kanglan continent, which has a simple folk customs and only seeks the way of a martial artist. Aside, Chu Xiaobei, Rushui and Shenxian couldn't help being confused when they saw Su Lang's stunned look. Hey, Su Lang, I said I want to write a book, why don't you praise me? Chu Xiaobei asked with a dissatisfied face, pouting her mouth. Amount. Good ideal. The book is very good, I support you. Su Lang came back to his senses, said with a smile on his face, but secretly said in his heart, if the virtual network is really established, labor and capital will pull 100 boasting groups for you, and boast that you will take off. HMPH, this is almost the same. Chu Xiaobei raised her chin proudly, revealing a slender and graceful collarbone. Seeing this, Su Lang couldn't help taking another look, and then glanced down. This woman is good except for a little skinny. Look at this watery eyes and tender body, so greedy, suckling. Brother Su Lang, what are you looking at? The voices of Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian came one after another, with a hint of playfulness in the soft and soft. Not good. I'm afraid I'm going to fall into the Asura field. Su Lang secretly said something bad, and said with a smile, it's nothing, just see if your cultivation base has grown. Brother Su Lang can really laugh. It's only 2 or 3 days since you taught us the cultivation base last time. Shenxian and I haven't mastered our strength, where can we grow? That's right, the look in Su Lang's eyes just now seemed to be unstoppable even with immortal weapon level clothes. Don't know what you are looking at. Ji Rushui and Mirong Slim had a playful look, they sang and made peace, their eyes gleaming. Of course, they are not eating Chu Xiaobei's jealousy. They have long been on the line with Chu Xiaobei, and they have learned skin. At this time, they just wanted to tease Su Lang. Chapter 862, The Three Daughters, aha. I just see if your control of power has improved. Su Lang laughed and thought to himself, sure enough, have you learned how to hide? If you dare to tease me, I will tear up your clothes and see enough. The old good girl is a little skinny, and Su Lang wants to correct it. Fortunately, Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian were slightly affected by Chu Xiaobei, and they were still good girls in essence. Therefore, he ridiculed Su Lang for one round, and immediately became obedient in the second round. That's it, brother Su Lang, although we haven't fully mastered our power yet, we no longer can step on the ground with one foot and defeat the city wall with one punch. Brother Su Lang, we are not good, we have controlled such a powerful force in such a short time. The two women grinned and asked Su Lang for credit, acting like a baby. Good, amazing. Su Lang smiled and nodded, secretly asking, what have you done? The earth was trampled through, the city wall was broken, which city did you harm? Of course, Su Lang just thought about it, he wouldn't question the two good girls Rushui and Shenxian. This is all the credit of Sister Xiaobei. Sister Xiaobei said that blocking is worse than sparse, instead of forcibly restraining, it is better to release your strength to your heart's content. So we went to an abandoned city and practiced the moves there. It was very enjoyable. Ji Rushui looked like she was falling into memories, and there was a hint of obsession in her smile. Chu Xiaobei on the side showed a triumphant expression. Is this girl obsessed with power? In the future, you won't become a horrible existence that looks like a petite loli, but is actually a strange girl. Su Lang thought about it, and then looked at Murong Shenxian, with a similar look. They suddenly gained powerful strength, breaking the mountains and rivers and smashing the earth. Perhaps they would really be addicted by the refreshing feeling. This situation has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that they can motivate them to practice hard and gain strength. The downside is that she may become the strange girl in Su Lang's imagination, the **** of destruction girl. With their two well-behaved personalities, the possibility of becoming a destroyer girl is too low. Su Lang thought to himself, therefore, there are still more benefits, I'm thinking about it too much. Soon, Su Lang smiled and said, Xiaobei will take you to practice and master your strength. This is very good, but you must also pay attention to your own mentality. You must be stable and restrain the desire to destroy. Yeah, I know. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian nodded obediently. Chu Xiaobei smiled triumphantly. Su Lang, don't worry, I will teach you like snow and slender. All right, Su Lang nodded, his gaze glanced over the 5 crystal buns and spirits, his heart said, I hope you can teach more. Soon, Su Lang looked straight and said, I have refined the 5 elements quasi-emperor soldiers, arranged the 5 elements heaven, and brought the entire southern land under his command. Soon, I will move the human race to the Kanglan continent. As my native clan, in the eyes of the world, the human clan will be a great emperor, and one cannot do without a powerful martial immortal. Although Yuong and Kongshu are quasi-emperors, they are not humans. I want humans to have Wushan and quasi-emperors. I want the world to know that the human race is as powerful as I am alone. Su Lang, you refined 5 quasi-imperial soldiers. Brother Su Lang, you have arranged the 5 elements heaven. What is the 5 elements heaven? Brother Su Lang, you actually have the entire southern land in your bag, so amazing. Brother Su Lang, are you going to move the human race to the Kanglan continent? We will definitely become stronger and not let other races look down upon the human race. When the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei heard Su Lang's words, their faces were shocked, their eyes glowed, and they looked like little fans. Lying down, the whole world knows it, and you have to tell me personally to know. The reason why I came to you was to see how you adore me, but you realized in hindsight that I really can't laugh or cry. Su Lang murmured in his heart, still looking serious on the surface. After a pause, Su Lang said, yes, the southern land is unified by me, and the human race is about to settle in. You can't be looked down upon, you must have Wushan Zudi. The 3 of you, and xianxia, are my established candidates. Before that, I will improve your realm and combat power as soon as possible. Chapter 863, You just marry me. In fact, there is a personal choice, that is Li Shenyang. But Li Shenyang didn't need Su Lang to deliberately improve his strength. In addition to being a servant, Li Shenyang is also a special clone of Su Lang, and his combat power will always follow Su Lang's pace. Of course, His combat power is only Su Lang's daily combat power, not the combat power after the outbreak. At this time, what? Is there still me? Chu Xiaobei's expression moved, and he hesitated. I'm from the Xuanyu clan. Do not. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he smiled. You are a human now. Well, you just treat yourself as marrying me. Bah! What nonsense, pervert. Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang fiercely, as if I was about to explode. But Su Lang looked at her just like she was. Her big beautiful eyes clearly didn't get angry at all. Damn, the ill-spoken integrity is committed again. Ha ha. Su Lang smiled, and then said, now with me, you are the closest to Wushan, so I still have to give priority to improving your strength. Are you going to instill rules in me again? Chu Xiaobei's eyes lit up and he was quite excited. Correct. Su Lang smiled and nodded. Chu Xiaobei has received Su Lang's 2 rules installation, plus the rules he has mastered. So far he has mastered more than 20 rules. This level is 1 in a million among the quasi-immortals. If an ordinary quasi-immortal could reach this step, he could wake up with a smile in his dreams, and he would have broken through to Wushan a long time ago. However, Chu Xiaobei wanted to become an emperor, and even becoming an emperor was not the ultimate goal. Above Emperor Wu, there are also the Great Emperor, Godless level, and the Realm of the Beginning. That is the pinnacle of martial arts. To chase the pinnacle of martial arts, you must have a deep enough foundation. Ordinary quasi-immortals become immortals by virtue of a few rules. Although they seem to be powerful, they are like rootless duckweed between heaven and earth, and there is never the possibility of becoming an emperor. There must be sufficiently perfect rules in order to cross the moat and become Emperor Wu. Su Lang knew that the Emperor Wu, who was the best in the history of Kanglan continent, had 49 rules to become immortals. That person was the Emperor Wu, who was one of the inheritances of the Emperor's foot forbidden ground, and he became the Emperor by virtue of his adventures. To help Chu Xiaobei lay a perfect foundation for Su Lang, dozens of rules are definitely not enough. However, it is not necessary to comprehend all the 3,600 rules. 3,600 is an imaginary number, and the rules of the world are far more than that. In addition to the main rules, there are countless derivative rules, and there is not much need to understand these derivative rules. Because at the stage of Wushan, you can fill the inner boundary of Wushan with matter from the boundless universe, and develop towards the direction of life universe. This substance refers to everything that exists in the world, such as earth, metal, air, water and fire. In the process of filling, those unfamiliar derivative rules that have not yet been comprehended will gradually be perfected, and they will be comprehended when the time comes. Of course, even if you break through Emperor Wu and form the universe of life, it does not mean you have understood all the rules of the world. Emperor Wu became emperor with various avenues, and his universe of life differed greatly according to his avenues. For example, the life universe of the avenue of fire must focus on the rules of the fire system. Flames are everywhere in the life universe, and all kinds of flames, and even creatures are flames. This is a shallow, humble, and incomplete universe. Compared with the boundless universe, Emperor Wu's universe of life is full of loopholes. However, Emperor Wu was also a member of the insignificant creatures. Compared with the universe of life in the boundless universe, it was too difficult to be a human being. Moreover, Emperor Wu was the first step to step into the realm of the Creator. If you can continue to walk and reach the end, maybe the universe of life will turn into a second infinite universe. Closer to home. In Su Lang's view, if Chu Xiaobei has the potential to go on and reach the end, he should understand 360 rules in the quasi-immortal stage. These rules include dozens of main rules, as well as more than 300 unfamiliar rules and important derivative rules that are difficult to comprehend. At this time Su Lang had already comprehended the main rules, only the unreliable rules and derivative rules. At this point, Su Lang was already preparing and had a plan. After the 7 complete sets of immortal sword art were completed, he would start the plan. What's right now? It is to help Chu Xiaobei understand the rules and lay a solid foundation. In addition to instilling rules, there is one other thing. Wait a moment. Su Lang looked at Chu Xiaobei, who was ready, smiled, and then stretched out his right hand against her smooth forehead. Chapter 864. Evolution. Flying Fairy. Chu Xiaobei closed his eyes, waiting to receive the rules, and by the way felt the temperature from Su Lang's hands. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. In the beginning, he was an ordinary martial emperor, but now he has become the ruler of the southern part of the Kanglan continent. Looking back, it has only been a few months from the beginning to the present, which is incredible. Thinking like this in her heart, Chu Xiaobei felt a strange force of rules transmitted from Su Lang's hands, and immediately stopped thinking about it, condensed her mind, and held her breath. Not long. The first rule is transmitted. The rules of life. It turns out to be so advanced, such a mysterious and obscure rule. This guy still can't make sense as always. Chu Xiaobei sighed in her heart that if she were to comprehend the power of these mysterious rules, she might not be able to comprehend it for tens of thousands or 100,000 years, at this time. The second rule was instilled in Su Lang's palm again. Then, Article 3, Article 4, up to Article 10, such a short time for a cup of tea. With the help of Su Lang, Chu Xiaobei comprehended 10 rules and saved dozens of millions of years of hard cultivation. You consolidate it first. Also, give me Xiaobai. Su Lang smiled at Chu Xiaobei, then looked at Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian. Give me both of you flying treasures. Brother Su Lang is going to help us upgrade the flying treasure. Ji Rushui said excitedly, yes, we are all quasi-immortals, my cotton candy is no longer applicable. I also think my pink wings fly too slowly. Marong Shenxian said in sympathy, I might as well fly in the air by myself. Chu Xiaobei was taken aback for a moment. Is there another thing you said, is to promote our flying treasure? This is just taking advantage of your free time to consolidate your cultivation base, and make time for promotion. Su Lang smiled, the other thing is to give you a surprise, just wait, hee. Mysterious. Chu Xiaobei rolled her eyes slightly, but she couldn't help but become curious. Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian looked at each other and said in unison, Brother Su Lang, what about us? Some, rain and dew. Su Lang smiled and nodded, then took the 3 women's flying treasures. The first piece, the high-level sacrificial artifact, Xiaobai, is a white phoenix, noble and elegant, and is full of immortality. The second piece is Ji Rushui's pink marshmallow, a top artifact with a lot of functions. The third piece, the translucent pink wings flying treasure of Marong Slim, is also a top artifact. These 3 flying treasures carefully refined by Su Lang at the time were already behind and could not keep up with the pace of the 3 women. Now the 3 girls are all quasi-immortals. If it's an elementary fairy, it should be able to barely control it. After all, these 3 treasures have taken into account the cultivation of the 3 women, can use energy spar as energy, and also have the function of automatic driving. If it is promoted to the immortal level, with the device spirit, its ability to autopilot is absolutely superb, and there is no need for users to worry about it. Su Lang thought about it, and immediately began to promote these 3 treasures. After a few breaths, the 3 flying treasures in Su Lang's hand have all become primary fairy artifacts. For Su Lang at this time, the cost of the materials was nothing short of drizzle. Let's look at 3 primary fairy artifacts. Their appearance has basically not changed, and the types of functions have not changed, but their strength has increased more than thousands of times. Moreover, the Qi Ling was born. In Su Lang's eyes, these 3 flying treasures all possess the breath of life, and belong to a special kind of creature. Because the refining method of these 3 flying treasures still uses parts to splice, Su Lang is a little worried that their spirits will be wrong. I saw a dumpling-like spirit flying out of the 3 primary fairy artifacts. Awesome. Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian couldn't help but their eyes burn when they saw the cute dumpling spirit. When Xiao Hai and the other 5 spirits on the table saw them, they yelled with excitement, and they were going to meet these 3 new companions. Chapter 865. Time to tell you but the next moment. I will not let you harm these 3 pure spirits. Su Lang stretched out his hand and Xiao Hai and other Qi Ling disappeared from his fingertips. At this time, so cute. Ji Rushui had already held the spirit of the marshmallow fairy and felt its aura. Marong Shenxian also held the spirit of the pink wing fairy in his palm, looking like a pet. As for Xiao Bai's spirit, he flew onto Chu Xiaobei's head, who was closing his eyes and consolidating, and lay softly on top of Chu Xiaobei's head. The 3 spirits did not chirp or behave strangely. They were all well behaved. It seems that there is nothing wrong. However, according to the rules summarized, all fairy artifacts with spliced parts are slightly mentally retarded. Su Lang frowned slightly, and immediately stretched his eyebrows. How did I forget that although these 3 flying treasures were spliced with parts, they didn't use many parts. This makes their mental retardation very, very mild, even without mental retardation. Thinking of this, Su Lang was immediately relieved. But he didn't know, he was too early to be relieved. At this time, seeing the 3 spirits as no problem, Su Lang returned the flying treasure to the 3 women. When Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian got the fairy-level flying treasure, they suddenly looked like little girls receiving gifts. They were extremely happy. They named their flying fairy spirits, Xiaomian and Xiaofen. Then the 2 immediately urged the flying treasure to fly into the sky. Ah, so fast, brother Su Lang, so fast, so exciting. Rushui and Shenxian screamed with excitement, driving the flying fairy through the air. The speed of the flying fairy can be faster, almost 2 or 3 times that of the ordinary primary wuxian, and dozens of times that of the quasi-xian. Rushui and Shenxian controlled the flying fairy to fly everywhere, almost like teleporting. Su Lang looked at the 2 from below, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not long, Rushui and Shenxian had enough play, so he took the flying fairy and returned to Su Lang. It just so happened that Chu Xiaobei had already consolidated. In fact, to consolidate, it is better to adapt to new forces. It's a step further from the immortal level. Chu Xiaobei opened his eyes, revealing his excitement. Immediately after, she felt the soft dumpling spirit above her head, and couldn't help but feel happy. Has Xiaobai been promoted to the fairy rank? Great! Chu Xiaobei pulled Xiaobai Qi Ling from her head, flattening it and rounding it with surprise on her face. His movements were very skilled. Hey, why are you so skilled? Su Lang smiled inwardly. Could it be that he often does breast enhancement massage for himself? Or did it for Rushui and Shenxian? Thinking of that scene, Su Lang couldn't help but show evil charm. Humph, Su Lang, what do you think? Chu Xiaobei seemed to feel Su Lang's strange gaze, snorted arrogantly, and then threw Qi Ling into the body of the fairy. Aha, nothing, Su Lang said. Haha, it's time to tell you what I said before. What's the matter? Not only Chu Xiaobei, Rushui and Shenxian also approached with curiosity. Come on, Beckham, stretch your head out. Su Lang beckoned with a mysterious expression on his face. What are you going to do? Chu Xiaobei was uncertain, but still stretched his head over. Immediately, she found that Su Lang put his hand on her forehead again. Do you want to instill rules again? Chu Xiaobei was taken aback. Why didn't you instill it all at once before? Rushui and the slender face looked at each other, but also confused. Not instilling rules, but techniques. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and gave instructions to the system in his heart. The system instilled a Ice Jade Fairy Yuan Junlu to the designated object. Ding! The empowerment function is activated. Next moment, Chu Xiaobei felt that a large amount of information appeared out of thin air in his mind, and without waiting for a closer inspection, it merged into the depths of his soul. It was instantly clear at a glance. This is Frozen Jade Fairy Yuan Junlu. Chu Xiaobei was surprised. I actually mastered this immortal level technique in an instant, and my proficiency reached the perfect level. Chapter 866. Use exercises to empower. It's not just the consummation level. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Look carefully. It's not just perfection level. Chu Xiaobei glared at him. It was already the limit for the secret path technique to reach consummation. Could it be better? However, she still listened to Su Lang's words and carefully checked the Frozen Jade Immortal Yuan Junlu. Upon closer inspection, Chu Xiaobei immediately noticed the difference. It's really not just a complete level. The true meaning and mystery that I have mastered are more profound and perfect than those recorded in the classics. Chu Xiaobei opened her mouth in surprise. This is a brand new realm of proficiency. A new level of proficiency. Rushui and Shenxian were also extremely surprised. Not bad, Su Lang smiled. This level of proficiency is Cultivation level. Founding level, is it the limit that the founder of the exercise technique can practice too? Yes, in addition to the original Emperor level exercises, the rest of the exercises will more or less be incomplete or deleted during the circulation process. Only the founder version is the most complete version at the beginning. Chu Xiaobei's voice trembled with excitement, and his gaze at Su Lang was even more burning. She had been curious about the medicine sold in Su Lang gourd before. At this time, I felt very pleasantly surprised, and there was a little happiness. Rushui and Shenxian also knew that the true record of the Frozen Jade Immortal Yuan Junlu was an immortal level exercise practiced by Chu Xiaobei. Seeing that she suddenly raised her exercise proficiency to an unprecedented founding level, she couldn't help but some envy. However, Su Lang said that everyone has a share, and if they want it, Su Lang will naturally give it. I also prepared an immortal level technique for you. Su Lang waved at Rushui and Xianxian. Come on, I'll pass it to you. Great. Ji Rushui and Mirong Xianxian immediately happily ran over, and put their little faces in front of Su Lang. Rushui, come first. The exercise I prepared for you is the immortal Ju of birth. After mastering this technique, even if you haven't mastered the rules of life yet, you will gain extremely powerful battery life and healing abilities. While talking, Su Lang stretched out his hand against Rushui's forehead and activated the initiation function. After a breath, the empowerment is completed. Ji Rushui's temperament changed suddenly, full of endless vitality, bringing her youthful and lively temperament to the limit. Just being close to her will feel like a spring breeze, very comfortable. What a powerful technique! Ji Rushui was amazed, but she didn't use it rashly, but first adapted to the new technique and new power, very well behaved. Su Lang smiled lightly and turned to look at Mirong Xianxian. Xianxian, what I have prepared for you is the immortal level exercise, the immortal code of immortality in the beginning. This is not a combat technique, but a special technique that can improve aptitude. After practicing this exercise, you can increase your aptitude to an indispensable level by cooperating with the resources I gave you and using the methods inside. The immortal code of immortality in the beginning cannot change Su Lang's turbid body aptitude, but it can change the aptitude of others. Although Mirong Xianxian's qualifications were also top-notch, it was a bit worse than wuxia. Su Lang got a good way to improve her aptitude, so naturally she wanted to improve her. Of course, this exercise method can also raise the exercise method to the perfect level. Don't even think about such a talent as an emperor with unparalleled qualifications. Otherwise, Wuxian clan is not Xian clan, but emperor clan. It's still super strong. At this time, Mirong Xianxian listened to Su Lang's words, and his heart was immediately moved. In Blue Star Oriental City, her qualifications are excellent, but here, she is full of qualifications. Not to mention martial god, even the martial god, and most of them have no lack of qualifications. At this point, she is somewhat inferior, and she never wants to talk about her qualifications. At this time, Su Lang instilled the cultivation technique to improve her aptitude, which undoubtedly hit her heart. Chapter 867, Su Lang is angry. Stop talking, close your eyes. Su Lang's gentle voice came, and immediately covered her forehead with a warm palm. Slender nodded heavily, and closed his eyes. Immediately after, Su Lang will pass the immortal code of immortality to Mirong Xianxian. Mirong Xianxian first obtained the exercises, and sat there with his eyes closed, carefully examining the exercises, and was familiar with the exercises. Seeing that the three women are familiar with the exercises, Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. In fact, Su Lang originally wanted to try to directly indoctrinate them with 10,000 ways to one, unnamed, a super fairy level exercise that combines 3-digit exercises. However, after careful calculation, he found that only he himself could practice this fusion exercise. Because he has the foundation for practicing this exercise, the bonus function, Momming Furnace, you get when you just activate the one-click martial arts function. But Chu Xiaobei and the others don't have this cultivation foundation. If they forcibly instill the unnamed immortal level exercises into them, the result will definitely be gossip and death. Finally, after careful consideration, Su Lang chose different exercises for the three women. When instilling exercises to them in the future, you must always pay attention to the types of exercises. You must choose carefully, think twice before acting, and never pursue quantity. They don't have a melting pot of 10,000 laws. If there is a conflict or something, they will be over. Su Lang thought about it, and then returned to the refining room to continue refining the parts of the super-humanoid weapon, but just an hour later, suddenly Chu Xiaobei came to the door in a hurry. What happened? Su Lang asked a little strangely, do you have any questions about the exercises? No, it's not. Just look at it. Chu Xiaobei looked a little nervous. She took out a jade card for communication and handed it to Su Lang. Communication jade card, could it be? Su Lang squinted his eyes, his gaze swept across the jade card of transmission, and he suddenly chilled. I saw the letter on the jade slip. Chu Xiaobei, I can be regarded as getting your contact information for sending the jade card. You escaped from the immortal clan silently, at ease, but we were in a catastrophe because of you. You ignore the whole family of Xuanyu warriors, just for the life of Go Quan, escape from the immortal family and offend the Emperor Luoyu. Although the Luoyu Emperor clan didn't do it himself, there were many lackeys who were willing to lead the Luoyu Emperor clan. The Xuanyu Immortal clan and the Six Dao clan do not share the same sky. They have been fighting for many years. They were originally evenly matched, but they secretly received the support of unknown forces, presumably the Luoyu Emperor. Not only that, there are two Immortal clan Juyan and Shifeng trying to please Luoyu Emperor clan and come to attack Xuanyu Immortal clan. The Xuanyu Immortal clan lost a city in a day, sank in a place at night, and the warriors were killed and injured countless, all thanks to your Chu Xiaobei. You selfish and wicked girl, the Xuanyu Fairy clan is so miserable, I can't wait to kill you. Everything starts because of you. If you still have some conscience, immediately rush back to the Xuanyu Immortal clan, and then go to the Luoyu Emperor clan to bow your head to confess your sin and pray for forgiveness. The whole piece of this eloquent letter is full of slanderous remarks that are high above and insulting Chu Xiaobei, which makes people angry. Xiaobei, which sent you this message? Su Lang took a deep breath. The jade card in his hand had been crushed into powder. Since the battle of Wuyong Devil's Cave, he hasn't been so angry for a long time. Even if Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu wanted to do something on him many times, his mood was as calm as water. But this letter insulting Chu Xiaobei completely offended him. Murderous aura has spread in Su Lang's expression, and the gentle eyes that are usually used are already frozen. In the tone between the lines in this message, it should be Wushan Xuandai, the great elder of the Xuanyushan clan. Chu Xiaobei was angry, but it was a little complicated. That old thing is not all wrong. I am indeed the cause of it. It is all because of the crime. Chapter 868, Cut his head with a sword. Do not. You are not the cause. The cause of the disaster is the Luoyu Emperor clan. At the same time, it is also the weakness of the Xuanyu Fairy clan. It's the Luoyu Emperor who is bullying the weak and wants to use crooked ways to seize your unparalleled capital. It is the old miscellaneous hairs like Zondai who have no ability to resist the enemy, which led to the Xuanyu Immortal clan falling here. You are not wrong from beginning to end, even if there is not a single trace. You are an unparalleled qualification and a blessing of profound jade. The disaster is because they cannot resist the enemy, cannot protect you, and cannot allow you to grow smoothly. It is a ridiculous word to be guilty of a crime. It is the reason and excuse that the strong are greedy and want to bully the weak. The greedy heart, the bullying heart, is the biggest cause. It should be ruthlessly and completely destroyed. Zondai Wushan old miscellaneous Mao, who has thrown all the responsibility on you, is really weak, incompetent, brazen, and extremely ridiculous. Zondai, this old miscellaneous hair, is too far behind the patriarch of the Xuanyushan clan who dared to bear the pressure of the Emperor Xuanyu Wushan. When Su Lang interrupted Chu Xiaobei, he didn't want Chu Xiaobei to be wronged, so he simply assumed the responsibility that he shouldn't bear. Chu Xiaobei also felt reasonable after hearing Su Lang's words. It is clearly that the Emperor Luoyu clan covets his unparalleled qualifications, and his intentions are sinister, even out of sight. Everything was wrong with the Emperor Luoyu clan. As for the old miscellaneous Mao Zondai, he couldn't hold back the pressure. On the contrary, he insulted Chu Xiaobei, this junior, which was really cowardly expression, that. Now that the Xuanyu Fairy clan is in great trouble, should I go back? Chu Xiaobei hesitated very much. She had a bad time with the Xuanyushan clan, but could not forget the family members who raised her, nor could Xuanyu Wushan resist the pressure of the emperor and let her escape. Ha 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 ha, of course I want to go back. Old Zondai insulted you so much, he wanted to kill you. Then I will go back with you and kill the old miscellaneous Mao and the warrior attached to him. Then the three immortal races of Ludao, Juyan, and Shifeng were destroyed again, and finally the sword pointed to Emperor Yuwu, the old Yin force, and cut his head with a sword. Su Langwo stood up, full of murderous aura, his eyes were raging, as if he was about to devour the world. Su Lang, seeing that Su Lang was so angry for himself, Chu Xiaobei wanted to point his sword at Emperor Wu, and he was immediately moved. It's not too late, let's set off now. I feel sick when that old man survives an extra second. Su Lang stepped forward, grabbing Chu Xiaobei's thin waist. The space under his feet shook for a while, and the two figures suddenly disappeared. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed in Chu Xiaobei's heart. This guy haven't held me for a long time. Next, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei appeared in the sky outside Baiyu Emperor City. This open imperial city is not only very prosperous, but also one of the hubs connecting all parts of the world. There are teleportation arrays to the various emperors, including the Luoyu Emperor. At this moment, Su Lang hugged Chu Xiaobei with a reddish complexion and walked out of the space metrical channel. The martial artists in the sky around him flew around in succession. Oh my god, that is a martial ****** who has mastered the rules of space. What a powerful space rule, that powerful spatial fluctuation can be controlled and suppressed to the level of a mirror surface. This Master Wushan is really powerful. Look, the woman in Wushan's arms is also a quasi-immortal adult. The quasi-immortal is probably the strongest among all quasi-immortals I have seen, and only that powerful Wushan can possess such an excellent Taoist companion. Yeah, I am really envious, and I don't know if I will have the opportunity to enter the realm of Wushan in this life, as strong as that adult. Don't dream of it, you are hundreds of thousands of years old, you are only 6 stars of Wusheng, and want to chase the realm of Wushan. Give you 10 million years, you can't compare to that adult. Hey, although you are very mean, I am speechless. Quote. While everyone was discussing, Su Lang took Chu Xiaobei and flew into the city. This is Baiyu Emperor City. What a big city, what a prosperous city. In Su Lang's arms, Chu Xiaobei had a pair of beautiful eyes. Although she was born in the Xuanyushan clan attached to the Luoyu Emperor clan, she was kept in a small circle for cultivation since she was a child. So she has never seen the imperial city. When Su Lang came to the Baiyu Emperor City, he secretly admired, and it is no wonder that Chu Xiaobei would be amazed. This city is really big and very prosperous. To build such an imperial city, it won't happen overnight. Su Lang's expression was faint, but if you like it, I will call Luoyu Emperor City and give it to you. Chapter 869, Feel Nothing, What? Chu Xiaobei was stunned. Take Luoyu Emperor City and give it to me. Yeah, if you want it. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a slight smile. He originally didn't want to offend Emperor Wu, because the difference in strength is too great. Even if he is invincible, it is difficult to kill Emperor Wu. But now it's different. Su Lang has mastered so many emperor rank formations, just by refining the formations, he can trap a martial emperor alive. Chu Xiaobei stuck out his tongue in amazement. To smash an imperial city at the quasi-Xian level, I am afraid that only you in the world dare to think so. That was an imperial city, the lair of the Luoyu Emperor clan. In the history of tens of thousands of years, Emperor Wu's city has been conquered only a handful of times. Basically, it was only after Emperor Wu fell that his descendants could not defend it before being captured by the enemy. But now, Emperor Luoyu Wu is alive and well. He is in existence dominating billions of living beings, but Chu Xiaobei also knew that Su Lang would not do things that were uncertain. At this time, even though Su Lang seemed to be only at the immortal level, and his usual combat power could reach the martial immortal level at most, he really wanted to throw his whole cards, maybe how powerful it was. In order to rescue Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian, Su Lang managed the evil martial sage level power in Wuyong Demon Cave in a mere realm of king martial arts. Su Lang is a big pervert who cannot be calculated by common sense. Since he said he wanted to take down Luoyu Emperor City, he was very sure. Give me an imperial city. This is probably one of the best gifts in the world. When Chu Xiaobei thought of this, his surprise gradually turned into surprise, but out of consideration for Su Lang, Chu Xiaobei still said, Su Lang, if it is unnecessary, let's not offend Emperor Luoyu Wu to death. After all, he is a Emperor Wu. Now that the battle of the mainland is about to break out, if you really want to kill Emperor Yu Wu, I am afraid that the Emperor Wu Palace, Zan Daotai, Qingyu Emperor Realm and other forces will not agree. Emperor Luoyu Wu is also a veteran Emperor Wu. He can't be killed, but he is offended to death, which would be a great disaster. Su Lang had just gained a foothold in the southern land, and he was regarded as a rising star in the Kanglan continent. And Emperor Luoyu Wu is a veteran Emperor Wu. In addition to his own power, his connections are not comparable to Su Lang. If he can't be killed, it will be really troublesome. But Su Lang still didn't plan to let Emperor Luoyu Wu go. Someone is bullying us, do we have to be patient? A sneer appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Emperor Luoyu Wu is indeed a veteran emperor, with a deep influence and strong connections. Maybe a few emperors will help him. But what if I kill him in a short time? Let his background make it impossible to expand his network. At that time, Luo Yu is dead and can't come back to life. Those Wudi will still find me desperately. I'm afraid, seeing that I killed Emperor Luo Yu Wu, I only dared to drop a few curses in my heart, but didn't dare to be my enemy, because they were also human, and they were also afraid of death. The murderous aura in Su Lang's voice became stronger and stronger, and in his words, Luo Yu, the superior Emperor Wu, had already been sentenced to death. Kill Emperor Wu Yu Luo in a short time. If this can be done, it will work. Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang with brilliant eyes. You are now sure to kill Luo Yu, your strength has grown too fast. It has been less than 2 months since she met Su Lang. But Su Lang has soared from the Wuwang level to the point where he can kill Wudi, which is incredible. The General Wudi, even the fastest, would have to go through 5 or 6 million years of painstaking practice before he could accomplish this great cause. Actually, my combat power has not reached the realm of Emperor Wu. Su Lang said lightly, what I can do is to use external means to kill Emperor Wu. That's also very scary. Chu Xiaobei was speechless. Slaying Emperor Wu with a quasi-Xian level is definitely a feat of no one before and after. Ha 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 ha. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders with a smile. I have done too many feats of this kind, and I don't feel anything. Chapter 870. Arrived at Xuanyu Fairy Clan, yes. You are a miracle machine. Chu Xiaobei nodded and said with deep conviction, anything that is impossible will become possible when you put it on your body. Don't praise me like that, I will float. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he immediately pointed to the Emperor Dao in the Baiyu Emperor City. The teleportation array is to the west of the Emperor Soldier. Is that door an Emperor Soldier? Compared to the existence of Emperor Wu, guarding the entire White Moon Emperor City, it is really powerful. Chu Xiaobei looked at the Baiyu Emperor's gate in surprise, then looked to the west, and saw a large hall of cold ice stretching for dozens of miles. That place is the transfer hub of Baiyu Emperor City, connecting major cities. I will refine the imperial soldiers in the future. Moreover, it's not just an emperor. Su Lang smiled lightly, and immediately flew away with Chu Xiaobei in his arms, and fell in front of the Hall of Frost Ice. People come and go, fish and dragons are mixed, you can see many powerful races on the Kanglan continent. People of low-level races are basically not qualified and capable to come here. Although Chu Xiaobei was a warrior born and bred in the Kanglan continent, he also gained a lot of knowledge. Soon, Su Lang put Chu Xiaobei down from his arms. Then he used imaginary rules and other methods to disguise himself and became a handsome man in white fluttering. The main reason was that Su Lang was worried that Emperor Luo Yu Wu had already seen his portrait, and if he just passed by, he might be shocked. His impression of Emperor Luo Yu Wu is just a name, and he needs to know more about this person. After completing the disguise, the two walked into the main hall and found the teleportation array to the Xuanyu Immortal Clan. Emperor Luo Yu Wu is going to kill. But before that, he still killed the disgusting old Zondai and spit out his anger, and then rectified Chu Xiaobei's name, quickly. The teleport flickers. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei mingled with a group of travelers and disappeared from where they were. Next moment, the two appeared in the middle of the Kanglan continent, in the territory of the Xuanyu Immortal Clan under the Luo Yu Emperor Clan, and in the sub-city far away from the Xuanyu Immortal City. The Baiyu Emperor City was mixed with dragons and fish, and did not manage it because of its strength. But the Xuanyu Immortal Clan is not so emboldened. It not only sets up the teleportation array in the sub-city, but also sets up a large number of detection methods to conduct security checks on the warriors who come and go. What's more, the Xuanyushan clan suffered a big loss in the recent battle with the Ludaoshan clan and lost a lot of land, so the security check is extremely strict. Su Lang focused on the rule of imaginary, supplemented by various other rules, and the disguise he made was not detectable by the Xuanyu Immortal Clan's means. However, Chu Xiaobei did not pretend, nor did she need to pretend. She didn't need to be sneaky when she returned to the Xuanyu Fairy Clan. After Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei walked out of the teleportation array, Chu Xiaobei, the Wusheng Xuanyu clan guarding the teleportation array, immediately recognized her. Because under the preaching of Xuandai Wushan, Chu Xiaobei's portrait of this curse has spread throughout the entire Xuanyushan clan. At the same time, the old miscellaneous Mao also publicized his cause theory, making everyone know. Those stupid Xuanyu clan people also think that Chu Xiaobei's cause caused the evil Luo Yu Emperor clan to encounter a catastrophe. seeing that the Xuanyu clan is about to be crushed. Chu Xiaobei, you are back. The martial saint yelled again, not seeing the gentleness of the same clan, but deep hatred, at the same time. The surrounding Xuanyu clan people also changed their expressions, and looked at that wusheng along with the sound. What? Chu Xiaobei is back. Where is that stinky bitch? Get out of the way, that selfish girl killed my father, I want to kill her. This person even dared to come back, grab her and hand it to Emperor Luoyu, the catastrophe of our Xuanyu immortal clan will immediately disappear. Yes, grab her, don't let her run anymore. Quote. One by one Xuanyu clan warriors rushed from around, looking at Chu Xiaobei viciously. Those foreign warriors looked good at the show, holding their arms and pointing aside. Chapter 871, a faint word, that's Chu Xiaobei. Sure enough, she looks pretty, it's no wonder that the Emperor Luoyu would like her. What do you know, the people of Emperor Luoyu are not attracted to her because of her beauty. Why is that? I don't know, but I know that she is really sad. As a goddess of the Xuanyu fairy clan, she was hit by a catastrophe. The people of her clan didn't want to resist, but wanted to catch her and send her out to eliminate disaster. Xianxia is a sensible person, but Xuanyu immortal clan has no choice. In any case, it is a cowardly act. If I energetically the immortal clan, I will definitely rebel against the clan, and I will never regret it even if it is destroyed. Dali immortal clan is really strong. Quote. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei stood there, watching what happened in the hall. Those martial artists of the Xuanyu clan who were madly surprised and cruel, like evil dogs. Those disgusting men who are salivating and greedy for beauty. Those martial artists who show pity and stand by. There are some who make sense, but they are few. Chu Xiaobei lowered her head slightly, and gently squeezed her fists. She was often bullied by people from other lines. At this time, those insults were already in sight. Su Lang's face was like ice, with murderous aura in his eyes. In just a few words, the surrounding Black Jade warriors had rushed over and surrounded Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei. However, what shocked them was that Chu Xiaobei and the man next to him exuded a quasi-celestial aura. How did she become a quasi-immortal? Isn't she a 7-star martial saint? She has only escaped for 2 months, and she has become a quasi-immortal. Fake, it must be a bluff, trying to scare us. Don't move rashly, surround them first, and wait for Palace Master Xuanheng to come. One by one, the Xuanyu clan warriors stopped and surrounded Su Lang and Xiaobei from a distance. Next moment, Palace Master Zhan Heng in that population stepped into the air and looked down at Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei. Chu Xiaobei, come with us. This Hallmaster Xuanheng who sits in this teleportation hall is a martial immortal. He was righteous and awe-inspiring, and the look in Chu Xiaobei's eyes seemed to be a sinner. Immediately this person glanced at Su Lang, showing a warning, and then moved away with disdain. Not bad, catch it, hurry up with us and bow your head to confess. As he said, 2 great saint-level warriors rushed up and reached out to grab Chu Xiaobei's arm. In their opinion, Chu Xiaobei would not dare to resist with the presence of the martial immortal, Palace Master Xuanheng. Zhan Heng Wushan is out, then Chu Xiaobei will be taken away. The man next to him doesn't know who it is. He seems to be a quasi-immortal, but it is a pity that he is vulnerable in front of Wushan, so he dare not say anything at this time. It's a pity that a beautiful and powerful female quasi-immortal will end up. Quote. The warriors around watching the show whispered and talked. But the next moment, led everyone stunned, something terrifying happened. Dead, a faint word came out of the handsome man next to Chu Xiaobei. The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Accompanied by the voice, there is an invisible force of terrifying rules. Next second, seeing those 2 wushengs who stretched out their hands to capture Chu Xiaobei's figure, the light in their eyes dimmed directly, turning into 2 corpses, and fell to the ground with a plop. Immediately after, formed in a circle, the Xuanyu clan warriors who surrounded Su Lang and Xiaobei also fell to the ground at the same time, with no breath. Not only these fierce Xuanyu clan warriors, tens of thousands of people stood in the huge teleportation hall. Among these people, anyone who spoke harshly to Chu Xiaobei fell dead immediately. Because most of them hold the mentality that they are not afraid of making a big deal, so there are many people who speak no words. Wow, each warrior fell on the ground, in different postures. At this moment, 2/3 of the people in the hall died. Chapter 872, You can try. This. How is this going? How could they suddenly die? Brother, why did you fall, die, dead? No, how is this possible? I clearly didn't feel any power. It's the power of the rules of death in teleportation. Chu Xiaobei and the man have started, one of them has mastered the rules of death. Oh my god, killing 2/3 of the people in the hall at once is too cruel. Speak carefully. They were killed because of their rude words, don't fall, dead. Quote. One after another, the living people screamed and screamed in fear. Because many of the dead have friends of these people, they are very dissatisfied. But these dissatisfied people immediately chilled in Su Lang's thoughts. He was in anger at this time. Who would dare to offend him? There is only one word in the end: death. At this time, more than half of the living people died. What Valkyrie, what martial sage, what quasi-immortal, whatever your realm, all belch. When the remaining warriors saw this hellish scene, they were immediately frightened and trembling constantly, almost urinating. But they dare not run away. Who knows if the act of escaping will offend the opponent and be killed directly by others. Therefore, all the people alive in the hall stood trembling and cautiously, their mouths seemed to be sewn on, and they did not dare to make a sound. Of course. There is one exception, that is the hallmaster of the teleportation hall, the Wushan Xuanhang, suspended in midair. He was stunned there, obviously also shocked by what happened suddenly. The disdain in his eyes immediately turned into horror and raging anger. It is not that Su Lang cannot kill this person, but wants to keep him and let him be a dog that leads the way. But this Xuanhang Wushan obviously didn't think so. He thought that Su Lang could not kill him. After all, even if the opponent mastered the terrifying power of the rule of death, his realm was only a quasi-fairyland. Dog bastard, how dare you kill my subordinates and so many innocent warriors? Today, I will smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces first, and bring Chu Xiaobei back to the clan, waiting to be sent off. The furious Zanheng Wushan pointed at Su Lang's nose and cursed, his eyes raging, his face twisted and hideous. Will I be broken into pieces? Su Lang pouted noncommittal. You can try. Dare to be arrogant when you die. Zanheng Wushan screamed, and directly hit Su Lang with a punch. He is a martial immortal of the three tribulations, carrying the power of terrifying rules, with the fiery red rule vision, and punching down, as if to destroy the mountains and rivers. Many warriors standing in the surrounding halls bleed from Chichao under this powerful force, and fell to the ground. They stared at Wushan Xuaneng's punch with wide eyes, only to feel that it was the strongest punch in the world. Under this fist, that young quasi-immortal will undoubtedly die. However, the next millisecond, boom! Zanheng Wushan's terrifying punch hit an inexplicable barrier halfway through, making a deafening noise. He was like a steamed bun fast hitting an iron plate. His rushing figure came to an abrupt end, and he smashed into a distortion and bounced off instantly. Boom! Wushan Xuanhang slammed into a teleportation formation in the main hall uncontrollably, splitting it to pieces. How can that be? Who is blocking me? What is blocking me? Lying in the broken teleportation array, the anger in the heart of the embarrassed Zanheng Wushan was like pouring a basin of ice water, directly extinguishing most of it, replacing it with a thick disbelief and deep horror. In his opinion, Su Lang definitely couldn't stop him from punching. Then, there must be a powerful Wushan secretly shooting. The other party seems to have only 2 people, but in fact, there are 3 people, or even more. It must be so. No, you must ask for help. Xuanheng Wushan trembled all over, and immediately sent a message for help. At the same time, the survivors standing in the hall were also shocked with bulging eyes. The punch that destroyed the mountains and rivers didn't even reach the corner of the young quasi-immortal's clothes, and even his hair was not blown away, it was directly blocked and flew away. What a defensive method is this? Chapter 873, Xuanheng kneels down and begs for mercy. Xuanheng Wushan. A mere waste, dare to use the name Heng. Su Lang moved, he looked at Wushan Xuanheng disdainfully, and raised his right hand lightly. Next moment, a group of terrifying mixed rules power emerged out of thin air, directly surrounding the stunned Wushan Xuanheng. He really did it. There is no secret existence. He is just a quasi-immortal. How can he be so powerful? These are the power of rules, the power of mixed rules. The gravity of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice. There are a lot of other powers of rules that he has never seen before. How many rules did he understand? Moreover, the strength of the power of these rules clearly surpasses the 3 calamities, reaching the 4 calamities. No, it is the 5 calamities. He is a 5 tribulations martial immortal, he is disguised as a quasi-wonderland. Wuxian thought flashed through the horrified Wuxian Xuanheng, and the whole person was instantly enveloped in despair. He knew that under the power of this group of rules, he would never survive. Don't kill me, I was wrong, I am willing to surrender. Please, let me go, Zan Dai Wuxian instructed as to arrest Chu Xiaobei. Zan Heng Wuxian abandoned all dignity and directly knelt on the ground begging for mercy. This made the surviving warriors stunned. That's the superior Wuxian. The entire Xuanyu fairy clan does not know how many billion li, how many billion people are, but Wuxian has only a few. This Xuanheng Wuxian can be regarded as one of the 5 rulers of the Xuanyushan clan, but at this time he knelt in front of the young man and Chu Xiaobei so humble, begging for mercy like a dog. Such a scene almost shattered the 3 views of all survivors. Let you go, hee, if we are caught by you, what will happen? Su Lang's cold voice spread throughout the hall, like a cold current, making everyone tremble. I know it was wrong. Please forgive me for my life. I am willing to rectify Chu Xiaobei's name. The disaster of the Xuanyu immortal clan is not caused by Chu Xiaobei, it is just a grudge with the Ludao immortal clan. Zan Hengwu immortal eyes showed despair, but he still asked for mercy. This was his only way to survive, and it was also his way to delay time. I hope the great elder can come soon. He thought, ha, what did you do earlier? With a move of Su Lang's finger, a trace of thunder-type rule was suddenly drawn out of the force of the rule, and it fell on Wuxian Xuanheng. Next moment, Zitza, the terrifying thunder and lightning erupted from the invisible force of the rules, and instantly enveloped the surrounding tens of meters, forming a terrifying thunder field. But the existence in the thunder domain was wiped out in an instant. What? Zan Heng Wuxian was pierced by thunder and lightning. Through his limbs, flesh and blood, and immediately convulsed like a goat. Su Lang controlled the power of thunder and lightning to the level of 3 tribulations martial immortal plus, which could bring extremely strong pain and damage to Zan Heng, but it would not cause death in a short time. This is torture and punishment. Su Lang wanted to play this Xuanheng Wuxian completely, and let him be the lead dog after he was no longer able to resist. And just now, stop, a loud shout of anger came, like a thunderbolt in the blue, and violently penetrated into this hall where only Zan Heng screamed. Su Lang raised his head and saw a stream of light fall, turning into a lean old man with white hair. The old man was cracking, his temples were violently blue, and his old face was twisted like a tree bark. Looking at the property panel again, it turned out to be the old Zan Dai who sent an abusive message to Chu Xiaobei. This old miscellaneous hair reached the 5 tribulations, and the combat power was also the 5 tribulations, ordinary and mediocre. Garbage, waste, old miscellaneous fur. Su Lang glanced at Zan Dai Wuxian with disdain. The raging thunder and lightning not only kept on, but also added a trace of fire rules, burning Wuxian Xuanheng screaming. I let you stop. Zan Dai Wuxian was so angry that Chichao was smoking. Not only do you not stop, but you dare to insult me. I will teach you a lesson today. Lao Zamao knew that Su Lang was not a quasi-wonderland on the surface, but he didn't think that Su Lang was better than him. Angrily attacking him, he directly regarded Su Lang as Shinin Wuxian. In a rage, Zan Dai Lao Zamao folded his hands into palms, slammed Su Lang with one palm, and slammed the force of the rules surrounding Wuxian Xuanheng with one palm. Chapter 874. A mouthful of old blood burst out. I saw the power of 2 ice rules emanating from the palms of Xuandai Wuxian, like a thunderous anger dragon, running through the entire hall. Wherever the ice system rules along the way, it seems that even the space has become a glacier, not solidified. Those warriors who survived in the hall stared at this terrifying scene, as if even their souls were going to be frozen. As expected to be the great elder of the Xuanyu immortal clan, the 5 tribulations martial immortal who will last forever. Such a terrifying attack, the young man is afraid that he can't stop it, he is going to be planted. This thought flashed through the hearts of the surviving warriors. They seemed to have seen the scene where Su Lang was turned into an ice sculpture, and his body was broken to pieces. Zan Dai Wuxian even felt that Su Lang could not stop his blow, and was already thinking about catching Chu Xiaobei and taking the Luoyu Emperor clan to plead. But at this moment, waste that has lived for millions of years. For so long, I haven't fully understood the ice rules. Su Lang's sneer echoed in the hall. He raised his hand and tapped it lightly. Immediately after, something that horrified everyone happened. I saw that the 2 ice rules issued from the Xuandai Wushan palm suddenly stopped when they were about to hit Su Lang, and the power of the rules surrounding Xuanheng Wushan. Not only that, the lingering, deep cold ice rules came back fiercely in the next moment. Like a terrifying tsunami, it flooded the river, overwhelming the sky, and with unparalleled momentum, it is many times stronger than the ice rules issued by Xuandai Wushan. What? How is this possible? Old man Xuandai burst into death, his eyes staring out. The Xuanyu fairy clan is famous for the rules of the ice system, and he is sanctified by the ice system, and is mainly based on the ice system, forging the road to the martial arts. Ice rules are his best rule power and the most powerful means of attack, but now, his best and most powerful aspect was easily surpassed by a mysterious young man. The opponent's knowledge in the rules of the ice system is even more powerful than that of his veteran Wushan. This is incredible, but even if it is unbelievable, old man Xuandai can hardly deny that the fact is right in front of you. Moreover, that powerful ice system rule force will put him to death in turn at this time. Ice Jade World. Without even thinking about it, old man Xuandai instantly displayed his strongest defensive moves. I saw an ice-like jade barrier unfolding from him, as if opening up the space, forming a world of its own, free from external intrusion. Small bugs. It's just a move that relies on the characteristics of the inner world of Wushan, and you don't even have space. What kind of world do you dare to claim? Su Lang curled his lips in disdain, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, it was as if countless, infinitely long, and infinitely thin lines emerged from the space, crisscrossing and enveloping Xuandai Wushan. This, space rules. You, who are you? The ice system rules are better than me, and you also master the space rules. Xuandai Wushan's eyes burst violently, and his eyes were full of deep shock and fear. Although his defense of the Ice Jade realm is strong, what he fears most is the rules of space. Moreover, this trick is still used in the inner world of Wushan. Once it is broken, he will immediately be backlashed. But he was already unable to fight back at this time, and could only watch his Ice Jade realm in despair instantly being cut to pieces by the rules of space. It's like a horrible laser net cuts a bunch of cheese, without any barriers, it cuts it to pieces. Boom! Xuandai Wushan seemed to hear a muffled noise from the inner world of his Wushan. The next moment, he was full of vitality and blood, and a mouthful of old blood burst out suddenly. Lost. 5 tribulations. Xuandai Wushan, the great elder of the Xuanyu clan, was defeated and spurted. Oh my god, who is that young man? He is so tough. It's horrible. Not only has the ice rules even more subtle than Xuandai Wushan, but also has extremely rare spatial rules. Quote. Those surviving warriors stood there stiffly, numb with horror in their hearts. Chapter 875, Imprisonment and Torture. The seemingly powerful Wushan Xuandai couldn't even hold 2 moves in front of the young man. Xuanheng Wushan, who was tortured by the rules of the thunder system and the rules of the fire system, was also desperate. He originally thought that Xuandai Wushan could easily rescue him, but never expected that Wushan Xuandai would be equally vulnerable to the young man. It's over, everything is over. Xuandai Wushan felt desperate, as if the pain in his body had increased, at this time. When they saw the young man step forward, his voice was indifferent. Old Xuandai, miscellaneous Mao, when you spoke insultingly and insulted Chu Xiaobei, you didn't expect to have today. Xuandai Wushan trembled and his heart was full of fear. If he knew that Chu Xiaobei had such a powerful guardian of Wushan around him, how could he dare to insult so unscrupulously? I am afraid that I dare not even criticize, but dare to complain a few words. What are you? Su Lang faintly looked down at Xuandai Wushan. You know it was wrong. It's a pity it's too late. As soon as this remark came out, Wushan Xuandai's pupils suddenly shrank. He wants to kill me. This guess makes Xuandai Wushan cold, like falling into an ice cave. He hadn't experienced this horrible life and death crisis for a long, long time. Even when fighting with the martial immortals of the 6 Dao Immortal clan, they never felt the breath of death. But now, the smell of death suffocated him. Escape. The word, money damage, loves you in Xuandai Wushan's heart. Without thinking about it, he didn't even have any scruples about the injuries on his body. He directly turned into a escape, burst out at the fastest speed, and fled outside the hall. Old dog with broken leg, where can he escape? Su Lang sneered coldly, not even bother to move his fingers. With a move of his heart, he once again revealed the rules of space. Countless spatial rhythm lines emerged, and the entire hall condensed fiercely, like a prison that suppressed everything. The ice system rules are repaired to the depths, and it seems to solidify space. But Su Lang's move was the solidification of the space itself. The seemingly thin and invisible metric lines are impenetrable prison fences. It is ubiquitous, even condensed into a space barrier, not even spiritual power can penetrate. Zandai Wushan, who tried to escape in vain, found that he could no longer move a single bit before flying out of the hall. Even the spiritual power in his body is imprisoned and it is difficult to operate. Space rules, horrible. Zandai Wushan was terrified, he knew that he would never escape. Next, what he has to face is death. But Su Lang didn't even kill him as simply as that. Those words insulting Chu Xiaobei seemed to still linger in Su Lang's ears, making him angry and murderous. That violent spirit floated in Su Lang's heart like a haze, and must be dissipated with Zan Dai's pain and screams. In addition, for Zan Heng, Su Lang would not let it go. Wind, thunder, fire. Su Lang paused, and the power of rules exploded with his wave of hands, carrying a majestic vision of rules, covering Xuandai Wushan and Xuanheng Wushan. What? The force of the terrifying rules descended on his body, and Wushan Xuandai was suddenly drowned in pain and howled. And Zan Heng Wushan was also convulsed in pain, and couldn't stop it. Gold, rock, soil. Su Lang waved his hand again, and the power of the three rules came again. The power of these three rules, one with sharp characteristics, constantly Ling Kai Xuandai, one with the force of terror suppressing, grind the two, and the other with the force of squeeze fiercely. Under the power of these six rules, Wushan Xuandai and Wushan Xuanheng are instantly different. Their bodies became broken and twisted, like deformities, extremely miserable. But Su Lang controlled the power so that they would not die easily. But even so, Su Lang was still puzzled. Su Lang was not satisfied with torturing the bodies of Xuandai Wushan and Xuanheng Wushan, but also tortured their souls. Spirit, yin, yang. Su Lang's eyes flickered with cold light, wherever his heart came, the spiritual rules and the yin and yang rules shrouded fiercely. Chapter 876. Strong Face laughed. These three rules are rules related to the soul. They can not only enable the comprehend to strengthen his own spiritual power, but also can be used as an enemy. Of course, in addition to the spiritual rules, the yin and yang rules do not have the destructive characteristics of instantaneous destruction for the spiritual soul. But these three rules can cause damage to the soul, which is indisputable. Especially the yin system rules can slowly consume the soul and bring extremely intense and prolonged pain. The rules of the yang system can also cause burns to his soul, which is also extremely painful. Using the power of these three spiritual rules to torture people is much more advanced than Kai Lao's method of torturing people with the reincarnation fairy pupil. Kai Lao's methods looked fancy, and could not cause the deepest pain to human souls. At this moment, Wushan Xuandai and Wushan Xuanheng were enveloped by the power of these three rules, and suddenly stopped screaming. Because more intense pain came from their souls, leaving their brains and eyes blank. They were immovable, invisible, and unimaginable for a moment, and could only passively endure the endless pain. This kind of silent pain was revealed in their eyes, and the surviving warriors were horrified, standing upside down, and their souls scattered. That is a powerful martial immortal, but it is so terrifying to be tortured by various rules at this time. Suddenly there was a burst of breaking air outside the hall. Someone is coming. Could it be the Xuanyu clan warrior who followed Xuandai Wushan? The surviving warriors turned their necks stiffly and looked out of the hall. Elder, I am late, please forgive me. Along with an apology, I saw a stream of light getting closer. Either the quasi-Xian level or the Great Sage level, one by one was extraordinary, menacing, and somewhat elated. However, all the surviving warriors saw them with deep pity in their eyes. These new warriors just hit the muzzle, it's really blood mold. Or some more ants here. It just happened to add firewood and fire for me to torment Wushan Xuandai and Wushan Xuanheng. Su Lang smiled coldly, letting go of the hall confined by space rules. At the same time, this group of new martial sages also rushed into the hall. Immediately afterwards, they saw dead bodies everywhere, trembling surviving warriors, as well as the old man Xuandai and Wushan Xuanheng who were tortured by the force of a large number of rules. Grand Elder. What's going on? The lead Zunxian stopped in disbelief, and the people behind him couldn't break in time and almost crashed into a ball. Then, everyone was stunned. As the target of arrest, Chu Xiaobei stood calmly at the end of the hall, and beside him stood a handsome man with a sneer. That handsome man actually manipulated the power of the entire 9 rules, torturing the elders Zhan Dai and Zhan Heng, who were extremely powerful in their eyes. However, the 2 elders Zhan Dai and Zhan Heng widened painful eyes, and occasionally let out a terrifying howl. Is this a nightmare? This is very different from the situation where Chu Xiaobei had been arrested in the imagination. All the warriors were stunned there, and began to tremble. This group of new martial sages also discovered that they have broken into the Tiger Wolf Cave. Even the 2 Wushan elders were imprisoned and tortured, and their group of small shrimps rushed in. Didn't they look for death? For an instant, everyone wanted to say, "Excuse me, just pretend I'm not here," and then walk away silently, but Su Lang wouldn't let them just leave. The rules of space were extended to directly imprison the group of people. "We are imprisoned too. I can't move, it's over." One by one the terrified warriors became desperate. "You guys, are you here to help capture Chu Xiaobei?" Su Lang's indifferent voice came, like a cold wind blowing from the abyss. "No. We are not." The lead Quasi-Xian immediately denied with a trembling voice. "Ha ha ha ha." Su Lang raised his head slightly and let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." Seeing that Su Lang laughed, the martial sages had to grin and laugh. The atmosphere is embarrassing and shameful. But you can't make a smile if you don't follow it. The big guys are all laughing. Try it coldly. Moreover, the big man laughed, indicating that he was in a good mood, and maybe they would let the group of passers-by go. Thinking of this, everyone is still a little excited, but Su Lang's next sentence made them seem to have fallen from heaven to hell. Chapter 877, Burn Osmunda to cook beans. You panic, it's ridiculous. Could it be that you can use the quasi-immortal realm to fight against Zhan Dai and protect Chu Xiaobei? There was a hint of playfulness on Su Lang's face, and there was a deep chill in the playfulness. In these words, the group of martial sages who were speaking were speechless, and even more desperate. Even if you lied, it was pierced. This is not a question of embarrassment, but a question of death. Obviously, terrible, my lord, I have to obey Zhan Dai's orders. Chu Xiaobei's notoriety is all caused by Zhan Dai. Yeah, we were forced. A group of Wusheng knelt down immediately, just like the Xuanhang Wushan before. Ridiculous. When you came in just now, you were very happy. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly. I don't want to hear your sophistry begging for mercy. Thank you for coming so that I can torture Zhan Dai and Zhan Heng even better. Su Lang's words are like murmurs from hell, making people feel chills. But did not wait for those martial sages to beg for mercy. Su Lang smiled and stretched out his right hand. Everyone looked at his jade-like perfect hand, but they only saw the scariest thing. Next moment, a series of fierce rules burst out, and terrifying power descended on Zhan Dai and Zhan Heng. Originally, Su Lang wanted them to only hurt but not die, but now with this level of power, they can torture them to death. It hurts. Under the more intense pain, Wushan Xuandai and Wushan Xuanheng screamed like a pig at the same time, which made people frightened. Simultaneously, Zhan Dai and Zhan Heng suffered more and more injuries, and their auras became weaker and weaker. They are like mice being constantly teased and tortured by cats, and they are about to die. But at this moment, Su Lang's gaze fixed on the new martial sages. In Su Lang's eyes, these people were just piles of firewood. Zhan Dai and Zhan Heng are about to die. Their breath of life is getting weaker, but if they can replenish the breath of life, they won't die so easily. In this group of newly arrived warriors belong to the Xuanyushan clan as Xuandai Wushan and Xuanheng Wushan, and they are connected by blood. And the ones who practiced are the profound Jade Heart Sutra, the Ice Jade Immortal Yuanjun Record, and the Bodhi worshipping the Moon Profound Arts. Therefore, the breath of life has similarities. As long as they are extracted, they can heal Xuandai Wushan and Xuanheng Wushan, and make them suffer longer. This method is like burning the dichotoma in the how to fry in a hurry, under the kettle, and the beans are weeping in the kettle. Qi is Zhan Dai's subordinates, and Do is Zhan Dai and Zhan Heng. The rules of life. Su Lang murmured coldly. The power of the rules of life came and enveloped the group of warriors. Immediately after, The breath on them began to be stripped and decomposed. What happened? I'm weak, I'm so weak. It seems that something has been taken away. What the asterisk is this? No, I don't want to die. Quote. The breath of life of a group of warriors was gradually stripped away, and suddenly the collective became virtual, and they went further and further on the road to death. The breath of life that was stripped out was decomposed under Su Lang's operation, and then the breath of life that was the same as Zan Dai and Zan Heng was extracted. The two groups of intangible breath of life separated and merged into the bodies of Xuandai Wushan and Xuanheng Wushan. I have mental power. What did you post? What did that person do to me? My injury is getting worse and healed again. What is this? Why does he want to do this? Isn't it? He doesn't want us to die here. Only if we suffer enough pain will it give us a happy life. Ah, no, it hurts, the pain is clearer, ah. Quote. Wushan Xuandai and Wushan Xuanheng were pleasantly surprised at first, but after guessing Su Lang's purpose, they suddenly felt like falling into an ice cave, crying in despair. They couldn't think that targeting a descendant of their own race would cause such a huge disaster for themselves. Not only do they have to die, but they must also die slowly in the most painful way. The group of newly arrived warriors were drawn away by Su Lang from most of the aura of life, and they stayed on the ground, gradually losing their breath. But Xuandai Wushan and Xuanheng Wushan screamed louder and louder. Chapter 878, Black-face old Nongshuan Yu Su Lang listened very freely and couldn't help but smile. And this scene also fell into the eyes of the group of surviving warriors. Oh my god, torture is not enough, we have to use weird methods to continue his life with his subordinates, and make him more painful. This man is so cruel. Quote. Seeing this scene, everyone felt shivered and shaken. Some of them looked at Su Lang tremblingly, only to feel that he was a demon, a devil. They are right, Su Lang is their devil. But at the same time, Su Lang is also Chu Xiaobei's angel. Seeing those culprits who had oppressed her, abused her reputation and wanted to catch her, howled so painfully, Chu Xiaobei couldn't bear it. Because they deserve it. If it weren't for Su Lang, I would always live in their shadow. Even if I escaped, I would still be frightened and uneasy all day long. Unless he breaks through Wushan, cultivates for several million years, and cultivates to a level stronger than Zan Dai, he can return to revenge these disgusting sinners. But before that time, the Xuanyu immortal clan was already annihilated, and I was always framed as the cause of the annihilation. As Chu Xiaobei thought, the gazes at Zan Dai and Zan Heng became increasingly cold. At this time, streams of light flew outside. Here is someone again. Could it be the Xuanyu clan who came to capture Chu Xiaobei again? This is really. The surviving warriors turned their stiff necks again and looked outside the hall, with complex pity and regret in their expressions. How can these people of the Xuanyu immortal clan give away people like this one after another? Of course, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei also found the visitor and couldn't help but look up. Zan Dai, you can't catch Chu Xiaobei. With an urgent cry, dozens of streamers rushed over. The head was a black-faced old man with withered hair, a rickety figure, and deep wrinkles on his face, like an honest farmer. But this person exudes the breath of 6 tribulations martial immortal. There is no doubt that this person is the patriarch of the Xuanyushan clan mentioned by Chu Xiaobei, Xuanyu Wushan. Behind Xuanyu Wushan, a group of Zunxian and Wusheng followed, also looking anxious and angry. Because Su Lang's space rules imprison the power and spiritual power cannot penetrate, everyone thought that something cruel and inhumane was happening in the hall, such as catching Chu Xiaobei and torturing. But when they saw the scene in the hall clearly, they were dumbfounded, their mouths opened wide, and even their jaws fell. What did I see? Why are there all dead bodies on the earth? Chu Xiaobei stood aside, with a beautiful man beside him. Elder Zan Dai and Elder Zan Heng are being tortured, and they are immortal. It seems that someone deliberately did it. These Xuandai Wushan's subordinates are clearly unscathed, but one by one is dying, and is about to die. Who did all this? Is that the man standing next to Chu Xiaobei? His eyes are terrifying. Quote. Xuanyu Wushan and the others looked at the scene completely different from what they expected, and the stormy waves immediately rose in their hearts, which could not be calmed for a long time. It seems that you are not here to trouble Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang smiled faintly and looked at the black-faced Wushan who looked like an old farmer. You are the patriarch of the Xuanyu clan, Xuanyu Wushan, right? Exactly. Wushan Xuanyu took a deep breath and saluted with a solemn expression. thank you for protecting the younger generation of my clan. Oh, I thought you would ask me to let go of Zondai and Zonheng first. Su Lang smiled, with a hint of playfulness at the corner of his mouth. Then, Chief Xuanyu, would you ask me to let them go? This, Xuanyu Wushan hesitated, but soon his expression condensed, although these two are the only two of the 5 martial arts in our clan. However, they are the real sinners of the Xuanyushan clan. If it weren't for these two short-sighted people, Emperor Cheng of our clan would never be in danger again. At this time, Xiaobei was provoked by them back to the Xuanyu immortal clan. The news would definitely fall into the ears of the Luoyu Emperor clan, and even greater trouble would follow. It was hard for me to let Xiaobei get out, but today, alas, the hope of the emperor of my clan. These two really deserved their sins, they deserved to die. After a pause, Wushan Xuanyu continued, please give it to me, Your Excellency, so that I can rectify it on the spot and clean the door. As soon as these words came out, Su Lang's gaze suddenly eased, and his gaze towards Zan Yu also respected. This Xuanyu Wushan not only has a tough mind, distinguishes between good and bad, but also has great courage, long-term vision, and righteousness. He is a very good person. Chapter 879, The Death of Zondai Xuanheng. Although Su Lang also knew that Xuanyu Wushan had the possibility of imagining and conspiring, but he is still a bit confident in his own vision of people. Moreover, even if it is wrong, Xuanyu Wushan is only a 6 tribulation Wushan. If he swallows a few clones, he can hang him without worrying about turning his face. I am grateful for Patriarch Xuanyu's release of Chu Xiaobei's kindness. Since Patriarch Xuanyu wants to clean the door personally and make sense, I should give you these 2 people. Su Lang smiled faintly and said, but, if I don't kill these 2 with my own hands, the suffocation in my heart may be hard to eliminate. Su Lang would not hand these 2 Wushan to Xuanyu Wushan to kill. After all, with the perfect plunder function, killing them can get all of their wealth and spirit of martial arts. But Zan Yu Wushan hesitated, but stopped talking. Nothing, Patriarch Xuanyu. Su Lang smiled, actually, it's me who kills. It's also self-cleaning. What? Xuanyu Wushan was taken aback, and then suddenly realized, it turns out that you are already Taoists. His eyes moved between Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei. He didn't expect the relationship between the two to be so close. The warriors behind him were also shocked from ear to ear. Chu Xiaobei bit her lip, feeling a little at a loss. She stared at Su Lang fiercely, and said, fuck off, big pervert. But for some reason, there is no desire to refute. So, let me kill it. Su Lang smiled, I won't torture them again, I will give them a good time. After all, the head of the family has done so, and Su Lang is embarrassed to continue torturing Zan Heng and Zan Dai. With a smile, Su Lang waved his hand gently. The half-dead Wushan Xuandai and Wushan Xuanheng suddenly dispersed the force of rules. At this time, they had been tossed like tattered puppets, not only did not have a good place on their bodies, but even their souls were tortured to pieces. And the breath of life in them has been very weak. If you want to treat them, I'm afraid it will cost countless prices. But no one will help them. Xiaoyu, kill them. Su Lang took out the Yudian sword and threw it directly. Oh, master, you finally let me out. Haha, do you have to chop someone out as soon as you come out? Okay, yeah, watch me cut his head with a sword. Swish, hacked to death, happy. Quote. While Xiaoyu's mouth was spraying a steady stream of sorrows, he cleanly chopped off the heads of Zan Dai and Zan Heng. Ding, you get the soul of the elementary Wushan 1, the Guide of Space, the regular fairy crystal 1, the middle-grade fairy jade 9,563,256, the lower-grade fairy jade 88,856,888, the best spiritual jade 3,255,646. Material, holy refining material. Ding, you get intermediate Wushan soul 1, space attraction, regular immortal crystal 1, elementary immortal ice heaven sword 1, high rank immortal jade 6,842,232, middle rank immortal jade 4,668,258, low rank immortal jade 725565568. The fairy level refining material, the holy level refining material. 2 system prompts came, representing Zan Dai Wushan and Xuanheng Wushan completely dead. Seeing this scene, Wushan Xuanyu sighed slightly. Zan Dai and Zan Heng always confronted him, and even caused big disasters, but after all, they were martial immortals of the Xuanyu clan. Xuanyu's subordinates, as well as the surviving warriors standing in the hall, thunderously and dumbfounded one by one, looking at the two Wushan corpses, their brains were blank. That's Wushan, a super old monster that can live millions of years. It turned out to be like a little chicken, beheaded by a sword, and fell instantly. This is Zonday's fairy weapon, the Bingtian sword, which was returned to the chief Xuanyu. Su Lang took the Bingtian sword from the storage space and returned it to Xuanyu Wushan. Okay, Zanyu Wushan took over the Bingtian sword with a complicated expression, but did not mention Zondai and Zan Heng's other wealth. What does Patriarch Xuanyu plan to do next? Su Lang asked indifferently. Next. Xuanyu Wushan's expression was gloomy. Next, please take Chu Xiaobei away, and I will lead the Xuanyu clan and Ludaoshan clan to continue the fight. In order to prevent Chu Xiaobei's whereabouts from leaking out, I will take all other insiders back and lock them up. Chapter 880. Have you heard of the name Langdi? In fact, Zanyu Wushan knew. The Xuanyu clan couldn't resist the attack of the Ludaoshan clan. 2 Wushans died at this time, which is really worse. The scourge of genocide is right in front of you. But Xuanyu Wushan was also mentally prepared for this. As early as when he decided to let Chu Xiaobei go, he expected that the Xuanyushan clan would probably fall apart. But in order for the Xuanyu fairy clan to achieve the hope of the emperor, he still made that choice without hesitation. At this moment, he is still insisting on his original aspiration to keep Chu Xiaobei, so that this unparalleled genius of the Xuanyu immortal clan can grow in a safe environment in order to become an emperor. The appearance of Su Lang eased his previous worries. With Su Lang protecting Chu Xiaobei, her safety has been greatly improved. Xuanyu Patriarch, Su Lang slightly said, don't you think about killing the 6 Dao immortal clan and counterattack Luoyu Emperor clan? Your Excellency said and laughed. Xuanyu immortal clan is just a small ordinary immortal clan, and it is still weak to resist the 6 Dao immortal clan, let alone counterattack the Emperor clan. Zanyu Wushan smiled bitterly. Rebelling against the imperial clan with the power of a small clan is tantamount to hitting a stone with a pebble and using a praying man's arm as a car. How can it be successful? Who says it can't be successful? Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and patted Chu Xiaobei's head next to him. I said before I came here that I will eradicate the 6 Dao immortals for Xiaobai, and give it to her as a gift from Luoyu Emperor City. Chu Xiaobei blushed and wanted to catch Su Lang's paw and bite, but he still held back. But Xuanyu Wushan and others, as well as those surviving warriors, were shocked again. Tianel, just eradicating the 6 Dao immortal clan is already unthinkable. You actually want to lay down Luoyu Emperor City as a gift to Daolu. That's the Emperor City. The number of martial immortals in it alone is more than 10 times that of the Xuanyu immortal clan. What's more, Emperor Wu still sits in the Imperial City. Unless they are both at the Emperor level, no matter how many Wushans there are, it is absolutely impossible to defeat Emperor Wu. Even though the young man who talked was strong, he could kill Zan Dai and Zan Heng. However, no matter how strong he is just a Wushan. In the realm of Wushan, he dared to challenge Emperor Wu, and wanted to defeat Emperor Luoyu. What an arrogance this is. It's just crazy. The scene was silent. Wushan Xuanyu stared and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Su Lang asked with a shallow smile, Patriarch Xuanyu thinks I don't have that strength. This, Zanyu Wushan is not stupid, and immediately recovered from the shock. Your Excellency is not a lunatic, dare to say such a thing, is it really sure? Su Lang smiled and asked again, has the clan chief Xuanyu ever heard of the name of Emperor Lang? As soon as this remark came out, Zanyu's subordinates and those surviving warriors were all blank. Obviously they had never heard of the name of Emperor Lang. Lang, Master Langdi. Xuanyu Wushan first showed doubts, and then his eyes brightened. Your Excellency said, but from the mainland fragments, who occupied the southern land? Your Excellency said, is Lord Langdi willing to help me Xuanyu immortal clan, and Your Excellency is the pioneer of Lord Langdi. Such a big thing happened in the south, and Honglian, Baiyu, and Wudi Palace personally sent people to investigate. Su Lang's information has long been circulated in the high-level Kanglan continent. As the second echelon of the Kanglan continent, the leader of the immortal clan, the intelligence system of Xuanyu Wushan was not in vain. He will carefully investigate the major events in the world. Therefore, he also knew that a Wudi named Langdi appeared in the southern barrens. But he didn't pay too much attention either, firstly because the Xuanyushan clan was at stake, and secondly because the southern land was a little far away from the Xuanyushan clan. The Xuanyu fairy clan, but in the north-central part of the mainland, it is almost impossible to intersect with the southern Emperor Lang. But he never expected it. The legendary messenger of Emperor Lang would actually stand in front of him 1 or 2 days after he inquired about the news. This is really shocking and explosive. Chapter 881, No Sand in My Eyes, ha 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 ha. Su Lang looked up to the sky and laughed. What, the Emperor Wu? I am Su Lang, Emperor Lang. This statement came out suddenly, like thousands of thunders exploded at the same time. While there was a crash in the hall, there was also a different kind of dead silence. Each of the warriors opened their mouths wide, just like ordinary people ***** with ghosts, their faces full of weird and incredible. What? Your Excellency. No, you are Langdi. Xuanyu Wushan was really stunned. He thought that Su Lang was just a subordinate of Emperor Lang. After all, Emperor Lang is Emperor Wu, and Su Lang in front of him is just Wu Xian. Not bad, I am Langdi. Su Lang smiled and nodded. Although you look at me as a martial artist, this is just an illusion. It's really Langdi. Xuanyu Wushan turned his gaze to Chu Xiaobei in disbelief, wanting to confirm from her. Yes, Su Lang is the Emperor Lang, who has unified the entire southern land. Chu Xiaobei said seriously. She knew that Su Lang's cultivation level was only a quasi-immortal, but she also knew that Su Lang's combat power was absolutely terrifying and abnormal. Not to mention, even if he did not reach the realm of Emperor Wu, he could still be regarded as an emperor by relying on Su Lang's achievements in uniting the south and arranging the 5 elements heaven and spiritual array. The vast majority of Emperor Wu, just like Emperor Ni Chenzhou of Honglian Wu, only guarded one side and established several statues of becoming gods and saints. But Su Lang ruled the entire southern land and transformed it. One day it would definitely be more prosperous than the north. The southern land occupies almost half of the land of Kenglin continent. I dare to ask, how many of the living Emperor Wu have done more than Su Lang? Get confirmation from Chu Xiaobei. Xuanyu Wushan had no more doubts. Zan Yu, see Lord Langdi. This powerful Wushan, who was like a loyal farmer, knelt down with a thump, and sincerely crawled in front of Su Lang. This is not only out of awe of a Wudi. It was also because Su Lang came here to destroy the 6 Dao Immortal clan, defeat the Luoyu Emperor clan, and save the Xuanyu Immortal clan from the fire. At the same time, the remaining warriors who were still standing all softened their legs and knelt to the ground, a short period of time. Langdi, that's a Wudi. When I wait for a lifetime, I will see a martial emperor. It's no wonder that Wushan Xuandai and Wushan Xuanheng are like little chickens just out of their shells in his hands, and they have no resistance. With the help of Lord Langdi, the 6 Dao Immortals must be like little chickens and can be easily eliminated. Only Emperor Luoyu has the ability to fight Lord Langdi. Great, Xuanyu Immortal clan is saved. .. Each warrior stared at his eyes, but he dared not look at Su Lang. Instead, he stared straight at the ground, letting his mind feel like a boiling sea. Clan Chief Xuanyu, please. Su Lang smiled and lifted up Wushan Xuanyu. My true identity is requested by the clan chief Xuanyu not to disclose it for now. Yes, Xuanyu Wushan nodded respectfully, and then asked thoughtfully, does Lord Lang want to directly attack the Emperor Luoyu? Not only that, there is no room for sand in my eyes. Su Lang smiled slightly, so I want to find out the Xuanyu fairy clan who still resent Xiaobei. That's it, those black sheep really should have been cleaned up long ago, I'm still too soft-hearted. As Wushan Xuanyu said so, his eyes fell on Chu Xiaobei's body. This junior who has the posture of becoming an emperor is already Mrs. Langdi at this time. With the help of Emperor Wu, she did not know how many times her chance of becoming an emperor had increased. My profound Jade Immortal clan is expected to become the Emperor clan. Thinking of this, Zan Yu Wushan was so excited. He gave almost everything, not just for this ideal. Patriarch Xuanyu, the aftermath here is left to you. Su Lang smiled. I took Xiaobei a step ahead and went to the Xuanyu fairy clan. It is good. Zan Yu Wushan nodded. Although Zan Dai and Zan Heng were dead, it was a big deal for the Xuanyu fairy clan. But he still had many means to suppress this matter, making it as if it had never happened. Chapter 882, Ignorant Ants. Let's go one step ahead. Su Lang smiled, took Chu Xiaobei one step forward and disappeared from the same place. The rules of space, as expected of Lord Langdi, feeling the power of space rules coming from around, Xuanyu Wushan and others showed awe. From the teleportation hall, you are not afraid of not finding your way. Under the leadership of Chu Xiaobei, Su Lang rushed towards the largest city of the Xuanyushan clan, Xuanyushancheng. Because the people of Chu Xiaobei's line of clan are weak and are deeply excluded. So there is no chance to live in the true lair of the Xuanyushan clan, and can only live in Shancheng. This Xuanyu Fairy City is also the hometown of Chu Xiaobei's childhood. However, for Chu Xiaobei, there are not many happy memories here. Closer to home, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei soon arrived at Shanyu Shancheng and landed outside Shancheng. Because of the battle with the 6 Dao Immortal clan, Xuanyu Immortal City was very tightly guarded. Not only was the formation fully opened, but there were also many powerful warriors patrolling and interrogating passers-by. As soon as Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei fell to the ground, they were stopped by a team of 5 warriors before they took a few steps. In order to show the ugly faces of those black sheep, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei both reduced their auras and became ordinary 6-star martial sages. Therefore, the group of patrolling warriors led by the 8-star martial saint was very rude. "What is your status? Where are you from? Why are you here?" A martial saint took the lead, and when he ran in front of Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei, there was a burst of gunfire. Immediately afterwards, the 4 martial sages at the back also followed. 3 of them saw Chu Xiaobei's appearance clearly, and their complexion suddenly changed, revealing an expression of incomparable surprise. "It's Chu Xiaobei." "What? Chu Xiaobei? That woman is Chu Xiaobei, surround it." "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect that you, Chu Xiaobei, would dare to come back and be caught by us. Do you know that we want to seize the cause of you all the time, torturing him severely, and then hand it over to the Emperor Luoyu? Tread through the iron shoes and find no place to find it without any effort. Grab Chu Xiaobei, we can immediately save the Xuanyu Immortal clan and become the hero of the Xuanyu Immortal clan. Yes, we can still get the reuse of the Great Elder Zandai, soaring into the sky, looking at the realm of Wushan. Don't spread the message of Chu Xiaobei's return, we have to monopolize the credit. Ha ha ha, Chu Xiaobei, you can catch it before you stop." Quote. The 5 martial sages surrounded Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei with cruelty and greed. "Ha ha ha ha," Su Lang let out a long sneer, "I didn't expect to encounter a wave of silly forks before entering the Xuanyu Fairy City." Chu Xiaobei sighed helplessly. "Little bastard, you still dare to sneer." The 8-star martial saint's face was cold. "Chu Xiaobei must live, but you have to die." "Yes, kill him," the other martial saint yelled, sacrificed a handful of sacred artifacts, and hacked towards Su Lang. "The ignorant ant." Su Lang pouted his lips in disdain, and with a thought, the rules of death enveloped. "Not good." "What?" The 8-star martial saint on the opposite side felt the crisis of life and death first and was about to run away immediately. The other 4 martial sages were also shocked immediately and wanted to flee in all directions. However, their speed is almost slower than that of a snail in Su Lang's eyes. Before they could take a step, the death rule had already taken away their breath of life. Puff! The 5 falling sounds merged into one, and the 5 martial saints immediately turned into 5 corpses. What followed was a burst of system notification sounds for the spoils. However, Wu Sheng's wealth, Su Lang, has long been despised, and only 5 Wu Sheng souls are still eye-catching. "Let's go." Su Lang led Chu Xiaobei and walked towards Xuanyu Fairy City with a small smile. On the road, he never encountered a patrol warrior again, until he was stopped by the formation of the city at the gate of Shancheng. There are warriors here too. However, not many people enter the city. After all the people in front of the city entered, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei were left outside the city. Chapter 883. This group is pretty good, go. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei came to the gate of the city and were ready to kill. A team of warriors at the gate of the city also immediately spotted Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei. They stared at Chu Xiaobei closely, with shock on their faces. With this effort, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei have already stood in front of this team of warriors. Chu Xiaobei, an 8-star martial saint opened his mouth and asked nervously, "It's me." Chu Xiaobei's expression was indifferent and his voice was cold. "Quickly, surround her. Also, immediately start the divine consciousness shielding formation, hurry." Quote. Several martial saints shouted in low voices, and then hurriedly expanded their formations and surrounded Chu Xiaobei. "Ha ha, sure enough, it's another person who wants to arrest Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang showed coldness, and he was about to start. But this time, the 8-star martial saint headed by him eagerly said, Chu Xiaobei, why are you back? Did you know that there are people searching for you everywhere, and they want to use you to calm the anger of the Luoyu Emperor family and let the Ludaoshan family retreat? Tell me quickly, know who else you have come back, they must be arrested, not let the news leak. Having said that, the martial sage immediately said to another martial sage, you quickly contact the patriarch, let the patriarch come to pick up Chu Xiaobei, hurry. Yes, I will contact the patriarch. Na Wusheng quickly took out a special communication jade card and began to contact Zan Yu Wushan. Seeing these martial sages in a hurry, looking like ants on a hot pot, Su Lang and Xiaobai couldn't help but stunned. It turns out that these people are not here to arrest Chu Xiaobei, but to protect Chu Xiaobei. I think it should be someone who is loyal to Wushan Xuanyu. These people are pretty good. Su Lang smiled and nodded slightly. But at this time, the 8-star martial saint immediately focused on Su Lang. Chu Xiaobei, who is he? Why is he with you? Did he encourage you to come back? Speaking of the last, several martial sages are already murderous. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei looked at each other, a little bit dumbfounded, but also a little touched. This group of people really gave everything for Chu Xiaobei's vague hope of becoming emperor. The head of Wu Sheng's face was as cold as ice. Quickly say, otherwise, for your safety, we have to do it. Who am I? Just ask Xuanyu. Su Lang pointed to the martial saint who was contacting Wushan Xuanyu. Dare to call our patriarch's name directly. The headed Wu Sheng was furious at first, and then turned into suspicion. His eyes turned to the Wu Sheng who was transmitting. Yes, there is news. The patriarch replied to me. The messenger Wu Sheng said in surprise. The patriarch said that he knew that Chu Xiaobei was back, and let us follow all the orders of Chu Xiaobei and that adult. What? The patriarch already knows. Then why didn't he come and pick up Chu Xiaobei himself? The headed 8-star martial god said in disbelief. Also, who is he? We can listen to Chu Xiaobei's order, why should we listen to him? Ask them to follow Chu Xiaobei's orders, yes. But the strange man next to Chu Xiaobei was not from the Xuanyu clan, so why did he listen to his orders? The patriarch has returned to me again. At this time, the messenger Wu Sheng stammered and said, Chu Xiaobei, the adults around him, is it from the emperor's clan, or is it Chu Xiaobei's Taoist? He came to help us, so we must not leak the news. What? This handsome man turned out to be from the emperor clan, terrible. Several martial sages were horrified. While not daring to look at Su Lang, they couldn't help but look at them, only to find that the emperor was really handsome. Are you clear? Su Lang smiled faintly. Do you understand now? Clarified. Little man Wang Li, pay homage to the Lord. Quote. Headed by Wang Li, the 5 Wu Sheng Chichi knelt in front of Su Lang. They know that this emperor is related to the life and death of the Xuanyu fairy clan. You guys are pretty good. Su Lang smiled and nodded. Come on, I'll give you a chance. With that, when Wang Li and the others were confused, a bottle of pill suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 884. This adult is too strong, this is. The 5 people looked at the bottle in front of them, and they only felt that their pores were relaxed, because they had already felt the strong pill fragrance and the power of rules. In their opinion, the bottle contained in it is absolutely the most perfect sacred pill. This imperial-backed adult is really extraordinary. But then, Su Lang's words made them dumbfounded. Each medicine bottle contains 3 spiritual elixir of perfect quality. Thank you for protecting Chu Xiaobei. What? The spiritual elixir of perfect quality. Oh my god, it's such a treasured treasure. This kind of pill, I am afraid that even the patriarch will be extremely rare. Quote. Wang Li and the others were directly frightened by Su Lang's big hand, and one of them even wanted to return the pill bottle in his hand. You accept it. Chu Xiaobei smiled. He has so many things like this. This statement came out. Wang Li and the others immediately recovered. They are the origins of the emperor clan. There must be so many good things that are unimaginable. What are some pills? They couldn't help but look at Chu Xiaobei. The imperial posture woman who they placed their hopes on is already the Taoist companion of the great imperial clan. In this way, it is not only safe and sound, but also has a lot of resources to support, and has the opportunity to soar. Next, a few people collected the pill and waited for Chu Xiaobei and Su Lang to order. They are also very curious what exactly the two of Chu and Xiaobei are doing in Shancheng. Su Lang said, "You guys open the city gate formation, and Xiaobei and I are going into the city." "Then, how many of us?" Wang Li asked hesitantly. "Don't you need to follow the adults?" "Well, Wang Li, you will enter the city with us, and the rest will stay and continue to investigate the warriors." Su Lang originally wanted all these people to stay at the gate of the city, but Wang Li said so, and he also thought it would be good to bring a guide. "Yes, my lord." Wang Li was so excited that he could hug the thighs of the great figures of the Emperor clan, which was a great opportunity for nothing. The other 4 people looked at Wang Li's eyes suddenly full of envy. Immediately after, the gate formation opened. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei entered the city under the leadership of Wang Li. Although it is only a fairy city and its scale is very large, there are already some signs of withering on the streets. Some shops were empty, and apparently even the merchants had moved away. This is the harm caused by the war. People are panicked, do not produce, and fled the eye of the storm. But there are many people who have taken root in Shancheng. Even foreigners, many have rooted here for tens of millions of years, and they will not leave their nest as a last resort. And none of the Xuanyu immortal clan members left. "My lord, I don't know where you want to visit." Wang Li, who was leading the way, couldn't help but look back and ask when Su Lang had not said his destination. "Go to the city square." Su Lang smiled faintly. "Then, you go to spread the news of Chu Xiaobei's return. It must be known to those who intend to trade Chu Xiaobei for the magnanimity of the Luoyu emperor. In addition, the people who have insulted Chu Xiaobei before are even more convened." This is going. Wang Qi was shocked and felt his hair horrified. This lord of the emperor clan wants to hate Chu Xiaobei. I don't know how many people have looked down upon Chu Xiaobei, humiliated Chu Xiaobei, and intended to sacrifice Chu Xiaobei for peace. But now, their fate is estimated to be miserable. Today's Xuanyu immortal city, I'm afraid it's going to kill people heads and blood will flow into a river. The imperial clan is really too strong. He also spoils Chu Xiaobei too much. But this is just right. Wang Li thought secretly, and then took Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei directly to the square in the center of Shancheng. Immediately after, he left the square and spread the news of Chu Xiaobei's return everywhere. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei stood side by side on Xuanyu Square, looking at the surrounding scenery. In the center of the square is a huge jade stone protected by layers of arrays. But Su Lang could tell at a glance that this was a quasi-emperor level treasure, one of the secrets of the Xuanyu immortal clan. Chapter 885, Raging Crowd. This is Xuanyu immortal stone. Every 10 years, a test of cultivation level and combat power is held here for the younger generation of warriors. Looking back, when I first used the Zan Jade immortal stone, I shined brightly among my peers, surpassing hundreds of thousands of people, standing in the clouds and receiving cheers. But later, the elders of our line felt that the matter was not appropriate, so they helped me conceal my cultivation base and suppress my combat power. The second time, Chu Xiaobei was talking about the past, but before she could finish her words, she was suddenly interrupted by people coming from not far away. Chu Xiaobei is here, Chu Xiaobei is really here, Chu Xiaobei is really back. Ha 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 ha, Chu Xiaobei, the white-eyed wolf, finally remembered that the Xuanyu immortal clan is still in distress. Grab her, and give it to Emperor Luoyu. The 6 Dao immortal clan will immediately retreat, and the scourge of the Xuanyu immortal clan will be eliminated immediately. Come on, catch Chu Xiaobei, whoever catches it, is a great function and a hero to save the Xuanyu immortal clan. A group of warriors rushed up with ecstatic expressions, like crazy and greedy crocodiles. But the next moment, a layer of formation barrier appeared out of thin air. Boom boom, puff and puff, one by one, fierce warriors slammed into the formation barrier, directly confused and dizzy. Immediately afterwards, the warriors at the back rushed up again, squeezing the dizzy warriors in front of them into an outrageous way. Suddenly, waves of cursing were mixed with excited shouts. Damn it, how can there be formations? Who's wicked did it? Quickly get out of the way, let Lao Su break it, let me see Lao Su's 3-legged cat boxing. For Nima, you stepped on my crotch, it, let go of your foot and don't run it anymore. All the waist in front is let go, let me see what the vicious woman Chu Xiaobei looks like. Chu Xiaobei, you guys have the ability to come back, you have the ability to open the formation. Calls and screams kept coming, and the formation barrier was covered with warriors. Those warriors who saw Chu Xiaobei had their eyes lit up, and they took out weapons to try to destroy the formation in surprise. But that formation was arranged by Su Lang, and it was impossible for these warriors to destroy it. Tisk tisk. Su Lang looked at the crowds outside and smiled. This scene is so like a scene in a zombie movie. Are these people ignorant? Chu Xiaobei stood in the middle of the formation and looked around. Outside the formation are all ugly faces. Some people's faces were even squeezed out of shape on the formation barrier. Her heart is full of disappointment. But at this moment, fuck me all, you short-sighted people, get out of the way, otherwise I will do it. With a loud shout, an old woman with withered and yellow hair flew from a distance, with a fierce face, and the breath of a 9-star martial sage exuded all over her body. Even if this old woman didn't do anything, the pressure alone made many warriors weaken their hands and feet, and fell from the formation barrier one after another. Through some of the gaps between the martial artists' fall, this old woman finally saw Chu Xiaobei inside the formation barrier. Chu Xiaobei, you are crazy, why are you coming back? The old woman flew over in pain, her whole body trembling slightly. Senior MI. When Chu Xiaobei saw this 9-star martial sage level old woman, his expression was moved. This Mawu sage is the strongest in Chu Xiaobei's line. That is, Mi Wusheng, carefully concealed the talent for Chu Xiaobei, gathered a whole line of resources, so that she could successfully cultivate to the realm of 6-star Wusheng in a short time. Moreover, those resources are all resources without any side effects, in order to prevent damage to her foundation. For Chu Xiaobei, the kindness of this senior MI to her is very heavy. At this time, Chu Xiaobei, who arranged this formation, quickly open it, and old lady MI will take you to escape immediately. The old woman MI yelled in peace, stretched out her hand to push away the weak warrior on the formation barrier, and rushed in front of the formation barrier. Chapter 886, Mi Old Woman and Gan Ain, no, Senior Mi. Chu Xiaobei shook his head, I won't run away again. Chu Xiaobei, you are crazy. The old woman Mi shouted in disbelief, are you going to waste our hard work? Please trust me. Chu Xiaobei looked at the old woman Mi with very firm eyes. The old lady Mi saw Chu Xiaobei's eyes, she knew Chu Xiaobei too well, and she immediately understood what she was doing. Did you come prepared? It's no wonder that according to my investigation, the source of the news is Wang Li. I originally thought that the servant had rebelled. The old lady Mi thought, her eyes could not help but fell on Su Lang, but she couldn't see anything, at this time. Ha 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 ha, Mrs. Mi, you want to take Chu Xiaobei to escape. It's just a wishful thinking, a dream. It's fine if Chu Xiaobei hasn't come back. Since he is back, he must be caught and sent to Emperor Luoyu. A young man with an unscrupulous laughter flew outside the formation barrier, followed by hundreds of powerful men. It's Master Gan Ai, our Xuanyu Immortal clan's first genius. Young Master Gan Ain is not a few years older than Chu Xiaobei, but he is already a 7-star martial saint. Get out of the way, all out, Master Gan Ai is here. Quote. Amid the noisy discussions of the crowd, a young man named Gan Ai was surrounded by hundreds of strong men and came to the formation barrier. Sweet, this name is good, exactly the same as liver cancer. Su Lang glanced playfully at this so-called genius, and found that it was nothing more than pure waste piled up with drugs. I don't know how many drug impurities have accumulated in his body, and there is little hope of stepping into the fairy gate in this life. The funny thing is that everyone still thinks he is a more powerful genius than Chu Xiaobei. Chu Xiaobei was also looking at Gan Ai, her eyes squinted, showing a trace of hatred. This kid has hatred with you. Su Lang noticed the strangeness of Beckham and turned to ask. Okay, Chu Xiaobei nodded. At this time, sweet boy, the old woman Mi's eyes were stern. In front of me, how can you speak? Ha ha, old lady Mi, you are half of the person stepping into the coffin, so don't you just climb out and toss you. He glanced at Mi old woman with disdain, her defiant appearance was arrogant to the extreme. You. Old Mi's eyes rose with anger. But Gan Ai stopped talking to her, but looked down on Chu Xiaobei and Su Lang condescendingly. Chu Xiaobei, the escaped stray dog, you are back again, so courageous, admire and admire it. Looking at Chu Xiaobei with disdain, do you remember the first time you defeated me in front of the Xuanyu Immortal Stone? At that time, you concealed all my light, I really want to tear you apart. Later, I worked hard to cultivate and prepared to defeat you in the second test of the mysterious Jade Fairy Stone, but I didn't expect you to plummet, which is not worth mentioning. While I was happy, I was also very angry. You punched me on the cotton and made me feel uncomfortable. But I don't even bother to have a general knowledge of you. Until recently, I learned that you actually covered up your cultivation with the help of Old Lady Mi. Your true cultivation base has actually reached the 6-star martial saint, just like me. Now, in the few months you have fled away, I have gone one step further and become a 7-star martial saint. And you are still a 6-star martial sage. How about your extraordinary talent, so useless? Ha 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 ha, don't you understand? You are a waste, and your unparalleled qualifications are wasted on you. Your greatest use is to contribute your aptitude, so that the Xuanyu Fairy clan can make friends with the Luoyu Emperor clan, and let us climb higher, ha ha. Ganai laughed loudly. You are my stepping stone for my sweetness, you are the stepping stone for our Xuanyu Fairy clan, bitch, don't get out of here. Ha 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 ha, sweet, I will let you taste the most painful taste. Su Lang's eyes were like ice, and he immediately grabbed the foolishness and tortured him severely. But at this time, the old woman Mi actually moved her hands without saying a word. Little bastard, die to me. Granny Mi slapped out her palm, taking her sweetheart. Protect master. The bodyguard around Ganai is not a display, and among them is a 9-star master. Although he is not as profound as the old woman Mi, he still has no problem blocking the old woman Mi. Chapter 887, Gan Zidang, boom. A muffled sound spread throughout the Xuanyu Fairy clan square. The aftermath of the battle rushed around wildly, and each weak warrior vomited blood one after another, fleeing around. Old Lady Mi, you dared to shoot my son, don't you want to live? A middle-aged man with a full face and a thick beard fell to the front of the battle, followed by his frantic voice. Followed by dozens of streamers, very fast, all-powerful martial sages. Gan Zidang, the old woman Mi looked back, exclaimed in a low voice, showing fear. Ganzi hurts, I still have a stomachache, and my stomach hurts. Su Lang sneered. This father and son are really interesting. One liver hurts and the other has liver cancer. But this disease is heavier from one generation to another. It turned out that Gan Zidang was just a quasi-immortal. Su Lang's subordinates of the quasi-celestial rank grabbed a handful of them, hundreds of them. Therefore, the old woman Mi was afraid of Gan Zidang, but Su Lang only regarded it as a barking weak toothless dog. The formation that Su Lang arranged was not soundproof, and Gan Zidang heard his words immediately. Who are you? A young child who is still young, dare to mock my name. Gan Zidang's noodles were like ice, and said coldly, after I will catch Chu Xiaobei, I will cramp you and behead your head. You little bastard, dare to insult our father and son. Ganai was even more furious, pointing at Su Lang and cursing, I will peel off your skin inch by inch, cut off your flesh and blood piece by piece, chop up your bones bit by bit, and then burn you with the poisonous soul. Soul, let you know what pain is. Yo, your method is pretty good. Su Lang was playful, after a while, I will use it on you. An ant who can't help it. Gan Zidang sneered and shook his head, turned to look at the old woman Mi, Mrs. Mi, although you and I usually fight very well, but for the sake of your own clan, you now let go and I will spare your life. Without further ado, old woman Mi calmed down, her voice was cold, you must catch Chu Xiaobei, unless you step on my body. Ha ha, as the master of the line, but only a mere 9-star martial sage, I have already lost the face of my Xuanyu immortal clan. At this time, you dare to defy the general trend openly, and you don't take the will of all the warriors of the Xuanyu immortal clan in your heart. You only want to protect Chu Xiaobei for your own benefit. What if I kill you? My son is Xuanyu's first genius, and my grandfather is Xuanhang Wushan. I have the right to cut first and play later. Gan Zidang sneered again and again, looking at the old woman Mi as if he was looking at a dead person. Go to Nima's liver hurts. Is the wish of all warriors to sacrifice Chu Xiaobei. Go to Nima, you people are the truly indifferent and selfish people. Why don't you give your heads to the Luoyu Emperor clan for forgiveness, and the Ludao immortal clan to beg for a strike? Also, what is the right to cut first and then play? Are you talking in a dream? How old is Wushan Xuanhang in front of the patriarch? There was another row of curses, followed by a large group of warriors. The leader is a short stature, like a dwarf, but a quasi-immortal man with a different temperament. This reminded Su Lang of ice and fire that he had seen in his previous life. It looks like this group of people are facing you. Su Lang smiled faintly, and asked, who is the leader? It's Lei Bang. Chu Xiaobei smiled and said, he takes good care of our line. Okay. Su Lang smiled and nodded, it seems that it is indeed a friendly army. When Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei were talking, Lai Bang had already taunted Gan Zideng a lot. But on Lai Bang's side, there is still the line of Mi old woman, the two sides combined, overwhelming the line of Gan Zideng. But at this moment, another group of people rushed up. Where is Chu Xiaobei? Today you must catch Chu Xiaobei and send it to the Luoyu Emperor clan. This group of people are feminine old men like an old eunuch, and it makes people nauseous to look at. Behind him was a group of people, mostly feminine men. The upper beam was not straight and the lower beam was crooked. Chapter 888. I have endured you for a long time, not bad. The return of Chu Xiaobei has been leaked out. If Chu Xiaobei can't appear in the Luoyu Emperor clan in a short time, then the 6 Dao Immortal clan will once again add a group of strong men, and our Xuanyu Immortal clan's life will be over. In the other direction, a group of people also flew, and the leader was a fairly normal quasi-immortal man. Hearing his remarks, it was clear that he wanted to arrest Chu Xiaobei and send it to the Luoyu Emperor. Ha ha ha. Su Lang smiled happily, good come, good come. The reason why he wanted to do such a big thing here, but didn't kill people immediately, was to wait for all these people to appear on the stage, stand in line, and then kill them all. If this is not the case, it is impossible to eradicate the unintentional. You know, after destroying the 6 Dao Immortal clan and defeating the Luoyu Emperor clan, the Xuanyu Immortal clan will definitely belong to Su Lang. Now he is not seeking talented people, like before. He has the conditions, of course he has to pick and choose. Even if a hostile person is willing to offer his soul fire, Su Lang must consider it. People who have enemies don't even need to think about it, they will find them all and hack to death. At this moment, on the side of old Mi and Lai Bang, there are 2 people, but on the side of Gan Zideng, there are 3 people. The old woman Mi's line is weak, and Lai Bang has no Wushan in his line. On the other hand, in Gan Zideng, there are martial immortals in the 3 veins, which are very powerful. Of course, they didn't know that Zan Heng on Ganzi Tengsu was dead, and even the great elder Zan Dai was also dead. How many veins are there in the Xuanyu Immortal clan? Su Lang asked Chu Xiaobei next to him. 7 pulses. One line is the Patriarch Xuanyu line, and the other line is the second elder Xuanan line. The helm of the Xuanyu line is Ao Wenbin, and the helm of the Xuanan line is Shi Xiangfei. Chu Xiaobei said, pointing not far away, they are all here, but they haven't come out for the time being. They should come out now. Just finished. Before Su Lang mocked the name Shi Xiangfei, 2 groups of people flew in the crowd. People from Xuanan's line flew to Gan Zideng and others. People from Xuanyu's line flew to Lai Bang, Mi Laoyu and others, and Wang Li was among them. Obviously, the Shi Xiangfei Xuanan line also tends to grab Chu Xiaobei and give it to Emperor Luoyu. So far, the entire Xuanyu Immortal clan had finished standing in line. As far as the people outside the barrier are concerned, Gan Zideng has completely blasted Lai Bang. They are fighting on it, but Lai Bang can't say anything about it. The people on Gan Zideng's side often argued against Lai Bang and Mi's people, and pointed at Chu Xiaobei from time to time, and spoke insults. Words such as vertical sun, female form, and cause are endless, just like a shrew cursing the street. Ha ha, it's time for me to play. The killing intent flashed in Su Lang's eyes, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and a little bit under his feet, he flew out of the barrier and came to everyone. Such a move immediately stunned the tens of thousands of warriors outside the barrier. The people on both sides who were arguing also stopped their war of words and looked at Su Lang one after another. Who is this kid? I don't know, but together with Chu Xiaobei, he is naturally from Chu Xiaobei's side. He even dared to fly out of the barrier. It's just looking for death. Yeah, he dared to insult Gan Zideng and Gan Ai just now. If he is caught this time, the end will be absolutely horrible. Skinning cramps, cutting flesh and deboning, and burning his soul with poisonous soul. Tisk tisk, it is really horrible, but I really want to see it. Quote. The warriors who watched the show talked a lot, and Gan Zideng and others were not idle. Small awful. Gan Ain's face was cruel and grim. Don't stay in your tortoise shell, but dare to run out. Where do you get the courage? Or, You came out to beg for mercy. It's a pity that I won't spare you, ha 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 ha. Yellow-haired kid, you die for me. Gon Zideng sneered, and just started directly. Stop. Ao Wenbin, Lai Bang, and Old Mi yelled together, and then one after another shot to help Su Lang withstand Gon Zideng's attack. But at this moment, ugly ants, I have endured you for a long time. Su Lang grinned with a ferocious sneer, and the terrifying aura of the Five Tribulations martial immortal suddenly burst out of his body. Chapter 889, The audience is horrified. The breath of Five Tribulations Wuxian descended on Xuanyu Square. The next moment the world changes color, and various rules anomalies appear frequently, like the sky is collapsing, the world is end. Everyone who was shrouded in Su Lang's momentum felt like a small boat in the raging sea, and could be capsized at any time. The warriors who surrounded the formation barrier and tried to capture Chu Xiaobei exploded one by one and died instantly. Gon Zideng, Shi Shangfei, the old ***** and others were horrified, and the attack in their hands was like a dumb fart, and it disappeared. Wuxian. Five Tribulations Wuxian. Their brains were blank, and their mouths opened wide in horror, and they couldn't say anything in disbelief. How is this possible? Old Mi, Lai Bang, Ao Wenbin and others were equally shocked, staring at Su Lang dumbfounded, as if ordinary people had seen a ghost. They couldn't imagine that this young martial sage standing next to Chu Xiaobei was actually an extremely powerful Wuxian. Five Tribulations Wuxian. Even the great elder Zan Dai Wuxian was only at this level. Among all the surrounding immortals, the Wuxian of the Five Tribulations is also a figure on the tip of the pyramid, but he can arbitrarily determine a huge area for a long time. Among ordinary warriors, Wuxian is already an extremely terrifying old monster, and Wuxian of Five Tribulations is even a monster among monsters. But now, such a terrifying existence has come. The most important thing is that he and Chu Xiaobei are together. From beginning to end, the Five Tribulations martial immortal stood beside Chu Xiaobei, watching their performance. It was like a terrifying monster, observing the true colors of these ants in secret with a sneer, so as to distinguish them and give them constant treatment. And they did show their true colors. Except for Mi Lai Bang, and Ao Wenbin, the people are not bad-hearted and want to protect Chu Xiaobei. The rest of them all revealed their dirty and ugliest side without reservation. Down to ordinary martial sages, war gods, up to the great sages and quasi-immortals such as Gon Ain and Gon Zideng. One by one, these people are like zombies who have lost their minds, rushing forward, wanting Chu Xiaobei to be arrested to the Luoyu Emperor clan, so as to beg to linger. And Gon Zideng and the others were even more grim-faced. They even dared to speak insulting Chu Xiaobei, and they also uttered foul language, which is simply unscrupulous. Especially Gon Zideng and Gon Ai, not only scolded Chu Xiaobei, but also regarded Su Lang as a yellow-haired child who was overwhelming. They even dared to point Su Lang to rants and tortured to death with cruel punishment. In the end, they actually dared to attack Su Lang. That is a Wuxian of the Five Tribulations. Taking action against the Wuxian of the Five Tribulations, such actions are completely dead. He turned out to be the Wuxian of the Five Tribulations. Why is this so? We are finished, we are finished. At this time, Gon Zideng and Gon Ai remembered their previous actions, what they said and did, and they couldn't help but lose their souls. The great horror between life and death enveloped Gon Zideng and others, making them frightened and frigid, like falling into an ice cave. Looking at Su Lang's murderous face, everyone even felt that they were already a cold corpse. But if it can really become a corpse directly, it would really be the best end for them. However, Su Langming said before that he should return all the methods they have said before. Peel off the skin inch by inch, cut off the flesh and blood piece by piece, chop up the bone bit by bit, and then burn your soul with the poisonous soul. What a painful torture. Realizing this, Gon Zideng and others were almost completely desperate. Ugly ants, why don't you do it? Why don't you scold me? Su Lang was suspended high in the sky, his face was full of mockery and murderous, as well as creepy hostility. Hearing Su Lang's voice, Gon Zideng, Gon Ain and others shook as if they were electrocuted, their faces turned gray, and they trembled immediately. They wanted to beg for mercy, but they were so afraid that their tongues were knotted and they couldn't even speak. Chapter 890, Please give me a good time, tisk tusk tusk tusk. Isn't it all high above, fierce and evil? Why do I just show off a little momentum, and you can't even speak before I do it? Su Lang smiled coldly, and then swallowed Ganai with a wave of his hand. No, do not want. I don't know Taishan, please forgive me. Ganain was so scared that excrement and urine flowed out, and the screams from the survival instinct spread throughout the Xuanyu square. Ha ha, calling me a little bastard, and expecting me to let you go. Su Lang grinned with a cruel smile, and with a thought, the rule of gold suddenly enveloped. The rules of gold turned into countless small sharp blades, and according to the punishment that Ganai said before, he began to peel and cramp, and cut flesh and bone. A series of regular sharp blades slashed across Ganai, cutting off her skin and flesh piece by piece. The thin flaky flesh and blood is countless times thinner than the best Lanzhou beef ramen noodle chefs. What? No, don't, I know it was wrong, Master Wushan, don't. The violent pain came from Ganain's whole body, making him cry more hoarse, hysterical, and almost burst his lungs. But the pain has just begun, and the more terrifying pain is yet to come. I saw the rules of gold cut off Gan's flesh and muscles, and Gans instantly transformed from a handsome young man into a tattered body. But he did not die, and Su Lang specially kept his mouth and tongue, making him continue to scream. What? Pain, pain, please, give me a good time, ah. Quote. Screams came from Ganain's mouth, resounding through the entire Xuanyu square. Countless warriors saw this scene, one after another frightened and stood upside down. Hearing Ganain's screams, Gan Zideng was even more frightened and shaken. Kneeling down into a ball in the air, shivering, like a dying quail. He was really regretful, his intestines were already blue, but what's the use? He knew that no matter how much he regrets, no matter how much he curls up, he can't escape the catastrophe of death. His son's tragic fate is his fate. At this time, Ganai had been cut off a lot of flesh and blood, and his screams became weaker and weaker, and he was about to die. I won't let you die so easily. If you dare to insult me, and dare to despise Chu Xiaobei, then you will have to pay an extremely painful price. Currently, these are obviously not enough. Su Lang Jiji smiled, waved his hand, and caught some warriors in the Gan Zideng camp. No, Master Wushan, we were coerced. I was forced, sir, don't kill me, don't. Master Wushan, I have never treated you from the beginning to the end, I have not shown any disrespect to Miss Chu. Master Wushan, I have never insulted you and Miss Chu. Miss Chu, you are kind-hearted, please speak for us. Quote. The terrified warriors screamed miserably, like a New Year pig about to be killed. These people did not insult Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei basically, but stood in Gan Zideng's camp. But it was precisely because of this that Su Lang would choose them and give them a happy way to die. The rules of life. Su Lang turned a deaf ear to the miserable howls of these people, and with a single thought, he drew out the breath of life of a few of them and blended them into the dying person Ganai. The warrior who was drawn with the breath of life died directly, while Ganai seemed to have taken a big tonic pill, and was suddenly full of vitality. But this is the cruel punishment for him. If he can't die, he will continue to endure the pain, and then, it's the turn of, eviscerate, break the bones. The new penalty began. Ganai's screams grew louder and he seemed very energetic. In this scene, everyone trembled violently, as if they were in hell. Dozens of breaths passed. Ganai has been completely crushed. In this short period of time, for Ganain, Gan Zideng and others, seems to be too long. Although the old woman and others were terrified, they also let out a bad breath in their hearts. At the same time, they were even more in awe of Su Lang. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.